Yay. Yeah, nothing like Camelo. Who are kids on that? You only. Sudanului. Nina Aliri Taibiva. Dạ, chỉ để quay lại về thì là vì như vậy. Đó, mà ta đi về ngồi mà thôi. Gari de todo ya. Cá khâu để.
Mẹ thông được vào không phải là gì mà thông được.
Cái alo chỉ biết chỉ nên nhá nên rồi nên nhìn cái tay liền bây giờ bảo tôi xem nó vào là mà phải mà này bảo lúc rồi đi qua cái chỉ nhà thâu lên mua rất là này chả mẹ nhà long cổ mẹ nào bây giờ đi bé cái xí mẹ tàn này cổ long à quên mẹ
Nó bút ra để cho con đi. À, cảm ơn cô cho con đi. Đi rồi. Giáo sư ta phụ trách nó. Xin lỗi rồi. Ta xin đi. Rồi nó chỉ là phụ trách nó.
If you're not hearing sound in Zoom, just go to interpretation and choose English. And that's it. If you're not hearing sound in Zoom, just go to interpretation and choose English. And that's it. If you're not hearing sound in Zoom, just go to interpretation and choose English.
Time ticks on as climate rages. How far gone the days of grace? Men enslaved to their ambitions, shun the tears of poverty's face. I tune my whisper, spreading lies and way of truth. Approaching close the day of judgment. The change we need, it starts with you. How far have we gone asunder? Earthquakes, floods, and rolling thunder. Children dying without mothers, when no one show concern. We must unite and stand together, because the common enemy we face does not care for your religion, your social status, or your race. To those impacted, the crisis real, the sorrow, grief, and pain they feel. We do not have the time to fight. We must unite. We must rebuild.
Ladies and gentlemen.
မင်္ဂလာပါလူကြီးမင်းများခင်ဗျာနိုင်ငံတကာ online forum global crisis our survival is in Andy ဟူသောနိုင်ငံတကာ online forum မှာခင်ဗျားတို့ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့ဝမ်းမြောက်စွာကြိုဆိုပါသည်ယနေ့တွင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့နေ့ရက်များလူသားအလုံးရဲ့နေ့ရက်များကိုအမှန်တကယ်ရည်တွဲရခြင်းဖြစ်သည်ကိုခင်ဗျားအနေနဲ့သိရှိလာမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြခဲ့တဲ့အချိန်တွေကိုခင်ဗျားတို့အနေနဲ့မြင်ခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒီအချိန်သည်လူသားတို့အတွက်အမြင့်မားဆုံးကြံရှိတဲ့အချိန်ဖြစ်သည်ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတခုခုလုပ်ဖို့နဲ့အခြေအနေကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာအချိန်အနေငယ်ရှိပါသေးတယ်ဒီဖိုရမ်မှာဒါတွေအားလုံးကိုလေ့လာသိရှိရမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ယနေ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အနေဖြင့်လူသားမျိုးနွယ်သည်အသက်ရှင်ခြင်းနဲ့တေခံနီးမှာဟန်ချက်ညီနေပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ဒါကတကယ်ဖြစ်ပျက်နေတဲ့အရာတွေပါရာသီဥတုအခုလိုကြောက်စရာကောင်းတဲ့ Cerberus ဟာဒေသတစ်ခုလုံးကိုဝါမျိုးနေတော့လဲသူ့အတွက်လုံလောက်မှုမရှိသေးပါကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကဘာကြိုသည်ဆိုးရွားသောဘေးအန္တရာယ်များနဲ့ကြုံတွေ့နေရပြီးဒီလိုဖြစ်စဉ်တွေဟာတိုးများလာနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့အိမ်များသည်ဟာရီကိန်းနဲ့ငလျင်တန်ကြောင့်ပျက်စီးနေပြီး မြို့ကြီးတစ်ခုလုံးရေအောက်သို့မြုပ်သွားခြင်းသို့မဟုတ်မီးလောင်ကျွမ်းခြင်းခံနေရပါတယ်။တဘာဝဘေးအန္တရာယ်များသည်အရှိန်ဟုန်ဖြင့်တိုးမြင့်လာကာအင်းတို့၏လမ်းကြောင်းပေါ်ရှိအရာအလုံးကိုဖျက်စီးနေပါတယ်။တန်းနှင့်ချီသောလူများသည်အရာအလုံးဆုံးရှုံးပြီးဟင်းတို့၏အသက်များကိုကယ်တင်ရန်အတွက်ဘေးဥပတ်ဘေးမှထွက်ပြေးကြရပါတယ်။ယနေ့ Cerberus ကိုမရက်တန့်ပါကမနှက်ဖြန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးကိုဝါမျိုးသွားမှာပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကြားထဲမှာလူသားတွေဘာတွေအလုရှုပ်နေလဲ။ကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးသည် consumerist format ဟုခေါ်သောတူညီသောအဆောက်အအုံတွင်နေထိုင်ကြသည်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားအထက်များဖြင့်ပိုင်းခြား၍အခန်းများခွဲကာစင်ကြံများလှေကားများဖြင့်ပိုင်းခြားထားသည်အချင်းချင်းဆက်သွယ်ရန်တားမြစ်ထားသည်အိမ်နီးနားချင်းတွေကိုကြောက်နေဖို့ဖိအားတွေပေးထားပါတယ်တယောက်ကိုတယောက်လေးစားတတ်ဖို့သင်ပေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့သည်စစ်မှန်သောကဘာတွင်နေထိုင်ကြသည်ဒီကဘာကြီးမှာကျွန်တော်တို့သည်အဖြစ်မှန်ကိုမမြင်ရန်တွန်းတင်ခံနေရပါတယ်အဖြူရောင်ကိုအနက်ရောင်အဖြစ်ရှပြီးနေတဲ့သူတွေအတွက်ကအသက်ပိုရှင်နေမှာဖြစ်ပြီးအဖြူရောင်ကိုအဖြူရောင်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့သူများအတွက်ကတော့အသက်တိုပါတယ်ဒီနေရာမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ဟာရုပ်မြင်သံကြားကိုသာယုံကြည်ရမှာဖြစ်ပြီးကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့မျက်လုံးများကိုတော့ယုံလို့မရပါဘူးအခုငါတို့အဆောက်အဦငါတို့အိမ်မီးလောင်နေတယ်ပထမထက်မီးလောင်နေတယ်နေရန်တွေမီးလောင်နေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အထဲမှာဘယ်သူမှဘာမှမလုပ်ဘူးတစုံတယောက်သည်ကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်တစုံတရာကိုဆုံးဖြတ်ပေးကြောင်းကျွန်တော်တို့တုံ့တင်ခံနေရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အခုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်ဘယ်သူကမှဘာမှကိုဆုံးဖြတ်ချက်မပေးနိုင်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့အိမ်မီးလောင်နေပြီကျွန်တော်တို့ဟာအလဲမှာရှိနေပါတယ်ဝမ်းနည်းစရာအကောင်းဆုံးကတော့တော်တော်များများကအဲ့ဒီအကြောင်းကိုတောင်မသိကြလို့ပါအပြင်မှာမီးလောင်နေပေမဲ့လေသူတို့ရဲ့အခန်းထဲမှာမလောင်တဲ့အတွက်သူတို့တွေကမယုံကျင်ကြပါဘူး။အောက်ထပ်ကလူတွေအော်ဟစ်နေကြပေမဲ့ပေါ့ဒီအိမ်ရဲ့စီမံခန့်ခွဲမှုကိုလွှဲအပ်ထားတဲ့သူတွေကခေါင်းမိုးပေါ်ထိုင်ပြီးကောင်းကင်ကိုမောကြည့်နေကြတယ်သူတို့တွေကငါတို့ရဲ့အထက်မှာနေနေတဲ့သူတွေဆိုတော့ဒီအိမ်မှာနေတဲ့ငါတို့ကိုဂရုစိုက်မနေပါဘူးသူတို့ဟာကဘာပေါ်မှာထိတ်တန်းရောက်နေတယ်လို့ခံစားနေကြတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကဘာကြီးဟာပျက်စီးနေပြီးကငါတို့အိမ်ကတကယ်မီးလောင်နေပါတယ်ဒီနေ့ဖြစ်ပျက်နေတဲ့အကြောင်းတွေကိုပြောပြမယ်ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးတော့စိတ်ရှည်ထားပေးကြပါကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့ရာသီဥတုနဲ့အမှန်တကယ်ဖြစ်ပျက်နေသည့်အရာကျွန်တော်တို့၏လူဖွဲ့စည်းတွင်ဖြစ်ပျက်နေသည့်အခြေအနေတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့တွေ့မြင်ရတဲ့အတိုင်းအသေးစိတ်ရှင်းပြသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ယနေ့သင်ကြားရမည့်အရာသည်နှစ်ပေါင်းများစွာလူထောင်ပေါင်းများစွာ၏လှုပ်ဆောင်မှုရလဒ်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဖိုရမ်ဟာတိမ်တိုက်တွေထဲရောက်နေသူတွေစကြဝဠာရဲ့အပေါ်မှာရှိနေတဲ့သူတွေအတွက်မဟုတ်ဘူးလို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်ဒီဖိုရမ်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့အတူဒီကဘာမြေကြီးမှာအတူတကွနေထိုင်သူတွေအတွက်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဉာဏ်ပညာရှိခြင်းနဲ့တီးခံနိုင်ခြင်းဟာခမည်းတော်အတွက်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဉာဏ်ပညာရှိခြင်းနဲ့တီးခံနိုင်ခြင်းဟာခမည်းတော်အတွက်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello, dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to such a significant event for all of us, for all of humanity. Today's forum is being simultaneously translated into 150 languages. These are the languages which 90% of the world's population speaks. This is a great chance to be heard by all of humanity. We can only imagine the scale of the preparation for this forum. The huge number of people involved in making sure that the truth will be heard worldwide and that it will be understood and heard by people in their own languages. It is truly a colossal work. It is a tremendous effort. Thousands of people from all over the world have joined together to make our meeting possible today. All this is able to be done only because of the dedication and commitment of these people to him, because they understand the importance, the responsibility, including the responsibility to disseminate this important information that will be presented to you today. It is an honor to be part of this team, because without any exaggeration, what you will hear today will save humanity if everyone knows about it. Dear friends, I would like to draw your attention. All information on the online forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, is presented for a non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society, entire humanity. The free use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum, in part or in a whole, by any means, without distortion of the transmitted information, and while preserving the links to the source, is permitted. Thank you very much.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to the media partners of this forum. They're doing all they can to use their resources to make sure that everyone in the world learns about the creative society as soon as possible. They broadcast videos, songs, interviews, and talk shows about the creative society. And some of them, right now, broadcasting this forum on their radio and TV stations and on their social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder with you in building the creative society.
Dear viewers, and right now we would like to invite our scientist from the Climate Department of Creative Society. It is my honor to introduce you to Yelizaveta Kromova, geologist and geophysicist. Yelizaveta, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума и зрители. Для нас большая честь сегодня представить многолетний труд сотен ученых и тысяч волонтеров проекта «Созидательное общество», посвященный изучению истинных причин изменения климата, происходящего на Земле сейчас, не связанных с человеческой деятельностью. То, что мы сегодня расскажем, в таком масштабе и изложении еще никогда ранее нигде не было представлено. Всесторонняя научная работа ведется нашей международной группой с 1996 года. В данном междисциплинарном исследовании на протяжении десятков лет задействованы ученые, специалисты и волонтеры из разных стран. Это и специалисты в геологии, геофизике, вулканологии, климатологии, океанологии, астрофизике и десятках других направлений. Те, кто изучают ядро планеты, вулканы, землетрясения, космические лучи и геологические циклы. Мы провели точные расчеты, составили математические модели и аналитические прогнозы прогрессии климатических катаклизмов, которые предстоит пережить человечеству в ближайшие годы. В 2014 году были выпущены выдержки из текущего доклада. Но полная информация и наши расчеты обнародованы не были. И позже вы поймете, почему. Далее вашему вниманию будут представлены результаты 26 лет исследований. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что мы будем приводить только ту информацию и те факты, которые вы сами можете перепроверить. Для этого мы намеренно использовали данные из общедоступных источников. Мы не использовали сегодня результаты показаний своих датчиков и измерений, чтобы не пугать и не сеять панику. Сегодня мы будем опираться только на открытые факты, легко проверяемые и общедоступные. Сегодня в докладе мы поднимем 3 ключевых вопроса. Первый. Что же является истинной причиной нарастания климатических катастроф? Второй. Что будет происходить дальше? И третий. Какой выход? Сегодня мы расскажем то, что не афишируют. Такую полноценную информацию вы не услышите из официальных источников СМИ или политических докладов. Эти факты не просто не договаривают, от них отводят глаза, чтобы не вызывать панику в обществе. Мы это понимаем. В то же время подобное замалчивание опасно, так как грозит бездействием в решении жизненно важных вопросов. А для начала давайте посмотрим на текущее положение дел с климатической ситуацией в мире на момент ноября 2022 года. Хочу передать слово кандидату педагогических наук, доценту Константину Рыбачуку, активному участнику проекта «Созидательное общество», который уже несколько лет подряд участвует в качестве репортера еженедельного выпуска экстренных новостей по климату. Константин является спикером на различных конференциях по мониторингу климата и не только. И сейчас он расскажет о прогрессии катаклизмов в мире. Константин, вам слово.
Hello, dear friends. The information we're about to present is truly shocking to any sensible person. We live in a time when scientists do not know about the inexorably growing climate crisis. Even more so, politicians do not know either. Now, all of humanity is on the brink of a large-scale climate catastrophe. And at the same time, contemporary science tells us only about anthropogenic climate change, but is silent about the actual cause of climate change. Many people doubt this, doubt climate change, but facts are stubborn things. A year ago, the number of cataclysms in the world did not exceed a few dozen per month, but this year, we're already registering an average of 200 natural disasters per week. According to our monitoring data, more than 6,000 climate disasters occurred during the first 10 months of 2022. These include floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, mudslides and landslides, abnormal snowfalls and hail. Imagine, it's like 6,000 war zones where a climate, the only enemy of humanity, is waging its attack. And that's only what's reflected in open sources of information. In fact, there are many more natural disasters on the planet. And worst of all, these cataclysms have taken many lives that can never be returned. Their families and loved ones can never recover that loss. The monitoring report you will see is the result of work of thousands of volunteers around the world. All facts are cross-checked many times before we use them. All this information is taken solely from public sources so everyone can cross-check it and see for themselves the extent of the horror we have encountered. I want to emphasize that thousands of people are working on collecting and analyzing data. It is difficult for one person to collect and analyze so much information. In our research activities, we have encountered the fact that a lot of data that is available in open sources is being deleted. Information about climatic cataclysms, their power and frequency is simply disappearing. They try to give us the appearance of a more or less favorable climate situation. At the same time, the statistics are more horrifying than ever before in the history of modern civilization. That is especially evident this year. To soften the situation, They try to tell us that nothing horrible is happening and our climatic condition is within the normal limits. In the media, the data is falsified and downplayed. Even for one institution, collecting statistics on all climatic cataclysms and anomalies is difficult. But we are volunteers, and there are a lot of us around the world. To get a reliable picture of what is happening, we work with primary sources, research groups that record the data, and directly with eyewitnesses of climatic cataclysms. We're going to show you a climate monitoring video. I ask you to watch.
Climate monitoring video ပြပါမယ်
It shows the actual
အဲ့တော့
progression
ဒီ
of
climate
climate
change
change in
ကြောင်း
the
တဲ့
world.
အခါမှာတကယ်သူဖြစ်ပေါ်လာပုံကိုပြပါတယ်
USA, Taiwan, Kazakhstan,
It's a true nightmare that's happened for the first time in my whole life.
Bulgaria,
It was as if a bomb had fallen.
Italy,
Who could have known that the water would rush in so fast? We lost
Pakistan, Spain, China, Germany. Storms and hurricanes. Category 4 Hurricane Ian was the deadliest hurricane to hit Florida residents in the United States. Some cities were 90% destroyed by the storm surge, furious winds, and flooding. More than 1.5 million people had to leave their homes. According to preliminary estimates, the damage will exceed 100 billion. Passing Puerto Rico, Hurricane Fiona left several million people without electricity and drinking water. And this was at a time when it was unbearably hot and humid on the island. Fiona is the first Category 4 hurricane in history to move this far north. It reached eastern Canada, maintaining the strength of a Category 2 hurricane, and left an unprecedented path of destruction in the country. In recent years, tropical storms have begun to move further north and south from the equator. The world's megacities such as New York, Boston, Beijing, and Tokyo could soon be under their attack. Typhoon Noru was predicted to hit the Philippines as the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane, but in just 6 hours there was an explosive intensification to a Category 5 super typhoon, with wind gusts reaching 196 miles per hour. People prepare for the impact of the natural disaster of such force. More than 900,000 people were affected, while the damage to agriculture exceeded 52 million. On the island of Corsica, France, the wind reached a speed of 224 kilometers per hour. During the storm, the fierce winds tore down power lines and trees were falling down like matchsticks. In Europe alone, the average annual number of storms has increased by almost 16.5 times since 2000. In the United States, the number of convective storms, the damage of which exceeds $1 billion, is growing unprecedentedly. Between 2000 and 2010, there were 34 of them, and in the next 11 years, there were already 95. In the southern hemisphere, storm intensification over recent decades has already reached levels projected to occur in the year 2080. Abnormal precipitation and flooding. The amount of abnormal rainfall is increasing all over the world. During 9.5 months of 2022, more than 36,000 daily precipitation records were registered on the planet. The province of Ancona, Italy, was hit by half a year worth of rain overnight. Never before in their lives have the residents seen such a rapid rise of water, almost 1 meter in 10 minutes. Australia has been hit by 3 waves of historic floods in 2022. Brisbane was hit by a rain bomb when more than a month's worth of rain fell daily for 3 consecutive days. Given such frequency and intensity of flooding, it makes no sense to rebuild some cities. On the eastern coast of South Africa, almost a year's worth of rain fell within 24 hours, resulting in one of the deadliest floods of the 21st century in the country. Seoul, South Korea, was hit by record downpours in August 2022. Water rushed rapidly into all the underground and semi-basement rooms. Subways, crosswalks, parking lots, and even apartments turned into death traps. People died from flooding right in their homes. In Colombia, the number of floods increased by 87% in just 1 year. Back in 2020, there were 428 of them, and in the next year, already 802. Meanwhile, in several municipalities, Department of Sucre, the flooding has been lasting for more than a year. Just 60 years ago, there were 8 major floods per year in the world, and by 2021, this number has increased by 27 times. Besides, they began to occur simultaneously, covering several countries at once. In the summer of 2022 alone, floods occurred in 20 countries on all continents. The monsoon season of 2022 turned into the biggest climate disaster in modern history. Pakistan, the climate disaster went underwater. More than 1,600 people have been killed, and 33 million people have been affected by the disaster. Half of them are children. Over 2 million houses have been destroyed. Elderly people, pregnant women, and children are forced to live outdoors in inhumane conditions. There is a lack of food, drinking water, and medical care. Contaminated water has become a source of infections. People are left without jobs, shelter, and means of livelihood. After almost 2 months, the water is still not gone. The nightmare for people continues to this day and will only get worse. Extreme heat and droughts. During the 9 months of 2022, there have been over 100,000 highest temperature records across the globe. For the first time in world history, a heat wave reached 113 degrees Fahrenheit and lasted 79 days in a row. More than 900 million people were affected by the extreme temperatures. Bomb shelters were opened to people as a relief from the unbearable heat. To save their crops, farmers worked at night as the soil heated up to 60 degrees Celsius during the day. This summer, Europe experienced its hottest summer on record. In the UK, temperatures in July exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for the first time in history. In France, a prolonged heat wave caused the water in rivers to get so hot that it became unsuitable for cooling nuclear reactors in nuclear power plants. A similar thing happened in the Persian Gulf. Heat kills people. In the European Union, the deaths of 53,000 people in July are directly attributed to the unprecedented heat wave. Severe droughts have hit the major economies of the Northern Hemisphere this year, with damages of $13.2 billion in the first half of 2022 alone. In China, the USA, India, Australia, Europe, and other regions, rivers and reservoirs have sharply shallowed and navigation has come to a virtual standstill. This has also exacerbated the energy crisis and has become another factor in the soaring of electricity prices. The drought has caused irreparable damage to agriculture, leading to an unprecedented rise in food prices. In the USA, the price of livestock feed increased by 90%. The water crisis has reached a record scale. Access to safe drinking water is under threat. No country, even an economically developed one, is immune to this problem. This year, over 2 billion people on our planet are already facing water shortages. Wildfires. In 2022, Alaska, USA, is experiencing the largest wildfire in its history. 50 years ago, there were no such things as megafires. They cover huge areas and require enormous resources to keep them down. As of early October 2022, there have already been 16 megafires in the USA alone, and many more are approaching that scale. In South Korea, a megafire approached a nuclear power plant in March 2022. 18,000 people and dozens of helicopters were mobilized to extinguish it. In Russia, there has been a sharp increase in the area of wildfires in the last 5 years. There has even been an increase in fires that burn under the snow in winter. In 2022, natural fires in Europe exceeded 770,000 hectares for the first time since satellite measurements became available. This is more than the size of the Canary Islands and 3 times more than the average burn-up in a year. And in some countries, fires has been really shocking. In the Czech Republic, an average of 9 hectares of land is burnt annually. However, by the end of September this year, the fire had already destroyed almost 1,500 hectares. This is 158 times more than usual. At the beginning of September this year in Brazil, there were a record number of fires in the country on 3 consecutive days, more than 3,000 per day. Wildfires are not seasonal anymore. Now they don't stop even in winter, and hurricane winds spread the fire at breakneck speed. In the Algerian province of El Tara, winds of over 55 miles per hour caused the flames to spread in a matter of minutes, leaving no chance for people to escape. Fires are occurring in places never been before. Central Europe, the rainforests of South America, and even the Arctic are burning. Today, single cataclysms already occur very rarely. There goes an entire cascade of disasters, one involving the other. And this interconnection intensifies the devastation and takes more and more human lives. Even economically developed countries cannot restore their climatically ravaged territories for years. More and more regions are becoming uninhabitable. What was predicted for the year 2100 is already happening right before our eyes today. In 2022, there has been an unprecedented leap in the power and the amount of natural disasters. And judging by the progression, they will continue to increase at record speed. In order for humankind to survive, urgent, extraordinary action is needed. Meanwhile, we have very little time left.
This video shows a tiny fraction of the climate disasters that have occurred this year. The year 2022 was everyone has seen how abnormal and unpredictable the cataclysms have become. It will change gradually and collapse.
climate ကြာသီးကြောင်းလဲတာပြုတ်ပြက်ပြီးတော့အခုခါမှဖြစ်နေတဲ့ဘေးဥပါတွေကတကယ်ကိုစွတ်မှုမတတ်ပဲပါအဲ့တော့အပူလိုင်းတွေလည်းအများကြီးဖြစ်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဒီချင်းချမှုများအဲ့တော့အချိုးအစားမညီမျှစွာနဲ့လူသားတွေပေါ်မှာတက်ရောက်မှုရှိနေပါတယ်2020နှစ်မှာမြောက်ပိုင်းကနေပြီးတော့Anitaမြောက်ပိုင်းမှာတော့အပူချိန်ကdegree centigrade ဖြစ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့20 Celsius အောက်ကျသွားပါတယ်ဟို Greenland ကဒေသတွေလိုပါပဲတော့ဒီစီးမှုတွေအရန်ကိုအင်အားကြီးပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီဟာတွေကိုခံနိုင်ရှိဖို့မလွယ်ပါဘူး
Last year floods of
the
century were recorded. This year, these are floods that occur with a probability of once in a catastrophe hit northeastern Brazil in spring of 2022. And in the summer, as many as 5 of these millennium floods occurred in less than 1 month.
United States မှာ1 month တွင်မှာဒီ flood တွေဖြစ်ခဲ့တာရှိပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ကမ္ဘာပေါ်မှာလူပေါင်းတန်းနဲ့ချီပြီးတော့ကြီးမားစွာကို
It's not just a statistic. It's 70 million people who have already been affected. The scale of natural disasters is constantly increasing. Emergency services in many countries already say there are not enough people and equipment to deal with climate disasters. In Australia, for example, people have given up hope for help. Over the past year, the country has been overwhelmed by historic waves of floods. People are simply abandoned as a temporary climate disaster, and no help can reach them. And it's only going to there is less and less hope for international aid because countries are simultaneously faced with cataclysms and have to try to solve their own problems first. In just a few years, when the cataclysms take full force, nobody will come to help because trouble will be everywhere. Today, the consequences of disasters already affect everyone. The world is very interconnected. Flooded or scorched fields in one part of the planet mean a massive increase in another. The media shows us the disaster itself, but they don't show what happens to people
အဲ့တော့ပြီးတော့လူတွေပေါ်မှာ
A
အဲ့ဒီ
cataclysm
ဒါကြီးပြီးတဲ့အခါမှာဘယ်လိုသက်ရောက်လဲဆိုတာပြောရခက်ပါတယ်
that people are left to cope with aftermath
အဲ့တော့၄
for
နှစ်ပြည့်
years.
သွားတဲ့အချိန်မှာတော့
Do
၄
you
နှစ်ကြာ
think
ခဲ့တဲ့အချိန်
this is
မှာ
the
တော့
case only in developing
အဲ့တော့
countries?
ဖွံ့ဖြိုးမှုတွေနဲ့လည်း
It's
ဆိုင်
been
ပါတယ်
a year since the deadly flooding in Europe in July
ယူရိုမှာဇူလိုင်မှာ
and
2021 က
many of
ဖြစ်
those
ခဲ့တဲ့ဟာ
affected are still unable to
အဲ့တော့
return
လူ
to
တွေက
their homes.
သူတို့အိမ်ကိုမပြန်နိုင်သေးပါဘူးဂျပန်မှာလည်းအတူတူပါပဲ
Hundreds of people still live
အဲ့တော့
in
ဂျပန်မှာလည်း
temporary
လူတွေက
housing
3 နှစ်အတွင်းမှာယာယီအိမ်တွေသူတို့ခေတ္တအိမ်တွေမှာပဲနေနေရပါတယ်
After the terrible
အဲ့တော့သူတို့က
tornado that hit
ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတဲ့
Kentucky
တို
this
နေ
summer,
တိုးမုန်တိုင်းနဲ့ခံခဲ့ရပါတယ်
people are still
လူတွေက
not back
ဟုတ်တယ်
in their
အခုတည်းအထိ
homes.
တောင်မှအဆင်မပြေသေးပါ
There
ဘူး
are
အဲ့
countless
တော့
examples of this.
တုတ်ထွေးတဲ့ဥပ
We're
မာ
all
တွေရှိပါတယ်
vulnerable to the elements.
ကကွယ်မဲ့တယ်လို့
Millions
ပါပဲ
of
လူတွေ
people
တမောင်း
lose
များ
their
စွာ
homes and everything
လူ
they
တိုင်းမှာ
own.
ပဲ
Everything we have accumulated throughout our lives
အဲ့တော့ဒီ
vanishes
ဆောက်ထားတဲ့
in
ဘ
an
ဝတွေ
instant.
အိုးအိမ်တွေပျက်စီးရပါတယ်
Dry clothes, a piece of bread,
အဲ့တော့
a simple
ဒီတဲ့
fortune
ဖြစ်ဝတ်စား
are
ပဲဖြ
what
စ်ဖြစ်ခြောက်
becomes
သွေးတဲ့ဝတ်
most
စားပဲဖြစ်
precious. And if you are
အဲ့တော့တ
lucky
ကယ်
enough
လို့
to
ကံကောင်း
survive,
လို့ရှင်ချန်နေမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့
is a place in a
ဟို
refugee camp.
စစ်ပြေးရှောင်နေတဲ့
Yes,
လူတွေနေတဲ့နေရာမျိုးမှာ
losing
နေရ
your
မှာ
possessions
ဖြစ်နေပါတယ်
is not the worst of evils.
Yeah.
Many survivors
အများကြီး
lose family,
ရှင်ချန်ရခဲ့လူတွေကသူတို့ရဲ့မိသားစုဝင်တွေကိုဆုံးရှုံးရပါတယ်
everything except
အဲ့တော့
loss.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတခြားမဟုတ်ဘူးလူသားတွေရဲ့ဘဝတွေ
Cataclysms
အ
are
သက်တွေဆုံးရှုံးရ
escalating
တာ
and
ပါ
we have no way of coping
အဲ့တော့
with
ဒါကနေ
it.
လွတ်မြောက်ဖို့လမ်းမရှိ
Existing
ပါ
programs
ဘူး
to combat climate change do not work.
အဲ့တော့အလုံးမလုံး
Over
တဲ့
the
ကိစ္စ
past
တွေ
3
ရှိပါတယ်
years, the situation on the planet has worsened
အဲ့တော့
catastrophically, and
ဒီ
climate disasters
ရာသီဥတုကပ်ဘေးကအဆိုးဝါးဆုံးဖြစ်လာနေပါတယ်
to study the real causes of
ရာသီဥ
climate
တုပြောင်း
change
တဲ့အခါ
while
မှာ
humanity do
အဲ့တော့
nothing
လူသားတွေ
to
ဘာမှမလုပ်
understand
နိုင်
the
ဘူး
cause
ဖြစ်နေ
of
ပါတယ်
ongoing cataclysms. We waste
အဲ့တော့
time and trillions of
အချိန်တွေလည်း
dollars
ဖြုံးရရောက်
in
ပြီးတော့
fury over
ငွေ
anthropogenic
ကြေးပေါင်း
climate.
trillion နဲ့ချီပြီးကုန်ကြပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့မလုပ်နိုင်ပါဘူး
It's simply a
အဲ့
suicide.
တော့ဟိုဟာကို
We watch our world
တေချောင်း
crumble.
ကြံတယ်လို့ဖြစ်နေပါတယ်
We hope that we need to be
ကျွန်တော်တို့စိ
patient
တ်ရှည်ရ
and
မယ်
wait it
ကမ္ဘာ
out, and everything will return to normal.
ဟိုအရာရာပုံမှန်ဖြစ်ဖို့
It
အတွက်ဆို
won't.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကမ္ဘာကြီး
Our world will never
ဒီ
be the
လို
same
မျိုးထပ်
again.
ပြီးတော့မဖြစ်
If
သင့်
we
ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့
continue
ဆက်
to
လုပ်ပါမယ်
do nothing, tomorrow the elements will destroy
အဲ့တော့
our life,
ဒီ
and it
ရာ
will
သီ
be
ဥတု
too
ပေးတိုင်းရဲ့
late
ဖြစ်စဉ်တွေက
to
ကျွန်
do
တော်ရဲ့ဘဝ
anything
တွေကို
about it. Now, the
စီး
search
သွား
for
မှာပါ
salvation from a planetary climate catastrophe must become the most
အဲ့တော့
critical
ဒီ
task for
လူသားတွေ
mankind.
မျိုးနွယ်အားလုံးအတွက် climate disaster နဲ့လွတ်မြောက်ဖို့ဆိုတာလုပ်ယူရမှာပါစူးစမ်းရမှာပါ
Спасибо, Константин. Спасибо всей команде мониторинга за вашу самоотверженную деятельность по сбору и анализу ужасающих тенденций нарастания катаклизмов. И для нас сегодня большая честь представлять труд нашего междисциплинарного коллектива. Я рада представить вам спикеров, которые озвучат сегодня результаты нашей работы, которая велась сотнями ученых и тысячами волонтеров с 1996 года. Анастасия Пошигрева, специалист по разработке новых технологий, кандидат химических наук, США. Анастасия координирует направление изучения и химических изменений в атмосфере. В рамках проекта «Созидательное общество» взаимодействует с научным сообществом. На ее счету десятки интервью со специалистами из разных сфер. Также Анастасия входит в группу исследователей, которые изучают рост сейсмической активности на планете. Давид Крюгер, участник проекта «Созидательное общество», географ, Германия. По своей профессии Давид хорошо знает геосистемы нашей планеты и природные явления, которые на ней происходят. Джон Ан, участник проекта «Созидательное общество», специалист в разработке и коммерциализации новых технологий в области энергетики, химических процессов и естественных наук, США. Джон имеет степень MBA, получил докторскую степень в области химической инженерии Технического университета Мюнхена и степень магистра в Калифорнийском университете в Беркли. В результате исследований мы пришли к совершенно обоснованному пониманию, что причина изменений климата никак не связано с повышением антропогенного СО2. Дело в том, что сейчас на планете растет не только температура, но и происходит рост аномалий глубоко в недрах планеты. Поэтому причина роста катаклизмов в другом. Давайте посмотрим на факты множественных тепловых аномалий, которые указывают на проблемы внутри планеты. Одним из признаков изменения климата, которые вы сами прекрасно знаете, является таяние ледников. Сегодня точно установлено, что ледники Антарктиды и Гренландии тают снизу. Но какая угроза скрывается за этим? Посмотрите на карту в центре. Вы можете видеть, что красным показана зона, где Антарктида потеряла больше всего льда с 2003 года. Как хорошо видно на карте, это только западная часть Антарктиды. Почему от глобального потепления тает только западная часть материка? Хорошо известно, что западная Антарктида – это относительно молодой континент. Посмотрите на карту. Вы видите области желто-красного цвета, которые показывают тонкую кору. Восточная часть представлена толстой массивной корой. Обратите внимание, справа на тектонической карте западная часть отличается от восточной. Вулканологам известно, что активный вулканический регион. Сегодня подо льдами Антарктиды открыт уже более 140 вулканов. Присмотритесь, где все эти вулканы? Именно в западной части Антарктиды. Где происходит таяние ледников. Вы могли слышать о том, что больше всех в Антарктиде тают два ледника – Пан-Айленд и Туэйтс. Посмотрите на карту. Они отмечены красными стрелками на карте слева. Ледниками судного дня. Множественные исследования указывают, что именно под этими ледниками находится повышенный поток, который поднимается из недр. Теорию СО2 заявляют, что это якобы человек нагревает воду, она затекает под ледник и там растапливает его. Это полный абсурд. Подумайте сами, что больше может нагреть глубинные воды под ледником, который происходит в тысячах километров. Непосредственно. На самом деле все страшнее. Обратите внимание, когда началось интенсивное таяние ледников Антарктиды. Это 1995 год. Запомните этот год. Сегодня вы много о нем услышите. С 1995 года скорость таяния льда в Антарктиде выросла на 65%. Возникает вопрос, почему интенсивное таяние ледников началось именно в этом году? Сейсмологи из НАСА обнаружили под Западной Антарктидой огромный магматический очаг Мэрибёрд. Повышенный тепловой поток из недр. И посмотрите на схеме слева красными зонами. Вы можете увидеть этот магматический очаг. Несмотря на то, что магматический очаг находился здесь в 1995 году, по необъяснимой причине активировался, что привело к повышению вулканической активности и интенсивному таянию ледников Западной Антарктиды. Неоспоримый факт, что Антарктида тает снизу из-за подъема магмы в магматическом очаге. И это происходит с 1995 года.
Right next to West Antarctica is another here. Oceanographers from Germany have found that in the Weddell Sea off the coast of West Antarctica, at a depth of more than 2,000 meters, the water has warmed up 5 times faster than the surface, whereas the upper 700 meters of water column has hardly heated at all. This is showing that the heating is coming from below, from the depth. In the graph on the bottom right, you can see how significantly the temperature has been increasing since 1995. Just imagine how much water it takes to warm up icy waters of the Antarctic Sea. The Weddell Sea is bounded on all sides by volcanic structure features that are currently showing anomalous activity. and the Bransfield Strait area is currently the most seismically active in the world. Look, it is marked on the map with a red arrow. Further in the report, you will hear about 85,000 earthquakes that occurred here within only 6 months in 2020. For comparison, before 1995, there were no more than 15,000 earthquakes per year throughout the entire Earth. This indicates that magma is reactively rising in the Bransfield Strait area, thus triggering earthquakes. It is only 5 kilometers away from breaking through. You see that the Weddell Sea, just like the entire West Antarctica, has also been heating up since 1995. And this is also due to magma descent, which is accompanied by an extreme increase in the number of earthquakes. Any sane person would understand that humans cannot influence seismic activity at the bottom of the ocean any more so in Antarctica. You will be surprised that similar processes are taking place now in the central part of Greenland. So where does the increase in heat flow under Greenland come from? Let's take a look at the video.
Greenland ရှိကဘာကျို၏အခြားအစိတ်ပိုင်းတွင်အလားတူပြင်းထန်သောရေခဲများအကြီးပြောမှုလည်းဖြစ်ပွားနေသည်2020ခုနှစ်အောက်တိုဘာလတွင်ပြုလုပ်ခဲ့သောသုတေသနပြုချက်အရ Greenland ရေခဲများသည်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်သူညအတွင်းရခင်ထက်ပိုမိုနေမြန်စွာအကြီးပြောနေပြီဖြစ်ကြောင်းပြသခဲ့သည်2019ခုနှစ်တစ်ခုတည်းတွင် Greenland ၏ရေခဲလွှာသည်သမိုင်းတွင်စံချိန်တင်ရေခဲအများဆုံးဆုံးရှုံးခဲ့သည်တန်ချိန်6ဘီလီယံ1.5ကီလိုမီတာအထူးရှိသောရေခဲမြစ်၏မျက်နှာပြင်အောက်တွင်ဒီယာမရေကန်ကြီးပေါ်လာသည်မှာအံ့ဩစရာပင်ယနေ့အထိ Greenland ၏ရေကန်6ဒါဇင်ခန့်ကိုကျုံတို့တည်ပြီးဖြစ်သည်ရင်းတို့ပတ်ဝန်းကျင်ရှိရေခဲများ၏အပူချိန်သည်အနုတ်28ဒီဂရီစင်တီဂရိတ်ဝန်းကျင်ရှိတော်လဲရင်းရေကန်များသည်ပြီးခဲ့ခြင်းမရှိပေအဖဲကြောင့်နေဤမေးခွန်းအတွက်အဖြေကိုရှာဖွေရန်သိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များစွာသုတေသနအဖွဲ့များပူးပေါင်းပါဝင်ခဲ့ကြသည် Greenland အောက်အန္တာတိကတိုက်အောက်များမှာဝိယုံပုံမွားတွေရှိနေတယ်ဆိုတာသူတို့တွေ့ရှိခဲ့တဲ့ရင်းဤပူလန်းကြောင်းမှထွက်လာသောဘူမိအပူစီးကြောင်းများသည်အောက်ရေကန်များဖြစ်ပေါ်စေပြီးရေခဲမြစ်များရေပျော်စေသည်တက်ဆွဲအားဆိုင်ရာသုတေသနကိုအသုံးပြု၍ Professor Robby Wellsဦးဆောင်သော American သိပ္ပံပညာရှင်အဖွဲ့တစ်ဖွဲ့သည် Greenland အပေါ်ယံလွှာ၏အထူးကိုခန့်မှန်းခဲ့သည်ကျွန်း၏မြောက်ဘက်ပိုင်းတွင်ရေခဲမြစ်များရေပျော်ခြင်းကိုတွေ့ရှိရပြီးအပေါ်ယံလွှာပုံမူပါလွှာပြီးအကျုံးဝင်သည့်အပုံမွားများမြင့်တက်လာခြင်းကြောင့်ဘူမိအပူစီးဆင်းမှုတိုးလာသည်ကိုတွေ့ရှိရသည်ငလျင်တက်မှန်ရိုက်ခြင်း data ကိုအသုံးပြု၍ Estimated Institute of Physics of the Earth မှသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များသည် Greenland ၏အလယ်ဗဟိုမှကမ္ဘာမြေမျက်နှာပြင်သို့မက္ကမာစီးဆင်းမှုတက်လာသည်ကိုတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည်ဤနေရာသည် Subglacial ရေကန်များအများဆုံးတည်ရှိရာနေရာဖြစ်သိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များသည်ဤမိုင်းမှာအခန်းနှင့်သက်ဆိုင်သော theory အရအပူငွေ့ကိုတွက်ချက်ပြီးရေခဲမြစ်၏ခြေရင်းကိုရေခဲများအရေပျော်မှတ်သည့်ပူနွေးစေရန်လုံလောက်ကြောင်းတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည်အလားတူရလဒ်များကိုအတည်ပြုခဲ့သည်ရလဒ်များကိုအတည်ပြုခဲ့သည်
Now, you know that the increased melting of Greenland is also due to the rise of magma in the magma chamber. The glaciers in Greenland have begun to melt from below since 1995. And this is happening faster than any time in the past 12 years. This suggests that there hasn't been such an intense rise of magma over a period of 12,000 years. But as it turns out, exactly this period of 12,000 years is of enormous importance. Next, you will learn why magma in magma chambers has begun to behave so strangely, how this threatens humankind, and when this will happen.
Кроме таяния ледников, также и существенные тепловые аномалии наблюдаются в океане. Нагревается сильнее всего. Как вы можете видеть на карте, усредненной модели больше всего океаническая вода нагревается именно в районе тектонической зоны Гренландии, то есть в области подъема магматического очага. Но какой еще ключевой процесс происходит в этой части океана? Именно в этой части последние десятилетия начался крайне аномальный процесс – остановка течения Гольфстрим. Некомпетентные журналисты пишут, что остановка Гольфстрима происходит из-за талой Гренландии. Однако по расчетам океанографов Гольфстрим в 20 раз сильнее, чем встречный ему холодный поток талой воды. Этот поток холодной воды навстречу водопаду. О каком влиянии мы можем говорить? Но в мае 2010 года произошла критическая остановка Гольфстрима, кратковременная. Почему? Геолог Джеймс Камес как остановка Гольфстрима связана с изменениями в недрах планеты. Вызвал в районе Исландии серию землетрясений и последующее известное извержение вулкана Эйяфьятлу-Юкон в марте 2010 года. И уже в мае 2010 года огромная масса горячей воды над тектонической зоной по разломам остановила движение. Вы видите сейчас этот процесс на экране. Остановка сейчас пульсирующими этапами из-за выброса огромного тепла в результате подъема магматических очагов под Гренландией. С учетом того, что магматический очаг под Гренландией становится активнее, мы все ближе к моменту полной остановки Гольфстрима. И, что важно, последний раз остановка Гольфстрима происходила 12 тысяч лет назад. Запомните, 12 тысяч лет назад. И, что важно, океанологи отмечают, что подобные явления нагрева воды происходят не только в районе Гренландии, но и во всем Мировом океане. Давайте посмотрим, что происходит.
သမုဒ္ဒရာသည်ကမ္ဘာမြေကြီးတစ်ခုလုံးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့လူသားများအတွက်တက်ရှိအရင်းမြစ်ဖြစ်သည်ဒါပေမဲ့အခုတော့တက်ရှိအရင်းမြစ်မဖြစ်တော့ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့တည်ခြင်းအတွက်အရင်းမြစ်ဖြစ်လာတော့မှဖြစ်ပါတယ်စဉ်းစားကြည့်ပါသမုဒ္ဒရာပူနွေးလာမှုပြီးနှစ်30အတွင်း450တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီးသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များ၏အဆိုအရဟီရိုရှီမာတွင်အနုမြူပုံ9လုံးဆက်တိုက်ပောက်ကွဲပါကသမုဒ္ဒရာသည်ယခုနှုန်းဖြင့်အပူချိန်တက်လာစေရန်အတွက်စွမ်းရည်များစွာလိုအပ်ကြောင်းသိရသည့်အဆိုးဆုံးအချက်မှာသမုဒ္ဒရာသည်မျက်နှာပြင်ပေါ်တွင်သာမကအနက်တွင်ပါအပူရှိန်ရှိနေသည်အမေရိကန်သုတေသီအဖွဲ့တစ်ဖွဲ့သည်လွန်ခဲ့သည့်နှစ်ပေါင်း60အတွင်းသမုဒ္ဒရာ၏ပြင်းပြအနက်မှပူနွေးမှုသည်ယခင်နှစ်ပေါင်း30တူညကထက်15ဆပိုမိုပူနွေးလာကြောင်းတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည်ပြီးတော့ဒီတိုးတက်မှုကနှစ်တိုင်းအရှိန်ရနေတယ်လောလောဆယ်တွင်ဒီအပူပမာဏသည်မြည်သည့်အရက်ကလာသည်ကိုဘယ်သိပ္ပံပညာမှရှင်းမပြနိုင်သေးပေနေမှသမုဒ္ဒရာအပူပေးခြင်းနှင့်ဖန်လုံအိမ်ဓာတ်ငွေ့ခုနှစ်ထုတ်လွှတ်မှုဆိုင်ရာသီအိုရီများကိုသာထည့်သွင်းစဉ်းစားနိုင်သည့်သို့သောဤအကြောင်းပြချက်များသည်သမုဒ္ဒရာ၏အပေါ်ပိုင်းလွှာများသာအနက်မီတာ200အထိအပူရှိန်ကိုရှင်းပြနိုင်သည့်အကြောင်းမှာနေ၏ရောင်ခြည်သည်ပုံမိုနှဆိုင်စွာမစိမ့်ဝင်နိုင်သောကြောင့်ဖြစ်သည့်ရေသည်နေမှအမြင့်ဆုံးမီတာ900အထိအပူပေးနိုင်သည်နက်နယ်သောသမုဒ္ဒရာအလွှာများ၏ပူနွေးလာမှုဆိုင်ရာဖြစ်ရပ်မှန်များစွာကိုကျွန်တော်တို့မြည်သို့ရှင်းပြနိုင်မည်နည်းစဉ်းစားကြည့်ပါကမ္ဘာသမုဒ္ဒရာများကဲ့သို့ရေထုတဲကိုအပူပေးရန်အတွက်စွမ်းရည်မြများလိုအပ်သနည်းအောက်ခြေတွင်သာမကမျက်နှာပြင်ပေါ်တွင်လည်းဤကဲ့သို့မမှန်မကန်အပူပေးသည့်ဥပမာများကိုကျွန်တော်တို့တွေ့မြင်နေရသည်2013နှစ်ကုန်ပိုင်းတွင်အမေရိကန်ပြည်ထောင်စု၏အရွယ်အစား3ပုံ1ပုံခန့်ရှိသောပုံမှန်မဟုတ်သောပူနွေးသောသမုဒ္ဒရာရေဧရိယာသည်အလက်စကာပင်လယ်ကွေ့တွင်ဖြစ်ပေါ်လာပြီးစတင်ပြန့်နှံ့လာသည်နေရာတော်များများတွင်ရေပူချိန်သည်စံနှုန်း5မှ6ဒီဂရီစင်တီဂရိတ်ထက်ကျော်လွန်နေပါသည် National Geographic ကရင်းအားပစိဖိတ်ကိုပူနွေးစေသောဧရာမရေစက်ဟုအမည်ပေးခဲ့သည့်ဝါရှင်တန်ရှိပြည်နယ်ရာသီဥတုပညာရှင်နဲ့ကပေါင်းကဤဖြစ်စဉ်ကို The Blow ဟုအမည်ပေးခဲ့သည်ထို့သို့သောကွဲလွဲမှုများ၏အသွင်ပြင်သည်ရုတ်တရက်ပို၍မကြာခဏဖြစ်လာသည်ဤ blob များအားလုံးကိုပေါင်းစပ်ဖွဲ့စည်းထားသောနေရာများကိုစူးစီးပေးသောတူညီသောအရာတစ်ခုရှိပါသည်ယင်းတို့သည်သေးငယ်ပြီးပါလာသည့်အပေါ်ယံလွှာရှိသော ဘူမိဗေဒအရတက်ကြွသောဒေတာများဖြစ်ပြီးရေအောက်မီးတောင်များအကွဲကြောင်းများနှင့်ကမ္ဘာမြေမျက်နှာပြင်ရှိနက်နဲသောပြည့်ရွေ့များပါဝင်သည်ယင်းတို့သည်အပူနှင့်မက္ကမာ၏အတက်ကြွဆုံးထွက်ပေါက်များဖြစ်သည်သမုဒ္ဒရာကိုရာသီဥတု၏မီးဖိုချောင်ဟုခေါ်သည်မြင်း၏ရေပြင်ပူနွေးလာမှုသည်နှစ်စဉ်ထောင်နှင့်ချီသောလူသားများ၏အသက်ကိုချိန်ချောက်နေသည့်ကပ်ပေးကြီးတိုင်ဖုန်းများနှင့်ဟာရီကိန်းများကိုတိုးမြင့်လာစေနေပြီဖြစ်သည်သမုဒ္ဒရာ၏မကြုံစဖူးအပူရှိန်ကြောင့်သမုဒ္ဒရာသည်ကမ္ဘာမြေကြီး၏ဥမာကြီးမှလွတ်မြောက်ရန်ကြိုးစားနေသောစွမ်းအင်ကိုတိုးလောင်နိုင်စွမ်းကုန်ဆုံးနေပြီဟုညွှန်ပြနေသည့်မက္ကမာသည်သမုဒ္ဒရာများထက်ပြင်းများနှင့်သုံးဆပိုထူသည့်တိုက်ကြီးအပေါ်ရန်လွှာ၏တိတ်သေးပြီးပိုထူသောကြောက်လွှာများသို့ရောက်ရှိသောအခါကုန်းနေမိတောင်များပောက်ကွဲသည့်ဖြစ်စဉ်များစတင်မည်ဖြစ်ပြီးယင်းဖြစ်စဉ်ကိုရပ်တန့်ရန်သို့မဟုတ်ကယ်တင်ခြင်းကိုရှာဖွေရန်အချိန်နှောင်းသွားမည်ဖြစ်သည်ယင်းဖြစ်စဉ်ကိုရပ်တန့်ရန်သို့မဟုတ်ကယ်တင်ခြင်းကိုရှာဖွေရန်အချိန်နှောင်းသွားမည်ဖြစ်သည်
As we can see,
Alright,
the
she name,
ocean
alright.
is warming at the seafloor, not only in the Weddell Sea, but also all over the world. Even the mid-depth are warming, while
Alright,
huge
General,
volumes of
the
heated
low-key
water,
lonely
those
room, man.
called blobs, are rising to the surface. Note that such huge blobs of hot water have been appearing more and more frequently since 1995. Look at the bottom right graph. Honestly, no human emissions are capable of heating up the ocean as much as 7 degrees Celsius over such a short period of time. All the more so, only in local areas. In light of this, the theory that anthropogenic emissions warm the oceans sounds ridiculous.
Как мы уже поняли, океан нагревается
General,
поднимающейся магмой. Как это происходит? Сейчас вы услышите уникальную информацию об одном из механизмов нагрева. Внимание на экран.
Think about it. That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves.
The
ocean from below, like a pot on a burner. So let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are out there. As we plunge, we discover giant mountains at the occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater volcanoes outpouring of lava. Explosive eruptions because of the pressure of the water column, and thus it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. Recent research is changing what is the mechanism of such an eruption? From 10 to 30,000 bars, but the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is 1,000 bars. An abrupt burst of magma fills up, and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas water cavity, like a bubble, with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect on the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of
Bogdan
self-explosive
Trojanek.
eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from
researchers
Leeds.
They
They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere, and their eruptions are occasional, why then has the ocean heated up so much over the last 30 years?
တကယ်တမ်းပင်လယ်သမုဒ္ဒရာကြီးကအရန်ပူနွေးလာတဲ့အခါမှာပူလာတဲ့အခါမှာ
По-настоящему страшно то, что вулканы не расположены по всему морскому дну, но нагрев идет уже во всем океане. Это говорит, что греют не только подводные вулканы, но и сама магма начинает внедряться в морское дно и нагревать океан. И я прошу вас обратить особое внимание на еще одно из этого видео. На дне океана в расхожем угле происходят мощные взрывные извержения. Запомните то, что магма может резко внедряться в морское дно и образовывать пузырь, который нейтрализует давление столба. И тем самым возникают условия для мощного взрыва на дне океана.
The heating of the ocean has been going since 1995. Our Rotary, who is a professor at Maryland Institute, also pointed out that as of this year, various ocean and atmospheric parameters have begun changing. He pointed out that as the atmospheric humidity begins to increase, which is due to the heating of the ocean from beneath. Take a look at the changes in 1995, marked on a graph as a red arrow. Professor Arthur Vittorito discovered that in 1995, seismic activity began to increase unprecedented rate along the boundaries of thin oceanic plate in the mid-ocean. Look at the map at the right, showing the increase in activity, and the red arrow on the graph indicates the spike in the earthquakes in 1995. So far, we have seen a part of the climate change research, not just from the perspective of climatology, but also from the standpoint of various scientific fields: oceanology, glaciology, geology, volcanology, and tectonics. This integrated approach enables us to see the more comprehensive picture. So, let us make some intermediate conclusions. Since 1995, there has been intense ascent of magma. This results in, first, increased melting of the glaciers of West Antarctica and Greenland from the bottom up. Second, warming of the Weddell Sea. Third, an increase in a number of thermal anomalies and ocean heating. Fourth, increased seismic activity along plate boundaries at the ocean floor. Let us once again note that all facts voiced here were obtained from public sources, and you can easily verify them on your own and arrive at the same conclusions. Next, you will hear about even more anomalous processes in the interior of our planet, which started in 1995. The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Earthquakes usually occur at the depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the crust is more brittle and has crack. But the last decade have seen an increase in the number of earthquakes at the depth where the earthquakes had been not happening previously and considered impossible. These are the depths of more than 700 kilometers, where the earthquakes are not supposed to occur because the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic, like a molding clay, and they are enabled to crack. Over recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquake has increased by a factor of 10. Remember this. So why do earthquakes at such depth where they have never been occurred before? You will learn about this from the report later today. The highest number of the deep focus earthquakes is observed in the area where Honga Tonga Honga Ha'apai volcano erupted in January 22. Look, it is marked with a red arrow on the map, and the worst part it is that it's just outside the Mariana Trench, which has the thinnest oceanic crust, a mere 5 kilometers. This is an important fact. Please take a note of that as well. Seismic activity is increasing both on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in the regions where they have never seen before. The number of earthquakes, their magnitude, and energy are increasing. Note that in 1990, the first distinct rise of the earthquakes took place. Look at the map in front of you. It depicts the earthquakes before and after 1995. You can see the fact that earthquakes began to expand away from the edges of plate and occur in a new territory. It is important to emphasize that the recorded growth of the seismic activity over past 30 years has nothing to do with the number of seismic sensors on the planet. Look at the graph. The black dots continuously show the events started to be registered around the planet, which indicates that the observation network is very dense. By 1973, the number of installed seismic stations around the world had already been to record all earthquakes of magnitude 4 or greater, regardless where they occurred. Let's see what it means for us, people.
မြင်းကလေးများနှင့်မီးတောင်များကဘာမြေတွင်းပိုင်းဤစွမ်းအားသည်ရင်းဤမျက်နှာပြင်ပေါ်တွင်မခန့်မှန်းနိုင်လောက်သည့်ပတ်ဝန်းကျင်ရှိတက်ရှိအားလုံးပြတ်သုံးခြင်းနှင့်အလွန်ကြီးမားသည့်ပျက်စီးမှုများကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေကြောင်းပြသထားသည့်မကြာသေးမီနှစ်များအတွင်းဤဂျိုကဘာများမှစွမ်းအင်ထုတ်လွှတ်မှုသည်အလွန်ကြီးမားသောခုန်ပြန်ကျော်လွှားမှုများဖြင့်အစမတန်ကြီးထွားလာခဲ့သည်2015ခုနှစ်တွင်ဂျပန်နိုင်ငံအနီးအနက်951ကီလိုမီတာ၌သိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များနားမလည်နိုင်မရှင်းပြနိုင်သောစံချန်တင်မြင်းကလင်းလောက်ခတ်မှုတစ်ခုစတင်ဖြစ်ပေါ်အားခဲ့သည်ကိုမှတ်တမ်းတင်ထားခဲ့သည်ယင်းကိုသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်အတိုင်းဝိုင်းကအရင်တစ်ခါမှမမြင်ဘူးသလိုတကယ်တမ်းတွင်မဖြစ်နိုင်ဟုယူဆထားခဲ့ကြသည် မြင်းကလေးများသည် lithospheric clay တုံးများကွဲထွက်ပြီးရွေးရှားကြသည့်အခါတွင်မှကဘာ၏အပေါ်ဆုံးမှကာထားသောအလွှာနှင့်အပေါ်ရန်လွှာများတွင်သာဖြစ်ပေါ်သည်ဟုယူဆထားခဲ့ကြသည်အလွန်တရာနှက်ဆိုင်သည့်အတွင်းပိုင်းတွင်ကျက်ဝတ္ထုသည်ပို၍ပျော့ပြောင်းပြီးကျွတ်ဆက်သောဖန်ခွက်ကဲ့သို့ပြုမှုခြင်းမရှိဘဲပလတ်စတစ်ရွှံများကဲ့သို့ပို၍ပြုမှုသည်ယင်းတွင်ပြိုကွဲကျိုးပဲ့သွားစရာဘာတစ်ခုမှမရှိပေသို့ပေမည်ငလင်တွေဖြစ်ပေါ်နေစေဖြစ်ပြီးယင်းကပင်အဓိကအကြောင်းအချက်ဖြစ်သည်ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတဲ့အပိုင်းကတော့လေးလင်းတို့၏အရေးအတွက်နှင့်ပြင်းအားများကတိုးလာနေခြင်းပဲဖြစ်သည်မြင်းကလေးများသည်ပုံမနှက်ဆိုင်လာခဲ့သည်သာမကပဲပျက်စီးမှုကိုပို၍ဖြစ်စေနိုင်သောကဘာမျက်နှာပြင်လွှာနှင့်လည်းပို၍နီးကပ်လာခဲ့ခြင်းဖြစ်သည်ယနေ့ခေတ်တွင်ယင်းတို့အထက်မှပို၍များသောအရေးအတွက်သည်အနက်10ကီလိုမီတာခန့်တွင်စူးစီးဖြစ်ပေါ်နေခြင်းဖြစ်သည်ဥပမာအားဖြင့်2022ခုနှစ်ဧပြီလအစောပိုင်း၌တည်တာသောပြင်းအား4.5မှ9.3အထိရှိသောအတွဲလိုက်ငလင်လောက်ခတ်မှု36ခုလုံးသည် New Caledonia အနီးရွာဖြစ်ပွားခဲ့သည်ဟေတီတွင်2020ခုနှစ်ဩဂုတ်လတွင်အလားတူပြင်းအားနှင့်အနက်ပေရှိသောငလင်လောက်ခတ်မှုတစ်ကြိမ်တည်းကလူပေါင်း2200ကျော်ကိုတေကျေပျက်စီးစေခဲ့သည်လူအများသေစေနိုင်တဲ့ယခုလိုချင်းချောက်မှုမျိုးဟာကမ္ဘာမျက်နှာပြင်နှင့်ပို၍နီးကပ်လာနေပါသည်ကျွန်ုပ်တို့၏မျက်လုံးများ၏ရှေ့မှောက်၌ပင်အကွဲကြောင်းများဖြစ်ပေါ်လာပြီးပြည့်ရွေ့ကြောင်းများအသက်ဝင်လှုပ်ရှားလာနေသည်ကိုမြင်တွေ့ကြရသည်မြေပြင်သည်အမှန်တကယ်ပင်ကျွန်ုပ်တို့ခြေအစုံအောက်၌ကွဲကြေပြည့်ရွေ့ပြီးအိုးအိမ်များကိုအလုံးလိုက်ဝါမြုပ်ခဲ့သည်အမေရိကန်ကင်ညာအိုက်စလန်တူရကီတရုတ်လိုက်ဘက်ကော်နှင့်အခြားဒေသများတွင်ပြည့်ရွေ့ကြောင်းများအသက်ဝင်လှုပ်ရှားခဲ့ကြသည်ရင်းပြည့်ရွေ့ကြောင်းတစ်ခုချင်းသည်အဆုံးမရှိသောပျက်စီးမှုများကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေနိုင်ပြီးမိမိခြေပွားအောက်၌ဖွင့်ဟာထားသည့်အတူရနက်သော6ပင်ဖြစ်သည်ကဘာမြေကျိုးပေါ်တွင်စောင့်ကြည့်နေသောအုံနှင့်ကျင်းနှင့်ဖြစ်ပေါ်နေသည့်ငလင်လောက်ခတ်မှုများ၏အစုအဝေးသည်ပုံမှန်စီးကျက်ကြစွာပင်စုဝေးဖြစ်ပေါ်လျက်ရှိပြီးအကျဉ်းရေးအတွက်ကလည်းတိုးပွားလာနေသည့်ဒေတာတွင်တစ်ခု၌ပင်အချိန်သိပ်မခြားဘဲနှင့်ပြင်းအားစတူလောက်ငလင်လောက်ခတ်မှုများစူးစီးဖြစ်ပေါ်နေမှုကို swarm လက္ခဏာအတွင်းပြင်တစ်ခုအနေနှင့်သတ်မှတ်သည့်အုံလိုက်ကျင်းလိုက်ငလင်လောက်ခတ်မှုများတွင်လှုပ်ခတ်မှုတစ်ခုချင်းစီ၌လှုပ်ခတ်မှုအရေးအတွက်သည်အနှဲငယ်သို့မဟုတ်ဒါဇင်အနှဲငယ်မှအကျဉ်းရာနှင့်ချီ၍တခါတရံတွင်ထောင်ကနန်းအထိတိုးလာပြီးမြင်းတို့၏ပြင်းအားနှင့်ကြာမြင့်ချိန်သည်လည်းတိုးလာခဲ့သည်ရင်းမှာကြောက်ဆောင်များ၏သေးငယ်လှသောအကွဲကြောင်းများအတွင်းသို့မက္ကမာကြောက်ရည်ပူများနှင့်တံငွေပူများကျူးကျော်ဝင်ရောက်ခြင်းကြောင့်ဖြစ်သည်ယခုအခါအုံလိုက်ကျင်းလိုက်လှုပ်ခတ်နေခြင်းများကိုပြည့်ရွေ့စုံများနှင့်မိတောင်များအနီးတွင်သာမကဘဲပို၍ငြိမ်သက်သောဒေတာများအတွက်လည်းမှတ်တမ်းတင်ထားသည်ငြိမ်သက်သည့်ကမ္ဘာတိုက်ကြီးတစ်ခု၏ဒေတာ၌တည်ရှိသောအိန္ဒိယနိုင်ငံဘောက်ရာအရက်ဒေတာတွင်2018ခုနှစ်စက်တင်ဘာလမှစ၍ငလင်များစုပုံလှုပ်ခတ်ခဲ့ရယနေ့တိုင်ဆက်လက်လှုပ်ခတ်နေဆဲဖြစ်သည်နှစ်အတွင်း၌ပြင်သေးငယ်သောဧရိယာလေးတစ်ခုအတွင်း၌ပြင်းအား3.8ရှိသောငလျင်အကြိမ်ပေါင်း9000ခန့်လှုပ်ခတ်ခဲ့သည်ထို့ပြင်အန္တာတိကတိုက်ကမ်းလွန်ရှိ Bransfield ရေလက်ကြားတွင်ဩဂုတ်လ2020မှစတင်၍ဖြစ်ပွားနေမှုဖြစ်ဆက်များကိုသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များကကြီးမားသောမိုင်းမှာကဘာမြေအောက်ရှိကြောက်ရည်ပူများကျူးကျော်ဝင်ရောက်ခြင်းဟုဖော်ပြခဲ့ကြသည်ပထမ6လအတွင်း၌အမြင့်ဆုံးပြင်းအား6ရှိသည့်ငလင်လှုပ်ခတ်မှုပေါင်း85တူမြခန့်ကိုဖော်ထုတ်တွေ့ရှိခဲ့ရသည်ပုံမှန်အားဖြင့်တော့ဒီဖြစ်စဉ်တွေဟာလူသားတွေရဲ့တက်တန်းတစ်လျှောက်ကာလအတွင်းဘူမိဗေဒရဲ့အချိန်တိုင်းတာနဲ့ရှင်ပြီးဖြစ်ပေါ်နေပါတယ်ဟုဤလေ့လာမှုကိုပူတွဲရေးသားသူ Potsdam ရှိသုတေသနစင်တာမှမြင်းကလေးပညာရှင် Simon Saska ကဆိုပါတယ်မိုက်မာသည်6လအတွင်းမျက်နှာပြင်သို့စုစုပေါင်းกว่าဝေး၏နှစ်3ခီးနှင်ပြီးကမ္ဘာအတွင်းပိုင်းမှ lithospheric အလွှာပြားများကိုအမှန်တကယ်ဝါမျိုးနေသည့်ကတ်ဆိုးကြီးတစ်ခုအဖြစ်ပောက်ကွဲထွက်မလာမီယခုဆို9ကီလိုမီတာအရွယ်ရှိတဲ့ကြောက်တုံးလောက်ပဲကျန်ပါတော့တယ်အဲ့ဒါကဥပမာတစ်ခုပဲရှိပါသေးတယ်အလားတူဖြစ်ရများကနေရာအနှံ့ပြားမှာဖြစ်ပေါ်နေပါတယ်အလားတူဖြစ်ရများကနေရာအနှံ့ပြားမှာဖြစ်ပေါ်နေပါတယ်
The way the seismic activity is rapidly increasing these days is a catastrophe. But the most concerning thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic agencies, the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes until 2014, earthquake trends for major international databases were the same. And now, watch closely. Look at the graph. How did the curves start to behave after 2014? we see a complete discrepancy in
Ayo,
the data
data
from different
male
seismic
di
databases.
kwebya mu ro shi nai
What
ma
happened?
le.
This graph shows all unique earthquakes from different databases. You can see from different color bars that
tu ni le
until
kala ba ma
2014,
tin shu
the
mien nai ma le.
databases registered the same set of earthquakes. But since
And
2015, they have started to register different sets of earthquakes, chaotically, regardless of the region. Simply put, they began to put all events into different baskets. Scientists use a particular database, relying on its validity, and as a result, they see no real increase in seismic activity and rely on incomplete data in their studies. The largest correction was made to the range of seismic events with magnitudes from 3 to 4. You can see that a chunk of data for small magnitudes is missing. Can you believe Indonesia, one of the most seismically active regions, has stopped having small magnitude earthquakes? Their number has dropped from 3,500 to 8. And there are many more such examples of data distortion and underreporting of magnitudes. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told. The absurdity of it is that if you ask those databases why they're deleting earthquakes of magnitude 4 and smaller, and why the increase in magnitude is not shown, they'll find excuses saying that it is difficult to do with these data, that there are too many events, and that they have changed the criteria of including low magnitude earthquakes in their catalog. In other words, as soon as the number of earthquakes of magnitude 4 started growing, they started deleting them and explaining this by technical difficulties. It is ridiculous to justify the data forgery in this way, taking into account the modern development of database storage technologies, as well as the data processing by neural networks and artificial intelligence. Why are magnitude less than 4 being deleted? Because they reflect the process of magma ascent most clearly. Prior to eruption, seismic activity often starts increasing. And all facts indicate, however, that in the near future, we should expect a significant increase in seismic events of higher magnitude. The real increase in seismic activity on the planet looks like this. To our deep regret, we are forced to state that this is what the progression of seismic activity on the Earth looks like. It is growing exponentially. Look closely. Further in the report, we will show you how events will unfold according to the mathematical model. It is important to note that if you just search for the first seismic trend on the graph on the internet, it will very likely come from only one database. So it will not show you the actual dynamics. But the most shocking thing is that nobody even compares the earthquake database from different databases. Nobody conducts a truly global study and monitoring of the actual seismicity on the planet. Isn't that absurd? That's why we started analyzing the data ourselves. You can download the seismic databases yourselves and verify the information, and you too will see the scam taking place. We understand that they resort to such methods because they see no way out and don't want to sow panic among people. But how can we call those who do this true scientists? And now, let's examine one clear metaphor to help us understand what's going on in the world today.
Thank you so much, John. Yes, indeed, manipulation of information occurs not only with scientific data, but also in the media. Two opposing theories of climate change can be found today. The first one is that the climate change is the result of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. And the second is that the climate is not changing. There are mass media outlets that support one theory or another by promoting it. But the that both theories are sponsored by the same sources,
theory
whether the
နှစ်ခု
media
စလုံး
in
က
both
ဒီ
cases
နေရာ
are
ပဲ ထွက်
owned by
လာ
the same masters of manipulation. We are supposedly given a choice, given
Pero,
two hypotheses,
tanta mu
but they
lâu
are
này mà.
equally irrelevant to reality. There is a mass mind
Pero
manipulation
sick
going
của
on
ta
at
đi
a
ạ.
time where we
Nó
should
chung này
have
tao bỏ xí quá.
ringing the alarm bell a long time ago. This
Ê
can
à, cả
associate
sân người này này nè.
referred to it. Imagine you and I are living in the city
Trên anh
where a
này, mà
fire
đâu
has
từ từ này này ở trên.
The homes on the outskirts are all catching fire.
Sick
We
bù đấy.
worry and ask
Đi
a
con thâu mà.
question, what is going on? And we are immediately offered different
Ê ô, ngã
answers
đâu
to
à.
choose from.
Chắc chắn
Some
thì lại
say
mà đi
it's
theo
not a
đuổi
fire
thâu
at
bà.
all, it's some kind of
Thì
hallucination,
điều
it's your
đuổi thâu bà.
fantasy, nothing is coming at you at all. It's just a glam, you know,
Chắc
a
chỉ lại mà.
sunset, don't worry. Others will, some kids running around with flashlights, you know, nothing to
Pero,
worry about.
sick
And
bù
another
giảm rồi
folks
khá lý
going
đi,
to tell you
flashlight,
it's a herd
rất
of
lâu à.
cows and their reflections are coloring the sky. So
Ê,
there
đi
are,
đi lòng mà
just
đi
stay
vào.
peacefully, keep on sleeping and just have a good rest.
Đi chơi mà mẹ.
Meanwhile, some others
Nhá đi à.
actively try to invite you to do
Ê,
some
cái
other
chỗ à,
activities. Look,
tao
there are some kind
phải
of
cho bù chú
websites
ra.
for the money. Go check it out or take a look what kind of speech
Pero,
was
cho nó đi
delivered
cả
by
bà
our
này đi through
governor
bellow speech
just
thì
yesterday. Hurry up, go
truyền
listen.
thông này là.
The city see and hear this.
Pero, cho nó rút bà
What
là
are we
qua mà.
supposed to do? We see that our neighbors' homes
Pero, cho nó rút
already
ý
caught
nà
fire.
trên này, hậu tiền mỹ
And
mũi
by
này.
all laws and simple logic, we're gonna be next.
Pero, cho nó rút bà
So
là
what should we
tên nào
do?
đấy.
Should we then go tell them, yeah, sleep well, your house is gonna burn tomorrow, not today. So there is nothing to panic about until tomorrow. You
Pero,
shouldn't be
mà nãy
nervous.
phèn này được trao
So
này
should we
giảm
wake
lũ.
up and wake our neighbors as soon as possible? And yes, when they wake up, they're gonna be terrified. But
Pero,
these
tụi lũ
emotions and
đổ thả
hormones
là
will
chỉ mà
activate
đó.
their muscles and the strength and will help them to get the buckets and quickly put out the fire in the
Pero,
neighborhood homes
mi ò nhé mù
before
gì
you
xa
get
bà
burn
mà.
your homes down. Isn't that
Pero,
what
cho
we're
nó
supposed to be
lúc
doing
tên nào là.
to save our homes right now before they burn down? Are we going to just quietly wait until our
Pero,
house
cho nó
is
rút
gonna take
ý
fire?
million là gì xong đi mà
I
là.
think it's enough of these lies for all of us. It's time for us to
Pero,
put
kể
the
ra
fire
nó
out. And of
mi
course,
ò chính ta
we're
mà
gonna
chỉ
go
dòng
get
này mà.
buckets and run to put the fire
Nhàn
out
giống
as
bộ.
soon as possible. Otherwise, if we're not
Ok,
gonna do
là
it
lo
today,
thì
all
chỉ
of
ní
our
rộng lâu
homes
này
will
mà.
burn down tomorrow alone with ourselves. So we must
Cho nó
take
rút
action because
action you bà mẹ, action lâu bà mẹ.
one thing that we can do, we can unite and put the
Pero,
house
mi nhé mù tụi alo,
fire out
su pa mi
together.
nhé ta bà mẹ.
And there's going to be no one but us to do this.
Ta luyện,
This is a simple example.
luyện
Putting
cú
out the
rẽ
fire
mà ta cú
is
bà.
all about informing the reality of climate
Pero, ta kê, bà
situation
mi gì
on the
mà.
planet. The media
Ta
and
đi
those
đu
who
rẽ,
own them
chế
are
này
not
cô.
doing this because they simply have no solution to this situation. In order to maintain calmness, peace, and stability in the masses and prevent
Pero,
panic, they are
hay là nào.
forced to lie to us.
À, quê bố.
In actual fact, there is a way out of the
Ta đi đu
climate
ý à.
collapse. But in order to
Yêu
do
quê
so,
biết gì
everyone
là.
must wake up, learn about the ongoing and
Ta mẹ phía
upcoming
phía
events,
mà.
and start taking action.
Dù rẽ tí bố lù
People
bà
need
rẽ,
to
mà
know
ngô
the
tí
truth.
bố lù bà rẽ.
Also, in today's report, you
Pero,
will learn
tin tí bà lê
how
mà.
the attention gets diverted from the main topic by fighting CO2, making money of all of us, and simulating the
Pero, lù rẽ cô, đi climate cô, fight lỡ bố tuệ, long sọ bê bố.
Vielen Dank, Sally, für dieses sehr anschauliche Beispiel. Unsere Häuser stehen tatsächlich in Flammen und der Klima-Cerberus läuft auf dem Planeten frei herum und beginnt, ihn in Stücke zu reißen. Im weiteren Verlauf des Berichts werden wir Schritt für Schritt aufzeigen, was mit dem Klima geschehen wird, wann es geschehen wird, wozu es führen wird und vor allem, was der Ausweg aus dieser Situation für die gesamte Menschheit ist. Kehren wir zu den Vorgängen zurück, die im Inneren des Planeten passieren. Was geschieht auf dem Planeten seit 1990? Es beginnt eine abrupte Verschiebung des magnetischen Nordpols, und zwar mit einer Geschwindigkeit, die um das Vierfache höher als die gewöhnliche ist. Gleichzeitig kommt es zu einer Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes 10-fach schneller als zuvor. Warum geschieht dies? Die Verschiebung des magnetischen Nordpols ist auf die Beschleunigung des Stroms von Flüssigeisen im äußeren Erdkern zurückzuführen. Das bewirkt die Zunahme der südatlantischen Anomalie. Das ist ein Gebiet, in dem das Magnetfeld sehr schwach ist, das wie eine Welt der Erde ist. Die Größe dieser Anomalie hat sich in den letzten Jahrzehnten verdoppelt. Das geschieht auch wegen der anomalen Bewegung der Ströme im flüssigen Kern des Planeten. Als Folge der Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes dringen die Nordlichter nun in südliche Breiten vor, wo sie bisher nicht zu sehen waren. Und das ist ein alarmierendes Zeichen, denn es bedeutet, dass die Schutzwirkung des Magnetfeldes vor kosmischer Strahlung abnimmt. Die Anzahl der Blitze nimmt zu. Das elektromagnetische Feld gerät ins Ungleichgewicht. Die Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes wirkt sich bereits auf die oberen Schichten der Atmosphäre aus, sodass diese weniger dicht und kühler werden. Aber das ist noch nicht alles. Was man dann über die Veränderung auf dem Planeten hört, ist schockierend. Im Jahr 1995, gleichzeitig mit der Verschiebung des Magnetpols, änderte die Rotationsachse des Planeten ihre Richtung und der Planet begann sich 17 Mal schneller als zuvor zu bewegen. Die Verschiebung der Rotationsachse des Planeten begann, ihre Trajektorie zu ändern. Schauen Sie auf die Grafik rechts. Die blauen Kreise stellen hier die Rotationsachse dar, wie sie vor 1995 war. Die orangefarbenen Kreise zeigen die neue Trajektorie. Die zeigt, dass sich die Drehung der Erdachse zur Seite verschiebt. Was bedeutet die Verschiebung der Rotationsachse des Planeten? Stellen Sie sich vor, es ist, als ob eine Nacht der Globus dreht, plötzlich an einen anderen Ort versetzt wird. Dies deutet auf ein völliges Ungleichgewicht im gesamten System hin.
В это же время, с 1995 года, наблюдается еще один из этапов беспрецедентного ускорения вращения планеты. Ускорение происходит скачкообразно. Планета резко ускоряется, затем немного замедляется, и затем снова ускоряется еще сильнее. Посмотрите на графике. Желтые линии — это линии трендов, которые показывают, с какой скоростью сокращаются сутки. Например, левая линия более пологая, в то время как правая линия ускорения с 2016 года практически уже вертикальная, то есть сутки сокращаются в разы быстрее. Что это означает? Что наша планета резко раскручивается, как волчок, и с каждым разом все сильнее. Из-за чего же в 1995 году начинают происходить изменения в магнитном поле, траектории оси вращения планеты и скорости вращения? Мало кто знает о настоящей ядерной угрозе. Настоящая ядерная угроза — это ядро. Ядро нашей планеты. Ядро нашей планеты — это целая система, которая синхронизирует и стабилизирует все процессы в Земле. Оно играет главенствующую роль в климатических изменениях, происходящих прямо сейчас на нашей планете. Планета состоит из двух частей. Внутреннее ядро — огромная твердая масса. Вокруг него внешнее жидкое ядро из расплавленного железа, которое постоянно вращается. Течение расплавленного железа во внешнем ядре генерирует электромагнитное поле Земли, которое, в свою очередь, создает гравитационное поле планеты. Да, магнитное поле, которое создается ядром, в свою очередь создает гравитационное поле планеты. И прогрессивные физики знают об этом. Гравитация есть проявление энергии мировой среды электромагнитного поля. Градиент давления этой среды создает силу тяготения. Вы легко можете найти эту информацию при желании. Вернемся к ядру планеты. Долгое время вращение ядра оставалось неизменным, однако несколько десятилетий назад ситуация радикально изменилась. Все, что мы с вами уже знаем об аномалиях в магнитном поле и движении ядра, говорит о том, что произошел сбой в работе самого ядра. И это катастрофа. Что же происходит с ядром нашей планеты? Давайте посмотрим видео.
Another important evidence, confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core, is the drastic acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole's drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. There was a sharp increase in the speed of the North Magnetic Pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes. Worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more. June 29, 2022 was recorded as the shortest day of the history of observations. The previous record was just 2 years ago. Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future.
Let's make brief conclusions from the video. As you understand, in 1995, irreversible destructive processes began to occur in the core of our planet. These can be seen change in the magnetic field. And as in 1998, there was a peak which exacerbated all processes many times over. As a result, the core of the Earth shifted abruptly northwards towards Siberia. And now we are observing complete destabilization of the core. To better understand what is going on, you can compare the rotation of the planet to the real balancing process, Balancing is very important for the wheel so that undercarriage does not get
balance ကရန်ရေးကြီးပါတယ်
our planet goes into destabilization mode.
အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကမ္ဘာမြေကြီးက stability မရှိတော့ဘူးဆိုရင်
As a result
Force
of
တွေကိုဖြစ်စေတဲ့
bouncing
အကြောင်းရ
core,
င်းတွေ compromise
serious
လုပ်ရပါမယ်
gravitational changes began, and there appeared irregularities in
အဲ့တော့
inertia
ပုံသဏ္ဍာန်မမှန်တဲ့ဟာတွေတော့ကမ္ဘာကြီးမှာဖြစ်
change
ပြ
in
နေ
the
ပါတယ်
Earth's center of mass also
အဲ့တော့
affected
ကမ္ဘာရဲ့အ
Earth's
လယ်မှာရှိတဲ့
moon
ဒီ
system.
ဗဟိုချက်မ
The
ပေါ့နော်
orbit of the
အဲ့ဒီဟာ
moon has already begun to change. In other words, destabilization of the system has already led to a change in the moon's orbit.
အဲ့
In
တော့
the coming
လ
years,
ကမ္ဘာရဲ့
as
ပ
the
လန်ကြောင့်
processes continue to escalate, we will see the moon change its
အဲ့
orbit
တော့
around
လိုက်
Earth
ဒီ
more
ကလည်းလကမ္ဘာ
significantly.
ဂျိုကလည်းပြောင်းလဲနေတာပါပဲပြောင်းလဲတာတွေ့ရပါတယ်
И важно понимать, что сдвиг ядра сказывается на движении магмы в недрах планеты. Посмотрите на траекторию направления сдвига ядра
က
в
မ္ဘာမြေအတွင်းမှာ
1998
magma
году.
တွေ
Скачок
ဖြစ်ပေါ်လာ
ядра
ဖို့
вызвал
ပြောင်းလဲ
две
ချက်တွေ
волны
အဲ့
подъема
ဒီ
магмы из
idiot
недр
က
в противоположных направлениях. Один поток магмы направился
အဲ့တော့
в сторону
ဒီကမ္
Западной
ဘာလေ
Антарктиды,
အတွင်း
а
ပိုင်း
второй
ကနေပြီးတော့ကြောင်းမြန်ပြန်ပြီးတော့တရားမှုရှိ
Что
နေပါတယ်
происходит сейчас в Сибири? То, чего раньше там
အဲ့တော့
никогда
ဘာ
не
တွေဖြစ်ခဲ့လဲ
происходило.
Siberia မှာ
Именно в Сибири, на северных
ငါမ
широтах
ဖြစ်ဘူးတဲ့အရာ
последние
ပေါ့
несколько десятилетий
အဲ့တော့
фиксируется ряд
Siberia
крайне
မှာ
аномальных явлений. Нагрев
ရောက်တဲ့
недр
latitude တွေ
приводит к аномальному таянию вечной мерзлоты снизу и взрывам газа подо льдами,
အဲ့တော့
увеличению грязевого
က
вулканизма.
ဘာအတွင်းပိုင်း
В
အပူ
Арктике
တွေ
появились
ပူပေး
зимние
နေပါ
пожары под снегом.
ဒါ
В
ကြောင့်
зонах над
ဒီ
разломами
ကဲအောင်
ледяная
မှာ
вода
ဒီ
в
ကဲပြင်အောင်
колодцах у
မှာ
людей становится горячей.
တန်ငွေပေါက်ကွဲမှု
Растут
ဖြစ်စေပါတယ်
количество и сила землетрясений. Более того, вот уже 20 лет ученые наблюдают,
အဲ့တော့
что
ကမ္ဘာအ
Сибирь
စွန်တွေမှာ
нагревается в 3-4 раза быстрее всего остального мира. Я
ဒီ
подчеркну,
ပြင်
в 3-4
in
раза
နှစ်
быстрее
မှာ
остального мира.
အဲ့တော့
Посмотрите на карту.
3-4 လလောက်
Огромные
Siberia မှာ
пласты
လွန်ခဲ့တဲ့နှစ်ဆလောက်က
демонстрируют,
ပူချိန်
как
တက်လာ
средняя
ပါတယ်
температура в Сибири быстрее меняется, чем во всем
ဒီပုံ
остальном
ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
мире в десятилетия.
ဒီဟာက
Магма
Siberia
поднимается,
ရဲ့
начинает
average
нагревать
temperature ပြ
плиту
ပါတ
снизу
ယ်
и кипятить грунтовые
မန်
воды.
မန်နေဖြစ်လာ
Однако
တဲ့အချိန်
подъем
မှာ
магмы происходит не только в Сибири и Западной Антарктиде. Где еще
Siberia
происходит
ရဲ့
подъем
နောက်ပိုင်း
магмы
နေမ
и
က
к
ဘူး
чему это приводит? Давайте посмотрим
ဒါ
видео.
ဘာကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေဖို့ဥတည်နေပါလဲဒီဗီဒီယိုကြည့်လိုက်အောင်ပါ
မကြသေးမီဆယ်စုနှစ်များအတွင်းတွင်ကမ္ဘာသည်ရင်းဤလေပတ်မှုအားအရှိန်မြင့်လာခဲ့သည်ဆိုလိုသည်မှာ centrifugal force တိုးလာခြင်းဖြစ်သည်ထို့ကြောင့် equator တွင်ဂျိုသည်ကျဲလာပြီးထုထဲတိုးလာသည့်ရင်းကြောင့်ကမ္ဘာမြေမျက်နှာပြင်အကွဲကဘူမိဗေဒဆိုင်ရာချို့ယွင်းချက်များဖြစ်ပေါ်လာစေသည်ဤအချိန်တွင်တထုတက်ဖြင့်ကမ္ဘာမြေအတွင်းပိုင်း၌သွေးလေပတ်မှုပုံစံနှင့်ဆင်တူသောလုပ်ငန်းစဉ်များဖြစ်ပေါ်ပါသည်ခဲဆန်ယောဂအတွင်းသွေးကြွတက်ခြင်းဆိုသည်မှာမျက်နှာပြင်ပေါ်သို့လျင်မြန်စွာတက်နေချိန်တွင်ရေငုပ်သမားများတည်ထားသည့်အသက်အန္တရာယ်ရှိသောဖြစ်စဉ်တစ်ခုဖြစ်သည်ဖိအားရုပ်တရက်ကျဆင်းမှုကြောင့်သွေးထဲတွင်ပျော်ဝင်နေသောတံငွေများချက်ချင်းထွက်လာပြီးသွေးကိုပုတ်ပွက်ဆူစေသည်ဟုဆိုသည်ကမ္ဘာ၏အတွင်းပိုင်း၌ရုပ်တရက်ဖိအားကျဆင်းမှုသည်ဂျိုး၏လေပတ်မှုရုပ်တရက်အရှိန်ဖြင့် centrifugal အင်အားများချက်ချင်းတိုးလာခြင်းနှင့်ဆက်ဆက်နေသည်ယင်းကြောင့်မက်ကမာသည်ကမ္ဘာမြေမျက်နှာပြင်စီသို့ရုပ်ချီးပြေးသွားစေသည်Lithospheric ပြားများသည်ရေငုပ်သမားတအူးတွင်သွေးမြုပ်နေသောတင်မောနံရံများကဲ့သို့ပင်ဓာတ်ငွေများပြည့်နှက်နေသော magma cavitation micro explosions ကြောင့်ပျက်စီးသွားပါသည်ဤလုပ်ငန်းစဉ်သည်သူ့ကိုယ်သူအရှိန်မြင့်ကနက်နဲသောလွှာများကိုဖုံးအုပ်ထားပါသည်ထို့ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့သည်ယခင်ကထက်ပိုမိုအားကောင်းပြီးနှက်ဆိုင်သောငလင်များနှင့်ငလင်လိုင်းများကိုမြင်တွေ့နေရပါသည်ပီရူးတွင်ပြင်းထန်သောနှစ်ထပ်ငလင်လှုပ်ခတ်မှုတွင်ရင်းဖြစ်စဉ်သည်အရှိန်ဟုန်တိုးမြင့်လာသည်ကိုသက်သေပြနိုင်သည်တစ်ချိန်တည်းတွင် magma cavitation ကြောင့်အပေါ်ယံမြေလွှာပေါ်ရှိဖိအားများချက်ထွင်ခြင်းနှင့်ပြင်းထန်လာခြင်းသည်တိုက်စားမှုဖြစ်စဉ်ကိုပြင်းထန်မှုပိုမိုဖြစ်လာစေပါသည်အဲ့ဒါကကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်ဘာအဓိပ္ပာယ်လဲမကြမီတွင်ကျွန်တော်တို့၏ဘဝတွင်မကြုံစဖူးသေးသောပောက်ကွဲမှုများနှင့်ငလင်များအရှိန်ပြင်းပြင်းကိုမြင်တွေ့ရမည်ဖြစ်သည်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဘာမြေအတွင်းရှိမက်မာဘုံဤနာရီဆက်ရန်ရရေတွက်မှုကိုစတင်နေပြီဖြစ်သည်ကဘာကြီးဤဥမာကြီးမှကြီးမားသောတိုက်ခိုက်မှုကြောင့်ပုံမူပွားလွှာသောသမုဒ္ဒရာများ၏အပေါ်ယံလွှာသည်ထိခိုက်နေပြီဖြစ်သည် သမုဒ္ဒရာသည်ယခုအချိန်ထိရင်းစွမ်းအားကိုထိန်းထားနိုင်တော့လဲမိတောင်များသည်မြေပြင်ပြောင်းလဲမှုအဆင့်သို့ရွေ့လျားနေသည်ထင်ရှားသည်ဤအချက်ကိုကွက်ကွက်ကွင်းကွင်းသက်သေပြပါသည်ဒီနေရာတွင်နှဆိုင်စွာလှုပ်ခတ်နိုင်သောငလျင်အရေးအတွက်အများဆုံးရှိသည့်2022ခုနှစ်ဇန်နဝါရီလ15ရက်နေ့တွင်ဟန်ဂတင်ဟန်ဂဟဖဲမိတောင်ပောက်ကွဲခဲ့ပြီးပတ်ဝန်းကျင်ဒေသရှိလူဦးရေ80ကိုထိခိုက်ခဲ့သည်မိတောင်တစ်လုံးသည်ရင်းကိုစွမ်းဆောင်နိုင်ရင်ကုန်းတွင်းမိတောင်များအကြီးအကျယ်ပောက်ကွဲခြင်းမှမိတို့မျှော်လင့်နိုင်မည်နီးပြီးနောက်ယခုနောက်ဆုံးတွင်ကျွန်တော်တို့အနေဖြင့်မြင်းတို့၏တစ်ချိန်တည်းဖြစ်တည်မှုကိုစောင့်ကြည့်နေပြီဖြစ်သည်ပိုထူသောတိုက်ကြီးအပေါ်ရန်လွှာသည်ယခုမြင်းကိုထိန်းထားတော်လဲကြာရှည်မခံပါရင်းကမိတောင်ဆောင်းရသည်နှင့်ရေခဲခေတ်တစ်ကိုချိန်ချောက်နေသည်မက်ကမာ၏ပြင်းထန်သောစွမ်းအားသည်နှစ်ပေါင်းရာနှစ်ချီ၍ငြိမ့်သက်နေသောမိတောင်များကိုနိုးကြားခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်သည်ကျွန်တော်တို့၏ကဘာကြိုသည်ကွင်းဆက်တုပ်ပြန်မှုတစ်ခုကြောင့်မိုင်းတွင်တစ်ခုတစ်ဖွဲဖြစ်ပေါ်လာပြီးအပေါ်ရန်အလွှာများပောက်ကွဲစပြုလာသည်သို့သောပို၍ကြီးမားသောချင်းချောက်မှုမှာမနိုးသေးသောမိတောင်များနှင့်ပြည့်နှက်နေခြင်းဖြစ်သည် Yellowstone Capital Grial Braslak KK အစရှိတဲ့ဘီလူကြီးတွေကို Doomsday မိတောင်လို့ခေါ်ပါတယ်အကြောင်းကတော့သူတို့အသီးသီးပောက်ကွဲပြီးကဘာပေါ်ရှိတက်ရှိအားလုံးပျောက်ဆုံးသွားနိုင်ပါတယ်ရင်းတို့သည်ကဘာမြေတွင်းပိုင်း၏စွမ်းအားကို2000ကြီးကြအောင်ထိန်းထားနိုင်ခဲ့တော်လဲယခုအခါတွင်ရင်းတို့သည်အသက်ဝင်လာသည့်လက္ခဏာများပြသနေပါသည်ဤမိတောင်များအောက်ရှိမိုင်မှသည်အရေးကြီးသောနေရာသို့ရောက်ရှိသောအခါတွင်ကပ်ပေး၏အတိုင်းအတာကိုမှန်းဆရခတ်ပါသည်ကျွန်တော်တို့၏ကဘာကြိုသည်အပိုင်းလိုက်ကွဲသွားတော့လဲအခြားအရာတစ်ခုခုနှင့်အလုံးရှုံနေပါသည်တုံးဆွဲသူပုံစံ၏အဆုံးမရှိသောပြဿနာများသည်ကျွန်တော်တို့၏မျက်လုံးများကိုဖုံးအုပ်ထားပြီးအဓိကအရာကိုမမြင်နိုင်ပါကျွန်တော်တို့သည်ဒေတာချဲ့လည်မှုဖြင့်လှည့်စားခံရပါသည်မြင်ကလင်းစီရင်အင်းများကိုအပူချိန်ဒေတာကဲ့သို့ပင်ချဲ့လည်ထားသည်ဒီလိုလုပ်တဲ့သူတွေအနေဖြင့်တချို့သည်ငွေအတွက်လုပ်ကြပြီးတချို့ကတော့လူတွေကိုထိတ်လန့်တကြားဖြစ်အောင်မလုပ်ဘဲစိတ်နေကြပါတယ်ဒါမှလည်းလူတွေဟာသူတို့ရဲ့နောက်ဆုံးနေ့ရက်တွေကိုငြိမ်းချမ်းစွာဖြတ်သန်းနိုင်မှာပါ
Because it was so suffocating inside, I couldn't breathe.
People die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Oh, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
ထို့ကြောင့်တစုံတစ်ယောက်သည်တည်တော်လဲအမှန်တရားကိုတမင်တကာဖုံးကွယ်ထားရန်သို့မဟုတ်ကြောက်ရွံ့နေချိန်တွင်မျက်စိမိတ်ထားက6ကမ်းပါးစီသို့တက်သွားနိုင်ရန်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ဟုတ်ကြောက်ရွံ့နေချိန်တွင်မျက်စိမိတ်ထားက6ကမ်းပါးစီသို့တက်သွားနိုင်ရန်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်။
Теперь мы видим, что подъем магмы происходит по всему миру. Из-за смещения ядра происходит ускорение центробежных сил, и скачки ядра начинают резко выталкивать магму. Чем быстрее вращается планета, тем сильнее она выталкивает жидкую магму от ядра к поверхности. Это происходит по принципу центрифуги. И это происходит Это происходит прямо сейчас. Вспомните, как быстро всплыла магма у берегов Антарктиды.
And there's another alarming indicator which volcanologists have recently registered. A different composition of magma has begun to emerge to the surface from the Earth's interior. For example, a recent study of Fagerdalsfjord volcano in Iceland, which erupted in March 2021, showed that during its eruption, magma from deep areas of the mantle plume entered the volcano chamber. As you remember, this is that very plume that heats Greenland's glaciers from below. The deep magma from this plume begins to rise very quickly, and this is evidenced by the chemical analysis of the composition of the magma released during the eruption. According to the study, the rates of change for the key chemical indicators of magma erupted by the Fagerdalsberg volcano in 2021 was over 1,000 times higher than in other eruptions. Think about it. The subsurface layers of magma have one composition, whereas the deep layers have a complete different composition. Usually, they don't mix. Deep layers of magma cannot just go ahead and rise to the surface. The fact that they rise suggests mixing of magma in the depth, which should not happen. But unfortunately, we do observe that. We hope that this wouldn't happen, but it's already happening. And this process is only intensifying. Magma of different chemical composition corrodes across crust much faster. It just melts away the mantle. These are indisputable facts. This is another evidenced by seriousness of the process going on under our feet. The magma ascent is already causing swarms of earthquakes of 1,000 events a day in Iceland and trigger volcanic eruption that had not been active for thousands of years. Another example of abnormal magma rise was the eruption of La Palma volcano in September 2021. Volcanologists estimated that the outpouring magma had an unusually low viscosity, the most fluid magma of any historical basalt eruptions. A similar altered composition of the fresh magma was recorded in the eruption of the Tonga volcano.
Давайте посмотрим, почему магма начала перемешиваться в недрах. При подъеме давление в магме спадает, и она вскипает, как кровь при кавитации. Из-за этого магма расширяется в объеме и начинает давить, подмывать и нагревать земную кору сильнее. Помните, мы уже говорили о том, как беспрецедентно растут землетрясения на глубине свыше 700 километров. И вот ответ на то, что такое глубокофокусное землетрясение в жидкой магме. Это и есть вскипание магмы, кавитационные взрывы. Вдумайтесь, в недрах нашей планеты начали происходить взрывы по своей мощности, эквивалентные взрывам тысячам ядерных бомб. Именно это и перемешивает порции магматических расплавов, как будто кто-то большой ложкой мешает магму в недрах. Этот процесс разгоняет сам себя. Магма начинает сильнее давить на тонкую корочку поверхности Земли, земную кору. Это приводит к расширению планеты и растрескиванию в самых тонких участках земной коры, посредине океаническим хребтам и разломам.
Die Erhöhung des Magmadrucks bringt die Erdkruste zum Schmelzen und verformt diese. Das führt zur Entstehung neuer Risse in der Erdkruste, durch die das Wasser von der Erdoberfläche in das Innere entweicht. Infolgedessen trocknen Flüsse und Seen überall auf der Erde aus, obwohl Niederschläge und Überschwemmungen zunehmen. Gleichzeitig steigen Gase wie Methan und Wasserstoff durch Risse und Verwerfungen an die Oberfläche auf. Diese Gase können sich leicht entzünden, sodass entlang der Verwerfungen immer mehr Brände entstehen. Die Entgasung des Erdinneren zeigt auf die durch die Instabilität des Erdkerns ausgelösten Kavitationsprozesse. Und das Magma steigt überall auf und dort, wo die Erdkruste dünn ist es am stärksten zu spüren. Wie wir wissen, haben sowohl Westsibirien als auch die Westantarktis eine sehr dünne Erdkruste. Aber sehen Sie sich die Karte an. Die gelben und roten Farben zeigen Regionen, in denen die Erdkruste ebenfalls dünn ist. Dazu gehören Europa, die Westküste der USA, Afrika, Australien, China und viele andere Regionen.
The ascent of magma triggers volcanic eruption. One of the most famous supervolcanoes, Yellowstone, is showing alarming signs of seismic activity. The number of earthquake swarms is increasing there. The map shows the ground rises and sinks near the magma there is critically close to the crust, and any slightest destabilization in a planet's interior will cause an eruption of Yellowstone. And this means a catastrophe, not only for the but for all humankind. Supervolcanoes will undoubtedly react when the magma gets closer. The motion of the planet core increases the pressure of magma, and then the pressure reaches a critical point, the magma will burst, form exploding volcanoes. But there is even more horrifying fact. Do you remember we have mentioned the Mariana Trench? There, the oceanic crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers, and where the most of deep focus earthquakes take place. In other words, the largest amount of cavitation blasts of magma occurs. And more terrifying than Yellowstone explosion is the focus of magnitude 10 earthquakes near the Mariana Trench. Such a powerful earthquake never happened within the memory of our civilization. This power means that magma will easily tear through the 5-kilometer crust. Later in the report, you will learn about the consequences of the magma breakout in Mariana Trench. What are the reasons for this instability in the Earth core and acceleration of our planet? What is pushing magma to the outside?
Для того, чтобы подойти к пониманию этого вопроса, важно учитывать и информацию от астрономов и планетологов, так как подобные изменения в недрах планеты, так же, как и на Земле, происходят сейчас на всех планетах Солнечной системы. Например, так же, как и на Земле, на Уране, Юпитере, Венере растут скорости ветров и размеры ураганов. На Марсе тают ледяные шапки. Давайте посмотрим более подробно видео об этом.
Set နှစ်ကြာနေအောင်ကြီးလဲပတ်မှုအရနက်ပကျွန်းဤတောက်ပေါက်မှုသည်ဆယ်စုနှစ်ခုကြာအောင်ပြောင်းလဲခဲ့တော်လဲ1996ခုနှစ်နောက်ပိုင်းတွင်ရင်းလုပ်ငန်းစဉ်ရပ်တန့်သွားခဲ့သည်နက်ပကျွန်းဤလေးထုတွင်ကမ္ဘာလုံးဆိုင်ရာအပြောင်းအလဲများဖြစ်ပေါ်ခဲ့သည်ယင်းမှာမုန်တိုင်းများနှင့်ဟာရီကိန်းများကိုလွှမ်းမိုးသည့်လေးထုဤအောက်လွှာသို့ကလတ်တဆကြာဝလာရောင်ကြီးများထိုးဖောက်ဝင်ရောက်မှုကြောင့်ဖြစ်သည်ထို့ပြင်နက်ပကျွန်းတွင်ပုံမှန်မဟုတ်သောမုန်တိုင်းများဖြစ်ပေါ်ပါသည်နှင့်2018ခုနှစ်တွင်ရှာဖွေတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သောအေယာမမုန်တိုင်းသည်အပြင်းထန်ဆုံးအတောက်ပဆုံးဖြစ်ပြီးအတ္တလန္တိတ်သမုဒ္ဒရာထက်ပိုကျယ်သည်အီကွေတာဘက်သို့ရွေးရှားကာပြိုကွဲသွားတဲ့တော်လဲထိုသို့ဖြစ်ပေါ်ခြင်းမရှိဘဲရင်းသည်လှည့်ပတ်ကာအီကွေတာမှဝေးရာသို့ထွက်ခွာသွားတော့သည့်လေထု၏ခံမှန်းမရသောအပြုအမူသည်အသည့်အဆန်းတစ်ခုဖြစ်ကြောင်းနယ်စံမှပြောကြားခဲ့သည်ကျွန်တော်တို့၏ဂျိုတွင်ဂလက်တစ်စကြဝဠာရောင်ကြီးများသည်လေထု၏အလဲလွှာအတွင်းသို့ထိုးဖောက်ဝင်ရောက်လာကာယခုအခါကမ္ဘာလေထုပြန်လည်ဖွဲ့စည်းမှုစီသို့ဦးတည်သွားစေသည်UNES ကိုငြိမ်သက်သောဂျိုဟုသတ်မှတ်ကြပြီး2009ခုနှစ်အထိသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များက UNES ပေါ်ရှိရာသီဥတုသည်အီကွေတာရှိနေရောင်ခြည်၏ဩဇာလွှမ်းမိုးမှုကြောင့်ဟုသတ်မှတ်ခဲ့သည်သို့သော2014ခုနှစ်မှစတင်၍ကမ္ဘာပေါ်တွင်အင်အားပြင်းမုန်တိုင်းများအရှိန်ပြင်းလာနေသည်မှာမည်သူမျှနားမလည်နိုင်ပေရခင်က UNES ပေါ်ရှိအပူချိန်သည်ကျဆင်းသွားတော့လဲ2014ခုနှစ်မှစတင်ကသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များသည်ဂျို၏အပူချိန်ကိုသတိပြုမိခဲ့ကြသည်နက္ခတ္တဗေဒပညာရှင် Henrik Milling က UNES အကြောင်းအောက်ပါအတိုင်းမှတ်ချက်ချသည် UNES ဂျိုသည်2014ခုနှစ်ကတည်းကပြင်းထန်သောမုန်တိုင်းများကိုမတွေ့ခဲ့ရဘဲအပေါ်ပိုင်းလေထု၏ထူးကဲသောအပူရှိန်နှင့်အလွန်ပြင်းထန်စွာဆက်နွယ်နေပါသည်အပူချိန်အပြောင်းအလဲများတဖြည်းဖြည်းဖြစ်ပေါ်လာသင့်ပါတဲ့အပူချိန်ပြောင်းပြန်လှန်မှုလျင်မြန်စွာဖြစ်ပေါ်ခဲ့သည်ဟူသောအချက်သည်တစ်ခုခုတိတိတသာပြောင်းလဲသွားသည်ဟုဆိုလိုခြင်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကမ္ဘာပေါ်တွင်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း50အတွင်းကမ္ဘာလေထုအပူချိန်တိုးလာမှုကိုလည်းသတိပြုမိသည့်ပျက်စီးစေသောမုန်တိုင်းများဟာရီကိန်းများနှင့်လေဆင်နှာမောင်းများစံချိန်တင်အရေးအတွက်တိုးလာနေပါသည်စေဒန်ဂျိုဘော်တွင်အနှစ်30တိုင်းမုန်တိုင်းကြီးတစ်ခုဖြစ်ပေါ်လေးရှိတော်လဲ2010တွင်မျှော်မှန်းထားသည့်ထက်12စောပြီးတိုက်ခတ်ခဲ့ကယနေ့အချိန်တွင်အကြီးမားဆုံးမုန်တိုင်းပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခါစနာအာကာသယာဉ်သည်လျှက်စီးကြောင်းများကိုမှတ်တမ်းတင်ခဲ့သည်နိုင်ရှင်ကြည့်မည်ဆိုလျင်ကမ္ဘာပေါ်တွင်ထိုကဲ့သို့လျှက်စီးကြောင်းများရှိကောင်းရှိနိုင်သည်လေ့လာတွေ့ရှိချက်များအရသမိုင်းတစ်လျှောက်တွင်အားပြင်းဆုံးဖြစ်သည့်မုန်တိုင်းသည်စေဒန်ဂျိုလေထု၏လေပတ်မှုတိဆောက်ပုံနှင့်ဖွဲ့စည်းပုံတို့ကိုနက်ရှိုင်းသောအထက်လွှာမှနေ၍အပေါ်ပိုင်းသို့ပြောင်းလဲသွားစေသည့်အပူပိုင်းကွဲလွဲချက်များကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေသည်ထို့ပြင်ခါစနာသည်စေဒန်ဂျို၏ထေတံပေါ်တွင် အေယာမဖုံမုန်တိုင်းများကိုပထမဆုံးအကြိမ်ရှာဖွေတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည့်သို့သောကမ္ဘာမြေပေါ်ရှိလေတိုက်နှုန်းများတိုးလာသည့်နှင့်အမျှတဲနှင့်ဖုံမုန်တိုင်းများမကြာခဏဖြစ်လာသည်တိုးများလာသည်နှင့်အမျှကြီးမားသောတဲမှုများသည်ကောင်းကင်ယံကိုဖုံးကွယ်ကာအာဖရိကအာရှအမေရိကနှင့်ဥရောပတိုက်များရှိနေရာအများပြားသို့တည်ဆောင်လာသည်နက္ခတ္တဗေဒပါမောက္ခအန်ကီဖေးအဆိုအရဂျူပီတာသည်ကမ္ဘာလုံးဆိုင်ရာပြောင်းလဲမှုအလယ်တွင်ရှိနေသည်ယခုအခါတွင်ဂျူပီတာ၏အနီရောင်အဆက်ပြောက်များသည်တိမ်တိုက်များပေါ်တွင်ပေါ်ထွက်နေပါသည်သူတေသီများ၏အဆိုအရယင်းကြီးထွားမှုသည်ထိုဒေသတွင်အပူချိန်တိုးလာကြောင်းကိုအချက်ပြနေသည်သိပ္ပံပညာရှင်မက်ကျော်ဝေါင်ကဒါကိုဘယ်သူမှမမြင်ဘူးလို့ဆိုပါတယ်2009ခုနှစ်မှ2020ခုနှစ်အထိဆိုလာစနစ်ရှိအကြီးဆုံးမုန်တိုင်းဖြစ်သည့်ကြော်ကြားသော Great Rift Bar တွင်လေတိုက်နှုန်း30တိုးလာပြီးယခင်ကတခါမှမတွေ့ခဲ့ရသည့်မုန်တိုင်းများဆက်လက်တိုးလာသည်ထို့ပြင်ဂျူပီတာဂျို၏လပေါ်ရှိမီးတောင်ပေါက်ကွဲမှုအရေအတွက်တိုးလာခဲ့သည်Mars သည်ကမ္ဘာနှင့်အနီးစပ်ဆုံးတူညီသောအင်္ဂါဂြိုလ်တွင်မကြာသေးမီကတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည့်ဖြစ်စဉ်များဖြစ်သည့်အေယာမဖုံမုန်မုန်တိုင်းများမြေပြိုမှုများတန်လိုက်ကွဲလွဲမှုများငလျင်လှုပ်ခတ်မှုတိုးလာခြင်းရေခဲများအကြီးပျော်ခြင်းဖြစ်စဉ်များသည်လည်းယခုအခါကမ္ဘာမြေပေါ်တွင်ဖြစ်ပျက်နေပါသည်ကမ္ဘာနှင့်အင်္ဂါဂြိုလ်နှစ်ခုလုံး၏အပူသည်အတူတူပင်ဖြစ်ပြီးယင်းသည်လူသားတို့၏လှုပ်ဆောင်မှုနှင့်မသက်ဆိုင်ပါ Venus Express ဂျိုပတ်လမ်းမှအချက်လက်များအရ Venus ပေါ်ရှိလေတိုက်နှုန်းသည်2006ခုနှစ်မှ2012ခုနှစ်အတွင်း300ကီလိုမီတာမှ400ကီလိုမီတာအထိတိုးမြင့်လာခဲ့သည်မကြာသေးမီအချိန်ထိဂျိုးဆိုင်ရာသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များသည် Venus ၏ဘူမိဗေဒဆိုင်ရာလှုပ်ရှားမှုနှင့်ပတ်သက်၍စောဒကတက်ခဲ့ကြသည်လေ့လာမှုအသစ်တစ်ခုက Venus ၏မျက်နှာပြင်ပေါ်တွင်မကြာသေးမီကလှုပ်ရှားနေသောမီးတောင်ဖွဲ့စည်းပုံ38ခုကိုဖော်ထုတ်တွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည်ရှေးမီးတောင်မဟုတ်ပေမဲ့ယနေ့ခေတ်မှာလှုပ်ရှားနေတဲ့မီးတောင်တစ်ခုပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်တော့ကြအဂျိုကဲ့သို့ပင်ယခုကမ္ဘာမြေပေါ်တွင်မီးတောင်များပိုများလာက magmatic လှုပ်ရှားမှုများသည်ကမ္ဘာကျိုး၏ဥများထဲတွင်ကြီးထွားလာနေသည်1998ခုနှစ်တွင်တောရဲစနစ်သည်ဆိုလာစနစ်အတွင်းရှိဂျိုများနှင့်ပြင်းတို့၏ဂျိုများ၏ဥတိုင်များတွင်ရုတ်တရက်ခုန်တက်သွားသည်ကိုတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည် Yera Barkin သိပ္ပံပညာအရဆိုလာစနစ်အပေါ်လွှမ်းမိုးမှုသည်ပြင်ပမှလာသည်ဟုဆိုသည်ဂျိုပေါ်ရှိကမ္ဘာရာသီဥတုပြောင်းလဲမှုများသည်တပြိုင်နက်တည်းဖြစ်ပေါ်နေသည်ရာသီတပြိုင်နက်တည်းဖြစ်ပေါ်နေသည်
Таким образом, мы видим, что все планеты, имеющие ядро, сейчас испытывают изменение климата и активизацию землетрясений и вулканов. Ядра планет приходят в дисбаланс, что приводит в движение расплавленных компонентов внутри планет. Как следствие этих процессов, в атмосферах планет начинаются аномальные явления, а в недрах нарастают разрушения. Причем это происходит даже на газовых гигантах, несмотря на то, что у них нет плотных ядер. Посмотрите на Марс, ближайшую к нам планету. Мы хотим обратить ваше внимание на несколько удивительных фактов, которые появились в этом году. 4 мая 2022 года на Марсе было зафиксировано самое сильное землетрясение, когда-либо наблюдавшееся на другой планете, с магнитудой 5. Посмотрите на модель этого землетрясения на экране. Сейсмологи, изучающие землетрясения на Марсе, считают, что сейсмическая активность обусловлена активизацией магмы в марсианской мантии, точно так же, как это происходит и на Земле сейчас. Более того, исследования 2022 года показали на Марсе признаки областей жидкой воды под ледниковыми шапками, формирующиеся из-за повышения теплового потока точно так же, как это происходит и под ледниками Гренландии и Антарктиды на Земле. Мы начали наблюдать изменения климата на планетах в Солнечной системе еще в начале наших исследований. После 1996 года начали появляться статьи, которые фиксировали изменения на других планетах. Мы заметили, что процессы на разных планетах происходят синхронно. Некоторые ученые считают, что это связано с влиянием Солнца на климат. Мы видим сейчас изменения на других планетах нарастают из недр. Это натолкнуло нас на мысль, что причина более глобальная, чем проблема одной планеты. Поэтому мы и стали проводить междисциплинарные исследования изменений климата и геодинамики и увидели, что Причина изменений лежит за пределами нашей планеты. И для того, чтобы понять полную картину нарастающей катастрофы, необходимо раскрыть еще один ключевой аспект, а именно то, что катаклизмы на нашей Земле, так же как и на других планетах Солнечной системы, происходят циклично. Детальный анализ геологической информации показал, что 12 тысяч лет назад на нашей планете уже происходили катастрофические изменения, подобные тем, что нарастают сейчас. Давайте посмотрим видео об этом.
ယခုတွေ့မြင်နေရသောအမြင့်ဆုံးရောက်နေသည့်ပြတ်သုံးမှုဘေးဒုက္ခအန္တရာယ်နှင့်အလားတန်တန်တူသောပြောင်းလဲမှုများသည်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်တူညခန့်ကပင်ဖြစ်ပေါ်ခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်သည့်ရင်းဖြစ်ပျက်မှုများကို All-Weather Oscillation အလှည့်ပြောင်းနှင့် Younger Dryas Glaciation ရေခဲမြစ်များရွေ့မြောခြင်းဟုခေါ်ကြသည်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်ရှေ့ရကကမ္ဘာအပူချိန်သည်နှစ်အနည်းငယ်အတောအတွင်းမှာပင်15 degree centigrade အထိမြင့်တက်လာခဲ့သည်ရေခဲလွှာအများစုသည်ရုတ်တရက်ပင်အကြီးပြောခဲ့ပြီးမူလကရေခဲခေါက်အတိပြီးနေရာမှကမ္ဘာမြေပြင်သည်ပေါ်ထွန်းလာခဲ့သည်ထိုအခါတွင်ပြင်းထန်လာသောပင်လယ်ရေမျက်နှာပြင်မြင့်တက်လာမှုနှင့်အတူကြီးစွာသောရေကြီးရေရှမ်းမှုများနှင့်အခြားသောသဘာဝဘေးအန္တရာယ်များလည်းကြာရောက်ခဲ့သည်ယင်းအချိန်ကယနေ့ဖြစ်ပျက်နေတဲ့ကဲ့သို့ပင် Gulf Stream ရေစီးကြောင်းသည်လည်းရပ်တန့်သွားခဲ့ဒီကန်ဆာတက္ကသိုလ်မှသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များသည်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်ရှေ့ရခန့်ကကမ္ဘာမြေမျက်နှာပြင်တစ်ခုလုံး၏10ပုံတစ်ပုံခန့်ရှိအေယာမမီးတောက်ကြီးတစ်ခုကဖုံးလွှမ်းခဲ့ကြောင်းတက်ပြခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်သည်အခြားသူတေသီများကလည်းလွန်ခဲ့သည့်နှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်တူညကစိုက်ဘေးရီးယားတွင်ကြီးမားစွာသောမီးလောင်ကျွမ်းမှုကြီးဖြစ်ပွားခဲ့ကြောင်းတွေ့ရှိရသည့်ထို့အတူယနေ့ခေတ်တွင်မငြိမ့်သက်နိုင်သောသဘာဝအတိုင်းအကြီးစားမီးလောင်ကျွမ်းမှုများသည်ပိုများလာခဲ့သည်သိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များ၏ဂျိုလူတပ်ပုံများအားခွဲခြမ်းစိတ်ဖြာလေ့လာမှုတစ်ခုအပေါ်တွင်အခြေခံ၍လွန်ခဲ့သည့်နှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်မှ13တူညနှစ်များအတွင်းဆဟာရာတဲကန်နာယာနှင့်အခြားဒေသများတွင်ဖြစ်တည်ခဲ့သောအများသိကြသည့်အကြီးဆုံးသောတဲကန်နာယာတဲတောင်ကုန်းများသည် Younger Dryas ဖြစ်စုံကာလများ၌အင်အားဆုံးမရှိသောလေတိုက်ခတ်မှု၏ပြင်းထန်အားကြောင့်ပင်ဖြစ်တည်လာခဲ့ကြောင်းဖြစ်သည်ကိုညွှန်ပြနေကြောင်းရှာဖွေတွေ့ရှိခဲ့ကြသည်ယင်းအချိန်ပိုင်းခြားများအတွင်း၌ကာလတိုလေတိုက်ခတ်မှုပြင်းအားများကိုလည်း Greenland မှ Ice Cores တဲ့ဒေသဆိုင်ရာနမူနာရေခဲအချောင်းများ၏အချက်လက်များနှင့် Alaska ဒေသမှသုတေသနလုပ်ငန်းများအာမတဆင့်မှတ်တမ်းတင်ထားခဲ့သည်ယနေ့ခေတ်တွင်ကမ္ဘာမြေပေါ်၌ Younger Dryas ကာလများကကဲ့သို့အလားတူဖြစ်စဉ်များဖြစ်ပေါ်လျက်ရှိသည်လေပြင်းများဟာရီကိန်းများတိုင်ဖွန်းများနှင့်လေဆင်နှာမောင်းများသည်ပုံမပြင်းထန်လာပြီးမြို့တစ်ခုလုံးပျက်စီးပြီးမြေပြင်ပေါ်သို့ပုံကျသွားစေသည်ကိုကျွန်ုပ်တို့မြင်တွေ့ရသည်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်တူညကတပတ်လေစဝိုင်းပြောင်းလဲမှုတွင်အလွန်ပြင်းထန်သောငလျင်လှုပ်ခတ်မှုတစ်ခုရှိခဲ့သည်ယင်းဖြစ်စုံဖြစ်ပေါ်လာမှုကိုရေဒီယိုကာဗွန်ဒေတာအပြင် Younger Dryas Palographic ဆိုင်ရာပြန်လည်တည်ဆောက်မှုဖြစ်စုံများကညွှန်ပြနေပြီးလွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း10နှစ်တူညတွင်အချိန်ကလိုပင်ယခုခတ်အလားတူကာလအခြေအနေတွင် Gardenberg လေလာရေးခီးဟုခေါ်တွင်ကြသောတန်လိုက်စက်ကွင်းနှင့်ဝင်ရိုးစိုးများ၏အရွေ့တို့သည်တိတိတတ်အားနည်းမှုများရှိနေကြသည်ဤရုပ်တရက်ပြောင်းလဲမှုများအလုံးအတွက်အကြောင်းရင်းမှာဗဟိုချက်မှအတွင်းရှိပြောင်းလဲမှုများကြောင့်ဖြစ်ပေါ်လာသောတန်လိုက်စက်ကွင်းများ၏ပုံမှန်မဟုတ်သောအလုပ်လုပ်ပုံအပြောင်းအလဲများကြောင့်ဖြစ်သည်ယင်းကိုလည်းသိပ္ပံပညာရှင်များက Younger Dryas ဖြစ်စုံများတွင်ဖုံးမှုများနှင့်ရေခဲတုများရေခဲလွှာများ၏ဖြစ်တည်ရာမူလအရင်းမြစ်များတွင်မှအဆစ်မိုးအစပြုရာတို့ကိုဆက်လက်ဆူဆန်ရှာဖွေနိုင်ရန်အကြီးစားမီးတောင်ပေါက်ကွဲမှုဖြစ်စဉ်များမှအချက်လက်တို့ကိုမှတ်တမ်းပြုစုထားပြီးဖြစ်ကြောင်းဖော်ပြထားသည် House Care အနေနှင့်အခြေခံအကြောင်းတရားများကိုခွဲခြမ်းစိတ်ဖြာရာတွင်လွန်ခဲ့သောနှစ်ပေါင်း73တူညခန့်ကမီးတောင်ပေါက်ကွဲပြီးနောက်ဆက်တွဲဖြစ်မီးတောင်ဆောင်းရာသီကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေခဲ့ပြီးကမ္ဘာတဝန်း၌လည်းရေခဲလွှာများပေါ်ထွန်းလာခြင်းတို့ကိုညွှန်ပြခဲ့သည် Younger Dryas များဖြစ်စစ်ကြောင့်ရုပ်ချီးပူနွေးသွားပြီးထပ်တူထပ်မြရုပ်ချီးအေးခဲသွားမှုတို့ဖြစ်ပေါ်ခဲ့သည်ယင်းအဖြစ်အပျက်သည် Megafauna များအစုလိုက်အပြုံလိုက်မျိုးတုံးမှုကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေခဲ့သည့် Siberia ၏များကောက်ဖက်တောင်ဆောင်များရှိရေခဲပြင်များတွင်အေးခဲနေသောတတဝါများနှင့်အခြားနို့တိုက်တတဝါထောင်ပေါင်းများစွာကိုတွေ့ရှိခဲ့သည်ယင်းတွင်ခရိုမိုက်နများမျိုးတုံးကျအပါအဝင်လူသားဥယျာဉ်တိတိတတ်တာကြာဆင်းခြင်းတို့ဖြစ်ပျက်ခဲ့ကြသည်ဤကဆိုကြီးဖြစ်ပျက်များအလုံးသည်ဆယ်စုနှစ်အနည်းငယ်အတွင်း၌ပင်ဖြစ်ပျက်ကြုံတွေ့တိတိတတ်တာကြာဆင်းခြင်းတို့ဖြစ်ပျက်ခဲ့ကြသည်ဤကဆိုကြီးဖြစ်ပျက်များအလုံးသည်ဆယ်စုနှစ်အနည်းငယ်အတွင်း၌ပင်ဖြစ်ပျက်ကြုံတွေ့ခဲ့ရခြင်းဖြစ်သည်
Как вы видите, в позднем Дриасе началось смещение магнитного поля, прямо как это происходит и сейчас. А на планете в результате подъема магмы были катастрофические извержения. В это время вымерло 90% мегафауны, а также произошла демографическая катастрофа, и человечество сократилось до 140 тысяч человек. Однако в этот раз все будет намного хуже, и скоро вы узнаете почему. Проанализировав геологические данные за последние 100 тысяч лет, мы заметили, что резкие дрейфы магнитных полюсов происходили с определенной периодичностью. Посмотрите на график. Вы видите временные промежутки, когда происходили такие сильные смещения полюсов. Это приблизительно каждые 12-13 тысяч лет. Согласно геологическим свидетельствам, В эти периоды происходило ослабление магнитного поля в 8-10 раз. Вспомним, что это же происходит и сегодня. Наше магнитное поле слабеет в 10 раз быстрее, чем в прошлом веке. Мы с вами уже знаем, что изменения в магнитном поле происходят не сами по себе, а вследствие изменений в работе ядра планеты. Таким образом, мы видим, что каждые 12 тысяч лет движение ядра Земли по неким причинам резко изменяется. И все это происходит вследствие того, что нечто циклично вызывает резкие нарушения в работе ядра. Также, согласно исследованиям кернов льда, каждые 12 тысяч лет происходил аномальный рост вулканической активности. Мы уже знаем, что причиной этого является подъем магмы к земной коре. А на графике вы можете видеть, когда происходили такие извержения. Размер кругов отражает размер извержения. Обратите внимание на большие красные круги. Они указывают на то, что каждые 24 тысячи лет извержения вулканов более катастрофические. Такие извержения супервулканов уничтожали практически. Археологические свидетельства говорят о том, что каждый раз во время этих катастрофических извержений вымирали практически целые виды Homo sapiens. 24 тысячи лет назад извергался вулкан Таупа в Новой Зеландии, а 48 тысяч лет назад — Эльбрус. Оба этих вулкана уже показаны активности в наши дни. Только за прошлый месяц в районе Таупа произошло 700 землетрясений. А 72-74 тысячи лет назад было извержение вулкана Тоба. Это было одно из самых сильных извержений на Земле за последние 25 миллионов лет. Археологи считают, что в этой катастрофе на всей планете выжило всего от 2 до 10 тысяч человек. То есть человечество было в шаге от вымирания.
It is important to note that every 12,000 years, the climate changes dramatically and average temperatures on the planet spike by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. This is followed by natural disasters. Look at the graph. It shows that every 12,000 years, there is a sharp temperature spike. It is important to note that according to the ice core data, each time during the cycle, the CO2 concentration increases due to ocean heating. The same thing is happening now. CO2 is rising indeed, but it has nothing to do with human activity nowadays, just as it had nothing to do with it in previous times. We're now seeing a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth. That said, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred was 12,000 years ago. The red arrow marks our time. As you can see, we are 12,000 years ahead from the previous peak. The traces of the cycle of catastrophes in the geological past of the planet have blurred the boundaries in time due to inaccuracy of the method of dating. And the further back in time, the greater this error becomes, and it can be thousands of years. However, cyclic cataclysms occur exactly every 12,000 years. Facts and dates are very stubborn things. So unfortunately, we are forced to state that we are just in for the next such cycle. A 12,000-year cycle climatic catastrophes, which is overlapped by more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. So unfortunately, the worst case scenario awaits us. We can see that magma pressure is already building up. What does that tell you? You're smart people and you're great at making predictions based on the facts. This suggests that the climate changes and natural disasters that we are seeing on Earth today are only the beginning, not yet the disaster. In fact, the real disaster is ahead. And according to our mathematical model, it is very, very close. Taking the progression into account, we have calculated how the 24,000-year cycles unfolded. And by analyzing the way things are developing now, we have calculated the phases when it's going to peak and how it's going to end. You will hear about that next. But what causes the cycle of cataclysms and affects the core of our planet every 12,000 years. Let's watch a video.
Researchers believe that this cyclicity is galactic in nature. That is, it is related to the rotation cycle of the galaxy. Every 12,000 years, radiation from the center of the universe affects the solar system and even influences the sun. In 1998, not only was the Earth's core recorded jumping, but also those of the moon, the sun, and other planets. In recent decades, scientists began to record drastic climate changes on all planets and satellites of the solar system. An increase in the number of giant storms and abnormal temperatures, an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. Now, an increased flux of cosmic radiation due to the low activity of the sun is detected on Earth. Scientists have found evidence that a similar bombardment by cosmic rays occurred 12,500 years ago. In addition, every 12,000 years, an unknown flow of violent cosmic energy from the center of the universe comes to our planet. This high-energy impact occurs at the micro level and has enormous potential to trigger a shift of the planet's core. Galactic radiation disrupts the life cycles of the biosphere. Trees begin to emit carbon dioxide, whereas swamps emit compounds of deadly gases. This time, Earth may become another dead planet, just like Mars. The planet's immune system is now destroyed by the toxins that our technogenic civilization has excreted. The planet's diseased organism might not survive the enormous stresses which cyclicity creates every 12,000 years. Every 1,000 years, disasters are even more devastating since the solar system gets closer to the radiation from the center of the universe. We are now getting into this point of the near interaction. The planet is living its last years, and so are we, if we remain idle.
Wie Sie eben im Video gehört haben, ist die Ursache für Veränderungen im Kern der kosmische Einfluss, der aus dem Zentrum des Universums kommt. Unser Planet gerät alle 12.000 und 24.000 Jahre unter diesen kosmischen Einfluss. Warum hat der Zyklus eine solche Periodizität? Die Galaxie macht in 220 Millionen Jahren eine vollständige Umdrehung um ihre Achse. Das bedeutet, dass der 12.000 Jahreszyklus kein galaktischer Rotationszyklus ist. Vielleicht werden wir einmal alle 12.000 Jahre von einer Art Pulsar getroffen. Aber es gibt keine derartigen Strahlungsquellen in der Bahn unseres Sonnensystems, die alle 12.000 und 24.000 Jahre solche hochenergetischen Ausbrüche erzeugen würden, die die Erdkerne der Planeten beeinflussen könnten. Dies deutet darauf hin, dass wir noch gar nicht genau wissen, was sie ist. Die Frage, was die Einwirkung auslöst, ist nur unzureichend erforscht. Dennoch gibt es alle 12.000 Jahre eine massive Einwirkung auf das gesamte Sonnensystem. Und alle 24.000 Jahre ist diese um eine Größenordnung stärker. Das gesamte Sonnensystem wird einer Art hochenergetischer Einwirkung aus den Tiefen des Weltraums ausgesetzt. Nennen wir es einen äußeren kosmischen Einfluss. Es handelt sich um eine Art von Energie, die von der heutigen Wissenschaft praktisch noch nicht untersucht worden ist. Wir können nur die Folgen der Auswirkungen dieser Energie sehen, die zu Veränderungen im Erdkern und zu Katastrophen des planetarischen Ausmaßes führen. Dieser Aufprall hat eine durch die starke Veränderung im Mikrokosmos entstehen. So hat sich beispielsweise der Ladungsradius des Protons im Wasserstoffatom zwischen 2003 und 2013 um 4% verringert. Die Konstante wurde bisher als stabil angesehen. Für manche ist diese Information bedeutungslos, aber für viele, die wissen, was sie bedeutet, ist sie eine erschreckende Nachricht und ein ernsthafter Vorbote. Das heißt, diese Strahlung ist in der Lage, nicht nur die Kerne der Planeten, sondern auch den Mikrokosmos zu beeinflussen. Wie sich das auswirkt, werden wir später noch besprechen.
There is one more very important thing that we need to understand now. If the planet has made it through the previous cycle, albeit with great losses, yet it made it through. These times, the thing will be much worse. Having summed up all signs of the climatic changes on Earth, we have found that today's are progressing much more rapidly than in the previous cycle. What is happening in our planet now, in previous cycle, it was at the second stage, while we are experiencing it at the first stage. And these indicate that subsequent climatic disaster will be many times more severe and devastating, and that the planet will not survive them. Why? Because we have destroyed the ecology of our planet, in fact, killed its immunity. This is the anthropogenic factor that we will not be able to change in such a short period of time. All dates indicate that destructive processes are only getting worse and accelerating. We have been told that such a change would take thousands of years, but it's nonsense. Everything is happening much faster, and you can already find statement by the scientists that climatic changes predicted to take place in 100 years are happening now. Thanks to God that there are scientists who say that they have miscalculated, that they were wrong, that everything is happening faster in an avalanche-like manner, and it is more serious than it seems. But we have been talking about this for a long time already.
Давайте сделаем промежуточные выводы. Мы входим в более опасный цикл катаклизмов 24 тысячи лет. При этом экология планеты убита, и иммунитет планеты ослаблен. И это при том, что мы еще даже не вошли в пиковый момент цикла. Катастрофы и катаклизмы нарастают уже с ужасающей скоростью. В данном случае подземные бункеры не помогут. Они просто расплавятся, потому что магма поднимается снизу. И теперь ключевой вопрос нашего доклада. Сколько осталось времени до того, как случится катастрофа нашего цикла? Посмотрите снова на график сейсмической активности, пожалуйста. Вы наглядно видите экспоненциальный рост, неконтролируемое возрастание количества землетрясений в геометрической прогрессии. Данная прогрессия имеет математическую закономерность, и просчитав ее совместно с лучшими учеными, геологами, аналитиками, мы смоделировали, в какой прогрессии рост землетрясений будет ускоряться в будущем. И то, что мы обнаружили, повергло нас в крайний ужас. Почему? Посмотрите сами. Как вы видите, темпы роста сейсмической активности просто шокируют. На каждом следующем этапе количество землетрясений увеличивается в 3 раза. Чем больше будет происходить землетрясений, тем больше будет повышаться их магнитуда. И уже к 2028 году на Земле будет происходить 1000 разрушительных землетрясений в день. А в 2036 году будет происходить больше миллиона землетрясений в год. Вдумайтесь, больше миллиона землетрясений в год. Что это, если не наш? Уже в 2028 жизнь будет практически невыносимой. Это буквально через 6 лет. Только вдумайтесь в вашей комфортной семейной жизни, вашему бизнесу, вашим планам. Через 6 лет конец. А в 2036 году конец всему человечеству.
Why do we use an exponential growth model in our calculations rather than a linear growth model as proponents of anthropogenic global warming theory do? Because we take into account a variety of factors occurring in the Earth's interior. And today, together with us, you have discovered how rapidly climate disasters are progressing. To understand how fast it can be, you can compare it associatively to boiling milk in a saucepan. It heats up gradually at first, but then, in an instant, the milk boils and escapes from the saucepan. We can also take into account the inertia of the process. Suppose you're driving a passenger car at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. The braking distance will be 2 meters. But if you're driving at 80 kilometers per hour, the braking distance is more than 30 meters. The same is true for the progression of cataclysms. The longer we wait, the greater will be the inertia as well as the braking distance. All of us in the world are in one huge bus which is speeding up. And ahead of us is an abyss. It seems to everyone that we will break at the end, but we forget about the inertia. If we activate the mechanism of counteraction to the cosmic impact now, and all the effects on us stop so that the planet begins to recover, we'll have to endure many more years of cataclysms, and a lot of people die. If we drag it out for another 5 years, the velocity and progression of climatic events will increase greatly. It will no longer be 2 meters or 2 years of braking, but much more. We still have time, but that time will be paid for with our lives.
Unsere Ökonomen aus verschiedenen Ländern haben berechnet, wie sich diese Progression der Kataklysmen auf die Weltwirtschaft auswirken wird. Hier sehen Sie ein Diagramm dieser Entwicklung. Die Dynamik ist offensichtlich. Dies deutet darauf hin, dass der Zusammenbruch des globalen Wirtschaftssystems bereits im Jahr 2030 erfolgen wird. Bereits im Jahr 2030 wird das globale Bruttoinlandsprodukt nicht alle klimabedingten Verluste decken können. Im Grunde hat die gesamte Weltwirtschaft nicht mehr als 6 bis 7 Jahre vor sich. Und im weiteren Verlauf werden sich die Prozesse sogar noch kritischer verschärfen. Warum? Wir kommen zum Schluss. Wenn wir in einem 12.000 Jahreszyklus leben würden, hätten wir ihn, wenn auch mit großen Verlusten, als Zivilisation durchlaufen und unsere Existenz fortgesetzt. Wir befinden uns jedoch in einem 24.000-jährigen Zyklus. Gemessen daran, was unser Planet zuvor erlebt hat, waren es totale Zerstörung. Supervulkane explodierten. Nahezu alles Leben wurde einfach weggefegt. Und unser mathematisches Modell, das umfassende Daten darüber enthält, wie sich der Klimawandel in der Vergangenheit vollzogen hat und wie er sich jetzt vollzieht, lässt erkennen, dass die Erde in die Fußstapfen des Mars tritt. Wir berechneten verschiedene Varianten der Ereignisse und kommen zu dem Schluss, dass sogar der mildesten Variante des aktuellen Zyklus die gesamte Menschheit sterben wird. Und nach unserem mathematischen Modell wird dies spätestens 2036 geschehen.
Да, уже сейчас мы переживаем не лучшие времена. Экономический кризис, геополитический кризис. Многие регионы планеты реально на грани голода. Происходят масштабные катаклизмы. Где-то палящая засуха, где-то жуткие наводнения, ураганы, цунами, землетрясения. А представьте, что будет, когда на планете от землетрясений почти живого места не останется, когда уже большая часть бюджета всех стран будет уходить на покрытие убытков от катаклизмов. Конечно, будут критически ухудшаться условия жизни, расти цены на все, на воду и продукты, на газ. Но уже через 14 лет никому не будут нужны ни еда, ни газ, ни бензин, ничего. Потому что после того, что произойдет не позже 2036 года, это уже никому не понадобится. Мы подготовили подробную модель тех событий, которые будут происходить в дальнейшем, и сейчас представим ее вам. Мы считаем своим долгом детально доложить вам всю серьезность ситуации. Масштаб событий мы вывели, исходя из той прогрессии, которую удалось оценить по росту числа и силы землетрясений. Дальнейшее развитие данных событий приводит к внутреннему растрескиванию коры нашей планеты. Магма через эти трещины начнет подниматься в той геометрической прогрессии, которую вы видели на графике. Далее это приведет к тому, что местами будут происходить микроразрывы и в коре, что увеличит магматическую активность, и она будет нарастать еще больше, пока не спровоцирует то, что в самой тонкой части коры, в океане, произойдет масштабный разрыв. Это неизбежно. Этот разрыв произойдет с вероятностью 99,9% в районе Марианской впадины. Именно там фиксируют глубокофокусные землетрясения, и именно там самая тонкая кора на планете, всего 5 километров. В начале, когда небольшое количество воды встретится с магмой, произойдет первый взрыв. Мы говорим микровзрыв, хотя по факту каждый из этих взрывов эквивалентен взрыву десятков ядерных бомб. Это разрушит тонкий слой коры под Марианской впадиной. Но дальше произойдет самое ужасное. И чтобы понять, что будет происходить дальше, покажем вам эксперимент. Видите, что произошло при встрече воды с раскаленным металлом? А теперь умножьте это в сотни миллиардов раз. Гигантский объем магмы из магматического плюма в одно мгновение разорвет Марианский желоб. И миллиарды кубометров воды встретятся с миллиардами кубометров магмы. За счет резкого распада океанической воды произойдет выброс кислорода и водорода под огромным давлением на дне Марианской впадины. Произойдет огромный взрыв. Этот взрыв будет в эквиваленте в 1000 раз превышать весь запас ядерного оружия, находящегося на Земле. Под сильнейшим давлением не просто закипит, он взорвется. Это поднимет огромный столб пара, смешанного с пылью. Этот гигантский столб пара под огромным давлением устремится настолько высоко вверх, что прорвет нашу атмосферу. Атмосфера свернется подобно одеялу, и ее просто сдует солнечным ветром. То есть нашу атмосферу сметет в буквальном смысле слова вместе со всей водной оболочкой. Также одновременно этот гигантский взрыв вызовет мощнейший гидроудар, направленный вглубь нашей планеты. Потому что 11 километров толщи воды в Марианской впадине – это огромнейшее давление в точке, где произойдет взрыв. И это давление, в свою очередь, отразится на гидроударе. Произойдет мощнейшая взрывная волна, направленная в центр планеты, в магму, которая будет тангенциально расходиться. И это спровоцирует дополнительные гравитационные процессы. Это приведет к резкому расширению магмы во все стороны в 10 раз. То есть магмы станет в 10 раз больше. Это буквально изнутри. Магма от такого удара будет вести себя как газообразное вещество. Все вулканы, трещины, разломы, все границы литосферных плит разорвутся и извергнутся одновременно. Землю зальет, так же, как это произошло на Марсе. Естественно, вследствие удара внутреннее ядро отскочит, и движение внешнего ядра остановится. Наша планета умрет. Этот процесс займет всего несколько минут. Вследствие остановки ядра исчезнет электромагнитное поле нашей планеты и практически полностью гравитационное. А значит, все спутники упадут с околоземной орбиты. В том числе и Луна. Если Луна будет находиться над восточным полушарием, то она будет отброшена взрывом и притянется Солнцем. А если Луна будет находиться над западным полушарием, то в момент, когда гравитационное поле пропадет, она упадет на Землю. Но нам, людям, это уже ничем не будет угрожать, так как вследствие этих событий мы, как человечество, уже полностью перестанем существовать. Данная математическая модель говорит о том, что если процесс разрушения будет протекать достаточно медленно и не будет никаких провоцирующих факторов на ускорение, то все, о чем мы говорим, произойдет в октябре 2036 года. Вы видите перед глазами таймер, который отсчитывает время до того времени, когда планета, как живая, населенная жизнью планета, не сможет более существовать. И это при условии, что ранее не произойдет никаких провоцирующих факторов. А это может быть падение метеорита, взрыв ядерной бомбы, усиление колебаний того же ядра, взрыв супервулкана. Нагнетается угроза ядерной войны. Со всей ответственностью можем сказать, что ядерная война в настоящее время ускорит апокалипсис. Это нанесет непоправимый урон, вообще добьет экономику и будет способствовать реализации процессов внутри ядра, их ускорению. Мы ускорим свой судный час. Это не решение вопроса. Это огромная глупость. Мы лишаем себя последнего времени, когда можем что-то сделать. Сейчас не время разъединяться и воевать. Сейчас время объединяться и решать более глобальные вопросы, чем геополитические разногласия. Мы живем во времена, когда выживание всего человечества должно стать гораздо выше частных интересов определенных стран.
Why did we publish these figures and forecasts before? Is included in our report, which was published 8 years ago. Because we had to verify and recalculate everything. And to our great regret, all the events that took place during this time confirmed our model, turning it into an axiom. The most disturbing indicator which prompted us to talk about the dates now is the growth of defocused earthquakes. We've seen that the processes are moving to the finish line, and that is scary. The process is accelerating. We know very well that the area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary. Why do we say that the plate is being dissolved so quickly? Look how quickly the red-hot deep magma has been making its way up over the past few years. Recall the intrusion of magma in the Bransfield Strait off the coast of the Antarctica. It is also shocking to learn how quickly a new volcano appeared near the island of Mayotte off the coast of Africa in May 2019. This means that processes inside the Earth that used to take millions of years now occur in matter of months. Why do we say it will be an explosion of magma at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, despite the fact that there is such a huge pressure of the water column? Because the magma that ascends from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition than the magma that normally comes out in the underwater eruptions. What is more, the explosion will occur exactly because it will be squeezed in the depth of both by the pressure of the magma and the water column. Water is seeping through the cracks and meet the magma. Therefore, an explosion in the enclosed system will be many times more powerful than those explosions that occur in the open spaces. In this case, comparing these explosions to an underwater volcanic eruptions is like comparing 1 billion cubic meters of magma to a teaspoon of lava. The difference is substantial, and the conditions are different. But actually, we as humanity do not need to concentrate on the moment of the hydraulic impact of 2036. It does not matter whether there will be an explosion or not. None of us will live to see it. We as humanity will die much earlier because of our foolishness and inhumanity. We do have 14 years, but 2036 is the end, the last point at which the Earth will turn to the state of Mars. Until the day of hydraulic impact, are stratovolcanic eruptions, as well as super typhoons that will sweep away not just cities, but entire continents. Right now, this seems like a fantasy. We have been saying for a long time that typhoons will make a landfall and pick up speed. Although it is impossible, it contradicts physics. 10 years ago, they did not believe us. But now, we are already seeing it. Today, a typhoon, as it comes to the land, gains momentum. According to our calculations, there is another area where a magma outburst could occur. It's the area of extremely low geoid anomaly in the Indian Ocean. In this area, huge volumes of red-hot magma are rising from the core, and they too can break through. We will raise this topic at one of the international discussions to be held immediately after the forum on the Creative Society channel. Also, at the international discussions, you will learn why Mars, once living planet with an atmosphere, oceans, and vegetation, died because of hydraulic impact during a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We have more information, but we haven't presented it today. Why not? We can talk about all the facts for days, not use our own measurement in this report, because this data has not been published anywhere, and we do not want anyone to get the false impression that we're trying to manipulate anyone's opinion. For these reasons, we are currently focusing only on the information that is available in public sources. You can study these materials yourself. Even a person without higher education, not a genius, will be able to do their calculation and come to the same conclusion that we came to. There is no other research groups in the world that has looked at the climate problems so comprehensively from all angles, and we have been doing this for a long time now, thanks to thousands of volunteers, experts, and kind-hearted people. Why have other scientists failed to find what we have found? Everyone is looking from one side. If you ask a volcanologist whether he knows anything about the magnetic field, he will answer that he does not. Seismologists choose only one database as a source of information and completely ignore all of the databases. It is not even their task to see what the overall picture looks like. They're searching only within their own country. In our research, we apply an international and interdisciplinary approach. Thanks to this, we can see the whole picture. And now, you can see it too.
Мы первые были бы рады, если бы мы ошиблись в нашей модели. Но, к сожалению, чем дальше мы изучали этот вопрос, тем больше убеждались в неизбежности катастрофы. И тем больше мы знаем, как это остановить. Мы искали решение и нашли его. На сегодняшний день нам известно, что энергия, которая оказывает воздействие на нашу планету и приводит к дестабилизации ее ядра, аналогична тому виду энергии, благодаря которому запутанные частички связываются между собой, находясь на разных концах галактики. Мы точно знаем, что это не нейтрино и не электромагнитное воздействие, но мы точно понимаем, что энергия этого космического излучения имеет физическую природу, а значит, на нее можно воздействовать в физической плоскости, например, ослабить, остановить, перенаправить и так далее. Но чтобы проводить с ней любые манипуляции, необходимо решить две ключевые задачи. Первое — изучить природу этого космического излучения, которое лежит за пределами известной нам физики. Второе — найти источник такой энергии, которая по силе была бы эквивалентна и превосходила это идущее из космоса энергетическое воздействие. И научиться пользоваться этой энергией так же, как мы пользуемся электричеством. Если мы решим эти две задачи, только в таком случае мы будем в состоянии что-то противопоставить циклическому космическому излучению и остановить его катастрофическое влияние на нашу планету. Да, на протяжении десятков лет мы уже ведем работу в исследованиях этого нового источника энергии и достаточно успешно. Но как бы мы ни хотели, наших возможностей недостаточно для того, чтобы прийти к необходимому результату. В такие сжатые сроки это можно сделать только сообща со всем научным сообществом мира.
Some people ask how science can find a new energy source in such short period of 5 to 6 years and learn how to use it if it took us 6,000 years to discover electricity. As for this new kind of energy, according to our information, many closed laboratories are already conducting research in this direction. But I hasten to this as of today, they're not looking for this energy to stabilize the core of our planet. All of the classified developments in this field are being done solely for the purpose, for military purpose of achieving world domination by one state or another through the development of new sources of energy. Scientists who work in such closed engineering design bureaus are not known to anyone. The states deliberately conceal them because it is not profitable for them to publicize their geniuses on which they rely on their for their strategic purposes. But these scientists are the ones who have the real potential to save us because they already have the necessary skills, experience, and understanding of the processes that the world-famous Nobel laureates, grant eaters, and careerists have never even heard of. If we now propose to the states to unite the scientific potential to find a way out, they will give us these grant eaters and opportunities who are totally clueless in this issue, which must be solved. Accordingly, they would not be able in any way to ensure the survival of humankind. As for those true scientists who will be able to do that, no one will give them. They're locked up like prisoners, and they will be there as long as our world society continues to live in a consumerist format, the format of the eternal race for domination, influence, resources, and most importantly, for power. Because every state in the race for domination will hide its real best minds to the very last. So the real essence of the problem today is that scientists cannot be united in existing format of society. So if we really want to survive, we should change the very format of the society, the very model of our social organization. We need such a format of society which would provide no conditions for wars to break out and where it will be impossible for any one person to rule over billions. And what this format will be called. What is important is the conditions it will create in society. Through many years of work and extensive research, we have come up with a model which puts human life first. This model is called a creative society. The model of the creative society forms such conditions in the world in which we, as humankind, will finally be able to stop the competition for profit and power, and most importantly, will be able to put real genius scientists at one table. Only this will give humankind a chance to find, as soon as possible, how to counteract this cosmic radiation, to stop the destabilization of the core, and to stop the growth of climate catastrophes. In the creative society, humanity gets a chance to survive. And what's more, we get a chance to build a unified civilization, as we should be, so that never again will humanity face such threats. The creative society is our real chance for life.
В представленном сегодня докладе вы услышали результаты многолетних исследований, которые проводились большим междисциплинарным коллективом ученых из разных стран мира. Более 10 лет мы вместе с огромным количеством ведущих специалистов, волонтеров и заинтересованных экспертов собирали аналитические данные, перепроверяли информацию, цифры и факты, приводили практические эксперименты и теоретические расчеты, на которых в дальнейшем сформулировали математические модели и прогнозы. Для нас сегодня большая честь говорить правду от имени такого огромного международного сообщества, которое состоит из лучших представителей своих дисциплин. Как бы нам сейчас хотелось каждому из них лично и публично выразить свою благодарность и просто сказать спасибо за их гигантский самоотверженный труд на благо всего человечества. Но, к сожалению, сегодня мы можем публично поблагодарить большинство из них. И на то есть несколько причин. К сожалению, части из этих прекрасных людей, достойнейших ученых, сегодня с нами уже нет. Среди них есть и те, кто были убиты в обстоятельствах, потому что пытались во всеуслышание говорить правду о климате, говорить против многомиллиардной мафии. И именно из-за таких вопиющих прецедентов большая часть нашего научного сообщества вынуждена на протяжении многих своих лет оставаться инкогнито для того, чтобы сохранить свои жизни. И не только. Ведь многие из них работают на официальную науку в лабораториях и исследовательских центрах по всему миру. Это позволяет им иметь возможность изучения необходимых материалов, иметь доступ к оборудованию, проводить соответствующие опыты и исследования, которые сегодня очень нужны для спасения человечества. Поэтому, чтобы не потерять доступ к необходимым возможностям, датчикам, лабораториям, они вынуждены в силу потребительского формата не афишировать свои реальные взгляды на происходящие климатические изменения и придерживаться генеральной линии. А иногда они вынуждены даже публично поддерживать гипотезу СО2 и антропогенного изменения климата или даже подписывать протоколы о том, что климат якобы не меняется. Но всех этих людей не держат звания и заработные платы. Они не гонятся за титулами и признанием, потому что они прекрасно знают, что еще чуть-чуть и всему человечеству уже будет далеко не до этого, если сегодня ничего не будет сделано. Будучи порядочными, честными людьми, несмотря на то, что они могут потерять работу и доход, они все свободное время посвящают проверке и разработке изложенной в докладе гипотезы. Да, большая часть нашего международного научного сообщества, работавшего над докладом, не может присутствовать сегодня на форуме. Но сегодня нам выпала честь озвучивать правду от имени этих настоящих героев. Эту правду мы сегодня знаем именно благодаря им. Благодаря им она сегодня звучит. Мы преклоняемся перед этими настоящими учеными, чей труд для всех нас и по факту для всего человечества является настоящим спасением. Да, сегодня мы не имеем права озвучивать их имена и фамилии. Только в созидательный мир сможет узнать настоящих героев, кто стоял за всеми этими исследованиями на протяжении всех этих лет. Имена настоящих авторов гипотезы, изложенной в сегодняшнем докладе, мы сможем узнать лишь в созидательном обществе. И мы будем действительно удивлены тому, насколько великие имена и фамилии вы среди них услышите. А сейчас мы хотим представить вашему вниманию фрагмент из «Перебуждения» с участием Игоря Михайловича Данилова.
Жить, как жили, мы уже не будем. Мы не вернемся в тот спокойный мир, который был еще год назад, в буквальном смысле слова. Да, год назад еще было терпимо, год назад еще было хорошо. Но этот 2022 год от Рождества Христова изменил много. Мы 10 лет назад об этом говорили, что придет 2022 год, и вы все увидите. Он пришел. Да, согласен. Люди стали понимать, что с миром не то, что их на протяжении десятков лет обманывали. Им навязывали теорию антропогенного фактора, что сейчас мы немножко консолидируемся, прикроем пару заводов, прекратим пользоваться, скажем, машинами, которые много выбрасывают углекислоты, еще что-то. и все наладится. Оно не наладилось. И вот теперь для многих приходит осознание, что и зеленая энергетика, экология навредила гораздо больше, чем обычно на углеводородах. И это так. И что надеяться не на что, страшно, что не на кого. Ведь давай вот копнем, с 96-го года все больше и больше людей подключалось к изучению. Сколько ученых было подключено к этому, да и сейчас подключено. А сколько тех, кто хотел сказать правду, выходили, начинали говорить, наши друзья, те ученые, которые работали с нами. Скольких из них? А кто убил? Простой вопрос. Да тех, кто лгал нам и кодировал, чтобы другим было неповадно рот открывать, пока они воруют наши деньги, прикрываясь какими-то мифическими изменениями климата вследствие антропогенного фактора, что якобы СО2 вот здесь все уничтожил. Мы, Бог знает когда, предупредили людей. Да, мы не все раскрыли. Был краткий доклад. Но мы говорили, люди, обратите внимание, ведь нейтрино, исходящее из Земли, возросло. Очень сильно возросло. А это говорит о том, что там, внутри нашей планеты, произошли глобальнейшие изменения, которые приводят к дисфункции ядра. И начинается то, к чему мы уже пришли сейчас. Тогда еще мы говорили об этом, с нас смеялись. Нам, знаете, умные диванные критики и абсолютно на них похожие, неадекватные ученые с большими именами говорили: а вы покажите, как вы измерили нейтрино. На чем? Ведь для того, чтобы поймать это нейтрино, сейчас мощные установки стоят, огромные, не так все просто. Для них, но не для нас. Те люди, которые с нами работали на протяжении многих лет, они гораздо умнее этих диванных критиков и лжеученых, которые очень популярны в мире. И у нас была такая возможность. У нас, скажем так, были компактные детекторы, позволяющие обнаружить количественно и качественно те же нейтрино. За то, что это была правда, заговорил один из наших хороших друзей. И его уже нет с нами, потому что он открыл рот и хотел рассказать, научно обосновать, опровергнуть эту критику вот этих приспособленцев, грантоедов, лжецов от науки. И он заплатил за это жизнью. А он был один из изобретателей как раз этого нейтринового детектора, портативного. И он был один из тех, кто много километров прошагал, неся на себе его. И установили тот факт, научный факт, что нейтрино в огромном количестве начало излучаться с нашей планеты. Ведь это же факт. А сейчас это подтвердили уже, и другие ученые. Это открытая информация последние годы.
Has the world scientific community been doing all these years? It has been diverting people's attention from the real causes of climate change by offering them false theories. One group of scientists was on the side of the theory of anthropogenic CO2. In contrast, another group claimed that the climate was not changing at all. Nevertheless, today, it is already evident to everyone that the climate is changing more and more. Therefore, many people trying to comfort themselves
are deluded by false theories. But this year has shown itself in full force, and everyone is already worried. What populist scientists have predicted to happen 100 years from now is happening today. The world we are used to no longer exists, and now we must make a mature decision about how to protect ourselves from climate Cerberus. Let's walk through this in order. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years. During this time, we must find a way to counteract the radiation that is now destabilizing our planet's core and causing climate disasters. Scientists do not know the nature of this radiation, which means we are still defenseless against this terrible threat. As humanity, we now have 2 essential tasks. First is to study the nature of cosmic radiation. The second is to find an energy source or superior to the radiation coming from space to counteract it. To solve these problems, we need competent scientists who are kept in closed laboratories around the world. These scientists study the energy we need, but they do it only to develop new kinds of weapons. No government will give them up because these scientists ensure the state's military powers. Since the time to solve the problems we face is catastrophically short, only 5 to 6 years, it is possible to cope with them only by combining the intellectual potential of competent scientists of the whole world. The scientists we all often hear about in the media, those for whom grants and titles are important, will not help us solve this problem. Even if countries agreed on any scientific corporation in this area today, we would end up with grant eaters, plagiarists, and opportunists sitting at this table. That is because no state in modern society will give up its best scientists. Right now, the power of a few over the billions is in charge, and they will fight for it to the end. It is impossible to bring together specialists from competing territories. Such are the rules of our consumerist format. What is the solution? We need to ensure that these scientists don't need to develop weapons and that countries don't need to defend themselves. That sounds impossible in our consumerist format. So the only way to free real scientists is to change the format of society to one where wars will be impossible and forever eliminated. In this way, real scientists around the world will have the opportunity to devote their full attention to solving the global climate threat. And this must be realized as soon as possible because time is running out. 10 years ago, when the situation with the climate and its progression became apparent to us, we realized that a new format of society was required. And because that would bring about a global change, it was necessary to consider all the factors that ensure the safety of society in an integrated way. We studied the world's historical experience to account for all of humanity's mistakes. The main thing we understood is that the new model of society must meet the needs of all people. After all, we as humankind have already fought enough and gone through economic crisis, famine, and wars. And all this has been repeated in a vicious circle for thousands of years. Therefore, If we change the format of society, it must be a radical change and one that will provide the best living conditions for all people.
Throughout the past 10 years, we, together with volunteers and experts from all over the world, have conducted extensive analytical work and numerous social surveys worldwide. We surveyed millions of people in over 180 countries, conducted interviews and consultation, and held international roundtables and conferences with experts in various fields. By studying and analyzing the needs of people around the world, we have been able to create a working model that transforms every aspect of society. And most importantly, it ensures that scientists can come together to solve the climate problem as quickly as possible. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the will of people, the 8 pillars that make this model work were formed. They embody what all people want. We have called this model the creative society. Further on, we will be using this term, but it can be called differently. It is not the name, but the essence of this model, which will help us to cope with the global climate disasters. In today's forum, we will look more closely at what the model is. For now, let's look at its fundamental differences from the current format of society. First, in the creative society, the priority of everything is life, but not profit, as we have it right now. Second, power will belong to the people and will not be concentrated in one hands of a single person or a particular group. It is as we see it today. These fundamental principles forever preclude the possibilities of war. Today, we are talking about the question of everyone's survival. It is no longer a question of conflicts or war. The threat is over everyone, over everybody. Any war can be stopped, given the will to do so. But what is happening now with the climate, we can only stop if we build the creative society. Whether we like it or not, it is a forced measure, because it is the only model of society that forever eliminates wars, freeing scientists from closed laboratories and allowing them to gather together at the same table. As a result, we will find a way out of the climate collapse as in a short as possible time. We now see that only the model of the creative society gives the humanity a real chance to survive.
Dr. Seema Manral Nagy, Director, Principal, Sanjeevani World School, Mumbai, Life and Happiness Coach. She is the Vice President of Rotary Club of Mumbai, West Coast, and Social Ambassador of Indian Development Foundation, as well as an awardee of the Nation Builder Award from Rotary. Dr. Nagy is associated with many educational and social organizations and contributes her time and efforts for the betterment of the educational system and society. She's an international speaker and is highly regarded in 7 countries. Dr. Nagy has been bestowed with many prestigious national and international awards. Her work has been in the World Book of Records, UK, Asian World Records, and the Great Indian Book of Records in personal and professional categories. Welcome, Dr. Nagy. The floor is yours.
Is increasing day by day. Millions of people across the globe have already experienced the terror being left on their own with the raging natural disaster, and millions have become climate refugees. The progression is gaining momentum. While we continue to argue about the causes, ignore the facts, or simply ignore everything that is happening. Friends, this is suicide. Yes, I understand that the flow of information bombarding each one of us today, it's very difficult to discern the grain of truth, but it is there. Today, we have all heard about the true causes of climate change. We have all heard about how many years we have left to unite all of our scientific potential. It is impossible to overstate how important this information is today. If you have any doubt, take it and calculate it yourself. Compare all the data and all the numbers that have been presented today. This is actually already happening. See for yourself that this is fact. We should have started to act long time ago. We Rotarians got acquainted with the report earlier. And thank you for giving it to us. We have had time to reconsider a lot of things. And now it is important to so that we have time to save all of us, all of humanity. If everyone else has any doubt, check it for yourself. I do understand that it's scary, but we at Rotary have faced challenges more than once, and this experience will help us now as well. Right now, we need unity and courage of all Rotarians more than ever. And then we will succeed because our strength and survival is only in unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. And we pass the floor to the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Marco Antonio Hernandez, President of the Rotary Club of Cordillera de Peñalolén from Chile.
Gracias por la oportunidad. Mi nombre es Marco Antonio Hernández Fuentes. Tengo el privilegio de ser presidente de 2023 de Rotary Club Cordillera de Peñalolén en Santiago, en Chile. Y hoy día estamos afanados, enfocados, ¿cierto?, en tener éxito con la sociedad, ser partícipe, y me gustaría mucho poder agregar y compartir con nuestro club y todas las personas, ¿cierto?, este hermoso privilegio que hoy día tenemos la oportunidad de conocer, que se llama sociedad creativa, a través de que la unión hace la fuerza. Y eso es fundamental. Gracias por esta hermosa oportunidad única que tengo de poder compartir con ustedes mis experiencias después de ver, escuchar y disfrutar el foro anterior, el mensaje de la humanidad, y poder expresar mis sentimientos de esa ocasión y compartir con ustedes este momento. Siempre en mi vida he tratado de ayudar, de participar, de involucrarme con la sociedad, y hasta me he sentido bien con eso. Siempre he estado preocupado de ayudar, de sostener a quienes lo necesitan, pero después de haber visto esta experiencia de este foro y las charlas recibidas, cambió todo. Me sentí necesitado. Me sentí una persona que tenía que dar más, que tenía que salir de una comodidad que consideraba que era parte de mi vida nomás. Sentí salir de esta zona de confort y deseoso de poder compartir y expresar estas vivencias nuevas, ¿no?, y aprender y entender que nos queda poco tiempo en este mundo si no actuamos, si no reaccionamos. Y decidí reaccionar, decidí expresar este sentimiento a mis más cercanos amigos, Y compartí con ellos la información, lo que afectaría, ¿cierto?, al mundo en los próximos años. Pero ahí fue mi primer knockout, por decirlo. La indiferencia, la duda, el individualismo, y muy pocas personas tuvieron una aceptación a lo que compartía. Me hizo reflexionar, me hizo pensar que quizás no están todos preparados como uno piensa de llevar un mensaje, de compartir algo. Creo que hay que hacer cosas antes. El mensaje es muy claro y muy específico, pero hay que preparar. Siento que con esta experiencia personal hay que preparar a las personas. No hay mejor efecto en las personas que el respeto y la confianza. Y eso es fundamental, que la sociedad creativa pueda entrar sin temor, sin duda, y pueda hacer su trabajo. Esta sociedad necesita esos valores, necesita nuestra confianza, necesita nuestro respeto, y eso lo vamos a lograr. Por eso que este lema del foro, la crisis global, nuestra salvación es la unión, esa es la forma. Dar confianza, disipar el temor y salir del estado de confort que tenemos. Creo que esos tres elementos son fundamentales. Yo hago un llamado a todos los que escuchan y pueden vernos. No hay más gozo que uno pueda sentir cuando aquel que tú invitas te dice sí, voy. Gracias por este momento, por la oportunidad de poder dar mi grano de arena a esta tremenda trabajo, este tremendo proyecto y objetivo que ustedes realizan en bien de un mundo mejor, de tener las posibilidades de alcanzar no solamente nosotros, sino nuestras generaciones también, los privilegios que hoy día nosotros vivimos y que tenemos que transmitir a ellos. Yo creo que somos un eslabón más, ¿cierto?, en esta gran cadena, y nuestra única misión es unirnos y trabajar en beneficio. Y yo sostengo, no podemos enfrentar un monstruo como el consumismo, pero sí podemos encontrar aquellos que lo necesitan, y siempre va. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio, for your words of support to the Creative Society and for bringing people together, and for your profound understanding of the danger in which we as humanity now find ourselves. In fact, in the near future, we will all move out of our comfort zone. The only question is now, will the climate destroy the comfort zone, or we will step out of it ourselves in order to act? No one doubts anymore that we are not in control of the climate. The year 2022 has been a year of a tragedy for many people. But people are not seeing the holistic picture of what is happening. They need attention away from a vital topic. Case point, when millions of people suffered in Pakistan, the world's media gave only a few words about this terrible tragedy. Let us hear the truth of what is happening from eyewitnesses of climate events around the globe. Notice how many tragic events you didn't know about. Why would you want to know that? Watch, and you will understand everything.
But right away, there comes a thought that it happens somewhere far away, and it won't happen to me. But it seems like that only until it happens to you.
I don't know, I got really scared.
Дым, мы начали задыхаться.
Lost my friend in it. I look in my mirror and I'm on fire.
We only had minutes to get out.
Anyone can become a victim of the ruthless climate Cerberus at the most unexpected moment. Why? We are going to show you the stories of people affected by climate disasters. There are millions like them around the world. As you listen to them, try to answer yourself a simple question. Will you be ready when the climate Cerberus comes to your home?
My name is Douglas Franklin Ryan, and I survived the McKinney Creek fire. We could see smoke over on the other side of the ridge, and at one point it looked like the smoke had stopped and nothing but white clouds and steam were coming up, and then it just came over the mountain. It was coming right down the hill toward us. I wasn't concerned about it. It was on the other side of the river, and it wasn't very aggressive coming down the hill. Then we noticed the hot spot at the very tail of it, and it jumped the river and then jumped the road. And so we had fire coming up on both sides of us. And so we thought we had half hour, 45 minutes to get out of there. We only had about 7 or 8 minutes in reality. And I ran in the house. There's a man named John Cogan in there. He was the uncle of one of my roommates, and I think he's 74. And I went in there, I said, John, we gotta go. He goes, I'm not going anywhere. I said, yeah. He goes, I've seen this a dozen times. I've lived here 30 years. I'm not going anywhere. He goes, if I leave here and I lose everything, it'll kill me. If I stay here and die, I'll have to take that chance. But he passed away in the fire. That and 5 dogs on the property.
Why have the fires in California been getting worse in recent years, burning more forests and towns and making it harder to put them out? In 1995, there was a malfunction in our planet's core. Because of it, magma rises from the Earth's interior, boils, and extends in volume. Its pressure upon the Earth's crust grows. Along the faults in the crust, there occurs degassing, release of gases from the planet's interior, and this causes fires. California is located precisely in the zone. The increase in fires there is an alarming sign. It means that magma is rising in that area.
El huracán inclusive tomó una trayectoria diferente a todos los huracanes, pero tomó un desvío, un desvío de nuevo hacia el sur, que normalmente no lo hacen los huracanes, y es Lina en 1997. Paulina fue huracán categoría 5. De hecho, Ágata fue, aquí en esta zona fue más devastador que Paulina.
I live about 100 meters from the ocean. The water level had reached like 4 or 5 feet. I don't know, I got really scared. I thought maybe like the water would start coming in through that little window and that like we would have like, I didn't know where we were gonna go after that. It was like, there was water everywhere. And when I went outside, yeah, I still can't believe like the destruction that happened short amount of time, and just like how we all want to believe that we're always going to be safe, not the reality. Climate change is going to affect it is affecting every single person now.
Произошел пожар 3 сентября. Еще днем началось, дым было видно очень далеко. А потом, ближе к вечеру, все молниеносно просто сгорело.
Заскакивали дома, органы милиции, кричали: убегайте, кто как может, спасайтесь.
Вывозили, были автобусы, были кто на своих машинах, кто как мог быстро эвакуировался, кто что с собой в машину смог закинуть, то и вез.
Дочь моя захватила меня с 4 своими детьми, посадила в машину, и мы уехали, шло очень большое пламя, дым, мы начали задыхаться. Когда я подъехала к своему дому, я была не в шоке, это в истерике. Там стенки стояли, все сгорело. Дом, машины, документы, ничего не осталось. Это было невозможно, я никому не желаю это видеть, это было страшно. За мои 60 лет я такого еще не видела, не встречала, даже в фильме ужасов, если честно.
Ну, мы собирались здесь жить в дальнейшем, тем более вокруг лес, природа, свежий воздух. Вроде вот все вчера стояло, все было хорошо. И сейчас вот стоишь, смотришь, и ничего этого нету. Как во сне.
It was something that we were not even expecting. Like, you know, it just came within the blink of an eye. Like 24 hours ago, everything was perfect. I came to know that the flood is almost here.
People were crying, people were going out of their homes, they were struggling to save their homes. The most is 4 to 5 children and one mother flowing in water.
Devastating flood in Pakistan. You know, it's a wake-up call not only to the Pakistan but to the world as well on the threats of climate change. And this record-breaking rain would devastate any country.
Why have the monsoon rains in Pakistan become abnormally heavily? In recent years, there has been a sharp acceleration in the rotation of our planet. This is causing magma to rise actively from the bowels of the earth towards the surface. The red-hot magma is getting closer to the crust and is causing groundwater to evaporate in large quantities, causing catastrophic floods in different parts of the world.
We didn't expect it. The weather was just clean. I've been here in the Netherlands for almost 36 years, and I've never seen a tornado like that before. This is insane. It can damage a lot, and what is next? Maybe it's gonna be in F2 or F3. What's gonna do then?
I've never seen in my life like this earthquake. It was really long. We were really scared.
В моей семье погибли 4. Сегодня я их похоронила. Еще 12 родственников пострадали. Я чувствую себя беспомощной. У меня не осталось никаких денег.
Many people were wounded, many people were died, and many homes were also destroyed. Until the end of the day, it were more than 1,000 people who lost their lives, and more than 1,500 people were injured.
ون دارو مالات کې چې شور شو چې ماشومان د خلکو جړل د کوټي راولي دي چې ماشومان مړ شو څوک خزي مړي شوللي.
Why are there more and more destructive earthquakes in Afghanistan? The increase in the number of earthquakes in Afghanistan is a result of a rise of magma. Because of the increase in pressure, magma rushes upwards towards the crust and increases the number of earthquakes around the world.
There was no prevention because it was not expected. We didn't want to flood it. Usually that flooding might be caused by 2 days of rain.
It is for the first time that I saw people desperately leaving their own homes to other places. That was the most shocking part for me. Imagine forcefully being asked to leave your own homes because of a natural phenomenon that you don't have any other thing to do, and becoming a refugee in your own city or displaced in your own city.
So basically, the situation was really bad. Young kids got stripped who are in these houses. We recovered many bodies.
It just came with nobody aware. The area that they are working sank, houses sank, cars were taken off by water. I lost my friend in it, watched the car sink when I can't help. And then I come back here in Fujairah, the same thing happened. And I think this is continuing. It's gonna go from country to country.
Whoa, man, oh man. Goodness gracious.
You guys aren't gonna believe this. This is insane. I'm okay so far, but this is no fucking joke. This is no joke. I called John. He knows I'm out here. He knows. So we're so good as long as the house holds. So just okay, don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay, right? Everything's okay.
It continues to ramp up. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you that I've been here 29 years. I've never experienced or seen anything like this. Our families have lost everything.
It was intense fear, watching the water come up our street and knowing we only had minutes to get out.
It was horrified. My trailer was shaking back and forth. I thought Andrew was terrible. This beats Andrew big time.
Oh my God, look at this gust of wind!
There are many people who do not have the resources to leave.
I told my brother we have no choice but to survive or die. You know, like if we don't get up and get our family to safety, you know, the worst could happen. So we did it.
Outside.
Poor grandma, Beanie baby.
You left her that on a message.
Yeah, I just said, I love you. I don't know if we're gonna make it or not.
It's all underwater. It's very sad. I know that there was people screaming for help and people still on roofs. We don't have a place to go.
Today, it was us who suffered. We were attacked by the climate Cerberus. It destroyed our homes, took our lives. But now, it's coming for you. Are you ready for its arrival?
Řekněte mi, jak je to možné. Jak je možné, že klimatem. Tito lidé se teď podělili o své příběhy. Veškerou jeho zuřivost. Miliony lidí zůstali. A dokonce i nyní, kdy po celém světě stamiliony umírají a trpí klimatickými katastrofami, je nám tato pravda zatajována. A kvůli čemu? Proč nám neříkají celou pravdu? Pravdu o tom, co se děje s planetou. Jak dlouho budeme hrát Bůh mlčení? Vždyť i zprávu o budoucnosti lidstva začali mazat pouhý týden po jejím zveřejnění. Se vyplatí, abychom my, lidé, nic nevěděli. Odpověď je jasná. Těm u moci a jejich vědcům. Vždyť to oni nás nažhavili na biliony dolarů a nás okrádají až do morku kostí. Nevěříte? Tak se podívejte na své účty za energie. Proč sakra musí platit přemrštěné ceny? Ať mi na to odpoví ten génius, který vymyslel téma se zelenou energií. Kde jsou výhody této zelené energie? Kde je zlepšení životního prostředí? Kde je snižování CO2? Kde je moje levná elektřina a pohodlný život? Samotní ekologové nám nedávají více než 10 let. A v matematickém modelu, který jsme dnes viděli, bylo ozvučeno 14 let. Tak tady máte a opravdu by mě zajímalo, zda se alespoň v jednom alespoň něco udělali, aby se za tu dobu podařilo zachránit lidi. Nemyslím. Teď místo konsolidace všech a všeho se všechno rozpadá. Vy jídáši jste nás zaprodali. Kašlete na lidské životy. Kašlete na pravdu. A štěkáte na ty, kteří jednají vzájemně. No nic, uvidíme, jak zaspíváte, až klimat promluví. Potom se vaše lži stanou pro všechny natolik zřejmé, že vás prostě roztrhají na kusy vaši vlastní zadavatelé. A jestli ne oni, tak to udělají lidé pomatení žalem. Naše planeta je jeden velký vícepodlažní dům. Rozpadá se, hoří a praská ve švech. A vy, kteří šplháte nahoru, nás ujišťujete, že je všechno v pořádku. Ale to je lež. A ačkoliv dnes nehoří vaše patro, ostatní jsou už v plamenech a dusí se kouřem. Prostě se zamyslete. Co řeknete lidem, kteří v jediném okamžiku přijdou o všechno? Jak vysvětlíte, že všechny naše činy jsou fikce? Že jste nás jen kasírovali. Naspávali si své kapsy a uspravedlňovali vědeckými postuláty. Takže vydaj moje tam se znovu, vy parchanti. Kde jsou moje peníze? Ukažte mi, za co jste je utratili. Bude alespoň odpovědět na otázku, kde a za co jste je ve skutečnosti utratili. A jak to zlepšilo můj život? A to ještě účty za energii. A místo toho, abyste pozvedli lidi a vysvětlili jim příčinné souvislosti a to, co nás čeká, děláte nepochopitelné věci. Idioti. Existuje mnoho seriózních lidí, kteří chápou, co se s klimatem děje. A vy neustále tvrdíte, že za to mohou zvířata. Žijeme snad v blázinci?
kde první, kdo si oblekne plášť, je lékař a ostatní jsou pacienti. Lidé, pojďme zmoudře a dospět. Jinak prostě přestaneme existovat. Je jasné, že my nikdo z vás máme otázky neodpoví. Vždyť vy se bojíte. Ve skutečnosti se uprostřed noci budíte studeným potem a třesete se strachem, že jste byli odhaleni. A místo toho, abyste se zabývali řešením situace, vymýšlíte, jak odvést naši pozornost od hrozby a jak nám zavřít ústa. Nejprve byla pandemie, teď děsíte jadernou válkou. To si vy géniové vůbec neuvědomujete, že jaderný úder vše jen urychlí. Je jasné, že by vám to hrálo do karet. Nebylo by třeba vymýšlet nic nového, co by nás velmi utvrdilo v tom, a vy nás stříhali. Potíž jen v tom, že všichni zdechneme. Takže se nespolehejte ani na své klima se totiž nad nikým nesvituje.
As you can see, we all live relatively comfortable lives on the edge of survival and an unknown future. The so-called rulers of this world know exactly how they will fix the climate problem and why we are the enemy of their carbon-neutral mission. However, some details of fictitious CO2 fight just don't end up. The solution that we are talking about today is outside the brainwash CO2 solution that we hear from every hole these days. CO2 scammers want to make a lot of money from the scheme, but ignored the very important 24,000 years climate cycle and the changes that are taking place inside planet. According to their calculations, the climate crisis should have settled down to help them support their CO2 theory. But catastrophic events are only growing. So who is stupid now? How did CO2 a profitable business model, you ask? Once upon a time, they thought that this was a normal cycle. After all, every 1,000 to 3,000 years, there are small changes, warming and cooling. Even in the 18th century, it got colder.
18th century
the temperature on Earth began to rise. Scientists simply decided to make a profit, hoping for a cool-off. Since they're so smart, they increased their funding for research, explaining that this is an anthropogenic humor. This also allows politicians to make money and control the masses. Politicians can dictate energy propaganda, enslaving non-competitive countries with fines, carbon tax, and CO2 quota sales. As a result, our wonderful media being owned by a few big businesses, I believe this idea has spread through the masses into our brains. In fact, we do not even question their so-called research and solutions. While billions of us are silent and dumb, they collect our money to build their mansions, buy yachts, fly private jets, and party.
Private jets in a party in a people.
They're very smart business people to sell us a lie and to offer no promises to their sheep. Trillions of dollars have been spent on fighting a molecule in the air, while the real dangers of climate change are nowhere to be found. Scientists who care are speaking up about true causes. As a result, they're shut down, made fun of, and lose the ability to be published in scientific or any other public-facing publications.
ကြုံတွေ့နေရတဲ့
games
တာဝန်ဝ
of
တ္
the
တရားနဲ့ပတ်သက်
consumerist
ပြီးတော့
format,
ပြီးတော့
the premium package
သုံး
deal.
ဆွဲနေကြတဲ့
It's simply,
consumers
as
တွေ
always, the world has been deliberately misled into thinking that we can
အဲ့
defeat
တော့
climate
တက
change
ယ်ကိုတစ်ကမ္ဘာ
only
လုံး
by
က
reducing
အမေရိက
our
ရွေးချက်နဲ့ကိုလေ့လာဖို့
paying
လိုအပ်နေ
more
ပါပြီ
than CO2 taxes. But there is a
tax နှ
problem.
မျိုးရှိနေတာမျိုးလည်း
We
ပါ
are
ပါတယ်
currently going through a 24,000 climate cycle, and it won't disappear
အဲ့တော့
just because we are solving
44,000 climate
a
cycle
problem
တစ်ခုမှာတော့
we invented. So what do we do?
အဲ့တော့ကျမတို့
You
ဘာ
and
လုပ်
many
ကြမလဲ
other people live forum with us right now
ဒါကြောင့်
understand
အခုကြည့်နေတဲ့ပရိသတ်ကျမတို့ရဲ့ live forum ကိုကြည့်နေတဲ့ပရိသတ်
to a climate crisis.
အဲ့တော့ climate crisis
Our
ပေါ်မှာ
lives,
ဘယ်လို
the
solution
lives
ရှိပါမလဲ
of our children and loved
ကျမတို့ရဲ့ကလေးတွေ
not
နဲ့
protected
ချစ်တဲ့
by
ခင်တဲ့လူ
business
တွေ
models that governments
အဲ့တော့
sucked us
business
into.
model တွေအစိုးရတွေ
How do we grow our brain cells back? We
အဲ့တော့
start
ကျမတို့ရဲ့အုံနောက်က
We
cell
forget
တွေကိုပြန်လဲ
forgive.
ဖွံ့ဖြိုးအောင်
We
ပြန်လဲရ
start
ရှိအောင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်
spreading
မလဲ
this information about the true causes of climate change to everyone we know.
အဲ့တော့
Yes,
ကိုယ်နဲ့သိတဲ့လူတိုင်းကို
might
တ
think
ကယ်တမ်း
we're crazy.
အာဒီဥတုပြောင်းလဲမှုရဲ့
He or
အ
she
ကြောင်းရင်း
gets
ကို
the
သိအောင်
same
လုပ်ဖို့
information
လိုပါ
from
တယ်
different people, sources, and
အဲ့တော့
platforms.
မတူညီတဲ့လူ
He
တွေ
or
မ
she
တူညီတဲ့
is most
platform
likely to look
အဲ့ဒီ
into
ကနေပြီး
further
တော့ဒါ
and
တွေကို
maybe even
ရှာ
do
ဖွေ
their
တွေ့ရှိဖို့
own
စူးစမ်းလေ့လာဖို့လိုပါတယ်
Yeah, that's actually a very good advice. Thank you so much, Olga.
အမှန်ပါပဲ
Amazing
ဒီဟာ
speech.
အလွန်ကောင်းတဲ့
Yeah, if
အ
they
ကြံပေး
follow
ချက်
your
ပါပဲ
advice, then not only the neighbors, but even some
မ
scientists could
အိမ်နီးနား
really
ချင်းတွေ
use
မ
this
ကပါဘူး
advice and
scientist တွေ
make
အတွက်လည်းဒီ
their
လိုပါပဲ
research outside of their very narrow field that they usually concentrate on. And here's what they might discover for themselves.
အဲ့တော့
Since
သူတို့လည်းသူတို့ကိုသူတို့
1996,
ဒီအ
there
ကြောင်း
was
ကိုရှာ
a
ဖွေတွေ့ရှိ
very
ဖို့လိုပါတယ်
first prediction model made, and it was noticed that synchronous changes were happening not only on Earth,
ပြိုင်တူ
but on other
ပြောင်းလဲ
planets
ဖို့
as
လိုပါ
well.
တယ်ကမ္ဘာမြေ
And
ကြီး
it
မှာမဟုတ်
means
ပါဘူး
that
တ
the
ခြားသော
problem
ဂျို
is
ကမ္ဘာတွေ
global.
မှာလည်းပြောင်းလဲ
It's
ဖို့
more than a
လိုပါတ
problem
ယ်
of one single planet. On the scale of galaxies in space, our
အဲ့
planet
တော့
is not
galaxy နဲ့
bigger
ဒီ
than a
space
grain
မှာ
of sand on the beach. And there is very little that we know about the space in general. So we have to unite to observe and
ကျွန်တော်တို့က
study
ဒါ
the
တွေကို
evidence. If
ပေါ
we
င်း
unite
စု
the
ပေါင်း
best
စည်းပြီးတော့
scientists to work on this
ဒါတွေကို
problem,
စောင့်ကြည့်
we
လေ့
have
လာဖို့လိုပါတယ်
we have 5-6 relatively calm years ahead of us.
အဲ့
After
တော့
that,
5 6
it will
တော့
be
ဖြည့်
obvious
မှာ
to everyone.
ကြံနေပါ
But
တ
there
ယ်
will be no time left to do
ဒါပေမဲ့
anything
အချိန်
at
အ
all.
များကြီးမရှိပါဘူး
If
ဒါ
we
ကို
keep
လုပ်ဖို့အတွက်
wasting time
အ
on
ချိန်မ
fighting
ဖြုံးမှနဲ့
climate change by
အဲ့
raising
တော့
carbon
ရာ
taxes
သီဥတု
on
ပြောင်းလဲမှု
CO2
ကိုတိုက်ဖျက်
and
ဖို့
money
ဆို
making
တာ
schemes
အရန်
around
အရေး
it,
ကြီးပါတယ်
we are done. So let's hear what
နားထောင်ကြည့်ရအောင်ပါ
scientists have to say about
အဲ့တော့
CO2
သိပ္ပံ
and
ပညာရှင်
its
တွေဘာ
place
ပြောလဲ
in ecosphere of our planet.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကမ္ဘာမြေကြီးနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
The hockey stick graph, I took one look at this graph and smelled a rat.
Literally the greatest imaginable fraud one could find in modern science. Es ist
modern science
Nuclear is the most disruptive conspiracy theory that has been invented on climate change.
It's like I woke up in the insane asylum and the patients have taken over. And taken over academia too.
Today, from every direction, we are being told all the time that man-made CO2 emissions are to blame for climate change.
ဒါကကမ္ဘာကြီးရဲ့ရာသီဥတုပြောင်းလဲတယ်လို့ဆိုပါတယ်
It becomes sort of normal, accepted, as if taken for granted. In reality, it's not. But since someone is doing it, then someone benefits from it.
တယောက်ကလုံနေပြီးတော့
Moral
တယော
of
က်က
the
ကျွမ်းတဲ့ရ
anthropogenic
နေပါလေ
origin of the current global warming and its threat to humanity is a myth. A separate
ဒီ
question is
လူသား
who
မျိုး
needs
နဲ့
this
ဆိုတာ
myth and for what purpose?
ဒါနာယူဖြစ်နေပါ
To
လေ
fight CO2, they tell us to shut down plants and
အဲ့တော့
factories,
CO2
stop heating
မှာ
our
တော့
homes and filling our cars with
ပလန့်စီကို
gasoline.
ပိတ်ပင်ပြီးတော့ပိတ်လိုက်ပြီးတော့
Stop eating meat and stop showering. We are also told that we should breathe less, stop having children, and generally reduce the human population on the
Engineer
planet. And of course, we should pay more taxes. As much as possible.
Isn't that lovely? Don't you like to be taxed?
It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society.
This unequal battle with CO2 has been going on for 40 years already, but what are the results of this battle? But so far, no measures have been successful. On the contrary, from one climate conference to another, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere only continues to grow, completely ignoring all international rights and norms, as if we are paying for it to grow.
If you believe the story, the narrative, the fakery, or kill us or whatever it's going to do. If you believe that story, then you will, and you will be guilty. And so that makes you open your wallet and send a big check to Greenpeace.
These measures will not save the climate. They are not effective and have no effect on CO2 emissions. Climate and on your wallets. It will affect some of the freedoms that you'll be deprived of, but it won't budge the climate or the weather by even an inch.
Let's do some investigation. On what grounds are we being restricted and taxed? Do you know how much CO2 is actually contained in the atmosphere?
There's only 41,000% CO2 in the atmosphere. Very little of it.
According to the official data, the level of CO2 is 400 ppm. What does this mean? ppm means parts per million. In other words, there are 4 molecules of CO2 for every 10,000 molecules of air in the atmosphere. But we are told that these molecules trap heat coming from the Earth and warm the atmosphere. But how can 4 molecules trap heat? 1,000 other molecules in the atmosphere. How can such tiny concentrations have any effect on the climate at all? Even a school student would understand that they can't.
That small rise cannot possibly cause any kind of climate change. It's close to nothing. You double nothing, you still have nothing.
Hold on a second, though. It's not just humans that add CO2 to the atmosphere. There are also natural sources such as oceans, volcanoes, trees, and marshes. How much CO2 does humanity produce then? The established human contribution to the overall increase in CO2 concentrations since 1750 over the entire industrial era has been estimated by various researchers to be between 1% and 12%.
All of humanity is responsible for only 5% of annual CO2 emissions. The other 95% oceans and land. This is a natural cycle.
If we consider that 0.03% was already in the atmosphere before the human contribution, then the anthropogenic CO2 will be between 1 to 12,000% of the total atmosphere. That means that a human has added between 1 and 12 molecules per million of other molecules in the atmosphere. In the meantime, we are being robbed by carbon taxes and forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2. Even if we stopped all the factories and plants in the world, and even if we stopped breathing, it would result in a CO2 reduction of less than 1 ppm out of 400 ppm by 2050. Meanwhile, disasters are already destroying lives and entire countries for completely different reasons.
There's no correlation at all between dioxide and global warming. And we had a period of global cooling from about 1945 to 1980, during a time when CO2 was rising rapidly. And so there's no correlation here at all.
If you look at the data over the past 160 years, you will see that despite all the efforts of humankind to emit more CO2, this cannot decide whether to heat the atmosphere or cool it. Similarly, Before the industrial age, the planet heated and cooled on its own without any help from humankind. What effect is CO2 having on global temperature? During the pandemic, humankind significantly reduced its CO2 emissions. The entire world was under quarantine. Plants and factories were shut down, and the air in cities was cleared of exhaust fumes. However, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere continued to grow, regardless of the quarantine.
If there was a human effect, if the humans were causing this rise in the rate of rise, then when humans stop using hydrocarbon fuels for some significant period, as we have two examples now, 2010 and now recently, then you should see likewise a change in that curve. But this is not observed whatsoever.
The main orchestrator of atmospheric CO2 is the ocean.
How dare you!
Since about 95% of the Earth's carbon dioxide is dissolved in its waters. When the ocean heats up, it releases CO2 into the atmosphere.
Changing the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature read. And then about 1 year, 11 months or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
In other words, the increase in carbon dioxide is a consequence of the heating, not its cause. And humanity has nothing to do with this process, nor does it have anything to do with climate change. But if CO2 increases naturally, it must intensify the greenhouse effect anyway, right?
Greenhouse
absolutely not the case. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, whose content in the atmosphere is 50 to 100 times more than all the CO2. And it is water vapor that creates up to 95% of the greenhouse effect. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere, on average, is 1,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic dioxide. So the greenhouse effect of CO2 is extremely low. Is there one at all? According to calculations, the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has a cooling effect.
70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask a million-dollar question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases.
Some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with the artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating.
This experiment showed that increasing the concentration of CO2 only slows down the heating of the atmosphere. And another question remains. Why are natural sources emitting more and more CO2 today? Ice cores for the last years, when there were no cars or factories. CO2 concentrations that are well over today's 400 ppm. For example, between 700 and 2500 ppm.
In the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
For some unknown reason, however, disappear from the articles in 1980 strangely coincided with the establishment of the advisory group that later became the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Our planet is currently going through a period of global climatic catastrophes occurring cyclically every 12,000 years. During this period, due to the changes within the planet, more active, causing magma to ascend, and the ocean to heat up enormously. Heating of the deep ocean and awakening volcanoes are causing the concentration in the atmosphere to increase rapidly, and this happens every 12,000 years.
This is an IQ test. You're thoroughly brainwashed by governments. You breathing too much and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become like the dinosaurs extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive.
It's time to ask every lying scientist where to and why Was our money unreasonably spent? Why was our
Pero
money wasted to the wind? Was a false theory. Then why did they shut the mouths of honest scientists while they are creating an illusion of fighting with a negligible amount of CO2? Millions of people are dying, cities are being destroyed, and the number of climate refugees is growing. And we collapse the planet because of the 12,000-year cycle, and due to our carelessness, the only way to unite in order to build the creative society. Only together can we create billions of human lives. Our future depends on each and every one of us.
What an amazing video. As you have just seen, the theory of human-made climate change is a proven fact. Just like the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, brainwashed with the image of the enemy. And we must sacrifice our well-being and trillions of dollars to fight that enemy. The Paris Accords and the Kyoto Protocol require that. And those two documents were signed based on supposedly scientific evidence. Just as fake as Colin Powell's tube in the United Nations meeting. The hockey stick has given an unemployed, mediocre scientist a warm place under the sun, a job at the United Nations, a professorship at the University of Pennsylvania, and millions of dollars on researches, the main result of which is to completely discredit climate science, as the Wall Street Journal wrote about him. The graph is a proven fake. It is the result of deliberate manipulation and the usage of unsuitable data, which is deliberately wrong for such reconstructions. The IPCC leadership of the United Nations was well aware that this graph contradicts not only the entire history of climate change, but also the graphs from other scientists. The published correspondents know that they manipulated the data in the IPCC and WMO reports to mislead everyone, including policymakers. These leaked emails from 2009, known as Climate Gate, was mass discontent among the people who realized that they have been deceived. A series of bogus investigations were conducted to appease the public. The only result of this was just a mild slip on the wrist for the fraudsters. The authors of the fake graph were merely admonished and advised to improve their behavior in the future. And not one single investigation was pointed at how leadership actually pressured the scientists to exclude the data from the reports which contradicted the theory of anthropogenic CO2 climate change. Literally, it was made not to dilute the message. Instead, the massive smear campaign was launched by a group of corrupt scientists to discredit whose opinion was at odds with the theory of the hockey stick. Everything was used, from blocking publications and internal editors to slander and firing. And because of such imposters who bought their titles, enormous amounts of money have been wasted for decades. And most of the scientific community knew about it. Mark Stein's book, A Disgrace to the Profession, contains hundreds of quotes from PhDs, professors, and Nobel laureates who openly ridicule the hockey stick-shaped graphs as a cheap fake. Canadian climatologist Tim Ball stated bluntly that such frauds should be given a place not at the University of Pennsylvania, but at the state jail. Both
University of Pennsylvania
every single lawsuit filed against them by the authors of the hockey stick graph, proving that the graph was fake. However, even though all the scientists discuss it openly among themselves, only a few stated from the high podiums.
Error scientists may discuss
themselves to a wave of bullying and the stigma of climate. When you can just quietly continue to receive your grants and wear a title of a respected scientist, but respected by whom? Those same grant eaters, those who praise themselves for positive reviews, and what is in it for us, the people? What do we get from such science? What have we gained from it? Those who call themselves scientists
scientists take Bama Connie be met. Error
and just talking heads. And in those about the science, it's only the personal gain that they have in there. And there was never anything scientific in it. They laughed at our hypothesis of external causes of the climate change. Because even they were smart enough to realize that this is something that humanity is facing right now, and we don't have even that much time. Climate those fools. And it is scary because not only the truth reached the worst representatives of the science, but because we have nothing to contradict the number of categories increases each year. The real problem, cyclical climate change, is studied only by a few.
Climate change,
and most of the money spent on this mythical fight against those money would be enough to actually solve a lot of real problems. These are the facts that many have now begun to voice openly. But the problem is that we must find a way to counteract the climate and survive as a human. Our knowledge today is not enough to stop this climate Cerberus. And we need to get it on a tight leash. Otherwise, it will destroy the whole world. And now, more than ever, we need to stop this bickering and stop fighting for the interest of individuals and corporations. We need to unite. Everyone understands that the consumerist format has outlived itself, and that the current system is unsustainable. What is needed right now, except the creative society format. Everyone wants to live in the creative society. Evidence is showing it. Years of in-depth research conducted by volunteers, participants from all over the world, millions of surveys around the globe, and it shows everyone wants to live in the creative society. We don't have time for the political. Everyone has to face the truth. We have 14 years left at most. And it is uncertain that we will even have those 14 years. The mathematical model is not flawless either. It is based on current progression, but accelerating factors can add up, and the time can be significantly reduced. It is only a few nuclear explosions that will be enough to accelerate it dramatically. But there is a chance for humanity to survive, and we must take advantage of it. If we want to be saved and save our world and save it for ourselves, we must change the entire format. You might ask why? Because this is the only option that will free up most brilliant people in this world. We will be able to gather them, all the scientific potential at one table, and provide them with everything necessary to do their job, to do a really good work. And this is the only format we can create the best conditions for their comfortable work in the creative society. The consumerist format will end anyway, but the question is, will we end with it, or will we become a civilization, evolve, step over this enslavement system of the mind, and remember it only as a terrible past? Each one of us. Floor to Dr. Arthur Viterito, who in research and climate change his entire
ဒီနေရာ
academic
မှာ
career.
တက်ကြွတာနဲ့
And he
research
came up
မှာ
with the hypothesis
ပါဝင်လုပ်ပေးတဲ့
that thermal heat is a significant driver of climate change.
စာပြုစံတမ်းမှုတွေမှာလှုပ်ဆောင်ပေးတယ်
Retired professor of physical geography. The anthropogenic origins of this, of course, have been seriously questioned by
Geography,
a number of folks
and
who
he's
are actively researching in this area.
professor
But in many
research
respects, we have been closed out of the discussion. And the way that they've closed us out is we've been silenced, we have been discredited, our work has been ignored, or we have been denied access to publication. The first paper I did on this, which was 8 years ago, was rejected by 9 journals. I sent my research to 9 quote-unquote top-tier journals. 5 of the 9 journals wouldn't even review it. And said this doesn't fall within the scope of our journal. They actually said, I don't know if you know this, but what's really driving global warming now has nothing to do with volcanic activity or anything that you said in your paper. It's all caused by carbon dioxide. You need to read the literature. That was rather unfortunate. So that's one way that they try to silence the opposition. Of course, they also get involved in ad hominem attacks, and we have been somewhat, castigated and cut out of the discussion. There have been professional and personal attacks on high profile researcher. Had his office shot up. I was at a conference and he brought photographs of gunshot marks on the side of his building. Another one that I know of, another prominent climatologist, was pretty much forced to leave as the chair of the department. She said that she had had enough with the harassment and the abuse that she was getting from colleagues and from the administration. There's other climate people have been sued to question this. Whether or not you got involved in ad hominem attacks or if you attacked their research, they in turn would be sued. So there has been active suppression of this information, and it's really kind of sad. So careers can be made or broken on the strength of these things. If you're not playing the right game, you can be asked to leave. Climate change is a highly complex, multidisciplinary pursuit. It involves elements and dynamics of geophysics. It looks at plate tectonics. Oceanography is involved in this. Volcanologists should be involved in this. Climate scientists should be involved in this. And these multidisciplinary approaches are, in many respects, not welcomed, and they are poorly regarded. The research teams that are necessary to do this kind of research need to be large and bring in many different areas of expertise. And people aren't interested in funding this kind of research. So it's sort of interesting how the glaciologists, for example, don't talk to the volcanologists, and the volcanologists don't talk to the atmospheric scientists. And what you have here is this large array of specialists who really don't talk to each other. In some instances, they can't because they don't understand what's going on in the other fields. But at the same time, they don't want to. I think it's critically important to set these what I would call multidisciplinary teams. In addition to that, I think it's important that somebody wants to study climate science, they have to gather expertise in a lot of different geophysical disciplines.
Thank you, Professor Vitorino. Blaming CO2 for climate change is a scam of the century. As you have heard, if anyone speaks against this narrative, the individual faces consequences in today's present society if the truth is suppressed. Here's an experience that I have gone through after presenting the report for Rotary last month. Rotary is a great
Rotary organization
They have
presentation လုပ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်
exemplary. You have heard of some of them.
တချို့လည်းဒီဟာ
Among
တွေ
them
အပိုင်းတချို့
also
ကြားနာ
those
ပြီးသား
hiding
ဖြစ်
in
ပါ
the
မယ်
shadows and exploiting Rotary's name in their own interest. And today, I want to talk about the dark, in fact,
အဲ့တော့ဒီနေ့
truly
တော့ကျွန်တော်
disgraceful
တာကအကြောင်းကို
in
တင်
their
ပြချင်ပါတယ်
organization. About a week after the
အဲ့
Rotary
တော့
report was published, an individual,
တ
let's
ပတ်
call
ကြာ
this
ပြီး
person
တော့ဒီ Rotary ကို publication မ
from
လုပ်ခဲ့ပါဘူး
Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group, sent an email to my employer's
အဲ့ဒါက
leadership
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့
titled Damage
employer
Control
ရဲ့
After
leadership နဲ့ပဲ
Rotary
ဆိုင်ပါတယ်
by Climate Disinformation Scam. Your staff involved.
အဲ့တော့တင်းရဲ့ကြိုးစားမှု
She
ပါဝင်
disagreed
ပတ်သက်
with
သ
the
င့်
views
ပါတယ်
in the report and wrote this
အဲ့
unethical,
လိုမှမဟုတ်ရင်
disturbing message behind my
ဒီ
back,
မှုပိုင်းဆိုင်ရာမှာလိုအပ်
hoping
မှု
that my
ဖြစ်ပါလိမ့်မယ်
employer would take a punitive actions. To
ဒါ
make
ကို
a case,
ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်ဆို
Karen
ရင်
from Rotary accused a creative society, use a
ဒါ
Rotary's
ကတော့
name,
Rotary ရဲ့နာမည်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
past president to boost attendance and credibility of the event where climate change
အဲ့တော့
disinformation
ဗျာ
was
ဒီလူ
presented,
ကြောင်းလဲမှုနဲ့
and that creative society tends to trick people,
မှားတဲ့သတင်းချက်လက်တွေဖြစ်
referencing
ပါတယ်
a BBC smear article.
ဒီအပြင်
In addition, Karen asked whether my employer is aware of my
အဲ့တော့
participation
ကျွန်
in
တော်
this
ဒီမှာ
event
ပါနေ
and
တယ်ကျွန်တော်
asked how
employer
they will
တိတိမ
address
တိတိ
this disinformation campaign because she stated that it would reflect not well on my organization.
ဟောအဲ့တော့
After
ဒီ
reading this
ကျွန်
email
တော်ရဲ့
with
ပါဝင်မှု
such
ကသူ့ရဲ့
twisted lies,
organization ကို employer
I questioned
organization ကို
myself
ကောင်းကောင်းမွန်
if
မွန်
I did something wrong.
ပြန်ပြီးတော့
I
reflect
didn't even know what the
ဖြစ်ဖို့ဆိုတာမသိကြ
consequences
ပါ
would
ဘူး
be. What should I expect from my employer? Will I lose my job? Will I be able to feed my family? A couple hours
နိုင်
later,
နေငယ်ကြာ
I had a call with the vice president
employer
of my
ခေါ်ပါတ
employer.
ယ်
I confirmed that I presented the report about the recent progressions of natural disasters and the true causes of climate change, not the anthropogenic CO2 theory. I stated that these are my views and back my words.
အဲ့တော့သူကသူ့ရဲ့ပြောပြီးသားစကားပြောပြီးတဲ့အတိုင်းမှာပဲသူ့ employer ကသူ့ကိုဆက်ထားသည်ဖြစ်စေမထားသည်ဖြစ်စေ
That
သူ့စ
my
ကားကိုသူမ
voice
ပြောင်းပါဘူး
appeared to be dubbed as my mouth movements or body were not aligned with the sound and that my image could have been hijacked. She questioned
အဲ့တော့သူမ
whether I
မေး
was a
ပါတ
willing
ယ်
participant. In fact, in
ဒီချက်ဖို့
addition,
ပြောရင်
offered a plan to back out. I just had to say my image was hijacked or it was
အဲ့
in
တော့ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ကြိုးပမ်းမှုက
the ugly side of the story.
ထုတ်ပြန်မှုခံရပါတယ်
To give up, offer him a way out. It reminds me of the story with the 30 pieces of silver. And we all know how that ended. I think Karen very likely used this type of dirty tricks in
အဲ့
the
တော့
past,
အရင်ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ကာလတွေ
offering
မှာ
a
အ
backup
လွန်
option to
ညစ်ပတ်တဲ့
individuals who
လှည့်သား
spoke
မှုတွေရှိ
against her
ခဲ့ပါတယ်
interest. By doing so, she attempted to discredit the whole report.
အဲ့တော့ဒီ
And this scheme was
ကျွန်တော်
probably
report တစ်ခု
effective
လုံးကိုသူက
if you say
ခွဲ
something against
ခြား
her
ခဲ့ပါ
opinion,
discriminate လုပ်ခဲ့
the
ပါ
truth is spoken, so that the next time you will not
အဲ့တော့
open
နောက်
your
တစ်ခါ
mouth
ဆိုမင်းပ
and
စားပိတ်
others
သားဆိုတဲ့သ
say
ဘော
so.
မျိုးပြောပါတယ်
To be clear, I am a participant
အဲ့တော့
of
ကျွန်
the
တော်က
society.
တကယ်တမ်းတော့
I myself,
ဒီ
on behalf
Creative
of the Creative
Society
Society,
ရဲ့
invited by
participant
Rotary
တွေရောက်ပါ
Atlanta, presented the report. Now, the main purpose of her attack.
ဒီ
Karen
တက်
disagreed
လောက်
with
ခြင်း
the
အဓိ
report
က
on
ယူ
the
ချက်
true
ကတော့
causes of climate change. Therefore, she called us climate deniers and wrote
အဲ့တော့
the
ကျွန်
Creative
တော်
Society
တို့
is
ကိုသူတို့က
spreading confusion
climate
by denying
ပိုင်းဆိုင်ရာမှာ
contribution of
ညှင်း
fossil
ဆိုတဲ့
fuels
လူတွေ
to
လို့သူတို့က
anthropogenic
သမုတ်
climate
ပါတယ်
change. They insist that volcanic activity, not anthropogenic release of CO2, is responsible for climate change. So any money spent to reduce CO2 emissions is wasted.
အဲ့တော့ဒီအတွက်သုံး
In
ခဲ့တဲ့
fact,
ပတ်စံတွေ
after the
အမှန်
Rotary,
တော့
after the report,
လာတာဖြစ်
Rotary
သွားပါတယ်
members also
Rotary
started to question why they're not involved in studying the true causes of the
အဲ့တော့တ
climate
ကယ်
change
တမ်းတော့
and if the
ဒီ
existing climate programs
climate change ရဲ့
should
အဖြစ်မှန်တွေကိုသူတို့ဟာ
Clearly, her interest and programs of her
လိုက်
sustainability
လို့ဖို့
group
ရည်
and
ချက်မရှိ
Rotary
ပါဘူး
were hurt, since the report did not support blaming CO2 for climate change. And because her agenda was threatened, Karen threw a fuss in Rotary, then wrote lies in nasty emails to pull strings in secret.
အဲ့တော့
Just to push
အလိ
through
ညာလေး
her
သာ
own
မက
interests.
ဒီဟာကို
Sadly, many people probably look up to her as she has served as a public speaker, a Rotary's ambassador. What kind of character did she display? It isn't ethical to quietly pull strings through my employer, is it? Should an individual's freedom of speech be threatened just because the other side disagrees? And there is another where Karen's actions coordinated with the Rotary's club. There are undoubtedly Rotary members, such as the one who spoke today, who would make the name Rotary sound proud. That in Rotary, there are also self-serving, low characters, those who drown others on their way for the benefit of few, regardless of anything about facts or even about the future of humanity. The actions of Karen from Rotary have shown the ugly face of the famous club, and millions of people are hearing about this in 100 languages now. My employer provided an opportunity to respond to these shameful lies. I stood firm, explained my position, and they respected my views. I'm proud to work for my organization and appreciate the wonderful leadership who treats employees as of this incident. We spoke in public. Someone didn't like the message. It hurt someone's personal interest. And look what has happened to me. Intimidation and threats to my rights. And this is happening in a country where freedom of speech is supposed to be guaranteed. Note that I presented not an opinion, but finding research, facts, and data analysis from top scientists on a very serious topic. In this environment, with so much meanness and such violent characters as Karen, why would any true scientist speak the truth in public? Many have ostracized and forced to be silent for a very long time in the flaming CO2 for climate change. With us are scientists, thousands of the smartest people on the planet, enduring, faithful to all humankind, defending the future of every person to the last. But because of people like Karen, they are unfortunately forced to hide, and we speak on their behalf. Otherwise, as it was to me, dirt and threats will be thrown, and they will not be able to conduct the research. You will be surprised how big some of the names are. And people like Karen did ask for their names. Why? To deal with science or climate? No, so that they would deal with true scientists in the same way as they did with me. As a result, lies are tolerated and presented as truth. It's painful to see what is happening. But sadly, this is a pattern that we commonly see in the current format of society. We have urgent tasks. We don't have much time left. The report highlighted the impending cataclysms which are caused by changes in the Earth's core. Unfortunately, scientists are not working to explore the real causes. Climate change is it worth or voicing the truth for the sake of personal interest or money? Is money, which will be worthless in a few years, more important than our survival as humanity? Scientists should not be spending efforts on adapting or facts. They should be free to discover and develop. And right now, the efficiency of scientists is extremely important to survive the next decade. We need a society that is united by a common goal, that is to survive, so that the truth can be voiced and where appropriate technologies can be developed. In the creative society, the truth will sound openly as it sounds at this forum in front of millions of people. When there is a deliberate lie, as it was in Karen's email to push her self-interest, we will tell the truth. And
ကျွန်တော်တို့က
everyone
အ
will
မှန်
hear
ကိုပြောပြီးတော့လူတိုင်းက
the
ဒါ
private
ကို
interests of
ကြားစေ
individuals
ချင်ပါတယ်သိစေချင်ပါတယ်
over those of all humankind. This is how
အဲ့
it
တော့ကျွန်
should
တော်
be,
တို့ကလည်း
so
ဒီ
that
လိုပဲ
such
ဖြစ်သင့်
meanness
မှာ
and dirt will not be thrown at truth.
အမှန်တရားတစ်ခုအတွက်ပေါ့
And this is how science will thrive and how humanity
အဲ့တော့
will survive
လူ
in
သား
the
မျိုး
face.
နဲ့ဘယ်လိုဆက်လက်ရှင်သန်မလဲဆိုတာပါ
Thank you so much, John. This is the reason why very few people know what we are talking
အဲ့တော့
about.
only
Everyone
ကျွန်တော်
knows
တို့လူ
about the
ဒီပြောတဲ့အချိန်
anthropogenic
မှာ
factor,
လူ
but
တချို့
doesn't
ပဲ
know
ဒါကို
what
သိ
is
ပါတယ်
happening to our planet. Throughout this forum, we
အဲ့
receive
တော့ဒီ
messages
forum မှာ
like this information everywhere.
ဟောဒီ
Friends,
အခုပေးနေ
we're
တဲ့သတင်းချက်လက်
all
တွေက
volunteers.
နေရာတိုင်းပြန့်နှံ့မှာပါ
Unfortunately, we have no access to the world's media,
အဲ့တော့ကမ္
through
ဘာ
which
မီဒီယာကိုပြန့်စရာမ
vital
လိုပါဘူး
information can be disseminated quickly as possible. We can only count on each other. And if you understand the seriousness of this situation, please
အဲ့တော့
share
သင်
this
လု
forum
တ်ခဲ့
with
တဲ့ဟာ
everyone.
တွေကို
If
ကျွန်
you
တော်တို့
can get
တို့
the
ကျမ
forum
တို့အ
on
များကြီး
TV,
တန်ဖိုး
radio,
ထားပါ
or even podcast, do it. We know that climate change
လုပ်ပါ
is a cyclical process. It does not depend on anthropogenic factors, but our activities have devastated the planet's ecology so much that it is left without
အဲ့တော့တကယ်
immunity.
ကမ္ဘာရဲ့
Therefore, this time
ecology
it
ကို
will
အ
not
များ
be
ကြီးထိ
able
ခိုက်
to
ပါ
endure this cycle. Only an interdisciplinary approach can make sense of this issue. Let's figure out what the
Now,
real anthropogenic factor is.
အဓိက
Why
မှန်ကန်
exactly
ပါ
now will our planet not survive the cycle of
အဲ့တော့
cataclysms?
ဒီ catalysm
I'm pleased to introduce you
survive people မ
to
ဟုတ်ပါ
our next speakers, Alexander Masny, a biochemist and bioinformatician from Germany, and Anna Cutler, an ecologist from Israel, who will present a report prepared by an international team of scientists and independent researchers of the Creative
အဲ့
Society
တော့ဆက်လက်
Project.
ပြီးတော့ Israel ကပညာရှင်များနဲ့တခြားပညာရှင်များဒီကိစ္စတွေကိုဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့ present လုပ်ပါမယ်
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Для меня большая честь сегодня присутствовать на таком масштабном
ဒီ
международном
forum မှာ
форуме.
ပါဝင်ရလို့ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
Yes, the crucial information for the whole of humanity
ဒါ
has
ဟာ
been
လူ
revealed.
သားမျိုးနွယ်နဲ့ဆိုင်ပါတယ်
То, что мы услышали сегодня на форуме, повергает в шок.
အဲ့တော့ forum
Представленная
မှာကျမတို့အခု
математическая
ကြားတဲ့လောက်က
модель
တကယ်ကို
нарастания
shock ဖြစ်သွား
климатических
ပါတယ်
катастроф
climate disaster နဲ့ပတ်
не
သက်ပြီးတော့
оставляет сомнений в том, что необходимо предпринять срочные меры. И в прошлые циклы планета также переживала серьезные климатические
အဲ့တော့အ
потрясения,
ရင် cycle မှာတော့တကယ်ကိုပြင်းထန်လာတဲ့ဒီ
10
တက်ရောက်
тысяч
မှုတွေ
человек.
climate change ကြော
Но
င့်ဖြစ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်
человечество продолжало существовать. Почему тогда сейчас мы говорим о том, что этот цикл
အဲ့
планеты
တော့
не
ကျမတို့
пройдет?
အခုဘာ
И не
လို့
только человечество исчезнет, но и вся
cycle နဲ့ဖြစ်နေ
планета
ကိုပြော
погибнет,
နေမှာလဲ
станет подобно Марсу. Что изменилось?
ဘာတွေ
Что
ပြောင်းလဲ
именно
သွားလဲ
помогало нашей планете пережить предыдущий цикл?
အဲ့တော့ဒီ
Суть в
က
том,
မ္ဘာ
что
ကြီးက
иммунитет
ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့
нашей
cycle ကနေ
планеты
ဘယ်လို
и
လွတ်
ее
မြောက်ပြီးတော့
экосистемы,
ဆက်လက်ရှင်သန်
которых
လဲ
на протяжении всей истории Земли. И именно в ней заложены компенсаторные механизмы, способные демпфировать, то есть
ecosystem
смягчать
ရော
последствия космического воздействия.
ဘယ်လိုရှင်သန်လဲ
И одним из
mechanism က
таких
ဘာကြောင့်လဲ
смягчающих
ဘယ်လိုရှင်
механизмов
သန်ခဲ့လဲ
является экосистема океана. Например, большой барьерный риф, который формировался 25 миллионов лет. Сколько циклов катаклизмов он пережил. Но именно сейчас ученые говорят о том, что он на грани гибели, и спасти его уже не удастся. А ведь большой барьерный риф защищает восточное побережье Австралии от штормов и тайфунов, смягчает силу цунами. Он также является домом для животных фильтраторов, которые в течение 5 лет способны профильтровать весь объем Тихого океана. Исчезновение рифов нарушает экосистемы всего океана, потому что все на нашей планете взаимосвязано. Нарушение даже одной части приводит к дисбалансу всей системы. И это лишь один пример компенсаторного механизма, а их множество. Но мы сами своими руками разрушили защитные функции планеты и лишили ее возможности противостоять климатической угрозе. Это и есть реальный антропоид. Я предлагаю посмотреть видео, которое подготовила международная команда волонтеров проекта «Созидательное общество». В нем собраны факты, ярко иллюстрирующие, насколько быстро мы способны своей безответственной деятельностью нарушить баланс планеты.
Our planet is approaching the peak of the cycle of cataclysms, which happens every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, the cycle is more destructive, and the Earth had already passed through it more than once, thanks to the compensatory mechanisms laid down by nature. Threatened with total annihilation. What has changed? Why are these mechanisms no longer working? Ocean. The ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface and is the regulator of the Earth's weather processes. But why is it unable to cope with its functions today? Cosmic radiation affecting the Earth at the peak of the cycle causes changes in the planet's core and results in the ascent of magma. This, in turn, rapidly heats the ocean from the bottom up, leading to catastrophic consequences. Even today, the frequency and severity of typhoons, tornadoes, and floods have increased. The heating of the ocean kills both phytoplankton, which produces up to 80% of the planet's oxygen, and coral reefs, which protect coastal areas from severe storms. The death of corals contributes to the mass extinction of ocean flora and fauna. It's the result of and humans are further accelerating the death of the ocean by polluting it with oil and petroleum products, sewage, chemicals, mercury, and other heavy metals, radioactive waste, and plastics. Every year, as a result of spills from tank vessels alone, over 10,000 tons of oil get into the world oceans. That's besides 730 million tons of wastewater and about 14 million tons of plastic waste. Today, as much as 88% of the surface of the world oceans is already polluted, and this process keeps escalating steadily, turning the oceans into a toxic solution. In order to neutralize chemical pollution, oxygen is needed. As a result, in high concentrations of pollutants, the oceans not only stop releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, but they also start absorbing it. Forests. Because of climate change, abnormally high temperatures, prolonged dry periods, increased number of lightning storms, and degassing from the Earth's interior, the number of devastating wildfires is increasing, causing massive forest loss. Meanwhile, we ourselves are cutting down forests at a catastrophic rate. According to UN estimates, 10 million hectares of forests are lost annually as a result of human activity. This further exacerbates the climate crisis. After all, forests have unique properties that can normalize the ecosystem. Forests are a natural barrier to storm winds and hurricanes, reducing their destructive power. Mangrove forests protect coastlines from tsunamis. But more than the forest has already been lost due to human activities. The root system of trees also absorbs moisture and keeps it inside the soil. This is especially important for the planet during the deformation of the Earth's crust, when water is dumped into the Earth through small cracks and fractures. At the same time, there is an increase in the number of heavy rainfalls. If there is no forest, the arid areas become even drier, and when it rains, the moisture is not absorbed into the ground. Water flows into the soil and riverbeds, exacerbating landslides and floods. We see examples of this in areas of the Amazon. With our actions, we are exacerbating the destructiveness of natural disasters.
Natural disaster,
Every second, 128,000 cubic meters of natural gas are pumped out of the Earth's interior. 240 tons of hard coal are mined, and 141,000 liters of oil are extracted. Extraction of minerals, construction of large water reservoirs, technological explosions during the testing of new types of weapons create cavity and disrupt the integrity of rock, making it fragile and prone to cracking, fracturing, and land collapses. These can cause crustal shells to fracture, according to Griffith's model, which states that even microcracks in a material can cause its complete failure under certain stresses. And all this is at a time when due to seismic changes, magma pressure on the Earth's crust is increasing. The frequency and strength of earthquakes are increasing, while earth faults and land collapses are growing. Atmosphere. The atmosphere protects all life on the planet from cosmic radiation, saturates the air with vital oxygen, maintains the global water cycle, and keeps the Earth's surface temperatures at a comfortable level. Its ozone layer serves as a filter against ultraviolet radiation from the cataclysmic cycle of 12,000 years. Atmospheric functions are disrupted. The increase in planetary degassing is destroying the ozone layer, and chemical contamination further exacerbates the ongoing processes. According to a study published in the PNAS journal, iodine, which is present in anthropogenic emissions, has a destructive effect on the Earth's ozone layer and slows its regeneration. Short-lived compounds such as dichloromethane also deplete ozone. Fusion in space missions and space debris reduce the protective functions of the atmosphere. Ecology is the immunity of the planet, and defense mechanisms only work when we are strong. But we humans have violated the integrity, and therefore compensatory mechanisms our is unable to survive the peak of cataclysms. We need time to restore the ecology, and that's something we don't have. We no longer have time for disagreement, for enmity with each other, or for the consumerist format of society. Because climatic cataclysms are escalating away from their peak. If we want to survive, in one common goal, to preserve life. This is only possible in a society where all of our scientific, resource-related, and human potential will be focused on solving the main task. Care about your destiny and the destiny of our share the information about the creative society. Support the creative society.
Мы своими действиями так измучили планету, что ее защитные функции не включаются. Поэтому мы входим в цикл климатических катастроф так интенсивно и жестко. Планета превратилась в помойку. Каждый год мы сбрасываем более 2 миллиардов тонн отходов. При этом масса только пластикового мусора, выброшенного за 1 год, превышает массу всех людей Земли и составляет около 300 миллионов тонн. А 90% пластиковых отходов не утилизируются, а наливаются и отравляют планету. Сегодня на планете существует 36 мегаполисов, и количество их постоянно растет. Только представьте, на 1% поверхности планеты живет почти половина населения Земли. И все это создает огромную точечную нагрузку на литосферные плиты и повышает риски разломов в земной коре. Задумайтесь, что будет, если очень долго давить на одну точку на теле? Это приведет к нарушению циркуляции крови и, как следствие, к появлению повреждений и отмиранию тканей, то есть к некрозу. То же происходит и с нашей планетой. И одновременно с этим мы потеряли треть лесного покрова. И это только по официальным данным. Мы вырубаем леса со скоростью футбольное поле в секунду. А сокращение лесного покрова, оно запускает процесс разрушения во всех экосистемах. Леса влияют на распределение влаги, выработку кислорода. Они смягчают последствия климатических изменений. Они являются домом для животных. Но каждый день 137 различных видов растений, животных, птиц исчезают из-за глобальной утраты лесов.
Yes, and the extinction of only one species caused the so-called domino effect, when the chains of interconnections are destroyed. We have no idea how everything is interconnected in the nature. I will give you a simple example. Ordinary worms in the ground. Do you know that if these worms disappear, we will live for 2 years at the most? Another example, mosquitoes. Many of us thought that it would be great if all of them disappeared. But if it happens, 4 years maximum, and then we disappear after them. Every species contributes to the ecosystem throughout its life. Look like everything depends on each other in this world. If something is disrupted on one part on the planet, this is surely reflected to the whole world. The world is one. We are in one boat.
И еще 50 лет назад экологи на конференции ООН в Стокгольме говорили, если сегодня мы ничего не предпримем, будет экологическая катастрофа. И что мы видим? Ситуация с экологией только ухудшилась. Мы входим в цикл 24-летний климатических разрушений, абсолютно разрушенной экосистемой. Численность диких животных в мире за эти 50 лет сократилась почти на 70%. А за последние 100 лет мы потеряли больше видов, чем за предыдущие 10 тысяч лет. И ученые заявляют, что мы уже вошли в период 6-го массового вымирания видов. А ведь от состояния экологии зависит то, как планета противостоит внешним угрозам. Потому что Земля — это саморегулирующийся организм, и в ней все процессы взаимосвязаны.
One of the most obvious facts that the planet is undergoing inevitable changes is that animals are beginning to behave abnormally. They lose the ability to navigate in space. Birds are suddenly falling onto the ground, and marine inhabitants throw themselves on the shore, taking their own lives. Could animals really go against their strongest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation? They're not suicidal. It can be real. It happens because of the North magnetic pole drift. magnetic anomalies, degassing of the subsoil, and increased seismic activity. You may be wondering, why aren't other environmentalists talking about this? Because in all of our science, just like in ecology, there is no comprehensive study of the problem. We have been able to study everything thanks to an interdisciplinary approach. The cause of all climatic cataclysms and natural anomalies is linked to the instability of the core and the magnetic field it produces. Another vivid example that abnormal changes occur at the ocean depths is the numerous cases of deep sea fish strandings. Giant oarfish, usually living at the depths up to 1,000 meters, comes to the surface and is a predator of earthquakes and tsunamis. For instance, they surfaced shortly before the tsunami and earthquake near Fukushima, Japan. The frequency of their stranding since 1995 has increased dramatically. Because of changes in the core, the geophysical parameters of the planet change as well. Magma comes up to the subsoil and the Earth's crust, and ocean warms up. So does the atmosphere. And where our planet responses is triggered, methane and CO2 are emitted. So as temperature rises, the ocean starts emitting CO2. Swamps also start emitting CO2, another dangerous combination of gases, instead of working as natural filter. And the most interesting thing is that even this small amount of forests that we still haven't been able to cut down are now also functioning in a different way. They have started to emit more CO2 than they absorb. Scientists have found and recorded this everywhere, which means it is a natural mechanism in plants as a reaction to changes occurring on Earth. Thus, CO2 increases regardless of human activity. It's our planet's response to external impacts. Contrary to popular beliefs, CO2 heats the atmosphere, it cools it. It's just physics. And there is another important point. Where does the CO2 flow to? Into the atmosphere. Layers of the atmosphere heat up, the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere condenses. In other words, kind of a barrier, a bumper is formed. This is one of the planet's protective functions. All these are separate parts of cyclical climate change. I would like to emphasize that it's very important to view the processes on Earth in an interdisciplinary way, meaning holistically. It's necessary for scientists to hear each other, to work together with their knowledge and experience to solve the current challenge. And now we don't have science as unified as it used to be. Everyone researches their own specific field, and they don't notice anything outside of it. So there is no comprehensive view. The problem is that science now does not work for the benefit of society. Modern science is 90% of grant seekers and plagiarists. They report only what is beneficial to certain individuals. And the best minds, unknown to the general public, work for the military industry. In order for science to serve society, we need to give scientists back their freedom of action and let them out of secret design bureaus. This is only possible in a creative society.
Экосистема – это иммунитет планеты, а климатические циклы – это та же эпидемия. И чем крепче иммунитет, тем легче и быстрее происходит процесс выздоровления. Это как вирус, убивает не он, а осложнения, которые образуются. Экология не является причиной климатических изменений. Она является причиной смертельных осложнений. И в прошлые циклы ситуация с экологией была намного лучше, чем сейчас. И геологические исследования это подтверждают. Да, планету трясло, да, было нечем дышать, но люди выжили. А сейчас у нас наихудшая ситуация. И вызывают уважение люди, которые искренне стремятся спасти планету. Они выходят на митинги, они проводят различные акции, сортируют мусор, ограничивают свой комфорт ради общего блага. И мне до слез обидно, что все эти действия ни к чему не приведут. В потребительском обществе корпорации умело манипулируют искренним стремлением людей и своих целях, превращая экоактивистов в экотеррористов. Они подстрекают людей к террористическим актам и вандализму, чтобы привлечь внимание общественности и собрать побольше средств. Подстрекают людей совершать преступления во имя активизма, будь то приклеивание рук к произведениям искусства, задержка движения транспорта или вмешательство в жизнь простых людей. К сожалению, нередко целью активистов является не защита окружающей среды, а конкретные материальные выгоды. И зафиксированы случаи, когда компании в борьбе за рынки спонсируют действия активистов против своих конкурентов. Фактически экоактивизм превратился из реального движения по спасению планеты в банальную экстремистскую организацию. Внимание людей уводят от истинной причины происходящих изменений и лишают нас возможности противостоять истинной угрозе. Но мы не говорим о том, что проблемы экологии не нужно решать. Но важно правильно расставить приоритет. Но поможет ли смертельно больному человеку выздороветь, если ему накрасить губы, приклеить ресницы или сделать косметические процедуры? Наша планета и есть этот тяжело больной человек. И первая задача — справиться с основной угрозой — климатом, оказать противодействие всем внешним процессам, разрушающим нашу планету, а уже после этого восстанавливать первозданную красоту природы. Если мы останемся в потребительском формате общества и будем каждый в отдельности спасать свой кусок земли, то все, что нам останется, это в ближайшие 5-6 лет просто наблюдать за тем, как гибнет наша планета, и мы вместе с ней. Действовать нужно вместе, и уже сейчас. Я повторюсь, из-за климатического воздействия у нас нет и 10 лет. По математическим расчетам, представленным сегодня на форуме, планета погибнет вследствие гидроудара в 2036 году. Но нам не стоит рассчитывать на эти сроки, потому что тенденция нарастания, она очень стремительная, а защитные механизмы планеты настолько разрушены, что мы погибнем намного раньше, чем случится гидроудар. И у нас нет времени и технологий, позволяющих решить все проблемы экологии в кратчайшие сроки. И у нас нет времени, чтобы распыляться. Сейчас множество организаций заняты спасением отдельных видов экосистем или животных. Одни спасают панд, другие леса Амазонки, третьи дельфинов и китов, а другие никого не спасают, а только борются с техническим прогрессом. Если мы будем доску в разные стороны, то она не сдвинется с места. Небезразличным людям необходимо объединиться и начать действовать в одной общей цели — спасение человечества. И мы можем это сделать на платформе «Созидательное общество». И это не наша идея, это общечеловеческий проект. Потому что только вместе мы сможем решить климатические проблемы и сохранить жизнь каждого человека. Когда мы решим проблемы с климатом, самым почетным занятием станет спасение экологии нашей планеты. В созидательном формате общества наши действия принесут реальный результат. И сейчас я рада представить Елену Севрякову, доктора технических наук, профессора Института перспективных материалов и технологий Национального исследовательского университета Московского института электронной техники. Елена, вам слово.
Спасибо за предоставленную возможность быть сегодня с вами. Я занимаюсь вопросами техногенной безопасности, экологических рисков, в том числе климатологии Земли более 15 лет в России. Подтверждением тому служат мои многочисленные опубликованные труды, основанные на данных наблюдения наземного и спутникового мониторинга. В своей сфере я вижу, что новые геологические условия на планете требуют новых технических подходов, технологий, стандартов безопасности, без которых техногенные аварии неизбежны. Растет число природных и техногенных катастроф. Изменения происходят вокруг нас в среде, в которой мы живем, а следовательно касаются каждого непосредственно, лишая нас возможности занимать позицию стороннего наблюдателя. Официальные лица и новостные каналы разных стран пытаются замолчать по-настоящему страшные новости, которые традиционными катастрофами назвать уже нельзя, выдавая за временные аномалии то, что уже по факту стало нормой. Люди не владеют правдивой информацией. В их голове нет картины глобального масштаба. Со временем они воспринимают очередную катастрофу как рядовую ситуацию. Многие ученые признают, что материалы перед публикацией с использованием терминов «изменение климата», «глобальное потепление» редактируются сотрудниками печатных изданий в нужном ключе. Если провести наблюдения по изменению погодных условий за последние 8 лет, то можно заметить, что каждый год по всей планете происходят различные климатические аномалии, которых мы не наблюдали десятки, а то и сотни лет. Ярчайшим примером в России служат обильные снегопады. В мае в Санкт-Петербурге, сильнейшие снегопады в конце апреля в Центральной России. В Европе ежегодные сильнейшие наводнения, не раз в 15-20 лет, как это было ранее. Снегопады в США стали значительно более суровыми, долгими, мощные ураганы стали более частыми. Однако, кроме климатических катастроф, сам человек значительно навредил экосистемам планеты, что критически ослабляет иммунитет Земли, особенно в период глобальных циклических катаклизмов. Вспомним экологическую катастрофу замедленного действия, произошедшую в Мексиканском заливе в 2010 году на нефтяной платформе Deepwater Horizon на месторождении Макондо, когда техногенная катастрофа убила кардиостимулятор мирового климата на планете. В результате взрыва на нефтяной платформе через повреждение труб скважины на глубине 1500 метров в Мексиканский залив за 152 дня вылилось около 5 миллионов баррелей нефти. Нефтяное пятно достигло площади 75 тысяч квадратных километров, что составляет около 5% площади Мексиканского залива. И несмотря на оперативные действия служб спасения США, около 40% нефти осталось в морской экосистеме и на прибрежной полосе. Проблем, с которыми столкнулся наш мир, довольно много. Разрушение озонового слоя, глобальное потепление, загрязнение мирового океана, загрязнение воздуха, недостаток питьевой воды, уничтожение тропических лесов, опустынивание территорий, уменьшение биоразнообразия, истощение природных ресурсов. Однако причина у этих техногенных катастроф одна — это потребительское отношение человека к планете, ее ресурсам, другим живым существам, ее населяющим, того уже друг к другу. Ни одна из вышеперечисленных проблем не решается изолированно. Их можно решать только комплексно при условии изменения вектора нашего общества в сторону созидательного формата и восприятия Земли как нашего общего дома, как единого живого организма, клетками которого мы являемся. Сегодня проект «Созидательное общество» объединяет весь потенциал ученых Земли, чтобы найти пути решения для противостояния усиливающимся катаклизмам на планете. Я была поражена достоверностью фактов, указанных в докладах, сделанных для Rotary International о будущем человечества. Они все опираются только на научные гипотезы, подкреплены фактами и расчетами ведущих ученых в разных областях и странах. Это легко отследить по приведенным ссылкам на источники в открытом доступе сети интернет. Сегодня все проблемы управления глобальной экологической системой связаны в один глобальный клубок, и ответ на них должен быть глобальным. Даже крупные державы не справятся с ними в одиночку. Причем времени на изменение ситуации у человечества осталось мало. По оптимистичным сценариям это одно поколение, по пессимистичным сценариям мы уже прошли точку невозврата.
Thank you very much to all the experts who worked on this. No one has ever looked at the problem of ecology in such a multifaceted approach. This is an excellent example of bringing together experts from different fields of sight, thanks to which we could see the picture holistically. Dear friends, right now, record your feedback, video feedback about what you heard in the forum and post it on your social media networks, or send it to info@creativesociety.com. Now, we bring to your attention a unique new format of timeless spoken word from a popular musician and songwriter and performer from California, Roy Star Soundseek. For centuries, our humanity has been dealing with the same problems that consumer format has created for us. And to break this spiral of silence, we need someone to start speaking the truth about what's really going on and the output we have. Timeless spoken word is a message and a call to all of us from Roy Star Soundseek. In essence, it's an appeal to all of humanity. Let's listen.
For thousands of years, we've changed borders, slogans, and officials, but we've never managed to wipe the slate clean. The same rallying cries, posters, and news lines explain to us what it is we should die for today, for faith, for a name, for someone's idea, for glory, for freedom, for power, for a patch of land. It'll all be forgotten. For time will erase all names and fame, all triumphs and goals, leaving nothings. For thousands of years, we, the entire mankind, with our blood and our mind, with our strength, our breath, and the time of our lives, we pay the maniacs stung by power for the fruits of their ambitious desires, for their rabid, ravenous greed. We pay with our hearts, with our mothers, with our daughters. Absently, we lead our sons for the slaughter, all for the sake of some tyrant to say, it is I who have conquered this land. In the media, we read excuses for the murders. Hang in there, feebly they say to us. But let me ask you, my friend, honestly, voice the truth. How much is your life worth to you? Tell me, is a handful of land worth a child's life? Worth our blood and strife? Worth the grief and pain in the human heart? You see, this blind strife happens not in the wilds, but in the field of yourself, in the field of your views and ideas, your judgments. Haven't you noticed that? They move us from here to there like pawns, while we keep standing without a squeak. Humbly, waiting for someone to speak, someone who can no longer bear it. So he'll start speaking and shouting about what we all can't be silent about. What's inside us like a storm willing to burst out. There's no right and left in this world. There's no me and you. It's just people on this earth. We all want to live and we don't want to die. We are called to live, not to kill. So why do we need such a world where life is not valued? A world where we'll be finished by the climate or by our own sense of pride misalignment. After all, better is the world where life is valued, where life is favorable for all, and where the goal is the same. The clear format of creative society is to the benefit of all, undeniably. For this motto is a sunrise of humanity. But that's when the human in us will flourish. We will discover ourselves, and our talents to create will be encouraged. The key to change our life are in the 8 foundations, which are to be embedded into the constitutions of nations, so that there's welfare, vastness of creation. The whole world must be turned into a beautiful garden for us to live in an abundant oasis. It's easy to change the format of our world. We just need to start spreading the word. And that's why we have to proclaim with high speed that the creative society is what we all need. That's why I tell you, do speak. Because the word that arises from within will have the oppression of silent skin. Today, our survival is only in unity. It's the only way and solution for humanity. So I ask you now, tell everyone you meet, for humanity's evolution, the creative society is what we need. The creative society, we need to make it a reality.
For those who just joined the live stream, we would like to remind that right now you are watching an international forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which has been translated into 150 languages by volunteers from around the world. These 150 languages are spoken by 90% of the population. To learn more about the Creative Society project, please visit creativesociety.com. The world is now sinking into the abyss of a global economic crisis, exacerbated by a worsening geopolitical situation and increasing climatic disasters. Traditional tools to stabilize the world economy are no longer working. This time, we should not expect or hope that a recovery will follow the economic downturn. We will not be able to revive the current economic system. Now we will show you why.
Used to thinking that after an economic crisis, there is a turn, and that we need to adapt to new conditions and wait. Each of us hopes the crisis will not affect us or that we will be able to prepare for it. But this time, it will be different. There is no hiding from the impending collapse, even in the most developed country, even with enough money and high-paying jobs. It no longer matters whether you are a head of a company, a business owner, a top expert. This crisis won't spare anyone. Why is there a global economic crisis today? And what awaits us in the future? Even the strongest economies in the world are experiencing an inflationary shock. The prices for all in inflation. During the pandemic, more than $15.5 trillion were printed in the USA and 2.5 trillion euros in Europe. This injection of money led to inflation, a reduction in the purchasing power of the population, and a price spike. In a market economy, the quantity of goods and services has to be balanced by the money supply. If there is more money, it simply devalues, and this leads to higher prices for all goods and services. In an attempt to contain inflation this year, national banks of different countries are raising interest rates. This means that in each country, the cost of all credit is becoming more expensive for both businesses and consumers. This situation is superimposed on a critical rise in global debt. In 2021, the world plunged into a debt crisis. World debt has increased by an unprecedented $77 trillion, and it amounts to 350%. External debts of countries account for 1/3 of this debt. The main debt increase has taken place in the USA and China. In China, this has caused a mortgage crisis which has shaken the economy. 30% of mortgages are bad debts which will never be repaid. Chinese developers are demolishing entire blocks of new buildings because the utility cost of unsold flats is borne by the developers, which is unprofitable. How will rising debt and inflation affect economies of different countries? Because of rising interest rates, countries will have to pay higher interest rates on government loans. This means that our taxes, that is our money, will go not to improving our lives, social benefits, medicine, but to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other financial institutions from which our country has. The economic crisis continues to intensify because of the geopolitics that have triggered the energy crisis around the world. The world economy is going through a precipitous decline. How will this affect our lives? The economic crisis will soon lead the whole world into stagflation. What does it mean? Against the background of skyrocketing inflation, prices of goods and products will rise manifold, production will drop, jobs will be extremely difficult to find, and wages will shrink. Many goods and products will become scarce, and some of them will disappear altogether. This will lead to starvation, power shortages, and fuel shortages. Today, poverty is the norm of our world. According to World Bank statistics, almost half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. That's $165 a month. With this amount, people must not only provide themselves with food, but also pay for utilities, rent, basic necessities, and medicines. Obviously, it is impossible for people to survive on this money. In developed countries, poverty problems won't live in poverty. In Great Britain, 14.5 million. In Germany, 13.8 million people. In Japan, 20 million. The highest level of poverty in these countries is child poverty. In the US, 1 in 6 children live in a poor family. In the United Kingdom, 1 in 3. In Germany, 1 in 5. In Japan, 1 in 8 children. Poor families cannot provide their children neither with proper nutrition, nor medicine, nor education. The paradox is that in our consumer society, over 70% of people are living in poverty or at a survival level, while 1% of the population owns more capital than all the rest of people on the planet. And their capital continues to grow every minute. Even in times of crisis, the rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. The very model of the modern economy creates this inequality. In the current model, the wealth of some people is accumulated only at the expense of the impoverishment of others. The economy of the consumer society doesn't work any other way. This is the essence of the modern consumerist format of society. There is enormous amount of money and resources in the world, but also an enormous number of poor people. The coming economic crisis will push billions of people around the world below the poverty line. Insecurity, turmoil, and uncertainty will be in every country. Uncontrollable public unrest will begin. So what is the real cause of this global economic collapse? The real reason is a current economic system. It doesn't just drive us into crises, it creates them. It creates inequality, poverty, inflation, and instability. Nowadays, the economic system is particularly destructive as our world enters a cycle of severe climate disasters. Climate losses are rising in every country, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Climate disasters are increasing exponentially. Based on our mathematical model of climate change drawn up by the international team of scientists, by 2030, global GDP will not be able to cover all losses from destructive climate cataclysms. That means that in 6 to 7 years, there will be a total collapse of the world economy. Every one of us will lose everything. We'll no longer have electricity, heating, water, housing, food, or medicines. Climate disasters will simply put an end to our habitual life. Can we prevent this catastrophic situation? If we don't take drastic measures, it will only get worse. We can't find a solution in today's economic model. It's like patching up holes in a sinking ship. It will sink anyway. The artificial system created by people. We need to change the current economic system in order to survive. We need a new model that can create stability and security for every person on Earth, a model that serves all people, not just the 1%. To find a way out of this impending collapse, experts from different economic and related fields from all over the world have come together. A model of the creative society economy has been developed with another key principle in mind: to provide security and a high standard of living for every person on Earth. It is predictable, stable, unified, planned worldwide economy in which there is no inflation and prices are fixed. In such an economic model, there are no taxes for people, small or medium-sized businesses, and credits are given without interest. In this model, everyone will have a high universal basic income, free housing, free high-quality healthcare and education. The economy of the creative society will create a single high standard of living for every person, where everything works to meet the needs and comfort of all people. In order to implement this working model, we need to combine the efforts of specialists, business, and science. But first of all, we need to create a public demand for the creative society from the majority of people. Because changes of this scale can only be brought with a direct participation, desire, and consent of each and every person. It depends solely on us what kind of world we will live in tomorrow.
Greetings, dear viewers. What you've just seen is not a Hollywood movie, but a reality of today's life. Most of these crises are already visible. One of them, which we still tend to underestimate and don't want to admit to ourselves, is food crisis. And what is even scarier is that hunger is being created artificially. And unfortunately, if we do not change the consumer format of society, it's what awaits us all. The modern economic system of the consumer format is designed so as to create crisis, inflation, and wars. All wealth and resources in this system belong to a small percentage of people. It is even called the economy of the 1%. Meanwhile, the rest of the people become poorer and can afford to buy fewer and fewer goods. The economy loses consumer demand and the recession begins. And this causes people to become even poorer and money to flow even more to the pyramid, to the so-called 1%. This is the economic system itself creates poverty, and poverty creates hunger. This is the standard mechanism of the consumer format. However, there are factors that are now further exacerbating this system, and these factors lie at the level of geopolitics. The first factor is the climate agenda, which aims to reduce CO2 emissions. Under this cover, a situation is created to reduce the amount of food on Earth. For example, the Netherlands, which is the second largest supplier of food in the world, decided to reduce nitrogen emissions. And this has led to a reduction in agriculture. Farmers find themselves in a situation where it is not economically profitable for them to produce agricultural products and raise livestock. Either they are burdened with high climate taxes, or they are given quotas for permitted emissions. The second factor is the development of expensive green energy and geopolitical decisions, which has led to a soaring of electricity and fertilizer prices. Farmers and companies in the agriculture are practically unable to. Their business is no longer profitable, and similar situation can be observed in many other countries, including Germany, Canada, and Australia. This year, we have not yet felt the consequences of this situation because we are still living off the last year's harvest. But next year, there will be no such volume of harvest. And already this winter, we will be experiencing a shortage of common products in stores because of the electricity prices. It is already unprofitable to grow food in greenhouses, store it in refrigerators. We will have a delayed problem, which we will gradually begin to feel already. Basic food products will disappear. These are likely to be vegetables, fruits, and meat, because it will be absolutely unprofitable to produce them. Let's simulate a situation. Taking all factors into account, what will this lead to? Our economy is collapsing, and we are entering a severe economic crisis. People are getting poorer and poorer. Consumer demand is dropping rapidly. In parallel, there is a geopolitical crisis, and we find ourselves in a situation where producers can't produce and buyers can't buy. Even if there is demand, there is no money. What will be the result? The food market is divided among three huge global corporations. These corporations are owned by two global financial funds which own each other. And of course, they are all owned by that very 1% we talked about earlier. Now, let's imagine this situation. There are far fewer goods in the world. Prices are getting higher and higher. Do you think corporations will take food around the world so that there is enough for all people? Of course not. In a consumer format where profit is the main goal, this is not going to happen. Governments in our consumer format will also not take care of hungry people in their country. Through these corporations, governments will only sell products to those who give them more money. Eventually, some countries will be left without the ability to get normal food at all. And some of the countries that will still have more or less solvent demand will buy food at very high prices. As a result, people will not be able to get these products anywhere else. Now, add to these factors the climatic situation, which has already been felt by all countries this year. The climate will exacerbate the geopolitical, economic, energy, and financial situation, and things will only get worse. This means that we will have no production, no money, no agriculture, and no fertilizers, without which we cannot grow anything. And in a very short time, we come to the point where simply we will have no food. So how do we solve this problem? There is no solution in the consumer format at all, because there is no equal redistribution of food, and there is no goal for providing food for people either. So either the situation will escalate to the level of a food war between countries, God forbid that, or we will have what we are foretold, a mass starvation and famine. This situation would indeed be hopeless. But we have an answer and a solution: the economy of the creative society. A change in the economic model will completely eliminate the artificial factors that are now leading us to starvation. There will be no crisis, no inflation, no wars, no poverty. Everyone will have a high unconditional basic income, able to buy as much as food as they need. Businesses would be free from taxes, interest on loans, and would have access to the most advanced technologies. Political pressure on farmers and agriculture companies would disappear. We'll allow agriculture to expand and develop at a new technological level. And the new technologies will enable us to provide food for people even when the climate gets worse. Later in the forum, we will tell you how this will be implemented already in the transition period to the creative society. Thank you.
Dear viewers, right now you are watching live the International Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, with simultaneous interpretation in 150 languages. Today the forum will learn about the true causes of catastrophic climate change, the critical state of our ecology, why the world economy will no longer recover, and why hunger threatens everyone. Stay tuned. Next, you'll see the premiere of the film The Diary of the Last Man. You'll find out which prophecies have already come true. We realize we have covered many heavy topics today, but you have the right to know the truth. Stay with us. We'll be talking a lot more about the solution and the perspectives that will open up for everyone in the near future. People can no longer remain silent about the problems we see in today's society and about the need to unite to solve these problems. This is what the famous Cuban band Buena Fe song is about, which they wrote and performed especially for our forum today. The song is called Cuánta Más, which means how much more suffering and catastrophe does humanity need to endure to realize that it's time to change the world? And even though it seems that each of us is just a tiny flame, together we are a huge tsunami of love, and we will save the world and make it truly beautiful.
gente linda, somos Buena Fe y queremos enviarle un saludo a los amigos de Crisis Global. Nuestra salvación está en la unión y así pensamos, no hay de otra. El mundo como va por un mal camino y no hay otra cosa que unirnos y ser cada día mejores personas.
Luchar contra el egoísmo, contra todo lo que le haga daño al otro. Un abrazo muy grande, cuenten con nosotros siempre. Ahí está esta canción, cuanto más. Se lo regalamos desde aquí, desde La Habana, Cuba. Ojalá que podamos salir adelante desde la solidaridad y la cooperación. Un abrazo grande.
Cuánto más hará falta el sermón del poder del amor. Cuántas veces se invoca la paz y a la conciliación. Cuánto tiempo invertido en forjar una idea del respeto. Que una vida siempre importe más que suntuosos objetos. Cuántos más libros, audios, películas son necesarios. Alertando del mismo destino de los dinosaurios y otras guerras que nuevas catástrofes, cuanto más crueles, como masa de nuevos Caínes sintiéndose Abeles, cuanto más, cuanto más. Abismos, dilemas sustanciales de un sistema que acepta el rey Midas de una humanidad suicida. Ego parece tan pequeño, pero a veces por efecto dominó se esparce, expande y crece y alumbra, blanquea toda justa y nueva idea donde entendimiento favorezcan. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar. Que montañas mueve, hará falta un gran ciclón que transforme este relieve, que la ciencia prevalezca por sobre las soldadescas, y si toca ser soldado, en defensa de olvidado. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo, no hay ganador si muere.
The depth of your soul, you can feel how much understanding, wisdom, and personal experience is. Indeed, as has been said, in order to change the terrain of this consumerist format, it is necessary to bring all people together. How much longer will we allow the consumer society to turn us into slaves? How long, tactics, consent will this lawlessness continue? How many more wars do we need in order to realize wars only happen because of our inaction, because we continue to support the consumerist format? And yet, all wars have the same causes. Let's learn more about that.
Over the past 5,000 years of human history, there have been no wars on Earth for only 292 years. And since the end of World War II, humanity has had only 26 days of peace. Wars have taken 3,640,000,000 lives. That's almost half of the world's population today. War has always been an integral part of the consumerist format of society, in which profit is the primary value, and war is the instrument to achieve it. War is a business, the most profitable business, over resources, new markets, territories, money, and power. Who do you think benefits from this? The nations that don't even have the money to fight these wars? No, it only benefits the corporations that have become so powerful they de facto run our nations. They are interested in continuous income, so they need endless wars. And do you know who pays for all this? Do you think it's them? No, it is paid for by all of us people. Remember, wars don't happen. They are created, and created ahead of time. Wars are planned decades before a direct armed confrontation, and the fighting is just the culmination of this plot. Starting a war requires convincing the public of the necessity of the war and of the right to a preemptive strike to avoid possibly worse consequences. Accordingly, anyone who wants to start a war will try to convince the public that war is necessary to improve the deteriorating situation within the country. Anyone who tries to start a war must convince the public that it will be easy and that the victory will be swift, inevitable, and inexpensive. In practice, this convincing people that the cost of the nation will be small and the risk of escalation will be controllable. And the likely outcome will be easily anticipated. To achieve these goals, 10 but very effective techniques are used. Their effectiveness has been tested over the centuries, tested on more than one war from the time of the Sumerians to the present day. They guarantee a result without fail. And so they are used by both the aggressor and the victim side. Now, you will hear them and finally learn how even the most peace-loving man is persuaded to wage war. 10 principles of military propaganda. The first principle, we don't want war, we defend ourselves. To conduct war propaganda, the first thing that you must do is convince your own people that we didn't want it the others, they who have started the war, or are planning to start it any day. We, on the other hand, are forced to defend ourselves. The use of this principle can be seen in almost every single war. The main thing is to convince people that the bad guys hate us and have already started or are prepared to start first. A suitable political assassination, an attack, an act of terrorism, etc., can be tucked in as proof. Feeling revenge is a simple and effective way to channel citizens' rage. The second principle, the enemy alone is responsible for starting the war. The third principle, the leader of the enemy is the devil and truly evil. The enemy gets a face, and it is now the object of hatred. It is not necessary to force hatred of the entire nation. The image of the enemy is personified in order to show its population that the head of the leader or of the others is a mentally ill, deranged, and corrupt. The fourth principle, we defend a noble cause, not private interest. The economic and geopolitical goals of the war are clearly disguised. the defense of moral values, democracy, freedom of the nation are brought to the forefront. That is, the goals of war are noble, to save the people from suffering, to destroy terrorist bases, to prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction, or overthrow a bloody dictatorial regime. The enemy is brutal. Stories of the enemy's atrocities are one of the critical points of propaganda. Only the enemy commits atrocities. Principle 6. We don't commit atrocities. We go to war like knights. We fight by the rules. The 7th, hide our own losses and exaggerate those of the enemy. The 8th principle. This principle involves the creative and scientific intelligentsia in supporting the war effort. The 9th principle. Religious idolization of the war effort. Slogans are used. Our cause is holy. God is with us. The enemy will burn in hell. The 10th principle. Extreme conviction. Whoso ends our propaganda is abating the enemy. You are either with us or you are against us. Any opposition is excluded. The leader of the country is identified with the whole country. The interests of that leader are the interests of that country. If you are dissatisfied with our leader, you are against the country. The effectiveness of these principles is guaranteed by the total monopolization of the media, which makes it impossible to obtain information from other alternative sources. Thus, verifying the information becomes almost impossible. Weakening of the victim. In addition to the ideological condition of the population, work is also carried out to weaken the victim. Depending on desired results, methods of weakening can be applied in stages or simultaneously. For your safety, we recommend that you memorize them. A typical tool that is used is a color revolution, followed by a country's leadership change, the appointment of a puppet government, destabilization of the economic and political situation, and plundering of the country's assets and resources. Modern armed conflicts increasingly use hybrid methods of warfare. Long before active military action begins, the aggressor states secretly, without a formal declaration of war, destabilizes the administration apparatus, the economy, the army, and even the cultural sphere by introducing to the people, as well as the rules and norms in the country of the victim, to the advantage of that very aggressor. An essential component of hybrid warfare is dragging the country into debilitating military expenditures by creating local conflicts in bordering and strategically important regions. These so-called gray zones are created by separating part of the bordering territory from the country through armed clashes and creating separate republics, which subsequently exist for decades and are points of conflict escalation. Gray zones are around the world that can be pressed at any time to unleash an armed conflict. And even the signing of a peace treaty does not guarantee peaceful life in these zones. Today, any territory in the world can become a gray zone just because someone benefits from it. And when all the conditions have been created, one spark, one provocation is enough to start full-scale hostilities. Such a provocation can be shelling on the border, assassination of a prominent political figure, you name it. The U.S. military. I declare that war is the most terrible phenomenon in our society. It leads to the destruction destruction of human lives, individual cities, and entire countries. In effect, the severing of supply chains and the destruction of production facilities and infrastructure set the nations back decades, if not hundreds of years. But if for some people war is a misfortune, for others, it is an opportunity to make money, as cynical as it may sound. And the primary source of revenue in war is armaments. Global military spending is rising for the 7th year in a row, reaching $2,113 billion in 2021 alone. That means that someone is constantly preparing for war or already engaged in warfare. It is essential to understand that weapons buyers are mostly countries, but the sellers are mostly private companies. So how does a manufacturer manage to convince governments to buy their weapons? The fact is that decisions in most countries are made by politicians, while the principal customers that make such requests are military industrialists. As a rule, schemes to bribe politicians and lobby for decisions and laws are used to ensure that decisions are made in their favor. Thus, the state serves the interest of arms manufacturers. And companies in the military sector are interested in keeping the war going, because if the wars stop, they will lose their multi-billion-dollar businesses. Put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits corporations make. Why is it possible to carry out such deals unpunished? Because it is all hidden under the national security seal, and the participants are protected from scrutiny. The mere expediency of producing weapons has already raised many questions. Not only do we continue to spend resources but we also continue to produce something that will be destroyed one way or another. It doesn't matter if it is one bullet, $1 million missile. If someone wants to get rid of money, why not make fireworks? At least they're pretty. Even better, invest in healthcare, technology. After all, the same MRI machine costs much less than missiles. Only a missile kills, while an MRI machine helps save lives. Imagine how much good would do people if the money for one cruise missile was spent on 13 MRI machines instead. Armaments are not only lucrative scenarios, are not the only lucrative scenarios. There are others. Every war has another side, a shadow side. Human trafficking and exploitation in various forms are carried out under the guise of war. Forced labor, including sexual exploitation, slavery, and the forced removal of organs. People who participate in such schemes and benefit from it are also interested in the continuation of war. The production and trafficking of drugs, the profits from which go to maintain and finance by corrupting officials and infiltrating the ruling circles of government, are increasing sharply. Taking advantage of martial law, enterprises and industries, private property and businesses are being nationalized. Assets are being frozen or bank accounts blocked. Other people's property is easily seized under simple propaganda. It's not enough to accuse a company or business owner of collaborating with the enemy. All assets are immediately taken over by others. In times of war, it is possible to eliminate a competitor without hindering or to destroy the production capacity of a business or industry. As a result, the right people take over large
အဲ့တော့
and
ကြီးတဲ့
important
ကုမ္ပဏီ
companies.
ကြတော့
Profit is extracted
အဲ့
from
တော့သူတို့ဟာ
everything.
ဒီရှိသမျှ
For
တွေ
the
အားလုံးက
first
လည်း
time,
ထုတ်နှုတ်
world
ယူသွားတာ
military
ပါ
spending exceeds $2
အဲ့
trillion
တော့တစ်နှစ်
annually.
မှာ 2-3
That means we
trillion
also
dollars
pay
လောက်ရှိပါတယ်
$2 trillion of our tax money to
အဲ့တော့
various
ဒီ
corporations,
အမျိုးမျိုးသော corporation ကြီးတွေကိုဝင်သွားတဲ့ငွေရ
weapons and military equipment.
အချိန်ထဲ
At
မှာ
the
ပဲ
same time, people are being persuaded that
ဆွဲ
the increase
ဆောင်
in
နေတာရှိ
spending
ပါတယ်
is due to the country's need to strengthen
အဲ
its
သူတို့ရဲ့
defense.
ကာကွယ်ရေး
But
ကို
in reality,
ကောင်းအောင်လုပ်
behind
ဖို့ပါ
this is the desire of corporations to make even more money by expanding their markets. Simply put, the more
အဲ့
military
တော့ကမ္ဘာ
conflicts
မှာ
on the planet, the more
စစ်ပို
profits
ဖြ
the
စ်လေ
corporations make.
corporation တွေ
There is
က
an even
ပို
greater
ပြီး
reason
တော့
why
ငွေ
war
ရ
in
လိမ့်
that
ပါမယ်
of society will never stop. And this reason lies in
ဒါ
the
ကြောင့်မို့
very
လို့
essence of the consumerist format of
consumer format ဖြစ်တဲ့
economy.
စီးပွားရေးက
For the economy to
စီးပွားရေးအဆက်
continue
နေမှာ
to
ပဲဆက်
exist,
ပြီးရှိပေါ့
it periodically needs a
ဒါပေမဲ့
reset created by war.
စစ်ပွဲမြောက်ဖန်တီးခြင်းအပြင်ကတော့
Today's economy must continually grow.
သူတို့ကအမြတ်ငွေတွေတိုးပွားနေပါတယ်
There will be an economic crisis that
ပြီး
will
တော့
lead
ငွေ
to
ကြေးဖောင်းပွား
and
မှုတွေ
rising
ရှိစေမယ် economic crisis တွေ
unemployment and impoverishment. This
ဒီလို
happens
ဖြစ်တာ
because
ကတော့
the economy is overflowing with money
စီးပွားရေးကပတ်စံနဲ့
by commodity
ဆက်လာနေ
production.
ပြီးတော့
As a result, money
ပတ်
loses
စံက
value
တန်ဖိုးလျော့ကျလာမယ်
and inflation accelerates. The economy
အဲ့
is
တော့
built in
economy
such
ဆိုတာ
a
အဲ့လို
way
နည်းနဲ့တည်ဆောက်ထား
that
တာဖြစ်
money
လို့
and capital are constantly flowing
Pero,
to a small group of people who owns the majority of the world's wealth. At the same time, the
နဲ
rest
မှာ
of the
ပဲဒါ
population
နဲ့လူလူ
is
ကတော့
getting
ရှင်းရ
poorer
မြဲရှင်းလဲ
and
လျက်
world
ပါပဲ
demand is falling, which stops the economy's growth and creates
အဲ့တော့
another
ဒါက
crisis.
economy ရဲ့
The
ကြီးထွား
economy
မှု
comes
ကို
to a
ရပ်တန့်ပြီးနောက်ထပ်
standstill.
crisis တစ်
Everything
ခုဖြစ်ဖို့
is
တွန်း
there,
အားပေးသလို
but
ပါ
most
ပဲ
people cannot buy food and necessary goods. People find themselves in
လူတွေက
unbearable
သူတို့က
living
သူတို့
conditions.
ညင်နေပါပြီ
Discontent grows
ဒီလို
and
ဆက်သွားလို့မရဘူးဆိုတာ
protests erupt, threatening the loss of power to
အဲ့
a
တော့တကယ်
small
တမ်း
group
က
of
တော့
individuals.
ဒီ small group နဲ့
In
တ
order
ယောက်
to
ချင်းစီ
retain
ကို
their power, a
ခြော
war
က်လှန့်နေ
mechanism
ပါ
is
တယ်ချိန်
launched,
ချောက်နေပါတယ်
necessitated by the need to reset the economy. How does war relate to
အဲ့တော့
resetting the
ဒီ
economy, you may ask?
စစ်တေနဲ့
War
စီးပွား
requires
ရေးနဲ့ဘယ်လို
increased
ဆက်ဆက်နေ
production
ပါ
of
လဲ
weapons, destroys the infrastructure
အဲ့တော့
and industry in
လုပ်
countries
ငန်း
where
တွေ
hostilities
industry တွေ
begin,
မှာဘယ်လို
and consequently frees up
infrastructure တွေ
markets
ရှိလဲ
for the corporations owned by this small group of people. Why destroy entire
အကြောင်းမ
cities?
လို့တစ်မျိုးလုံးကို
Infrastructure,
ဖျက်ဆီး
communications,
ပြလိုက်လဲ
resource extraction facilities, and the energy complex,
energy
all
အတွက်
in
ကို
order
ဘယ်လို
to
ဖျက်ဆီးလဲ
redistribute spheres of influence
တကယ်
and
တော့
make money.
အဆန်ဖန်တီးဖို့ပါလုပ်ဖို့ပါ
That allows them to increase their capital
အဲ့တော့သူ
even
တို့ရဲ့
further,
ငွေပြင်ငွေရင်းတွေကိုပို့
expanding
ပြီး
their
တော့
spheres of
ပွားများအောင်
influence
လုပ်ပေး
and
ပါတယ်
increase their control
သူတို့လက်ထဲမှာ
over
လူ
the
ထုကို
population.
control လုပ်နိုင်
War in the
နေ
consumer
တဲ့အနေအထား
format
ရှိပါတယ်
creates the conditions for a
အဲ့
small
တော့
group of
လူနည်းနည်း
individuals
နည်းနဲ့
to
တယောက်
continue
ချင်း
to
စီက
get rich.
ခံစားရပါတယ်
The only thing is, we
ကျွန်တော်တို့
99% of
99 ရာခိုင်
humanity,
နှုန်းသောလူသားမျိုးနွယ်များဟာ
not only do we pay for the war with our lives, but we also sponsor it ourselves
အဲ့တော့
by
ကျွန်တော်တို့
paying
ကတော့ tax
taxes
တွေပေး
and
နေ
buying
တာ
all kinds of goods and services. After all, the prices of goods includes taxes that go into the
အဲ့တော့
national
tax တွေ
budgets
ကတော့
from
national
which
budget
most
ကိုတွား
military
ပြီးတော့
expenditures are repaid, which not
ကျွန်
only
တော်တို့
we,
တွေမ
but
က
even
ပါ
our children and
ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့
grandchildren will have
သား
to
သမီး
pay
တွေ
for.
မြီးမြစ်တွေ
We
တက်
could
ပါ
have
တယ်
chosen
အဲ့
to
ဒီ
spend
ဟာ
this
ကတက်
money
ရောက်
on
ပါတယ်
equally expensive but peaceful projects, finding a cure for cancer or
အာ
solving the
cancer ကို
hunger
ကုဖို့
problem.
တမမှုစားလောင်
But no one is
မသိမှု
asking
ကို
people.
ရပ်တန့်ဖို့
More
တ
than
မမှုတ
anything
ခြား
else,
တွေ
war demonstrates that
လူ
people
တွေကို
are
ပြသဖို့
subservient,
လို့ပါ
and slavery has
ချွ
not
န်
disappeared.
ပြရတာလည်းမကွယ်ပြောက်
In
သေး
our
ပါဘူး
consumerist format of
ကျွန်တော်
society,
တို့ society
war
မှာ
will never
စစ်
stop.
တွေကဒါတွေကိုဘယ်လိုမှမ
It
ပြောက်
is a
ကွယ်
part
စေ
of
နိုင်
the
ပါဘူး
economy, a means of increasing capital and strengthening the the power of a small group of people. In the consumerist format, it will always be so. So how to break this vicious circle? Not paying taxes will not fix the problem at its root. By buying any goods or service, we contribute to the economy of the consumption format of war. Neither can we stop buying. These are the conditions of a consumer society. If we do not change the format of our society and the present-day economy, wars will continue. So the only way out is to change this model of society from a consumer society to a creative one, where the economy will be stable and ensure a quality of life for every single person. The whole society will make decisions on socially important, socially significant, and efficient. When conditions in society change and the economy's functioning changes, wars will simply cease to be necessary. So I ask you, stop the war, support the creative society.
The creative society support
2036 год — это не основное, что мы хотим сказать. Нам плевать на эту дату. Не стоит зацикливаться на разрыве в Марианской впадине и падении Луны, потому что самое страшное случится гораздо раньше. 2036 год — это дата гибели нашей планеты. Дожить до этой даты не получится ни у кого. Это невозможно. Ни один человек в мире не сможет это увидеть. Это и есть самое главное, что мы хотим сказать. Мы сдохнем гораздо раньше из-за своей глупости. Мы сегодня не можем договориться и стать на тропу решения. В то время, пока над каждым из нас висит меч, климатический Cerberus. А то, что сдохнем мы все, это точно. Давайте не будем лгать себе и друг другу. В человеке убито практически все. Сегодня мы нещадно уничтожаем друг друга. Эгоизме. Мы все разделены. Климат спровоцирует и ускоряет социальные, экономические кризисы. Войны, эпидемии, голод, массовые беспорядки, планету. Никто никому не придет ни одна армия и ни одна служба не способны будут справиться с воцарившимся безумием. На бумаге изложено, какими мы должны быть. В религиях изложено, какими мы могли бы быть. Но в условиях вседозволенности убивать будут все. И мы должны это учитывать. В потребительском формате сильные на сильных найдутся более сильные, а на более сильных найдутся самые умные. Но даже на самых умных есть климатический Cerberus, который поставит точку. И мы к этому совершенно не готовы. Знаете почему? Давайте посмотрим правде в глаза. Как наше внимание уводят от проблем с климатом. Когда стали нарастать климатические катастрофы по всему миру, об этом сразу перед мировые СМИ. И тут же все было прикрыто на 2 года пандемии. СМИ вообще не отражают реальной картины происходящих климатических катастроф. Может, хватит дурью маяться? Если мы не построим сознательное, мы поубиваем друг друга за кусок хлеба. Почему так произойдет? Все просто. Смотрите, как ведут себя люди в экстремальных ситуациях во время военных действий или природных катастроф. Паника забирает больше жизней, чем сама катастрофа. Люди в страхе за свою жизнь безжалостно уничтожают друг друга. Просто чтобы продлить свою жизнь хотя бы еще на 1 день. Что становится самым ценным в такой ситуации? Еда, вода. Давайте вспомним самые известные случаи массового за последние 100 лет. 1921 год. Людям пришлось есть траву, грязь,
2021 Russia မှာ
собак, глину, конскую упряжь, падаль,
တကယ်တော့
шкуры
Russia မှာ
животных и
လူ
в
တွေက
итоге
camp မှာ
бедных
ရှိခဲ့ကြပါတ
людоедство.
ယ်
Очень многие люди ели членов своих семей и охотились за
အဲ့တော့
человеческим
မိ
мясом.
သားစုဝင်
О
တဲ့
случаях людоедства
8 member ရှိတဲ့
сообщает
မိသားစု
милиция,
ဝင်တယ်
но она ничего не могла сделать, поскольку
သူတို့
людоедство
ဘာမှမလုပ်
стало
နိုင်ခဲ့ပါ
методом выживания. Сообщал,
ရှင်သန်ဖို့အတွက်
милиционеры были вынуждены защищать кладбища, атакуемые голодными толпами. Существует также доказательства того, что люди
အဲ့တော့
убивали
ကာလာမ
брошенных
သိမ့်
детей,
နေတဲ့
чтобы поесть.
ဘုံကြီးများရဲ့တက်ချက်ခံခဲ့ရပါ
1932
တယ်
год,
1932 မှာ
Голодомор в Украине.
ယူကရိန်းမှာ
Во время Голодомора в Украине было широко
အဲ့လိုဒီမှာမှာ
распространено
cannibalism နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့
сливались в банды, убивали членов своих семей
အဲ့တော့
и ели
မိသားစုဝင်တွေတက်ခံရတယ်ကလေးတွေတက်ခံရ
Во
တယ်
время Голодомора подавляющее большинство
Ро.
людей из-за массового голода сошли с
Мязуа.
ума. 1958 год.
Да.
Великий китайский голод.
1958
Согласно официальной
မှာတော့
статистике погибло
Тёе
около
митазу
15
бля.
миллионов человек. А согласно
တည်
неофициальным
ဆုံး
данным,
ခဲ့ပါတယ်
около 45 миллионов. Полицейские
အဲ့တော့
четко
အဲ့ဒါကတော့
описывают
လူပေါင်း
конкретные
45
случаи
သန်းလောက်ပါ
каннибализма. Люди потеряли все
cannibalism
нравственные
ကြောင့်ပါ
принципы и часто питались человеческим мясом. Некоторые родители
တချို့
не
ပြီး
решались
ပါ
убить своего ребенка
သူတို့တွေက
самостоятельно,
သူတို့ရဲ့ကလေးတွေမတတ်ရ
обменивались
ပါ
с
ဘူး
детьми и ели чужих. Каннибализм
Да,
строго
жаль,
карался
да,
властями,
ебал.
но вопреки этому продолжался.
Да,
Большая часть
блин.
пищи в Китае была именно человечной.
ရှိနေတော့မှာပဲ
Районы страны были
အဲ့
заселены
တော့တချို့တရုတ်ပြည်
людоедами.
ရဲ့နေရာတွေမှာ
Каннибализм во время
လူတွေ
этого
ရဲ့
голода
သားကို
был назван беспрецедентным случаем в истории 20 века. 1994 год.
1994 ခုမှာ
Люди
တော့
от голода сходили
Яу,
с ума и
Корея,
даже
ма.
убивали и съедали собственных младенцев. Грабили могилы и поедали трупы. Родители
Эо.
были в панике. Их детей могли похитить, убить и
အဲ့တော့သူ
продать
တို့
в виде
မြောက်
мяса.
ကိုရီးယားမှာသူတို့ကလေးတွေကိုပြန်ပြီးဆွဲခါရနိုင်တယ်ဆိုတာသိတယ်
Люди
Сала
сейчас не
мутейму,
представляют, что
таранга
такое
лома
голод.
пьяный, да?
Острое чувство голода практически превращало людей в зверей. Это всего лишь малая часть вопиющих примеров. Может показаться, что голод не коснулся цивилизованных стран. Тогда напомню вам о массовых
အဲ့တော့ဒါတွေက
голодоморах
civilized countries တွေမှာမဖြစ်ပါဘူး
1930-х годах. Да, об этом не особо
အဲ့တော့
распространяется.
1930s တွေမှာတော့
Подготовленную информацию о масштабах и
အဲ့
количестве
တော့တကယ်တမ်းတော့ဒီ
Но я
အပြတ်
уверен,
မှုတွေက
если вы
ဒီသတင်း
поищете
ကို
в своей
ဖြောက်ဖို့
стране
ဖြောက်
случаи
ထားဖို့ကြိုးစား
голода
ပါ
и
တယ်
связанных с ним случаев каннибализма, то обязательно найдете для себя дополнительные доказательства. Никто сейчас не застрахован от голода. Больше нет безопасных цивилизованных
အဲ့တော့
стран.
ဘယ်သူမှဒီ
Можно предположить,
civilized
что
ဖြစ်တဲ့နိုင်ငံ
за
တွေမှာ
последние
ဒါ
100
ကို
лет человек изменился, сделал выводы,
Сами
и подобного
верно.
уже не повторится. Тогда давайте посмотрим, что было на Филиппинах в 2013 году
အဲ့တော့
после тайфуна Юлан,
2013 ဖိလစ်ပင်းမှာ
на
ဖြစ်ခဲ့တာ
Гаити
တိုင်ဖုန်းဝ
после
င်ပြီးတော့
землетрясения в 2021 году
earthquake
и в Пакистане
2021မှာလ
после
ည်းဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်
наводнения в этом году.
ဒီချီးမှု
Не
ဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်
повторился
ဒီ
ли
နေ့မှာ
такой
တော့
сценарий? Со слов очевидцев, люди от страха и паники отбирали
Эро.
еду и воду друг у друга
မျ
насильственным
က်မှောက်မှာတွေ့မြင်ရပါတယ်အဲ့
Это
တော့
все происходило нехватки продовольствия. То
အဲ့
есть
တော့ဒါတွေက
голод еще
စာ
даже
ရေး
не
စာ
наступил.
လမ်းမမှုကြောင့်ဖြစ်ရတာပါ
Как 100 лет назад, так и сейчас.
ဒီတော့
Потребительский формат и
လွန်
голод
လွန်ခဲ့တဲ့
толкают
နှစ်တ
людей
ရာ
на жестокое
consumer တွေက
братоубийство.
ဒီ
И вы еще надеетесь
violent
на
ကိုဖြစ်
мирный
စေပါတယ်
сценарий? Просто напомним, что 85% от мирового запаса
အဲ့
огнестрельного
တော့
оружия
85ခိုင်မှာက
находится
ဘာရဲ့
в частных
world
руках.
forest
2% у правоохранительных органов и 13%
အဲ့တော့ law
у военных.
enforcement
И это наши реалии.
နဲ့
Как
military
итог, просто начнут сколачиваться
military
банды в тех местах, где еще можно будет чем-то поживиться или где будет хоть какой-то источник воды. В таком положении дел
Эро,
просто
я
нет
мет-
шанса выжить. Поймите, не получится как-то порешать и что-то раздобыть для себя и своей семьи. Вот реально.
အဲ့တော့
Что человек в обмен...
ဖြည့်ရှင်းရမလွယ်ပါဘူးမိသားစုတွေ
Ну что? Твое барахло,
အဲ့တော့
машина,
food
яхта,
ကို
дом,
ပေးဖို့
драгоценности.
ဖြစ်ဖြစ်
Они никому не нужны.
လက်ဝတ်လက်စားရ
Самое ценное, что у тебя есть, это твоя плоть, Лишь плоть имеет значение в этом хаосе. А знаешь почему? Потому что ее можно съесть. Человек, поедающий себе подобных, приступает к последнюю внутреннюю. В нем больше не остается ничего человеческого. А то, что нас готовят именно к такому сценарию, можете даже не сомневаться. Просто посмотрите, чем наполнено информационное пространство. Фильмы, сериалы, статьи, реклама и научные публикации, которые описывают пользу и неизбежность каннибализма. Это началось еще несколько лет назад и продолжает набирать обороты в наше время. Как вы будете себя вести в такой ситуации, если это единственный сценарий, который есть у вас в голове? Мы превратимся в зверей до того, как нас убьет климат. Представь, ты тянешь руку, чтобы тебе помогли, а ее отрезают и съедают, вместо того, чтобы спасти. Это страшно. Это реальный зомби-апокалипсис наяву. Это то, что ждет нас в недалеком будущем. Это то, что сделал с каждым из нас потребительский формат. И вот думай теперь, стоит ли того потребительский формат, чтобы так сдохнуть за него? Или же все-таки стоит побороться за жизнь каждого и изменить формат общества на созидательный? Если мы не реализуем созидательное общество, то этот сценарий станет нашей общей реальностью. Хорошо. Если кому-то не нравится созидательное общество, предложите другой вариант решения ситуации. Мы готовы услышать любые предложения. Каждый человек имеет право на свою точку зрения, но она должна быть обоснована. Как в математике. Ведь все то, что мы озвучили про климат, это точный прогноз, основанный на математической модели. Но пока вы думаете, климатический цикл на свободе, и уже через каких-то пару лет остановить его будет невозможно. В потребительском формате мы враги друг другу везде. В экономике, в обществе. Нас разделяли 6000 лет. Пора понять, когда двое дерутся за кусок хлеба, умрут позже, можно этот кусок разделить, и только тогда выживут все.
The report we heard at the beginning of our forum forecast of what awaits humanity and our entire planet in the next few decades if we do today. Do we have a realistic idea of what will happen? Some might say that we don't want to imagine such a development, but people must be aware of the future that awaits us all if we do nothing. So now we propose not just to imagine, but see what will happen on our planet with us and with our loved ones in the near future. If today we take the path of inertia and silently surrender to the climatic Cerberus.
Now, I understand. We all had a chance. We're sheer idiots for not using it. I regret just one thing. I did nothing earlier. Hello, diary. This is such bullshit. Maybe the psychologist is the crazy one. Does he really think to a living person? I can't believe I fell for it. How are you supposed to rid me of depression? Okay, I'm supposed to talk to the diary as if to a friend. Well, hey there, buddy. So, well, nothing comes to mind. Although, I got fired. I have no money.
ကျွန်တော်လုပ်ပြုတ်ကရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပတ်စံမရှိဘူး
and my children's college.
ကလေးတွေအကြောင်းတက္ကသိုလ်ပို့လို့မရဘူး
The
idea
only
မရှိ
thing
ဘူး
that helps me keep my head above water is the family.
အဲ့တော့မိသားစု
I'll do anything for them.
တို့တွေဘာမလုပ်ပေး
Psychologist
နိုင်
said
ဘူး
I should write down what's bothering me. So what's
အဲ့
really
တော့
bothering me?
psychologist ကပြောတယ်
A constant
မင်းပါလို့
sense
စိတ်
of
ပူနေရလား
anxiety.
အဲ့တော့ဒီ society
I'm afraid that tomorrow I'll have nothing to feed my
အဲ့တော့
family.
မနေ့ပြန်ကျွန်
These
တော်မိ
thoughts
သား
are
စု
so
ပြေးတယ်ကျွန်
crushing.
တော်ဘာပတ်စံမှမရှိ
Prices are skyrocketing. The world is going to the dogs day by
အဲ့တော့
day.
ကဘာကြီးကတော့
What
တ
will
နေ့
happen
ဒီပို့ပို့ပေါင်းမဲလာတယ်
It's a question.
အဲ့တော့မိဘတစ်ခုရလာတယ်
Yay, I got a great job offer. It was
နောက်ပြီးတော့
unexpected.
အလုပ်
I'll be
ကောင်း
automating
ရတယ်
engineering systems in a bunker somewhere high in the mountains for a rich guy.
အဲ့တော့ချမ်းသာတယ်လူကြောက်
It
တယ်
looks
လုပ်
like
လုပ်
the
ပေးဖို့
client is thinking about a doomsday arc. He's paranoid.
ဒီရောကြီးရတယ်သူက paranoid ဖြစ်နေတယ်အဲ့တော့သူ့ရဲ့ diary ဒါက cover လုပ်မှာမဟုတ်ပါဘူးအဲ့တော့မနေ့ဖန်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တော့ရပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်အိမ်လာကပြရပါမယ်ဒါပေမဲ့မကောင်းတဲ့သတင်းလည်းရှိပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မိသားစု
Such
တစ်
a
နေ့မှ
long
လက်က
separation from Eve and the children makes me
အဲ့တော့
anxious
ကျွန်တော်ကိုထားခဲ့
again.
ဖို့ဖြစ်လာပါတယ်
I wonder why this paranoiac needs a bunker in the mountains on another continent. Why not in the basement under his villa? He's spending tons of money. Perhaps I should figure it out. I tried to figure out what's going on with the climate and got even more confused. Here's what we have. Record-breaking cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet, and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. Tried to figure out what's going on with the climate and got even more confused. Here's what we have. Record-breaking cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm and say by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet. It's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. Really is changing. There are also crazies who are scaring people, saying that no life will remain on the planet in 15 years. Something is supposed to or some kind of radiation from outer space. They suggest a way out. They say we should unite and build. What is it called? The Creative Society. Sounds good for sure. Looks The has changed the deadline once more. Damn it. No vacation for me again. I'm tired of sitting here. It's a good thing they have doubled my salary, though. When the contract is over, we'll even get to buy a new house and a car. Unexpected. Cool. I miss Eve. Children. Hell. We watch TV a lot. They show some climate disasters every day. Is there nothing else to show? Several severe hurricanes, but probably nothing unusual. What's possible?
Pero suwari kalau turu dong dia madale. Apin nam pernah mau. Hari ni apin ni balik. Kukudo apin ni bi.
I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Hey, piambu, you belu ya. Nothing low beat on it. No, mita ju yara. Ero separation about it. The Calidia G down Gila told me.
About the Yellowstone
volcano. Malung in the back of it.
They say something is wrong with it. There are too many earthquakes. Although we do come across many comments, people are just being hysterical. Nothing new there.
Ero jana person belama jaja makama. Ero Danilov sama client lava. Ero internet le chain mia pi ni wala. Ero di ma bomba ko mo ku phit ba. Era ba mya phit da le. Khamu ri wa lan twa ba le. Ero jana mita ju ga basement ma twa pong ni ya ka le piat twa bi ti kai twa bi. Ero pyo ja sika mshi do. Ero ka ba yi ba phit ni ya le khali ri ko be lo jana take care lo nai no ma le. Ero client office ka ni bi wa phone ku ya le. Ero bank owner pyo ba le. Ero berdua lah di channel lo call nai ma le. Ero te ko China siapa? Ero emergency service ko le phone set ba le. Ai ma le ko ka ri phit ni ba le. Mi le laung ni ba le. Lam ma pa ti yaw ni ba le. Kadin ni pa lai ba. Ero Russian asatao di ko yu ni ja ba le. Doda le thwe ni shak thwe ni. Ero so di di long game side ba.
Just four.
Ero di ma di la po pyo ja chala di shi ba le. Ero hello me le. Yes sir chan chou mu le. Ni le nya le pe ka le. Warning le chou ma pe bu. Seta ka ju lo na. Eno Roma asatao de shi ni a time na. Ero chano mi da zu de cho to ba ko ra chan tha jin na. Ero chanote dumam lava, palawamale. Di Tondavan, Janopelo, Lumia Lome. Ero down in this and mining a local. Danilov. Ero Nanga to get to see why you enjoy this in it, Bobby. Ero, set she would on the level. Ero Russian Guardian of your she thought would turn it on you. Get the coup to an Ero die in it and John down beyond a mouth. A mesoilo, Ero Diaga, he just saw he jammed the pole name. He did about what we saw, Male. Ero Mikhailovich, Shannon, Ye.
Once I have my money, I'll go back home. It's time to move. Somewhere as far as possible.
You're Tale, ye Muni, Larry. Malum Ludovo. I met you at the chat was on the Alamshibo.
Finish the job.
Ero Barry Mia Tenile. Ero, to not through it, then I made a anyway.
God, must be all grown up. I'm so tired.
Ero, to know. Pabalo, mi dajo sit about Juzavare.
I'm on the last.
Ruta Bam Digo.
And the boxes with food.
Gecko Loma, you do move out.
And hygiene.
There ain't information to not go the channel penny, why
does he need so much?
Ero, the dispute got Yamala,
children and grandchildren here.
Ero, Asata Baba and Midadu Ema, Ye Kettle Penny and Mehari.
And I'll go back home as fast
Japan and Dioga. Too nervous for don't get over it. Quick Jama, Japan Pit. Then magnitude of Shirapia, Shirangalema. You know, the child could be on a mare. Kavaya, Elumio, Gypsy, your Jamun, your camera to my mobile.
To him.
Era to let to ye, without you contact Melona now. You need a Amaya, Jaugavari.
Last they had hail the size of a pumpkin.
Ero.
It was cannon bombing.
The Pachorole, Paduma Jamlava.
What the hell is
Era generally signal fire will
made holes in the roof?
Melobo.
My family.
I don't out any idea about it.
To hide in the basement. Car is gone.
Ero, the gun is trackable, a being output, you know. Judava.
Died.
Ero.
I have no
Davime, but you never said to me about the gay thing about it. Oh, so love it.
What is happening in the world?
Good corny about it. Yao dot to him about the message. I mean, change about it. I mean, me about.
For client's office this afternoon.
Ero, me now, walk more chippy or Louis Bam Lona.
Due to turbulence.
Ero, a safe thing in it. G.
Owner.
The
entire crew died.
Flight them Shiva. Lucenami Maledamio.
About the bunker project.
Ero, Memorial, Phobia.
Protect us.
Nimuni, right?
Shit. Who's gonna pay us now?
Ero, Gessiale.
And who's gonna pick us up?
နောက်ဆုံးရနိုင်တဲ့တင်ရတော့power မရှိပါဘူး hurricane ကြောင့် solar system ကလည်းပြတ်ပြသွားပါတယ်
It seems we've been here
အဲ့တော့စာအုပ်တွေရောအိမ်အောင်ပြီးဘောကတွေရော
the office
အဲ့တော့လူသားတွေရဲ့ဘဝတွေကလုံးဝအမှောင်ကျသွားပါပြီ
crazy shit is happening there with the least of their problems. They say all of their equipment is being
ကျွန်တော်တို့ထပ်ပြီးတော့မပေးနိုင်တော့ပါဘူး
fires and patrol the streets.
အဲ့တော့ satellite ဆက်သွယ်ရလဲလုံးဝရပ်သွားပါပြီ
They'll evacuate us.
ကျွန်တော်လာမယ်စူးစမ်းပြီးတော့ tuning လုပ်ပါတယ်
I read on the news that all of this year's crops
အဲ့တော့လူတွေတက်ရှိစညာပြောနိုင်ကြတာကျွန်တော်သက်သာရပါတယ် အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မကယ်နိုင်ဘူးလားတကယ်ကျွန်တော်လုံနိုင်ပါတယ် တကယ်တော့ survivors ချုံးနဲ့ဆက်သွယ်မှုရပါတယ်
anger and fury.
အဲ့တော့2022မှာ
Get us out of
အဲ့
here.
တော့တကယ်အချက်ဖြစ်ပြမှန်းတွေကိုမြင်ပဲလို့မရပါဘူး
They'll be saving their own asses.
အဲ့တော့အကွဲမှုတွေအများကြီးဖြစ်ပြနေဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တွေ့လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာညနေခင်းတစ်ခုမှမှာ
The other day.
အဲ့တော့ဟိုတွင်းနဲ့တွေနဲ့ပဲတွေ့ရပါတယ်
In our city, I wrote to Eve, warn her
စင်းအောင်မရှင်းစားနိုင်မှာဒီဟာမျိုးဖြစ်မဲ့လို့တစ်ခါလေးဗီဒီယိုမှာတွေ့ဘူးတာပဲရှိပါတယ်အာဖရိကလက်ချမ်းကွဲသွားပါတယ်
in the streets. Borders have been
အဲ့တော့ဆူနာမီလိုင်းနေရတဲ့နေတိုင်းလိုပါပဲ
crazy with hunger are trying to
အဲ့
get
တော့
into our country.
ဒီလူနည်းနည်းရပဲဒါကိုယုံကြည်နိုင်မှာပါ
Meanwhile, I haven't canned food here
အဲ့တော့ဒါမျိုးရှိမှမကြုံခဲ့ပါဘူး
wish I could send at least some
ဒါတွေကအရင်တော့တကယ်ဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတာထင်ရှားပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒါတွေကိုဘာလို့မကြည့်ရလဲ
Nobody's coming for us. Don't know what to do. We keep thinking about how to get out of this trap. Guys went out to scout around, but couldn't walk even 5 miles and came back. It's 200 miles to the closest settlement through the rocks.
အဲ့တော့တကယ်တမ်းတော့ဒီကိုဟန်တော့ဖို့တဲ့ game တွေရှိနေပါတယ်
Coming from home.
နော်အဲ့တော့ဘယ်လိုပြုမှုရမှာလဲ
Food was left on the shelves.
ပြင်ထွက်လို့တော့မရဘူးခက်နေပါတယ်
An economic crisis
အဲ့တော့ကြည့်ရတာ radioactive တတိကျွမ်းမှုတွေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
are drying up.
အဲ့တော့မုန်တိုင်းတွေက
There are shortages everywhere. Ashes
အဲ့တော့ဒီ cloud တွေနဲ့24နိုင်လုံးပြည့်နေပါတယ်
to breathe outside.
အဲ့တော့ဒါကိုရှင်းတန်ရည်ကိုဖြစ်နိုင်မှာ
Protect masks.
နေရာတိုင်းမှာပါ
Drinking water is being distributed by ration cards and
အဲ့တော့ caustic gas နဲ့ပင်လယ်သမုဒ္ဒရာတွေက
has waged a war with
ကြွလာ
two
ပါတယ်
countries at once. I just can't believe this is happening.
အဲ့တော့
Goodness.
ရီယိုမှာတွေ့တဲ့လူတွေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်
I hope
လွန်ခဲ့တဲ့အ
I
ချိန်
wake
ကျော်
up
ကြာ
soon.
မိတ်ဆွေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
It seemed there could be nothing.
ဒါဒီလို radiation ဆက်မှုတွေရှိနေပါတယ်
But when word came back, everyone was
သူ
waiting.
ပြောတာဘာမှတော့အများကြီးမကူညီနိုင်ဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ဘာမှမရှိဆန်တော့ပါသေးတယ်
Endless
အဲ့တော့
rains began.
ရှင်းတဲ့ချိုင်းခဲ့တဲ့လူတွေက
Rivers overflowed
Error the mojo mudia like piano bar. Error the Zataiko mojo repair. Error the magnetic field below down my so that you guys in the Sativa bar. Eraga lungere a Jaigreava. O people Biro Kekela bar. No, man.
So much water everywhere that it has nowhere else to go.
The Pancalema lineare, Janye del Udra. I'm a Blauja that Luimiama.
What's happening there? Looks like this is. I hope they made
not see them, Tibo. Error. The planet for my Teotolimia, Jane Masara Matina. Error. Pancalema Navy or to Chelon, Imani Yavara.
I've been trying to reach family for weeks.
Payata can't know the Afghan sweater paper. Got to get low Juto move. Error Yingata in Aro Balo, but Kuma dia to Martins in Malokale.
I check all the news and search for them in
Juto move.
It's sheer madness not to go completely insane. I read information all the time about what's happening in the world. They scared people, saying that the Gulf Stream would stop. There were plenty of disputes.
Error Neon, Daniyama, Twalatalo.
It turns out it can. At one point, it just stopped.
Error, Gaule, Rolly, Kainiva. No.
People are freezing their home.
And
heat. Showers getting heavy.
Oxygen. John Lava. John Dario Yere, container material.
From Japan, Momoro had a nervous breakdown yesterday at the news of a terrible earthquake in Japan. They say the magnitude was 10. I don't know what's going on. It is probably hell there. I can say one thing for sure. The world has never seen such destruction. I'm not giving exact number of victims. Possibly hundreds of millions. Moro was able to contact his family. He couldn't contact anyone at all. Moro disappeared. We searched for him everywhere. Couldn't find him. He probably left. Where could he go? Jolly went searching for him. He couldn't have gone far. I stayed at the base to wait for them. A week, no one came back. Guys are blind. I fired my gun and lit signal fires. Nothing. Just my echo. To them. Damn it! Am I going to stay here alone? I'm the only one left. And I simply cannot get out of here. communication with Eve for over a year. Satellites are malfunctioning, communicating the outside world, getting worse, finding out and recording the news in the apocalypse, as I call it now. Maybe someone will get it someday. When the permafrost melted, there were a lot of new epidemics. Apparently, ancient viruses thawed. Whole settlements are being burned down to stop them spreading. Volcanic eruptions cover vast areas around the world with ashes. People have nowhere to live and nothing to breathe. Acid rains, corrosive infrastructure, poison groundwater. Food can no longer be grown anywhere. By the way, planes no longer fly. There's not enough air density. They just cannot take off. Who could have thought it? And the sea has gone wild. More and more ships crash right in the because of storms. Toxic gas rise from the bowels. Poison is rushed to the surface. Sulfur levels are already in places. Hills and roads are smoking. Even water in the springs is bubbling.
Prophet is the end of his community. According to the legend of the great Islamic scientist Al-Barazanji, the life of this community will exceed 1,000 years, yet be limited to 1,500 years. As of today, 1,390 years have passed since the Prophet's departure. We can accurately determine the approach of the Day of Judgment by the harbingers of the last days, indicators that the messengers left for us so that people who live in the last times can recognize them. Let's consider which harbingers of climate cataclysms from the scriptures have already come true. Fires. The ninth minor sign of the Day of Judgment in Islam talks about the Hijaz fire. Ibn Hajar writes in Fath al-Bari, one fire will happen among other events that will happen, according to the words of the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, before the Day of Judgment. And the other will arise just before the Day of Judgment without a gap. The increase in the area and the number of fires in modern times is caused by degassing of the subsoil along faults and unprecedented heat. The cause of these phenomena is a heating of the earth bowels due to rise of magma. Rains and floods. There are several authentic hadith in Islam which state that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The famine would not break out because of drought, but there will be famine despite heavy rainfall, as nothing would grow from the earth." The rise of magma causes groundwater to heat up and evaporate, increasing humidity, which in turn leads to record rainfall and flooding. Already now, floods are destroying crops. Another natural harbinger of the Day of Judgment is the blooming of the desert. A hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah states that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The last hour will not come till the land of Arabia reverts to meadows and rivers." In 2018, heavy rains that hit arid Saudi Arabia inundated the desert and caused flooding, which made the desert bloom. Flooding has now become a frequent occurrence on the Arabian Peninsula. Land collapses. Sahl bin Sa'd reports that the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, "There will befall this ummah land collapses." Now in many regions of the world, huge sinkholes and land collapses suddenly appear. Such examples are known in Turkey, in Croatia, in Chile, and Mexico. Also in Siberia, methane explosions form huge sinkholes. All of this is due to the rise of magma, the heating of groundwater, and the release of mantle gases. Earthquakes. The Hadith says that there will be an increase in the number of earthquakes at the end of times. The hour will not be established until earthquakes will be very frequent. Christianity also mentions earthquakes as harbingers. The Gospel of Luke, chapter 21, verse 11 says that there will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. Now, due to the rise of magma and the expansion of the planet, the number of earthquakes is growing exponentially. They are expanding their geography, their magnitude and depth are increasing. Since the beginning of the century, they're having more great earthquakes, as the Gospel says, with a magnitude greater than 8. So we see that harbingers such as an increase in earthquakes, floods, land collapses, and fires are already coming true. In addition to climate change, all the other harbingers of social change, diseases, technology, and astronomical signs have already come true. The 12,000-year cycle end dates announced by the prophets also point to our time. Let's see what awaits us on the apocalyptic path. Judgment Day, Apocalypse. The prophets also describe the apocalypse scenario in great detail. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus Christ says, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." These words point to the unprecedented power of cataclysms. The Gospel of Luke says that there will be the roaring and tossing of the sea. People will faint from terror, apprehensive of what is coming on the world. The roaring sea indicates a tsunami from the strongest earthquakes. In the Quran, Surah 56, the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaks of the earthquake of unprecedented magnitude, when the earth will be violently shaken and the mountains will be crushed to pieces, becoming scattered particles of dust. In Surah 27, 52, and 70, it is said that the mountains, which we regard as motionless, will be set into motion like clouds. And they will become like wool, that is, they will be shaken and split up into blocks along the fault. So strong the tectonic shifts and the speed of the movement of the lithospheric plates will be. There is a description of the unprecedented speed of events in Hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. It is said there that the end of the world will come so suddenly and quickly that people will not have time to complete the action they started. A person has raised a morsel of food to his mouth, but will not be able to eat it. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ tells people to run to the mountains, not to take anything with them, and not to turn around, which also indicates the suddenness of cataclysms taking place. And based on the words, "For in those days there will be tribulation such as has not been seen since the beginning of the creation which God created until this time, nor ever shall be," one can understand that a disaster of such a magnitude hasn't yet occurred on earth, such as has not been since the beginning of the creation, nor ever shall be. Similarly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Daniel said that such events had not yet been experienced by the earth. There will be a time of distress such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. The Quran speaks of violent volcanic eruptions and catastrophic fires during the Judgment Day. Watch for the day when the sky will bring a visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. At the peak of the cataclysms, due to disastrous eruptions of numerous volcanoes, there will be a discharge of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which will cut off the sun rays to the Earth's surface for many years. This is a description Jesus Christ gave in the Gospel of Mark. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. The planet will be illuminated only by the light of the fires and the glow of the fiery lava. This is stated in the Quran in Surah 55, Ayat 37. And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil. Hydraulic impact. In the sacred text, we find description of the destruction of our planet, which the Prophet and Jesus Christ conveyed to people using the terms they could understand, and now, having a scientific basis, we can understand what they spoke about. For example, in the Quran, Surah 82, the cleaving. It is said, when the sky splits open, and when the stars fall away, and when the seas burst forth. The surah mentions that the atmosphere at the time of the violent explosion in the Mariana Trench will be ruptured by the flow of steam. Also, Surah 21 says, the supreme horror of that day will not disturb them. On that day, we will roll up heavens like a scroll of writings. What is described in this surah really reminds of the fact that in the event of steam explosion rupturing the atmosphere, the integrity of the atmosphere will be broken, it will be blown away by solar wind and dispersed in space. Also, Surah 81, the overthrowing says, when the sun is put out, and when the stars fall down, and when the mountains are blown away, and when the seas are set on fire, and when the sky is stripped away. It is also clear from the surah that the folding of the atmosphere will take place when the red-hot magma erupts into the ocean and sets it on fire. At that time, when the mountains are blown away, the strongest earthquakes will occur all over the planet. What is the falling of the stars that is mentioned in both Islam and Christianity? During the hydraulic impact, the rotation of the planet will instantly accelerate and the atmosphere will disappear. It is this phenomenon that will create the sensation that the stars are falling. If we summarize the Prophet's words about Judgment Day, we see the description of the phenomena that the mathematical model predicts for October 2036 during the hydraulic impact. Indeed, they see it as distant, but we see it as near. Then do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already there have come its indications. That is the day of carrying out the threat. On the day heaven will sway with circular motion and the mountains will pass on, departing. On the day the earth breaks away from them and they emerge rapidly. Then watch for the day when the sky will bring visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. And the earth and the mountains are lifted and leveled with one blow. Then on that day, the occurrence, that is resurrection, will occur. And the heaven will split open when the sun is wrapped up in darkness, and when the stars fall, dispersing, and when the mountains are removed, and when the seas are filled with flame. And when the sky, if the apocalypse scenario comes true and what the prophet, peace be upon him, described happened, it will become like Mars.
Мир вам, уважаемые братья и сестры. Фильм, который мы сейчас увидели, действительно шокирует. Сразу возникает вопрос, как обычные люди 1000 лет назад могли знать, что будет происходить с нами, и так точно это описать. Откуда пророки знали, что мы через 1000 лет уничтожим экологию, войдем в цикл катаклизмов? Для всех верующих это важнейший знак. Это знак, что Аллах предупреждал нас о тех временах, в которых мы сейчас живем, о последних временах. Аллах знал о том, с чем мы с вами столкнемся. Всем нам, ныне живущим, есть над чем задуматься. Все, что мы сейчас увидели в фильме, то, о чем предупреждали нас пророки, это точное описание математической модели, которую вы слышали сегодня. Причем пугающе точное. Остается главный вопрос, почему мы это видим и открыто говорим об этом, а остальные нет. Аллах милостивый, Он дал нам свободу выбора, и у нас есть два пути. Или мы умрем в апокалипсисе, или выберем жизнь, и тогда Он даст нам золотое тысячелетие. С учетом всего вышеизложенного, непонятно одно, почему нет всей мусульманской уммы здесь, почему нет всех представителей христианства сейчас, верующие всего мира. Я обращаюсь к вам, вы слышали предсказания, вы знаете их, вы же чувствуете, как сократили, и что мир сейчас стоит на грани. Почему вы молчите? Почему вы сейчас не с нами? Да, среди наших активных участников много верующих, но здесь должны быть верующие всех религий, всех конфессий. Если вы верны пророкам, если вы веруете в Бога Единого, вы должны быть здесь и говорить вместе с нами. Для нас с вами в Священных Писаниях описали два пути, которые есть у человечества. Пока что весь мир идет по негативному сценарию, который ведет нас к тотальному уничтожению человечества и всей планеты. Хотя уже столько дано людям. Есть доклад, который вы слышали. Есть подтверждение в религиях и о том, что будет происходить. Я ничего не жду от многобожников. У них другие установки и отношения ко всему. Однако монорелигии — это доминирующие религии, и они как раз указывают на то, что грядет. В их литературе это написано, и это действительно так. Почему представители религии, которые знают эти предсказания, сегодня не с нами? Или они что, стремятся к уничтожению всего человечества? Аллах дал нам шанс. И что мы выберем сейчас? Мы будем ждать, когда небо упадет на землю? Или мы используем шанс и построим то общество, о котором мечтали все пророки? Как в христианстве говорилось про золотое тысячелетие, также и в исламе. Пророк мир ему говорил о новом укладе общества, который будет при имаме Махди, если люди объединятся. Так что выбор за нами, за каждым человеком. Аллах любит нас так сильно, что дал нам самый большой подарок — свободу выбора. Даже если мы ничего не сделаем сейчас, когда наш мир разваливается, это тоже наш выбор. Это выбор оставить все как есть, а значит поддержать массовую гибель всего человечества. Мы не сможем оправдать себя словами о том, что все предопределено, о том, что мы не в силах что-то исправить, ибо за что тогда судить нас в судный день, если все предопределено заранее? И если все предопределено, то зачем тогда пророки так подробно описывали нам то прекрасное общество, которое мы с вами можем построить? Пророк, мир ему и благословение Аллаха, лучший из людей, надеялся на последних, которые выберут правильный путь. А последние — это мы с вами. Ислам — это последняя религия и самая большая ответственность за то, по какому пути пойдет общество, лежит на мусульманах. Вспомните слова нашего пророка, мир ему и благословение Аллаха. Мы последняя из общин, но первая, от которой будут требовать отчет, потому что с каждого будет спрошено. Пришло время нам, мусульманам, собраться, честно взглянуть друг другу в глаза и ответить себе на вопрос, куда и за кем мы как умма идем. Поэтому передайте каждому мусульманину, чтобы все слышали и знали, и скажите, что 10 декабря 2022 года будет международная конференция для всех мусульман. Глобальный кризис «Кто для нас пророк Мухаммад, мир ему и благословение Аллаха». Братья и сестры, именно мы выбираем снизойти вместе с шайтаном в ад или построить прекрасный мир и быть с нашим любимым пророком, мир ему, в доме Аллаха.
Thank you very much, Armand. Dear viewers, do not forget to put December 10th on your calendars for the conference Global Crisis, Who is the Prophet Muhammad for Us? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now, we offer you an excerpt from the program, Awakening, with the participation of the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Пришло время стать человеком, здраво глянуть проблеме в глаза, принять взрослое решение и начать спасать весь мир. Так, как должен поступать человек, заботиться о всех и каждом. И главное, заботиться о своей планете, заботиться о своем доме. Но мы этого не умеем, нас этому не учили. Поэтому придется все учить самим. Будет много проблем, будет много камней на этой дороге. Но если у нас есть цель выжить, то мы ее пройдем. И не стоит ни на кого уповать. Без нас, да, без тебя, мой друг, мы не спасемся. Это факт. И уже, к сожалению, факт научный, обоснованный, многократно проверенный. Что еще скажешь? В такой ситуации, в которую попали мы как человечество, я могу сказать одно. Нужно уповать даже не на Бога. Ведь это наш выбор. Бог не имеет права вмешиваться в наши дела. Да, верующие сейчас возмутятся, скажут, Бог всесилен, конечно, всесилен. Он создал всю Вселенную. Но нам Он дал свободу. Свободу выбора, кому служить. А что выбрали мы, а? Распяли Христа, предали пророка Мухаммеда, лучшего из людей. Скажите, что еще мы сделали для Бога хорошего, а? Когда Его посланников мы не принимаем, когда сердце разрывается и говорит, как нам поступить, а мы поступаем так, как шепчет дьявол. Мы разве верны были Богу? Слушали мы Его? Или кого мы слушали, друзья? Не стоит уповать на Бога. Он дал нам свободу выбора. И мы выбрали то, что мы выбрали. Нам остается уповать лишь на себя, друг на друга. Пришло время стать опорой каждому для каждого, стать одной большой человеческой семьей, стать цивилизацией. Наше спасение, друзья, в единении. Запомните это. Давайте просто станем людьми. Правильно? Все в наших руках, и мы можем даже этот мир спасти. Мы можем построить здесь Эдем, мы можем сделать созидательное общество. Мы можем стать людьми и перестать предавать друг друга, перестать убивать друг друга. Мы можем начать заботиться друг о друге, любить друг друга. И мир изменится.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, your honesty, and for your constant motivation to us so that we can keep going. After the shocking information we heard today, any normal person understands that we are flying into the abyss. Everyone understands that something needs to change. Many boldly declare that our society has reached a dead end, but they don't see a solution and don't know the way out. But today, we already touched on the solution to all the problems and crises in our society. It is the creative society format. Stay with us as we will now explain what the creative society format is and why humanity will only survive if we build the creative society worldwide. We will show how the creative society will benefit everyone without exception, and why you should begin informing all people about it right away. We are only as strong as we are united. We need to stand together and prove that we are human beings with a capital H. Creative society is the way out. It is the goal that can unite us all. After all, we can only find a solution and survive together. And John, I'd like to pass the floor to you.
The problem that we have today, we have to solve has never before been faced by humankind. The year 2036 is the year of the destruction of our planet if nothing is changed. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years to do everything possible and impossible to counteract the radiation that is now coming on our Earth and causing this catastrophic destruction. It is a matter of everyone's survival. Climate cataclysms are gaining momentum, and as of today, the scientific world has not put forward a single working model to solve this vitally important issue. The scientists we know about from the media will not help us find a solution. These are people for whom grants and titles are important, not the truth. Today, all that official science does is fight for more prestigious cabins on a sinking ship. We're not satisfied with this, and we want to save the whole ship because we are all on this ship and it is already sinking. We need real scientists who know how to save this ship. We need scientists with practical scientific experience and real knowledge to solve this problem. So where are these scientists? It's no secret that humanity's best minds are now engaged in the military sector. They have applied knowledge and practical experience. They are those who develop new technologies in closed laboratories, technologies that are now unfortunately being used against humanity. Today, it is not profitable for any state to reveal those who are genuine scientists. Why not? Because these scientists provide a military advantage over other countries with their innovations. The only way to free real scientists is to change the model of the existing social organization of world society to a model where wars and the dictatorship of power will be eliminated entirely. Then, scientists would no longer need to develop weapons, and countries would no longer need to defend themselves. An important point: we need to eliminate wars not only in the present, but also in the future. Otherwise, states will cunningly continue to hide scientists in order not to lose their intellectual capacity and thus their power. Let's be honest. Politicians protect only themselves and their successors, and the latter only to avoid punishment in the future for what they have done. For the sake of their own safety, politicians will do anything, even destroy the world along with all of us. So changing the format of society is our only chance for survival. Changing conditions will spare us all from having to fight each other. Only this will guarantee the possibility of uniting the intellectual potential of real scientists and directing their attention to solving the global climate threat. Whether we like it or not, we need to unite into a larger human family to survive. If we fundamentally change the format of society, it must be acceptable to everyone. If we take this step, we must do what's best for people. Realizing that we need to change something, it became apparent that we don't need to invent anything. We can simply ask people. No one knows what's best for us but ourselves. For many years, we have been asking people how they see the world, what kind of world they want to live in, and how they think the world should be. Tens of thousands of volunteers have participated in these surveys. These surveys were broad in scope. We asked all the people, acquaintances, friends, and strangers on the street. Millions of people were surveyed in all countries of the world. By analyzing all the answers, the 8 pillars of the creative society were formed. The concept of the creative society itself was developed as a result of a request from all of humanity. All that people wanted became the basis of the new creative format. That's how the creative society was born. Understandably, we are at the beginning of the journey, but the foundation has already been laid. Yes, we still have a lot to solve, but that is a task of specialists. Lawyers will solve legal issues, and economists, economic issues. They, as well as scientists, must sit around the same table and combine their knowledge and experience for the benefit of all humanity. Their task is to provide people with clear and understandable options for solving various issues. And people will vote for the most appropriate option. Thus, we will choose together the rules by which we will live in the world as one big family. If anyone has an alternative to the creative society, we would love to hear it. Among us are historians, political scientists, sociologists, and a vast number of specialists and enthusiasts who have studied human history in detail. Always, in all attempts to change something, everyone has tried to preserve power, the power of the few over many. Wherever there is power over people, it always turns into tyranny, consumerism, wars, and slaughter of people. It doesn't matter whether it is power of a single person or a group. Everything inevitably turns into a permanent or temporary slave system. We are well aware that there has never been such a format as a creative society, but it is precisely what people want. Any other system where there remains even a temporary, slight power of one man over another will inevitably lead to catastrophe. We will live again as we do now, as enslaved people. We must first realize that we are all slaves to a small group of people. We're like an obedient herd that is simply incapable of making decisions. That is what we have been indoctrinated with for 6,000 years. In fact, it's not true. Even according to the Constitution, we are free people. We are the holders of power in all countries. It's written in all constitutions. We're the ones who actually built this world. We need to realize and understand that clearly, and stop listening that someone will come and do something good for us. We're being persuaded that people are not capable of solving anything. Yes, they can. Specialists are capable of thinking things through, and people are capable of making decisions. We won't need politicians anymore, because a politician in today's world is a representative of certain groups of people who think they are masters of the world. Those very politicians make slave out of us. History clearly shows us this, and we need to understand it. On paper, a politician is someone who prevents conflict and wars, cares about people, and is a representative of the people. But in reality, it is the opposite. A politician sits on people's necks, considering the people a herd, and drives in wherever he wants, or where those who are behind the politicians tell him to go. Therefore, such notion as a politician cannot exist in a created society. Excuse me, in the face of a global climate catastrophe, we can speak frankly and openly. We have been divided into states and told that we must fight and kill each other in the interest of these states. The question arises, what and who is a state? The answer is simple. The state is made up of people. It is not just a territory. But today, the state is power, a superstructure over people. Everything is done in the interest of some ruling party or simply in the interest of power, but not in the people's interests. Let's be honest and call things by their proper names. We have a few free breaths left. Then we will have hard time breathing and communicating with each other. Before the climate destroys us, let's talk honestly to each other. Better yet, let's build a creative society for each and every one of us, for our descendants.
The creative society will ensure a world free of poverty, crime, and violence. It'll give us a safe, comfortable life anywhere in the world, stability and confidence in our future and that of our children, the ability to develop our businesses in a sustainable and predictable economy, able to implement technologies withheld from us, withheld from use in the current consumer format. Moreover, it'll give humanity access to new ways of generating energy. It will accelerate our development as one unified civilization. Such a society is beneficial to all. The creative society is based on 8 pillars, 8 guiding principles that should be adopted into every country's constitution. That allows for a peaceful and lawful reformatting of the fundamental values of world society from anti-human to human, and to make human life the highest value. Creative society is a new format for the unification and partnership of people worldwide. It is not a single organization. It is a movement of all people of goodwill who support the 8 pillars. Let's look at these pillars more in detail. The first pillar is the most fundamental principle. It declares that human life is the highest value. There is not, and never can there be, anything else more valuable than a human's life. The goal of society is to ensure and guarantee the value of each human's life. Do you feel the difference with what we're seeing today? Isn't that what we really need right now? For most people, freedom and equality are very important. Life cannot be fulfilling without freedom, and freedom is impossible without equality among all people. Despite the declared rights in today's Constitution, people are not treated equally in real life. The consumerist format undermines equality and, in reality, imposes on us a social hierarchy that supersedes any laws. The second pillar guarantees those rights. It states that every human is born with the right to be a human being. All people are born free and equal. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, his freedoms and rights. We all have a fear of tomorrow. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Will I still have my job? Will the economy be okay? Can I afford the medical bills if something happens? What if? What if? To put it simply, the third pillar removes that ultimate fear, the fear of tomorrow. That is, the fear of survival. Each human is guaranteed free provision of essential life necessities, including food, housing, medical care, education, and complete social security. And of course, everyone wants to feel physically safe. A unified global service will protect everyone from any emergencies and threats. Read that again. Did you catch that? Did you really fully get it? You'll be provided with everything to live your life without worrying about survival, food, housing, medical care, education, and so much more. Next pillar, number 4. For society to function properly and justly, there cannot be any secrets from its citizens. Therefore, transparency and openness of information for all is essential, including the information about the movement and distribution of public funds. Technology will allow us to track all public funding down to a penny. No disinformation will be allowed because mass media will belong exclusively to society and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Ideology is what shapes society's values and behaviors. The prevailing ideology should bring out the best human qualities in people. Today on TV, we see violence, destructive, hateful news, and endless problems without solutions. Mass media is aimed at the division and manipulation of the masses. After watching the news, people feel hopeless and depressed. In creative society, propaganda of violence, division, aggression, and anti-humane manifestations will be prohibited. Therefore, establishing conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H, cultivating moral values in each individual and society. The 6th pillar guarantees everyone high quality, free education, and harmonious development of their personality. That will eliminate the colossal student loan that today leaves graduates enslaved by debt for many years to follow. Also today, many young people choose their fields of study based on the profession's earning potential instead of following their heart's desires. In creative society, every person, regardless of location, can attend university or college of choice and receive a degree in any field they choose, completely free of charge. That will give freedom, enjoyment of learning, and fulfillment of true potential. The 7th pillar assures equitable distribution of our planet's natural resources among everyone, regardless of nationality, age, and social status. Today, we have never-ending wars and battles because of the lack of resources in certain countries and the unstable desire by certain groups, the insatiable desires by certain groups to hoard and accumulate resources in their own hands. When all resources genuinely belong to people and are distributed evenly, conflicts and wars won't be needed. The concept of power in the creative society is absent. People directly participate in making decisions on key issues. You and I will decide how our communities and the world at large operate. You and I will determine what happens on our planet. Politicians will no longer supersede the vast potential of the people, and therefore, the people themselves will use their rights and talents for the benefit of the whole. And that's it. Just these 8 short, simple paragraphs describe everything that all people want. And you know what? If someone agrees with at least one of these principles, he is already a member of the creative society because it's what he wants. But if a person denies all 8 pillars then he is so harmful and dangerous to society that something needs to be done about it. And you need to understand that creative society is a new format for bringing people together. It is not an organization, but an association of people based on the desire to live and live well, to live in safety and dignity, and to develop and prosper. A question is often asked, guys, who are you? Ask a counter question. Who are you? Whose interests do you represent? Your own. Isn't that so? And that's the meaning. That is the creative society which serves everyone's interests. So, if we all decide we can start living like this within 5 years, let's tell everyone, let's create public support for this idea. Let's create electoral demand. Let's create a new reality.
Thank you so much, Wilkins. Absolutely agree with you. A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the highest value, not on paper, but in the practice. A society where there is no power of one person over another, where people make decisions on key issues together without shifting the responsibility to a small group of people. In this model of society, all resources belong to a man by brightening water, gas, oil, electricity, natural resources. The possibility of the separation of resources is the same, hence is eliminated. This also prevents the domination of one person or group over the majority. Let's see what each person in the creative society will receive.
For several years, we have been informing about the creative society. The most frequent question we hear is, what will my life be like in the creative society? Friends, it's time to answer this question that concerns all of us. Make yourselves comfortable. We invite you to a wonderful world where the most valuable thing is human life. Your life. Living conditions, everyday life. Already in the transition period from the consumerist format of society to the creative one, each person will immediately be provided with accommodation of at least 60 square meters for a comfortable life. If you have a family of 5, you will live in a house or apartment of 300 square meters. This housing will be your property. It will not be subject to taxes and utility bills. As your family grows, your living space will expand. A consumer paradise will be created. The availability of free time, money, and a variety of quality goods and accessible products. And this is already in the transition period from a consumerist format to the creative society. Financial freedom. People will become financially independent starting from their birth. From the first day of the transition period to the creative society, all mortgages and loans will be written off. No more inflation. Prices for the same product or services will be the same all over the world. No more taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. No more taxes on individuals. You will receive a universal basic income of $10,000 every month. There will be no need to work in order to have a roof over your head and feed your family. In the creative society, you will always have confidence in your future. Do you want more money? There will be an opportunity to work doing what you love to do. Only 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. You will have a vacation at least 2 months a year. Do you want to work more because you get a buzz out of doing your job benefiting society? Go for it. You are always free to choose. All hard, dangerous, harmful, and monotonous work will be done by robots and automated systems. A human is not a slave to toil from morning till night for a penny. You will have time for yourself. You will be able to do things you really care about. Spend time with people you love. Develop yourself. Be creative. And travel to any part of the world without visas or restrictions. In the creative society, every day of your life brings only joy and pleasure. Environment. Production will be waste-free and completely environmentally friendly. Pesticides and chemicals will no longer be needed to grow products. Only tasty, healthy, and varied foods will always be on your table. You will be able to enjoy clean, fresh air wherever you go. You will be able to drink crystal clear water saturated with good microelements and minerals. In the creative society, we will restore the ecosystem of the planet, and we will be able to admire the purity of oceans and the beauty of pristine forests. The creative society is a world of harmony and beauty. Healthcare. Perfect health of every person is one of the priorities of the creative society. From the very beginning of the transition period, medical care will be free for everyone. Doctors will be paid for healthy patients. A patient will no longer be seen as a profitable client. Each medical center will be equipped with artificial intelligence that will incorporate the experience of all the best doctors in the world throughout history. The very approach in healthcare will change. It will become 90% preventative. And all this right away in the transition period. Now, in the creative society, new technologies will allow humanity to never get sick. Everyone will have an opportunity to significantly increase their lifespan. To date, these technologies are already being developed, but the consumerist format makes them inaccessible for us. A simple device installed in the shower cubicle will scan your body and will adjust your appearance according to your wishes. In the creative society, you'll be really healthy, completely free of charge. Education. You deserve a decent, high quality, and free education. Do you like to study? In the creative society, you can get as many degrees as you want. And you won't have to worry about earning a living because you'll have a universal basic income. From the first days of the transition period to the creative society, you can easily acquire a new profession if you wish to. Artificial intelligence will create an adaptive educational program for you according to your peculiarities. You can study anywhere in the world and at a time that suits you. The creative society is a world of knowledgeable and versatile personalities. Freedom. People will decide for themselves what rules and laws to live by and implement their decisions through voting on a unified platform. The highest value is human life. Everything will be built around the fundamental basis. The world's media will no longer be in private hands, but will belong to society as a whole. This means that they will no longer be able to manipulate public opinion for the profit of a few. The media will truthfully and holistically inform, educate, and inspire people. Safety. Already, in the transition period from the consumerist format to the creative society, the fate of people will no longer depend on the decisions made by a few individuals and on what those in power will agree among themselves. Society will create conditions in which wars, murder, theft, slavery, human trafficking, and drug trade will be impossible. Crime will completely disappear. The latest technologies will be implemented everywhere, which will help the Unified Emergency Service to work proactively to prevent accidents and crimes. You can easily let your child go to school or outside being completely sure about his safety. You'll be safe and secure at all times of day and night by returning home in the evening, going for a walk in the park, or going to a concert. The main danger, the threat of a global climate catastrophe, will be solved. Humanity will never again be threatened by climate disasters and wars. In the creative society, you and your family will be safe anywhere in the world. You will get all this starting from the first days of the transition period. And already, in the creative society, thanks to a replicator technology, you will be able to get everything you need. All kinds of food, clothes, household items, and much more. As fantastic as it may sound, most of the technologies we're talking about already exist. It's just that it's impossible to use them in a consumerist format. Beginning with the transition period, science and technology will be aimed at improving the quality of human life. Life must bring only joy and pleasure. The whole absurdity is that, despite having all the possibilities to live in the creative society already now, we continue to maintain the consumerist format. We can build the creative society peacefully, without struggle or confrontation, in the shortest possible time. There will be no more revolutions, except scientific and technological ones, which will be a permanent and natural phenomenon in the creative society. Tell your family, friends, neighbors, and acquaintances about this perspective. Share how beneficial and cool the creative society is for them. You and I are living in an amazing time, when within a short time we can move from the slave system of the consumerist format to the free and safe world of the creative society. Everything depends on you. If you want such a life, support the creative society and tell everyone about it.
Our life? A creative society is a format of social organization, core, and the center of everything is the individual, its life and its benefits. That will require a reformatting of all spheres of our life. And there is a step-by-step plan for implementation of the creative society. And there are very specific stages. Let's learn about the stages of building a creative society, what actions have to be taken, and what is the goal of each stage is.
How do we know that the building the creative society is possible? Because any normal person wants to live in the creative society and not in the consumerist format. The informational stage is essential, because if people don't learn about the creative society, there will be no politicians for whom they will vote. Such politicians will only appear when there is an electoral demand for the creative society. This is required to lawfully implement creative society values in our countries. Creative society is an actual working model. There is a clear plan and the strategy of its implementation. It consists of 3 stages of creative society formation. First stage, informational. Second stage, political. Third stage, world referendum. The strategy outlines specific activities to achieve the goal of each stage. In just 5 years, we will be able to move from the current consumer format to the creative society peacefully and lawfully. To make this happen, all people need to unite around the idea of the creative society as quickly as possible. Now we are at the first stage. The first stage of building the creative society is the informational stage. The goal of this stage is for majority of people in every country to support the transition to a creative society format. The objective of the informational stage is for every person on the planet to become aware that there is an alternative to the consumerist format in which we are struggling to survive. The alternative to the creative society, the alternative is the creative society. This stage is the most important. What does it mean to inform about creative society? It means to talk about what prospects of a new quality of life it opens up for each person, safety, security, and high quality of life. It is essential to convey to each person that forming a creative society is a practical and feasible task. And we can build it in the shortest time frame, within 5 years. Today we will learn many interesting things about how life will be in a creative society. Join the Creative Society project and what you can do right now. It is crucial to showcase your choice wherever possible. That's exactly how people will create a global electoral demand in their countries. This is exactly how we will demonstrate to politicians that we want to live in the creative format of society. The result of first stage of informing will be the creation of an electoral demand for a creative society. We are at this stage right now. We have calculated that if each person tells only 5 other people about creative society, we will accomplish the first of the 3 stages in only 2 weeks. When we achieve this result, we will be ready to move on to the next stage. Second stage of creative society formation is political. Here, we aim to implement the 8 pillars of creative society into the constitutions of every country and enact the law about the electoral platform. We will use the existing legal framework. This new format of social organization should be secured at the legislative level. To build the creative society quickly and peacefully, we need to use politics. We will vote only for those politicians and only for those political parties that support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If there aren't any, we won't vote at all. Today, there are more and more decent people among who understand everything. They support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If you and I vote only for those politicians and those parties that they build a creative society, other politicians have no electorate. Politicians always follow the electorate. If there is an electoral demand for a creative society, they will build it. Once our chosen politicians and political parties are in power, we will need to enact laws that will guarantee the realization of interests of every person. On stage of building a creative society, with politicians' help, we will achieve the following goals. Adoption of
အောက်
8
ပါ
pillars
goals
of
မြောက်
the
ရွေးချယ်
creative
ပါမယ်
society into
ကဏ္
the
ဍရှေ့ရရှိပါ
constitutions,
တယ်
enactment of the
ပ
electoral
ထမဆုံး
platform
ကတော့
law,
ရွေး
enactment
ကောက်
of
ခံ
the
မှု
politicians'
platform မှာ
instant recall law. The first step that politicians will carry out
အဲ့
at
တော့
our
နို
request
င်ငံရေး
is to
သမား
introduce
တွေက
the 8
ပထ
pillars
မ
of
အ
the
ဆင့်ကို
creative
ကြော်ဖြတ်ပါမယ်
society into the constitutions and laws of the countries according to the existing laws in a legitimate
အဲ့
and
တော့ဒါက
legitimate
တရားဝင်
without violation of
ပါ
the
လာပါ
current
မယ်
laws in an entirely peaceful
လုံးဝကိုငြိမ်းချမ်းတဲ့နည်းလမ်းနဲ့ဖြစ်
The
ပါတယ်
basis of all laws will be the 8 pillars
အဲ့
of
ဒါ
the
က
creative
ဒီကဏ္ဍရှေ့ရမှာ
We
ပထ
say
မ
that
ပိုင်း
the
ဖြစ်ပါတ
creative
ယ်
society is an absolutely
လုံး
peaceful
ဝကို
scenario.
ငြိမ်းငြိမ်းချမ်းချမ်းနဲ့ဒီ
Introducing the
stage ကို
electoral
ကြော်ဖြတ်ရမှာ
platform,
ပါ
electoral platform law will give us back the power and the right to choose how we live.
အဲ့
We
တော့
will regain the right to make
ဘာပေါ်လဲ
decisions
ရှိ
through
ပြီးတော့
direct
ဘယ်လို
vote
ရွေးချယ်မလဲဆိုတာပါပဲ
without intermediaries. The role of politicians will be solely executive. Another
နော
essential
က်လိုအ
step
ပ်တဲ့
of the
second
second
stage ကတော့
is introducing the law about an instant recall of a politician
သူတို့
if
ရဲ့
he doesn't
politicians
perform
ရဲ့
or
record ပေါ်ပါ
fails to fulfill the functions entrusted in order to
အဲ့တော့
form the
သူ
creative
တို့ဒီ
society.
creative
The
society ဖြစ်
outcome
ဖို့
of the
သူတို့
second
မှာယုံကြည်
stage
ချက်ရှိရ
is
ပါ
the
မယ်
implementation of into the constitutions of most countries
နောက်
of the
ပြီးတော့
world.
ဒီဖွဲ့စည်းပုံ
After
ဥပဒေ
that,
မှာဒီ
we can
8
move
pillars က
on
ပါ
to
နေ
the
ရပါမ
third
ယ်
and final stage, the vote referendum. At
ဒီ
this
စနစ်က
stage, thanks to electoral platform,
လွတ်လပ်တဲ့
all
platform
people
တွေ
of
ဖြ
the
စ်ရပါ
world
မယ်
will be able to accept the creative
လူ
society
တွေအား
as
လုံး
a
ကဒီ
unified
ဟာကို
form of
support လုပ်
social
နိုင်ရပါမယ်
structure on the whole planet and establish the
ဒီ 8
8
pillars က
pillars as a law by which all spheres of our
ကျွန်တော်တို့ society
society
ရဲ့
will finally
အားလုံး
begin.
သောလူတွေကိုပါဝင်စေနိုင်မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်တရားဥပဒေရလည်းကျုံးဝင်ရဖြစ်ရပါမယ်
Ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is no
အဲ့
excuse
တော့တရားဥပဒေ
from responsibility.
က
Today, ignorance of the
ဘာ
laws
တရားဥပဒေ
not
အ
only
ကျုံးဝင်ရင်
deprives us of a beautiful
ခွင့်လွှတ်
future,
စရာမရှိပါဘူး
but can also deprive us of life.
နောက်ဆုံးမှာတော့
After all, we simply do not use our
Right.
legal right to create an electoral
အဲ့တော့
request,
ဒါကို legal right မ
and
ယူ
as
ပါ
a
ဘူးရွေးကောက်
consequence,
ခံမှု
we
ပေါ်မှာမူ
put
တည်
our
ပါတယ်
faith in the dishonest hands of others. A
ဒီ
creative
society က
society is an absolutely natural and
တဘာဝ
necessary
လည်း
way
တပြီးတော့
to guarantee
လိုအပ်တဲ့
the
လမ်း
realization
လည်းဖြစ်
of
ပါတယ်
human rights, which today are declared in the legislation of
အဲ့
any
တော့ဘယ်နိုင်ငံ
country,
ရဲ့
but
ဥပဒေကြောင်းအရ
not
ဖြစ်ဖြစ်
actually realized. In order to
ဒီ
guarantee
rights
these
တွေကို
rights
အာမခံနိုင်မှာ
of
ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
every person,
ဒါ
it
လို
is
အပ်ပါတယ်
necessary to introduce a working
အဲ့တော့
legal
တကယ်
mechanism
တရားဝင်တဲ့
into
အ
the
လုပ်လုပ်နိုင်မဲ့
legislation of all
ဉာဏ်ရတစ်
countries,
ခုကြောင်းပါမယ်
not by breaking the current order, but by improving it.
order
There is
နဲ့
no
မဟုတ်
need
ပါဘူးဒါ
for
ကို
any
တိုးတက်
revolutions. It is
ပိုကောင်း
evolution.
အောင်လုပ်ရမှာပါ
A legitimate question arises.
ဘယ်လိုလုပ်
How
မလဲ
to do
ဆို
it?
တာ
Into the
ဥပဒေ
constitution
ရရှိ
of
ပါ
all
မယ်
countries, it is necessary
အဲ့
to
တော့နိုင်ငံ
introduce
တိုင်းကသူတို့ရဲ့
8
ဖွဲ့စည်းပုံမှာ
foundations
ဒါ
of the
တွေကို
creative
ဒီ
society and
society
to
ရဲ့
pass the law on the electoral platform.
ကဏ္ဍရှိရကိုထည့်ရ
The
ပါမယ်
electoral platform is a society-owned
အဲ့တော့
electronic
ဒါက
system,
society အပိုင်
which
နဲ့
is the only tool of
electronic system
initiation
သုံး
and
ပြုရမှာဖြစ်
adoption
ပါတယ်
of laws and decisions by
ဆုံး
all
ဖြတ်ချက်
people.
ကတော့လူ
It is
သား
also
အ
a
လုံးရဲ့ဆုံး
unified
ဖြတ်ချက်ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်
legislative base. This is possible when a majority of the members of parliament
အဲ့တော့ parliament
support the
ရဲ့
creative
အဖွဲ့ဝင်တွေဒါကို support လုပ်မ
And
ယ်
for
ဆိုရင်
this to happen, the majority of votes
မဲအများစု
in the country needs to
က
vote
ရဖို့
for
လို
those
ပါတယ်
candidates who will pledge in their
တန်
election
တိတ်ထန်
programs
ချရပါမယ်
to implement
ဒီ
the 8 foundations
foundation ရှိရ
into
ကို
the
ချမှတ်ဖို့
constitution and pass a law on the electoral
အဲ့တော့
platform.
ရွေးချယ်ခံရတဲ့ platform ပေါ်မှာ
And now we come to the
အရေး
most
ကြီးဆုံး
important
တစ်ခု
thing,
က
the formation
သတင်းချ
of
ဲ
a
လက်
public
နောက်ပြီး
request
ပြည်သူတွေရဲ့တောင်းဆိုမှု
by the majority of citizens who have the right to elect
အဲ့တော့
public
တကယ်ရွေးချယ်
representatives.
ခံရတဲ့လူတွေကိုယ်စားပြုဖို့
How to achieve
အဲ့တော့
such a majority?
ဒီအများစု voter တွေရဲ့အများစုက
This is the main task
အဲ့
of
ဒါက
the first stage,
ပထမအဆင့်ရဲ့အဓိက
building a
တာဝန်
creative
ပါ
society. The stage of informing
inform လုပ်ခြင်းမှာ
all
ပထမအဆ
people
င့်
on the planet who have already heard
အဲ့
about
ဒါ
the
ကိုအား
creative
လုံးကြားနာ
society
ပြီးတဲ့နောက်မှာ
and want to live in it simply need to
ပြီး
actively
တော့
inform all
လူတွေ
people
အားလုံးကိုဒီဟာ
about the
ကို
creative society.
ရိုးသားစွာပဲ
When the
inform
majority
လုပ်
of
ဖို့ဖြ
the
စ်ပါတယ်
world's population actively supports the creative society, the remaining
ကျန်တဲ့
stages of its creation
အဆင့်တွေကတော့
will proceed very
ဒီတွင်
quickly
ဖန်တီးမှု
and
ပါပဲ
easily
လွယ်ကူပါ
in
တယ်
accordance with the national
အဲ့
legislation
တော့
of each
အ
country.
မျိုးသားတိုင်းပြည်ရဲ့
This is why
တရားဝင်မှု
the information
legislation ကို
stage
လောက်ရပါမယ်
that is the formula is simple.
လွယ်လွယ်ပဲ
First,
formalize လုပ်လို့ရပါ
all
တယ်
people about the possibility of building a creative
အဲ့တော့
society.
ဒီ creative society ထောင်
Then
ဖို့အတွက်
voters choose only those politicians
နိုင်ငံရေးသ
who
မားတွေ
support
ဒီ
the creative society.
society ကို support
And
လုပ်တဲ့
these
လူတွေ
politicians already implement 8 foundations of the creative
အဲ့တော့
society
အဓိက
at the legislative level
foundation ရှိခု
and
ကိုလုပ်တဲ့
pass
အခါမှာ
law on the
ဒီ
electoral
ရွေးချယ်မှု
platform.
platform မှာရွေးကောက်
With
ခံ
a
မှု
form of
platform
government like a monarchy,
government ဖွဲ့စည်းတဲ့
things
အခါ
are
မှာ
even simpler. The monarch, by his decision, amends the constitution or simply adopts
အဲ့
the
တော့
8 pillars
ဒီ constitution ကိုပြင်
of
ပြ
the
င်းမ
creative
ပြင်
society
လွယ်လွယ်လေးပဲ
as the
လက်
basic
ကူစွာနဲ့ပဲ
of the
ဒီ
state.
ဒီ
It is important
မန်နိုင်ရှေ့ရ
to
ကို
remember
ထည့်သွင်းဖို့ဖြစ်
that
ပါတယ်
any monarch and any
ဘယ်နိုင်ငံ
politician
ရေးသမားဖြစ်ဖြစ်
publicly demand,
ဟလာဟို
as we can see, we, all human beings,
ဒီသူရဲ့
have the irrevocable right
ရွေးချ
to
ယ်မှုကိုလက်ခံ
decide
ပါပါ
what kind of society we will live in. And the
ဒီ
creative
society မှာ
society is natural embodiment of
ဒီ
people's
သူရဲ့
decisions.
အဆုံးဖြတ်ကိုလက်ခံ
And
ဖို့
its
လိုပါတယ်
constitution is not a revolution. Sorry, construction is not a revolution, but an evolution which takes place in
ဒါ
a
က
legal
တရားဝ
way.
င်နည်းနဲ့ကြိုးစားလှုပ်ဆောင်ရ
The
မှာပါ
time has come to exercise this right. Thank you. Now back to our hosts.
Thank you, Robert. You're absolutely right. We,
You know what?
people, have the legal right to create an
Pero,
electoral request and to
Itu
build
dia,
a
Ma.
creative society.
ရွေးချယ်
Still,
မှုနဲ့
people
ဒီ
do
ဟာ
not
ကို
know about this right and
လက်ခံ
therefore
ဖို့ရှိ
do
ပါတ
not
ယ်ဒါ
use
ကြောင့်
it.
ကျမတို့
In
ဒါကိုသုံး
preparation
သုံး
for
ချရ
today's
ပါမယ်
forum, we interviewed Ms. Christian Anderson, a member of the European
အဲ့တော့
Parliament
Germany
from
က
Germany.
European Parliament
We invite
က
you
ပု
to
ဂ္ဂို
watch
လ်
a fragment of this
ကျမတို့ဖိ
conversation.
တ်ခေါ်ပါ
Our first question
ပထမဆုံးမေး
is
ခွန်း
about the upcoming forum that we will have on November 12th. The name of our forum is Our Survival is in
အဲ့
Unity.
တော့
How important is the
ကျမတို့
unification
ရဲ့
of
ရှင်သန်ရပ်
people
တည်မှု
during
က
this challenging time?
ပေါင်းစည်းမှုပါ
And
ပဲ
what is the role of people to make a long-lasting positive change in our society?
Well, the unity of the people is very important
အဲ့တော့
at
ဒီနေ
this
ရာမှာ
point.
လူတွေရဲ့
Because what
ပေါ
we
င်း
have
စည်းမှု
seen,
ကရရ
especially in the
ကြီးပါ
last 2 years, how the rights of the people, civil rights, and inalienable rights, constitutional rights have been infringed upon. They have been taken away. They have been redefined into being privileges that a government can grant whenever they want to or withhold whenever they see fit. And this is not only happening in 1 or 2 or 3
အဲ့တော့ဒါ
countries.
က
This has been
နိုင်ငံ
happening
သုံးနိုင်ငံနဲ့မ
all
က
over
ပါဘူး
the
တစ်ကမ္
world.
ဘာလုံးမှာဖြစ်ပျက်နေရပါ
It is of utmost importance that
Dito nga.
people once again realize it is their
လူတွေက
democracy.
တကယ်ဒီမိုကရေ
They
စီ
need to
ကို
get
သဘော
involved.
ပေါက်ဖို့
If they
မြင်
want
သိဖို့လိုပါတယ်
change, they can make it happen.
Now
But they need to go
and
not stay at home. They need to take responsibility. Not a place where you simply go to sleep. It was once said, when you sleep in a democracy, awakening in a tyranny. You will always have a conflict of interest. Whoever has power, his aim is always to expand his power at the cost of the one he is overpowering. We do need to have institutions that have some kind of a governing power. We do need to, but the key is
second balance
that is also a cornerstone of every democracy. They have the responsibility for their life. Then they elect representatives who are supposed to implement the wish of the people. But what we're seeing now is the people are being dictated to by these elected representatives. So many levels. So we elect representatives and they are our employees and they have to do what we tell them. But nowadays, a lot of people think, well, and they tell us what to do. No, it's the other way around. And we need to get a clearer understanding of how democracy works. And that seems to be a pretty big problem right now.
Dobrý večer. Dnes sú ľudské práva deklarované v právnych predpisoch každej krajiny. Riadíme my svoj život. Ja s vami v súčasnom spotrebiteľskom formáte spoločnosti zastaviť vojnu, zrušiť infláciu, účty za svetlo a teplo. Nedokážeme ochrániť náš život. Jedlo a teplo v dome sa stalo pre mnohých ľudí. Nemáme ani prostriedky na záchranu našich blízkych v prípade nikto z nás si nie je istý. Opýtajú sa nás, čo chceme predtým, ako stlačia červené tlačítko a pochovajú nás a všetky naše príbehami jadrovej vojny? Systém spotrebiteľského formátu je navrhnutý tak, že maximálne, na čo máme my právo, je vybrať si, vo voľbách v podstate hlasujeme malej hrstke ľudí, často dokonca neznáme, dávame k dispozícii nielen ale aj naše deti. No a na medzinárodnej úrovni nemáme žiadnu možnosť priamo brániť svoje záujmy. Viete, k čomu by sa to dalo prirovnať? Predstavte si, že ste niekomu udelili všeobecné splnomocnenie na používanie a spravovanie vášho domu s právom do niekoho nasťahovať, predať ho, zbúrať alebo prestávať ho z vášho súhlasu. Ale zároveň naďalej žijete. Jediné, čo nám ostáva robiť v tomto existujúcom systéme, je spoliehať sa na úrady a dúfať, že vyriešia naše problémy. Alebo vyjadrovať svoju nespokojnosť na zhromaždeniach a demonštráciách v nádeji, že budeme vypočutí. Vyhľadať na veľké množstvo zákonov medzinárodných stín sa problémy spoločnosti v formáte nikdy nevyriešia. Pretože my, ľudia, sa nepodielame na prijímaní spoločenských dôležitých rozhodnutí, ako bude vojna alebo nie, dane máme platiť, platiť, ako využívať prírodné
Ero
zdroje.
resources de pelu tong
Všetky tieto
mle.
otázky priamo
Ero
ovplyvňujú
di
náš
issue
život.
alunga chamaru ye bawari go taya
Tento spotrebiteľský
chika
formát
kasai mare.
spoločnosti, jadrom
Ero
ktorého
di
sú moc a
society ye
peniaze,
pongzang ha
sa dostal do slepej uličky. To sa však dá ľahko zmeniť tak,
ba
aby
achini ga
zabezpečil
lele
dôstojný život pre
uwe
všetkých,
yaung
nie
le nai
len pre
mare.
jednotlivcov.
Pongman tin tin liao pa de bawa o ni thai bo
Môžeme
chin nai mare.
legálne, evolučným spôsobom
Ponggan tolan bo mo
realizovať
ba o.
koncepciu
Di
tvorivej
creative
spoločnosti,
society go di
v
sao
ktorej
pho ba be.
stojí človek. Samospráva spoločnosti
Ero
je jedným zo základných princípov tvorivého formátu
di
spoločnosti.
creative society format go
Áno, je možné počuť také tvrdenie,
to
že
imbu ba be.
spoločnosť bez moci nemôže existovať. Ale ako potom vysvetliť
Ero
napríklad
belu chanoru shin pya nai
samoorganizáciu
mle.
a vzájomnú pomoc ľudí v
Ero
núdzových
chamaya
situáciách, pri
emergency
rôznych
chin ne.
katastrofách a nešťastiach?
Ero di disasters
Však
ya
ľudia
tike
riešia
ko
svoje náhle
ala
otázky
chen
a
chamu
problémy veľmi
ba be.
efektívne, bez toho, aby čakali na akékoľvek kroky z neohrabaného
Ero di
systému
soya
orgánov
ri
moci.
clamdy phit de
A okrem
ana
toho,
ri chao
bez
myo
zapojenia
myo jong ni ya ba
dobrovoľníkov
de.
z občianskej spoločnosti nie je štát vôbec schopný vyriešiť problémy so zabezpečením
Ero
všetkého, čo ľudia potrebujú.
lu tu ye tike lo amu de ko ma phit
Vzniká teda
pi nai
oprávnená
me.
otázka.
Megon ni tha paw la ba de.
Sme my, kto sa nezaobíde bez moci?
Ero
Alebo je to moc,
soya ma pa
ktorá
be
sa
lo nai la
nezaobíde
tama
bez
mo
nás?
soya ri ga lo wa ma
A
la.
vôbec. Adekvátne sa
Chwe di
pýtam,
a phin no ibu a
prečo
phin no.
politici túžia po vrchole
Ero
moci?
politicians ya ba lo
Pomôcť
ba wo
nám?
ya yu bo choda
Lebo
ni ya
nás
le.
tak veľmi ľúbia? Nebuďte naivní.
Ero
Každý
atwi
dokonale
khom mri ba ne.
chápe, že každý sa usiluje o lepší život.
Ero lu dai nga
Ľudia,
po kaung ne bawa
ktorí sme
atwet
dosadili
choda ni
moci,
ja da ba.
vždy sledujú len svoje
Ero
vlastné záujmy.
tro ye own interest de bo
Moc
soya ba ya.
jednotlivcov nás nevyhnutne privádza k nerovnosti a
Ero
vykorisťovaniu.
mani mya mu de mya thau mu de da ri ne
Čo je
pi
to
ni da ba.
samospráva?
Ero
Samospráva
soya sa ba lo
spoločnosti
ya
je,
ma le ba lo
keď
phu le.
všetci väčšinovým hlasovaním rozhodujeme o tom, či niečo
Ero
má
bo da
alebo
mya zu
nemá
ne
byť.
soya sa ye ti te ma le.
Uznajte, však pre každého človeka je rodzené a normálne, že si
Takero
sám
lu dai
riadi
de da
svoj
pong ma ma
súkromný
le.
život. Prečo teda, keď ide reč o riadenie spoločensky dôležitých otázok a záležitostí, od ktorých ešte viac závisí náš súkromný život, si začíname myslieť, že niekto vie lepšie,
Ero
ako
chano
máme
lu
žiť?
a chano lu ye bawa ri ko
My
belo changge
ľudia
ma le
by sme
belo
mali
usao
mať
ma
právo
le
hlasu
da ye
pri
ji ba ne.
priamom riešení všetkých verejne dôležitých, sociálne
Ero
významných
socially
a
le ye ji
ekonomických
de
otázok
siwa ya le ye
ovplyvňujúcich
ji de
zmenu
human right ya le ye
života
ji de.
človeka. Práve tento
Eri
princíp je
ye
stanovený v
principles
8.
ya
osnove tvorivej
creative
spoločnosti,
society au ma la chong
samospráva
we ma le.
spoločnosti, ktorá definuje samosprávu ako absenciu moci a právo každého
Ero
človeka
takelo lu dai ye
zúčastňovať sa na
khwen lan le
riadení
khwen ye song
záležitostí
shong ni me
spoločnosti.
so yin soya sa ba dai be shi ma le.
Samospráva je účasť samotných ľudí pri rozhodovaní
Ero lu
na
ri a long a
elektorálnej
pa wen pi lo
platforme.
tu ro a decision ni ko
Elektorálna
song phya
platforma
pi nai me
je
so yin
elektronický systém vo vlastníctve
di
spoločnosti,
khwen ana ga
ktorý
society
je
ya ma
jediným
be shi te ma.
nástrojom na iniciovanie a prijímanie zákonov
Ero
a
ubre ri
rozhodnutí
song phya chat de.
všetkými ľuďmi.
Ero
Je tiež
social
jednotnou
ya go ubre
legislatívnou
bound doing
základňou.
ao.
Samospráva znamená, že štát budú riadiť nekompetentní
Ero
ľudia.
government sura takera ye
Áno,
thui ma pi wa le lu ri a
ľudia,
time bi ko maung ni bo mo ba bu.
ovplyvňujú ich život. Prirodzene musí
Tabawa
existovať aj
cha so
výkonný
ave.
aparát na realizáciu rozhodnutí, ktoré
Ero
ľudia prijímajú,
yi tu ri song phya tha de ha de ko asua ga account he pho bu ba.
ktorých si spoločnosť najíma a ktorých kontroluje.
Society ga takero
Vykonávateľ,
high
ktorý
control
si
shi ba le.
neplní svoje zodpovednosti, môže byť spoločnosťou kedykoľvek odvolaný a nahradený iným. Samospráva vylučuje manipuláciu s legislatívou
အဲ့တော့
prospech
အစိုးရတွေက
súkromných záujmov.
လက်ဝါးကြီးအုပ်မှုကို
Tvorivé
ဖယ်ရှားသင့်ပါတယ်
nebude môcť zmeniť zákony
ဥပဒေတွေကို
záujme
ပြင်နိုင်ရ
jednotlivcov.
မယ်တယောက်ချင်းစီရဲ့လိုအပ်မှုတွေကို
To
ဖြည့်နိုင်ရမယ်
vylučuje existenciu lobbingu. Tvorivá spoločnosť
ဒီ society က
podmienky pre
ဒီ
korupciu,
လိုမျိုးဟလာ
keďže
ကျင့်
rozhodnutia
ပြတ်ခြားစား
budú
မှုတွေကို
prijímať
ဖယ်ရှားနိုင်မယ်
nie je možné podplatiť 8 miliárd naraz.
အဲ့တော့
A nemá
1
zmysel
billion ကိုလက်ထုတ်ဖို့ဆိုတာမျိုးလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်နေတဲ့အခါမျိုး
alebo
မှာ
peniazmi, pretože
Dámov,
oni nepríjmajú
ale
kľúčové rozhodnutia.
vyhneme.
Nie je to ich kompetencií. Platforma umožňuje vykonávať
အဲ့
verejnú
တော့
kontrolu
လွတ်လပ်
v
တဲ့
plnom
ဒီ
rozsahu.
platform တွေကနေပြီးတော့
A peniaze spoločnosti
ဒီသူ
neskončia
တွေရဲ့
v veciach niekoľkých
ရန်ပုံငွေတွေဟာ
tak, ako je to teraz.
ဒီနေ့ခေတ်မှာဖြစ်ပျက်နေတဲ့
Všetko je
ပုံစံမရှိသင့်ပါ
otvorené
ဘူး
a transparentné. To zaručuje štvrtá osnova tvorivej spoločnosti.
အဲ့တော့ဒီ
Na
ကို
elektorálnej
ကဏ္ဍလေးရမှာ
môže každý z nás hlasovať za
ဒီ society ရဲ့
rozhodnutie,
ကဏ္ဍလေးရမှာ
ktoré
ထည့်
je
သွ
pre
င်း
nás
ပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်
dôležité a spoločne príjmeme najjednoduchší a najpohodlnejší postup pri
အဲ့တော့
uplatňovaní
အ
našich
သင့်တော်
práv a
ဆုံးနေရာမှာ
záujmov.
သွတ်သွင်းပြီးတော့ဒီဟာ
Ľudia
ကို
budú skutočne schopní týchto
Ľudsom téma.
vyriešiť svoje problémy na elektorálnej platforme bez dĺhavých postupov, byrokracie a
Rotary နဲ့
administratívy.
Crazy ရန်ရတွေလည်းပယ်ပြရပါမယ်
Spoločnosti dáva každému človeku poprvé
အဲ့တော့အစိုးရတွေက
skutočnú rovnosť
အောက်ပါ
bez
တို့ကို
privilegií,
ပံ့ပိုးသင့်ပါတယ်
statusov a imunít. Po druhé, možnosť iniciovať a podieľať sa na kľúčových
အဲ့
rozhodnutiach.
တော့ဒီမှာလူတွေကပြည်သူတွေက
Schopnosť
အဓိကကြားတဲ့
monitorovať vykonávanie
ဆုံးဖြတ်ချက်တွေ
rozhodnutí
ချမှတ်မှာ
a
ပါဝင်
získavať
သင့်ပါတယ်
spoľahlivé informácie o stave vecí v spoločnosti. A po štvrté, stabilitu a dôveru v budúcnosť.
အဲ့တော့
Tvorivá
number 4 ကတော့ယုံကြည်မှုရှိရမယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့ decision တွေအနာဂတ်အတွက်ချနိုင်ရမယ်
všetky právomoci a teda aj všetky výhody,
အဲ့တော့
ktoré
မွေးက
by
လေး
mal
က
mať človek
လူသားမှန်
od
ရင်
narodenia.
အကျိုးခံစား권ရှိရမယ်
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za slovo.
ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်တန်ရှင်ပေးရတဲ့
Today, everyone claims that your future depends
အဲ့
entirely
တော့
on
ဒီ
you.
နေ့လူတိုင်းကပြောနေ
Is
ကြ
this
တယ်
really the case? Is your opinion always really
ဒီရဲ့
considered?
အထင်မြင်
Not
ဆက်
to
ချက်တွေကို
mention
အမြဲတမ်းစဉ်း
that
စားပါ
simply expressing your opinion today can be risky or life-threatening.
risky တော့ဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ်ဘဝအသက်အန္တရာယ်ချင်းချမှုက
How realistic is it to
အဲ့
do
တော့ဒါ
so?
ကိုလုပ်ဖို့အတွက်ဘယ်လောက်များ
We
လက်
can
တွေ့
elect
နဲ့တ
those
ဘာ
who
ဝ
supposedly
အရှိ
stand
တရား
for the
နဲ့လီဆန်
slogans
မယ်
that coincide with our desires. But when our elected politicians come to
ရွေး
power,
ချယ်ခံရတဲ့
they embody
သူ
something
တွေ
completely
အာဏာရ
different.
လာတဲ့အခါမှာ
In fact, who are we
ဘာလို့အပ
in a
နေလဲ
consumer
consumer
society?
society မှာ
Rightless pack animals. Let's see how our lives
ကြည့်အောင်
will
ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့
change
ဘဝ
in
တွေကို
this
ဒီ
society.
creative society ပေါ်ဆောင်တဲ့အခါမှာ
And crucial
ပွား
difference
ခြားမှုတွေ
is that
ရှိ
in
ပါ
the creative
တကယ်တမ်းတော့
society,
ဒီ
your present
society မှာ
and future
လက်ရှိပြီးတော့အနာဂတ်
actually depend on
အဲ့တော့
your
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့
choices.
ရွေးချယ်မှုပေါ်မှာပဲမူ
Everyone's
တည်
choice
ပါ
will
တယ်
improve
လူ
everyone's
တိုင်းရဲ့
life.
ဘဝအတွက်ပါဒီနေ့ခေတ်မှာ
We have a representative
အဲ့တော့ဒီနေ့
democracy
ခေတ်မှာ
that's when
democracy ရဲ့ကိုယ်စားလှယ်ရှိပါတ
we
ယ်
hand over power to them and they decide how we
အဲ့တော့
should
သူ
live
တို့က
and manage our
ဘယ်လို
wealth.
ကျွန်တော်တို့နေထိုင်ရမလဲဆိုတာသူတို့ကဆုံးဖြတ်နိုင်ပါတယ်
Our
ကျွန်တော်
lives
ဘဝတွေကအသက်တွေက
in the creative
ဒီ
society,
society
power
မှာ
will be in the hands of people
လူ
themselves.
ထုကိုယ်
And
၌
they
က
will be able to
ပါဝါရှိမယ်
directly exercise it by making decisions on the
အဲ့
electoral
တော့ရွေး
platform.
ချယ်ကောက်ခံမှုပေါ်မှာမူတည်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ဟာသူတို့ဘဝသူတို့ဖန်တီးခွင့်ရှိပါမယ်
Every
Day
day, people will live more
လူ
comfortably
တွေကပို့ပြီးတော့တက်တောင့်တက်တာနေထိုင်နိုင်
and
ပါမယ်
more securely, with full confidence
အဲ့
in
တော့
the
အနာဂတ်
future.
အတွက်လည်းယုံကြည်ချက်ရှိရှိနဲ့
For example,
တက်တန်းနိုင်ပါ
Anna, a woman of 38, a wife, mother
အဲ့
of
တော့
two,
ကလေးနှစ်ယောက်
and
မိက
employee
အလုပ်
of a
လုပ်
design
နေတဲ့
company.
design company
She
မှာ
will have a direct impact
to
on
to
improving
cut
society
the
without
total
being a
array.
politician.
society မှာသူကတကယ်အကျိုးခံစား권
And
ရှိ
this
ပါ
be
တယ်
implemented with the help of up-to-date
အဲ့တော့ဒီနေ့
technology.
ခေတ်ရဲ့
A
နောက်
platform is
ဆုံးပေါ်
created for
ဒီပညာ
considering
ရဲ့သူ
initiatives,
ဟာရတည်
passing
နိုင်မှာ
laws, and voting. Anna will install an app on her phone or tablet.
The
platform will allow you to solve absolutely all issues online. Now, Anna's opinion will it will be taken into account immediately since voting takes place right there on the platform. The application will be easy to use.
The application
designed for user convenience against the possibility of result falsification. The most important thing is that Anna will spend no more than 30 minutes a week to vote on the platform. She will be able to read the current agenda while sitting in a cafe while her children are playing sports, simply ticking yes or no next to each question. The app will be available to every adult, regardless of location, gender, or technical ability. After all, every person matters in the creative society. It is able to create such a platform, taking into account today's level of technical development. Many effective developments are already being successfully tested in different countries. The use of such a platform will make it possible to remove unnecessary intermediaries and move to effective self-government. What is self-government? In fact, direct decision-making by you will make the laws and decide which are acceptable to you and which ones are not. Any initiative to improve people's lives will be welcome. The initiative can be local, state, or global. Experts develop and propose laws, options for solutions, and implementation of what people want. For example, Anna is a designer, so she decided to take the initiative to develop ergonomic and comfortable seating in public transportation in her country. Thinking right now, how am I going to make laws? How am I going to understand so much information? After all, I'm a lawyer, but in fact, there will be very few laws to consider. They will be presented in a simple, with an obligatory explanation of how exactly will affect your life. What will guarantee the efficiency of self-government? It's very simple. First, a law on the electoral platform must be passed. It will secure the right of the individual to make proposals and pass laws. It also legislates the electoral platform as a mechanism for implementing such a right. Thus, the individual participates directly without intermediaries in making decisions and laws. Putting the 8 foundations of the creative society into the Constitution and following them steadfastly guarantees the effectiveness of self-government and norms of human and social life. All other legislation must correspond to these norms. That is, it must not violate them. In the creative society, it would be impossible to make decisions that worsen a human situation or threaten his life, liberty, and security. For example, today, Anna decided to meet her friend after fitness and arrived at the restaurant 30 minutes earlier. She set aside this time in her calendar in advance to go to the electoral platform. She checked out what bills and initiatives were open for a vote. In order to make a decision, she only needs to answer her own question. How much will this improve my life? And give the answer yes or no. Won't Anna figure out what's good for her? Of course she will. For example, Anna had 2 bills on the ballot to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be briefly and all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building houses not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building on water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house
Same
with
deal,
access to
Pelunia,
water, which means
look
there will be no
at
public access to the body of water. Besides, it would harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose? In this way, people will be interested in making their own decisions because it will affect the improvements of their lives. Of course, all of the complex issues must be worked out by specialists. Any initiative is first considered from the point of view, how will it affect a person's life? Simple and clear expert offers are developed. Implementation be controlled. It will be simple, transparent, but will be carried out on the same electoral platform. Who have power over us now. In other words, politicians will be responsible doers in the creative society, and nothing more than that. They will have no privilege, no immunity. The law will be the same for everyone. If they fail, they will be subject to recall at any time. When a politician loses power, he automatically becomes a doer. He becomes an employee who is hired by us, the people, and as customers, we can terminate the contract with the employee at any time. The introduction of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, will eliminate corruption and bureaucracy once and for all. Transparency in the appointment of executives, transparency in the and implementation of projects will be controlled by society through the electoral platform. How will issues be dealt with at the international level? There will no longer be an international level. Humanity will become a united people. Everywhere, there will be one time zone and decent living conditions for everyone. Now we are divided into countries, nationalities, states, national culture, history, and traditions will be preserved, but at the same time, will be united. All this will rule out wars and any conflicts. The united civilization opens up a new phase in the evolution of humanity and prospects for rapid development. A creative society is a bright future for every person and for the entire humanity.
You know, per week, and vote for that will improve my life. Will be and understandable for everyone, even older people. It is truly an evolutionary concept that we can all understand and use. The most exciting part is that my voice finally matters. That I can decide for myself instead of choosing between two evils like we do right now. I really like the changes that we make and the benefits that everyone will receive. This is a true unity. Finally, we can build a wonderful world for everyone. And I do not need to blame or complain about some politician because empty promises. For my kids, not just dreaming about it. I also want politicians to be easily recalled if they do not deliver on their promises. The power will belong to the people, and a regular person like me can become responsible for a social project. Who knows better than us how to improve our own lives, right? Finally, we will know where our money is going. The transparency will allow us to monitor all projects, salaries, as well as public investments. And it will be impossible to conceal money anywhere because the fourth pillar of the Creative Society guarantees transparency and openness of information for all people. It is our decision and be in control of our own destiny.
Ďakujem, Roy. Je našim právom
Music
robiť
Mare.
vlastné rozhodnutia a
Chamaro
plánovať svoj život a riadiť svoj osud.
Trong phép phụ của
Ale
bạn
s
quý
týmto
sĩ
právom
quả
prichádza aj
Ama
zodpovednosť a chuť
ta vole
konať.
sĩ quả
Práve teraz
lâu
si
sòng bộ
môžeme
cú
všetci
độ
spolu pozrieť
cho nó lúc alo
výsledky
phong
voľby
si bi
a dobrovoľníckej aktivity ľudí.
thì
Je
lâu
mi
lâu
veľkou
đi mà
cťou, že môžem predstaviť a pozvať vás všetkých k sledovaniu piesne,
aku
ktorá
teacher
je
ama
darom
thì
prum
chơi ra nè video bộ
všetkých účastníkov projektu
rồi
Tvorivá
thì
spoločnosť na
sai đi chơi
Slovensku.
bảo nguyên ra đấy bảo nguyên
Jej
đi alo
názva, čo presne
ta ha phong si
nevystihuje
mu va
podstatu projektu Tvorivá spoločnosť.
rồi ta cái rồi
Na realizáciu
thì
klipu
Creative Society
piesni
je
sa
hned
zúčastnili
ta
aj
va
účastníci z Česka, Kazachstanu, Dubaja a Ruska.
thì music video mà
Keď ľudia
Russian
chcú,
sẽ bảo nguyên mà đấy
dokážu aj nemožné. Tak, ako aj pri
pero
realizácii tejto
people
piesne.
sorenia mà biểu
Jej
tượng là bảo
autor
nguyên
a
bio
autory klipu nie sú žiadni profesionáli. Sú to ľudia,
pero
ktorí sa spojili s jedným cieľom.
autoriality music
Vytvoriť
video mà
pieseň pre
professionally
fórum
prepare
a
taro
pre tvorivú
bao
spoločnosť.
gì mà cho tôi ba thì
Naša
Creative
cesta
Society
k
của
tvorivej
Tita Phu ba
spoločnosti je vystihnutá aj vo videu.
thì society people tôi
Začiatok je
bao mà
pohodlný, beznádejný,
phải đi làm mà bé
tak, ako je dnes aj naša spoločnosť.
sonoro của society lo ba
Ale
bé
v diaľke je svetlo. A ľudia, ktorí ako prví pochopili ideu tvorivej spoločnosti,
rồi
neváhajú,
đi vào para mà tôi
kráčajú,
nale bua
dokonca niektorí utekajú a realizujú tvorivú spoločnosť.
rồi
Lebo v
tôi
tvorivej
đi
spoločnosti
vào đi
temnota
bio đó mà
pominie
account phone này
a
ba
my môžeme naplno začať žiť a rozvíjať náš
rồi
potenciál.
cho nó cho mà rồi la la đi
Ale
cho mà
dosť
tôi
už
cũng
bolo
quen
slov.
ha này mà
Nechajme
thì
sa
ba
inšpirovať.
There is a different way for everyone, leading us to the same goal. There is a voice without sound that can hear every single living soul. There is enough space for all of us. We can all live there united.
A beautiful song. Big thanks to the participants of the Creative Society from Slovakia. Dear friends, this is another example of what can be done at the informational stage and what projects volunteers can accomplish when they come together. I want to remind you that we are now the most crucial step of building the Creative Society, the informational step. Small steps that are the most valuable today. Right now, during the live broadcast, you can write to a friend or send them a link to the broadcast or the recording, which will be available in 150 languages today after the broadcast on the Creative Society
platform language 150နဲ့ထုတ်လွှင့်ပြီးရဲ့နောက်မှာတော့
Earlier today, we heard that we have all the legal basis for building a creative society. Now, let's focus on the economic system. And trust me, the question of how the economy will work to provide all the benefits for everyone comes up a lot. So this is the information you're about to hear is very important. It's life-changing and so please pay attention as we So the ultimate goal of the economic system society is to bring everyone to the same best possible standard of living. We are talking about the highest quality of medical care, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best according to the strictest quality standards. So imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet, meaning everyone has great purchasing power and time to enjoy products and services.
To achieve this goal, the economic system needs a complete overhaul, which will happen in 2 stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic model to the economy of the creative society. This transition period will last for about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a unified monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is operated by society. The key element of the new economic model will be that every human being will receive a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000. This will create a high purchasing power for each member of society and ensure a steady demand for goods and services, which in turn will create conditions for the growth of enterprises. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately in the transition system is the cancellation of all debts of countries and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you lend money, you take it and pay back exactly the same amount.
And with the help of AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. Global demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by artificial intelligence, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person anywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the planetary level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about opportunities in the field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current and projected requirements for this industry, and you choose what you will have a guaranteed demand. All new technologies will belong to society and will be fully accessible to any business. This will make it possible to automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies, but also to create conditions for improving the quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transitional period. Specialists, with the help of AI, will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, not logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to increase the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining and improving the quality. And prices for the same goods and services will be the same in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, they will continue to be paid the basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work, to live an even better life. To give you an example, everyone is provided with great quality housing of 60 square meters per person. So a family of 4 lives in an apartment of 240 meters. If I want to have a house of 500 square meters, I can work to earn more to buy a bigger house. Then you come to visit and see that we live in a 500 square meters house, while you and your family live in a 240 meters apartment. Well, you already want to work and to live in a house like ours. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage for the same job all over the world. This would eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. So let's do a quick recap. A single World Bank owned and controlled by the society. Single unified monetary unit, fixed prices, and no interest on loans completely remove the possibility of inflation. We no longer need to seek balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and the goods and services on the market.
If today competition is built on money and price reduction, the transition period, companies will compete on quality. Fixed prices, no interest on loans, a unified monetary unit, no inflation, and full access to new technologies give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of higher quality products. This, in turn, will ensure a high standard of living. In the creative society, conditions will create huge corruption, and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. A limit on personal wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on maximum wealth per family. We will determine this limit together as a society. Let's say $10 million. Is more than enough for a comfortable, rich life, but not big enough to start a war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supporting enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industry, energy production, the financial system, development of new technologies, healthcare, the production of medicine and medical equipment, and last but not least, large agricultural enterprises.
At a certain point in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and having created the new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transitional period to the creative society will start. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified
Pero
monetary units.
ဒီငွေကြေးနဲ့ပတ်သက်တဲ့
Made the wealth
unit ကိုတတ်မှတ်မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်
If
ဒီ
the
ကမ္ဘာလုံး
savings
ဒီလိုပဲဖြစ်
exceed
မှာ
the maximum threshold set by society, the rest of the money is not exchanged. At the same time, all debt will be nullified. Taxes will be fixed, and unconditional basic income will begin to be paid to each person.
Many of you are probably wondering right now, where are we going to get the money in the new model of the economy to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of $10,000? Before we answer this question, let's understand what money actually is. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or it's just numbers on the screen. For centuries, gold and silver have been used, but as time passed, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts, or banknotes, were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abandoned altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold. And now money is not backed by anything. Once the value of money was determined by gold, it is backed only by our trust. Money is simply an agreement. Anyway, in the world where you have to pay for everything, and people spend most of their lives trying to make money. For money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. In the consumer form of society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's financial system, money is created by the central banks of countries, although these banks do not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interesting, % of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private. It is owned by someone. It does not belong to the government. It is private property. And there are private hands at the moment. The problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it, money always goes back to its owners. Economics is not an exact science. There is not a single law in economics like the law of gravity in physics. In economics, axioms or postulates. Economics is simply an arrangement between people, and that means that we can change it. We're used to thinking that money belongs to someone else. It is public, international, or private. In the creative society, the money will belong to society. As I said earlier, there will be a single world bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new single unified monetary unit will also be created. With its introduction, other currencies will cease to exist, and all savings and income will be exchanged for them. Private banks will no longer be able to create money, as there will be no private banks. We will decide by ourselves, as a society, how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income quality housing, development of medicine and education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will be all ours, and they can get kept on our common account if we don't need them. The key point is that it's very important to understand that this money will not be subject to inflation, because in the economy of the creative society, prices are fixed all over the world and cannot be raised. Prices will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation. The value of money will be maintained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the transition to the creative society. It's also crucial to understand that the creative economy is a harmonious global economic system. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together everywhere around the world. Only one or some of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each other.
And during this transition period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available to everyone new technologies in energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products. This will enable us to move on to the next stage, the creative economy. This is a different world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, and free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the production of good and food through the control of elemental particles. This world will no longer need money. In the creative society, each of us will be rich, confident in the future, and free to live the life each of us wants.
The cornerstone of an efficient economy and a prosperous life is, of course, the availability of energy. It has become like air or water. We need it to live. But the naked truth is that today, energy is just a commodity used for making profit and increasing the power of a few who control it. Energy supply is being optimized to increase profit, covering for our needs. Let's watch the next video on how absurd and dangerous we have agreed to organize and manage this vital resource at the potential expense of our future.
Energy is the basis of our life. Energy is food, water, sanitation, communication, heat, and mobility. Energy is the basis for all our production. The development of energy leads society towards technological progress. Without energy, our society cannot exist. But what is going on? We are already experiencing an energy crisis.
It is really scary because as soon as I go out, now they'll come in and it's already £2. And you're thinking, I'm not cooking, I'm not doing anything.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes you really anxious.
So you've really got down to thinking in detail about every electrical appliance you've got.
Yeah.
Whether you can switch
which one works more, which one doesn't.
Normally, if we have like every year like 10% extra cost, it's not a problem. But it's now like 10 times more than 2 years ago. It's crazy. In this way, if nobody can survive. No company, no people with a household, nobody.
In many countries in Europe, in America, and Canada, electricity prices have risen by 30 to 50% and led to a spike in the prices for all goods. People are no longer able to pay their energy bills. To date, even in civilized Europe, picking up on firewood. In some countries, even private clinics have to be closed. In Europe, farmers Farmers are shutting down winter production of vegetables and greens because it is too expensive to maintain the necessary conditions in greenhouses. Even storing crops has become unprofitable because of higher energy prices. Farmers are forced to destroy their crops. This means that we will not see our usual vegetables, fruits, and greens on store shelves this winter.
All the prices are going up more and more. Today we have to pay 300% more for fertilizers and fuel than a year ago.
Suppose we stop working, then everything stops altogether. What do we have to do then? Just work losing our money and constantly asking for help and money to keep working. It's a vicious circle.
Why don't you turn on the air conditioner at home?
I can't afford the electricity bills. The city folks get salaries. We farmers don't.
The production of meat and dairy products is totally dependent on electricity. Rising prices for this resource create a spike in the prices for meat and dairy products and can create a shortage of these products in stores. It is not only producers of agricultural products who suffer. Even hospitals are at risk of being left without power. For example, the hospital in Naples received an €11 electricity bill. Factories have to reduce production or shut down completely. To date, many countries are already preparing for reduced electricity consumption. Shutdowns and partial shutdowns of production facilities and businesses are being planned. This, in turn, will lead to higher prices and shortages of products and other goods all over the world. Imagine coming to the store tomorrow and seeing half-empty shelves. Moreover, you just won't be able to afford what's left on the shelves. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for the famine that we are promised from the high tribunes. So, why are electricity prices rising all the time? Governments are making huge investments in energy development. In 2022, this amounted to $710 billion. This year, energy funding amounted to $2.5 trillion. Of that, almost $1.5 trillion went to green energy development. The net income of the world's oil and gas producers has doubled in 2022 to more than $4 trillion. Money from our taxes goes to the development of the energy industry. But every day, energy is becoming more expensive and unaffordable for us. The reason is that energy today is a business like any other, and people just make money on it. Electricity is a commodity. It is sold and bought on the energy market. Any company, private or state-owned, has the goal of making as much profit as possible. One and the same megawatt an hour can be resold several times, and each time the price will increase. The more times that the megawatt an hour of energy is sold on the market, the more expensive the electricity will ultimately be for us. This is what creates such an increase in electricity prices for people and factories. We pay for the profits of the energy industry enterprises in every bill, and on top of that, taxes on the development of green energy are added to our energy bills. Green energy also has a significant impact on price growth. Its tariff is the most expensive, but the rules of the energy market oblige us to buy green energy in full. We are being persuaded that the transition will reduce CO2 emissions and save the world. Instead, we are no better off than before. We have spent trillions of dollars on free solar and wind power, while electricity prices have skyrocketed. We are shutting down nuclear power plants, thermal power plants, and are trying to switch to green energy. But even if we cover the entire surface of the planet with solar panels and wind turbines, the energy they will produce won't be enough. Has it only now dawned upon us that the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't blow all the time? In such conditions, power outages are unavoidable. That's why we can't give up conventional power plants. But for some reason, we have imposed an additional tax on all hydrocarbon energy, and we are paying 3 times the price for it. In fact, we haven't switched to green energy. We have just added an unnecessary and unreliable source and only increased the costs in our bills. So it turns out that we ourselves pay for the creation of inefficient and expensive energy. The absurdity is that in our world, energy is a commodity. It belongs to a few and is a tool of power, political influence, and manipulation of people. In a normal human society, resources must belong to all people, and energy must be free and available anywhere in the world. When we come home in the evening, each of us wants to turn on the light, air conditioning, take a hot shower, watch TV, charge the phone, and make dinner. We are used to taking it for granted. But even now, many of us can't afford it. And these are not temporary difficulties. We are destroying the existing stable system of energy supply. And instead of waking up and seeing the dire consequences of what we have come to, we are told to simply consume less energy, to give up traveling, home comforts, and even food. Wouldn't it be easier for us to move straight into a cave, or better yet, straight into a grave, so as not to emit extra CO2, which, by the way, has nothing to do with climate change. Extreme climatic conditions will worsen. Our civilization simply will not survive without reliable energy sources during this period. This year's record-breaking droughts, floods, tornadoes, and extreme temperatures are just the beginning of climate disasters, and we are already feeling the effects of power plant shutdowns and lack of energy. In times of climate change, we rely on weather-dependent energy sources despite the fact that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. Within just an instant, there could be a total collapse of the energy system. De-energized cities will be left without water, food, light, transport, and communications. It is obvious that further transition to green energy would be a fatal mistake of humankind. At a time of climatic disasters, it is vital that we create reliable energy sources that are powerful and independent of weather conditions. The ability of our society to survive is inextricably linked to a stable energy supply. But as long as this vital field is privately owned and one can make money out of it, it is unable to serve us, people. Stable energy sources already exist today, but they can only be implemented if we choose the creative format of society.
Dear viewers, each one of us understands today more than ever that our life is impossible without energy. And at the same time, we're experiencing an energy crisis in many countries, as energy prices are skyrocketing, up to 60% for household consumers and up to 200% for non-household consumers. For many years, this was due to the transition to the so-called green energy, which should have been developed to eliminate the use of carbons, at least in theory, while we were paying for the solutions directly out of our family budgets. Now we're confronted with geopolitical problems, while we keep paying more and more for energy. The energy prices have already become a threat to people's subsistence. It is not the first time we're talking about this. In the previous conferences, we have already warned that the existing framework will lead to an energy crisis created artificially. And what do we see today? Nuclear power plants are already considered green in the European Union. The so-called green energy business is no longer interesting and is gradually being given up. The key point is that we have made a business out of the most important resource for every person, energy. In the consumer format of society, energy is a commodity for which we have to pay. By raising the price of energy and restricting access to it, energy is used as an instrument to artificially create asymmetries, to separate, control, and manipulate us. While, in fact, much more efficient, environmentally friendly, and safe technologies already exist today. These include small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, thermonuclear fusion, and many others. And a completely different technology is already in use: fuel-free generators, or FFGs. It is an open system that allows the production of inexhaustible, clean, free energy from the surrounding space. FFGs will change the entire structure of the energy sector and enable everyone to remain autonomous with no risk of a blackout. However, in our consumer format, the introduction of technology that will make energy unlimited and free of charge would not be beneficial for us. This sounds like a paradox. So how can this be? If we assume that we could generate inexhaustible, clean, and free energy starting today, we would not be able to use it in our daily lives, because the energy sector would disappear and millions of people would lose their jobs. This would lead to an unprecedented crisis and a total collapse of the worldwide economy. This is the absurdity of our current economic system. But the trouble is that exactly this economic system is already leading us to a collapse. Because of skyrocketing energy prices, millions of people are already faced with choosing between buying food, paying the energy bill, or paying for health insurance. So one way or the other, as of today, we're moving towards an unprecedented energy and economic crisis, because energy, although a basic resource, is mainly used for making private profits. But who decided that energy should be used for profit? Energy is like air or water. All people need it. Energy is just a basic human right. Therefore, in order to improve our lives, to become truly prosperous, we need to make sure that we all benefit from the introduction of new technologies for generating energy. But this is possible only by changing the framework of our lives. Today, we reach the point where we have everything we need to move to this format, the format of the creative society. In the creative society, all strategic and life-supporting industries will belong to society. Energy is one of them. It will no longer be an instrument of profit for a few or an instrument for manipulation. After all, energy is a resource that rightfully belongs to people. Therefore, in line with the goal of the creative society, we will be able to provide inexhaustible and free of charge energy to every home and every business. But already in the transition to the creative society, thanks to the new economic model optimized by artificial intelligence, we will be able to plan the production and provision of energy required by all 8 billion people on Earth. Energy will be free of charge for consumers because it will belong to people. We will not have to pay for the energy itself, its generation, or distribution. While the people working in the energy sector will all receive high salaries on top of the unconditional basic income. All of this is possible due to the unlimited financing provided by society to strategic industries. How much money do we spend today for energy? Imagine how much of our personal budget will be freed up when energy becomes free. And we will be able to spend this available budget on goods and services we cannot afford today. In the transition period to the creative society, we will still use all types of power plants we have today: hydro, wind, solar, thermal, nuclear, modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, and so on. Because we will need all forms of energy available to ensure a stable energy supply, grow the economy, and enable breakthroughs in technology. At the end of the transition period, when the new global economy will have been optimized and it will have reached its goal, namely, to ensure a decent standard of living for everyone, it will be possible for literally everyone to use FFGs. This will mark the beginning of the creative society. In the creative society, the universal availability of such a technology will allow us to step into a new era of energy. Everyone will enjoy unlimited energy at home, at work, when traveling, anywhere, anytime. And when energy is free, people become free.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? The forest shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits we gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup. and then it operates autonomously, which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems, whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Sue's custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a US company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave a fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt, the efficiency 133%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt. Itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money. While the generators themselves cost crazy money, the percentage of people current these
systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
I think the above video was very clear and it truly emphasizes the importance of free energy. We have seen there are a variety of energy sources, and what impresses me the most is the number of alternative potential energy resources that are currently available to all of us. Free energy is not only possible, it's already here. Many scientists and inventors like Nikola Tesla and John Searle have already scientifically proven the existence of free energy and brought their proof to the mainstream. Free energy is a freedom for humanity, a birthright given to all of the living beings. By using this technology, we'll be free from the ties of the consumerism in the form of gas and energy bills. Free energy gives us the opportunity to produce it in unlimited quantities, with the only limit being our imagination. Can you envision the beauty of this dream world? It's not only a dream, it's our reality. It's up to us to choose. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has made a choice to be part of the Creative Society family. I'm beyond blessed to be part of this family.
Free energy is the solution to many problems in society. The fact that we will have access to free energy already in the transition to the creative society will allow us to use new technologies. It will help to solve such a global problem as the food crisis. This problem is affected by two factors. One of them Zle. Ďaj dole. Hore daj. One of them is economic, which will be solved by the new economic model of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be no poverty, no crisis, no inflation, and consequently, no hunger. Poď hore. Nie, dole, dole. Stop. With the new technologies and access to free energy, we can solve the problem of hunger completely. And already during the transition to the creative society, regardless of the climate situation, the solution is vertical farms. I would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Dickson Despommier, Emeritus Professor of Microbiology and Public Health at Columbia University. Dr. Despommier has also lectured on the concept of vertical farming at many leading universities in the United States. In 2010, he published his widely acclaimed book, Vertical Farm, Feeding the World in the 21st Century. Dr. Despommier, the floor is yours.
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to share my views with you. Everywhere, no matter where you go in the world, everybody has to pay for food. That's a basic commodity that's absolutely essential. In most places, people also have to pay for water. Water is another basic commodity that is not equally distributed. So the biggest question is, why do we do that? And the answer is easy. It's called greed. Greed is the biggest driver for accumulating wealth. And why do we do it? Because with money, there comes power. With power, and they will do it. And so you can even get more power that way. There's too much wealth in too few people's hands and not enough wealth in everybody else's hands. And it's about your right as a human being, basically. Food, water, energy, housing, clothing. So let's take a long view now of vertical farming. First, let's just talk about the advantage. One is that you can grow food anywhere in the world as long as you have water. Indoor farming uses so much less water than outdoor farming. And there are many reasons for that, but the major reasons are that all the water is recycled through the plants indoors. And so that you use 70% less water if you farm indoors, 70%. Right now, of all of the available fresh water on the planet, 70% of that is used to farm. And then that's sheer stupidity. We are just not thinking about how to do it the right way when we know that there's a different way. So the different way is to use less water to get the same amount of food. And so basically that's what indoor farming is. Now, I can have food all year round. Okay, so you take that idea and then scale it up. You've got the same plant as you have outdoors, only the big difference is the rate of growth is much more robust and faster indoors than it is outdoors, because you can control all of the conditions that this plant needs in order to grow. Temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, CO2, all of that can be controlled. There's a farm not far from here in Kearney, New Jersey called Bowery Farms. They have 5 people that work in this farm. 5 people. It's all done automatically. They have, artificial intelligence that is surveying the crops, growth rates, when to harvest, how to package. It's automated. The whole goddamn thing is automated. So it's really crazy why we are not doing it, right? A lot of people say, a lot of what we grow ends up as animal food. Well, why don't we grow that inside also? We can do it, but I think if you started with farming and allowed people to have enough food, everybody, then there would be a lot less fighting because most of the fighting is done for territory. Now, imagine all of a sudden, everybody could have wheat. Everybody could have rice. Everybody could have barley. Everybody could have whatever you'd like. Everything will grow indoors that grows outdoors. Everything. Everything. Remember why we said there are a third of the world starving? Because they can't afford to buy food. So why is it that we only grow the food indoors that we can make the most money from? And that's the question. The question is, why do we grow just leafy green vegetables? And the answer is because they grow fast, there's a demand, and we can charge a premium price for them. Why don't governments subsidize indoor farming? So that they will be encouraged to grow potatoes and celery and all the other crops that we would like to be eating, because they won't grow them because they don't get enough money for them. And if that ever happened, if the world ever got together and said, there should never be a least developed country, at least in terms of food. It's a human right. When you're born, it's your right to get food. It's not a privilege. It's a right of birth. And I firmly believe that.
Thank you, Professor, for this information. Dear viewers, as Professor said, we have the capabilities and technology to feed the entire population on the planet. Let's look at these that will allow us to produce enough products and food to people anywhere in the world and even in the space. And let me just remind you that this will already be possible in the transition period to the creative society.
Today, we can easily solve the problem of hunger using technologies that already exist. One remarkable example is vertical farms. The main differences between vertical farms and traditional greenhouse facilities are that they allow for growing on multiple levels and in a fully controlled indoor environment. Several technologies are used in vertical farms. 1. Hydroponics, growing plants in an artificial environment without soil. 2. Aeroponics, growing in an airy environment without soil. 3. Aquaponics, a technology that combines hydroponics and aquaculture, fish farming. So, we see that the soil is not used. There are no insects. There is no need to use pesticides. The products are ecologically clean. It is a closed ecosystem. It is not harmful to the environment. Its efficiency speaks for itself. The Mirai Core vertical farm in Japan is one of the largest city farms on the planet. It requires 98% less water than a conventional farm. It is 50 to 100 times more productive. An American farm called Aero Farms yields up to 26 harvests a year and produces 390 times more food per square meter than field farming. Aero Farms now grows more than 550 different varieties of fruits and vegetables. To date, the NASA Center is conducting practical developmental work on growing wheat to provide for humans in space. Researchers at Stanford University have calculated that wheat grown in an indoor 10-layer vertical farm can produce up to 660 times higher yields than modern farming methods provide.
Yes, we actually published a paper in 2020 on wheat production per farm. So you could really produce a lot of food and 365 days a year, not just during the season. And it's totally independent of climate, but it has a cost. That means that every year you need to spend about $15 million in electricity, which is quite a significant amount of money. Now, if you remove the energy challenge, it's great because people can have food.
And we will solve the electricity problem here of the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the gradual introduction of fuel-free energy generators, the technology which already exists nowadays. Another amazing opportunity that vertical farms offer is growing vegetables anywhere on the planet. One of such examples is Antarctica.
I'm standing here in our Antarctic greenhouse from the Eden ISS project, and today I will give you a quick look around. As you can see here, I'm surrounded by plants. To my left side we have tomato plants, behind that are cucumber plants. To my right side we have here 4 different types of lettuce.
Thus, we see that vertical farm expanding our possibilities in food production, but this is far from the limit. Nowadays, projects are being developed for complete ecosystems capable of growing not only fruits and vegetables, but even raising fish and poultry. French architect Pierre Sartou has proposed a vertical farm of mixed functions, Tour Vivant, living tower in which housing, farms, leisure facilities, restaurants, and shops can be located. The concept of the Tour Vivant Eco Tower is to combine hydroponics production and housing in an urban environment. The 30-story pyramid farm, designed by Dickson Despommier, is a closed-loop agricultural ecosystem in which almost every element of the agricultural process, including water and nutrients, is recirculated. It will utilize only 5% of the space of a traditional farm. One such farm will produce a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, fish and poultry, and feed about 50,000 people annually. These few technologies alone show that once a transition from the consumerist format to the creative one starts, the problem of hunger will be solved instantly. By bringing together scientific potential, the best developments and resources, cross-functional, multi-purpose farms will be built within the first year of the transition period to the creative society. In such facilities, in addition to plant cultivation, there will also be fish, livestock, and poultry farms in one building. The first floor is a fish farm. The second and third floors are allocated to livestock farming. The upper floors are for agricultural products, plants, berries, fruits, and vegetables. We can create such farms even in areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human habitation. We will turn the Sahara Desert into the most fertile area on Earth. Fresh products without chemical treatment or pesticides will be on your table at any time of the year, anywhere in the world.
In today's format of society, vertical farms are not economically feasible. They require large financial investments and, most importantly, a lot of energy. But already, during the transition period to the creative society, energy will become a free resource for every person and for the entire economy, because it will belong to society. We will have enough energy to operate not only vertical farms, but also other advanced technologies. We can create such farms even in the areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human life. The Sahara Desert can be turned into the most fertile area on Earth. Does this sound like science fiction? But let's get this figured out. Vertical farms are on average 10 times more productive than those traditional farms. In vertical farms, crop is harvested at least 10 times a year, depending on the plant species, On traditional farms, it is harvested only twice a year. This means that vertical farms are 50 times more efficient than existing farms. We currently use an area of 50 million square kilometers around the world for agriculture. This area includes pastures, crops for people, forage. By size, this is the area of Australia, North and South America combined. Vertical farms would require an area of 1 million square kilometers to produce the amount of food needed. That's 1/5 of Sahara. 1/5 would be enough to feed the entire planet. The single plant economy will optimize the transportation of products and significantly reduce transportation costs. Food will be available anywhere in the world at the same prices. The transition to universal multipurpose complex technologies should be gradual. While we will be building these complexes around the world, we will need to continue to use traditional methods of agriculture, improving them and their efficiency and environmental friendliness. This is a real solution to hunger, even in the scale of climate disasters. The problem of fresh water and its shortage is even more acute. After all, not only agriculture, but any product without it. Of all fresh water, we use 80% in agriculture today. At the same time, half of the world's population suffers from water shortages. But already today, there are technologies that can completely solve this problem. For example, water from fog. In Lima, one of the largest capitals in the world, located in the desert, fog is collected in a huge net and used to produce drinking water. And in Morocco, there is one of the installations which can produce up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from fog. It costs practically nothing to operate and requires no outside energy. Water out of the air. Atmospheric water generators can extract up to 3,000 liters of potable water per day and can be scaled up to 1 million liters. They can be mobile and operate from any energy source and in any climate conditions, even in an arid desert. Next one is desalination. Around the world, about 16,000 desalination plants clean ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They get millions of gallons of fresh water per day and supply 300 million people. Water recycling. The technology has undergone many tests. It purified water to be used for watering, cooling, and any other technical needs. The quality of water purified in this way exceeds the standards of the World Health Organization. And this is just a small part of the technology we know. Now we are being told that there are too many of us. In the consumerist format, we are offered the only solution, population reduction. Whereas in the creative society, for the development of humanity, we will need at least 50 billion people, which our land can easily feed, and even the climate will not be an obstacle. Because only in the creative society, advanced technology will be able to work for the benefit of all people. And when we pass through the transition period to the creative society, we will get such technologies that we won't even need vertical farms. Now back to our hosts.
Yes, as we see it, humanity will forget the problems of hunger if we choose the creative society. That benefits everyone, but not everyone knows about it yet. Today, thanks to volunteers, scientists, experts, video editors, translators into 150 languages, we have been given this unique information and we have learned about such great perspectives. This forum was made by people for people. Now it's important that the idea of the creative society goes viral. You can share this video with all of your friends on all your social networks. We repeat once again that it is allowed to use, publish, reproduce, transmit this information presented on this forum, regardless of the form of its presentation in any way, at the discretion of individuals or legal entities, in whole or in part, without distorting the text of the transmitted information while maintaining links to sources. If you need access to videos of this conference in your language for distribution, write to the email info@creativesociety.com. The following topic will not leave anyone indifferent. Vertical farms are a temporary solution to the food and water problem in the transition to the creative society. And already in the creative society, we will have an even cooler technology. Let's see a video about it.
In the creative society, a new technology such as a replicator will be available to all people. A replicator is not science fiction. It's a device that works according to the laws of physics. Let's take a lobster, a t-shirt, or a phone, for example. In appearance, they are completely different, but if we look at them on a micro level, we'll see that they are made up of the same elementary particles. Only their number is different, and they are arranged in a different way. These particles form atoms, and atoms form molecules. Due to a given combination of these elementary particles, we get either a lobster, or a t-shirt, or a phone. The working principle of the replicator is basically to assemble the elementary particles in the proper combination to get what we need. A hot breakfast, or fashionable trousers. Moreover, they are brand new, already ironed, and of the highest quality. Everything depends on the program you've set up. For example, for a new gadget to appear in a replicator, you need 3 components: energy, particles from which the object will be created, the information about the sequence of their assembly. Energy has been successfully used by humanity for a long time, and the creative society will be able to use both new and long-discovered types of energy. Information about an object will be received by scanning the desired objects and uploaded into the replicator. A similar principle has already been implemented in beverage molecular printing technology. Any beverage is printed directly from molecules. The main thing is to have the appropriate amount of particles from which the object we need will be materialized. To do this, we need a utilizer. Unnecessary things will be put in it to be decomposed into elementary particles and placed into cartridges. And the replicator will create whatever you need with the use of the cartridges and information, so you dispose of the garbage and get everything you want. Having a utilizer, you will no longer need to wash the dishes. Just put in it dirty plates, a tablecloth with crumbs, and you're done. A replicator and a utilizer are devices about the size of your microwave or a small cupboard. The magnetic power inside them will help rearrange the particles according to a given combination. In milliseconds and at any moment, you get everything you need and completely free of charge, without harm to your health or the planet's ecology. A replicator will not only, it will also benefit the entire planet. For example, to enjoy a delicious fresh bun at breakfast today, a whole chain of complex production processes must occur. You need to plow a field, and you need a tractor for this. To produce a tractor and all its component parts, we have to build different factories. And all these factories emit tons of poisonous gases, whereas their wastewater contains dangerous chemical compounds. We also need raw materials that people extract from quarries and mines. To grow wheat, we need pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which poison the soil and the crops. Delivery of everything we need requires a huge expense, fuel and lubricants. We need transport, trucks, ships. Look how much damage an ordinary bun does to the environment. And the same story is in every manufacturing sector. In the creative society, all these destructive to the environment processes will disappear, as everyone will have a replicator at hand. Just press the button and here's a bun for you to eat. Everything will be enough for everyone anywhere on the planet. We'll be able to cleanse the air, the earth, and the ocean of all dangerous radioactive pollution. Garbage will become the most valuable resource, that is, a source of elementary particles for creating new, beautiful things. The creative society is a world where you will enjoy the most advanced technology and will be financially independent, comfortable, and prosperous.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители. У меня есть вопрос к женщинам. Давно ли вы покупали себе новое платье, чтобы пойти в нем, например, в ресторан или театр? Когда в последний раз вы принимали теплую ванну с душистой пеной? Куда вы в последний раз отправлялись путешествовать? Возможно, эти вопросы покажутся кому-то слишком легкомысленными, но не все так просто. Когда вы последний раз чувствовали себя по-настоящему счастливыми и свободными? Когда вы вообще последний раз чувствовали себя женщинами? Только честно. Ведь ответы на эти вопросы дают очень много пониманий. Женщина — это источник любви и жизни. У каждой из нас есть источник бесконечного творческого потенциала, который сейчас заперт в клетке рутины, абсурдных правил потребительского общества. Вместо того, чтобы наслаждаться жизнью, женщина как будто бежит кросс с препятствиями. От кухни к магазину, с магазина на работу, с работы в школу или садик, при этом обнимая список бесконечных дел. Да, в этом списке есть и мечты, и планы, но есть ли время на их реализацию? Только что мы посмотрели ролик про репликатор. Только вдумайтесь, сколько времени могла бы высвободить только эта технология. Не нужно ломать голову, что надеть. Не будет бесконечной готовки. Шкаф-репликатор создаст для вас за секунды одежду, которая будет идеально подходить для вас. Но это далеко не все. Вы даже не представляете, какая жизнь вас ждет в созидательном обществе. Можно долго рассказывать, но лучше все увидеть своими глазами. Для этого мы создали фильм о жизни женщины в потребительском обществе и о том, какой она будет в созидательном обществе. Наверняка вы узнаете в нем себя. Я обращаюсь к каждой из вас, женщины. Это подарок для вас, для того, чтобы вы поняли, чего вы лишаетесь без созидательного общества.
I'm so sick of this. Hi, my name is... I'm a housewife. My husband, Alex, provides for our family. Thanks to him, I don't have to work. This is how my usual day begins. One of the 365 days of the year. Evelina, wake up! We are gonna be late for school again.
Mom, where is the skirt from my uniform?
Should be on the hanger. I ironed everything yesterday.
Have you seen my watch?
Check the nightstand.
I don't want this oatmeal.
What will you have then?
Pancakes. My uniform, Mom!
Just change quickly.
It's not there.
Here it is.
Mom, the pancakes is burned.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You didn't forget you're supposed to come for a haircut today.
Oh shoot, I totally forgot. Can I reschedule? For Saturday. I don't have any time today.
This is the third time you're putting it off. You shouldn't put yourself last.
I know. How do you manage to find time for everything with your job on top of it?
But I don't. I'm sick of it already. After coming home from work, cook and clean until midnight.
Every day the same thing.
I wish I could retire already, take a break from all this. Okay, I got you. Let's make it Saturday.
Yes, housewife. It would seem that I don't work. But I have no personal life at all. No days off. No vacations. Why did I even go to college? No time for self-development or self-fulfillment. It's like I'm on a wheel. Some might say, what are you whining about? Your life is not so bad. But the problem is, we are so used to it that we no longer see that we are slaves. Hello.
Well, hey there.
Have you got something for pain? My back is hurting so bad.
Of course it's going to hurt. Look at your bags. I too can barely make it home after such weightlifting. Let me get you something.
Oh, I forgot milk. Daiga? Hi.
Hi.
Is it supposed to be your shift today?
No, we're just short on money, so I take more shifts. Did you get your electricity bill yet?
Not yet, but I can imagine what's there. I'm so tired, honestly. Some things got to change.
Yes, but what can we do? I'm looking forward to the time when kids grow up. Maybe it will be easier. At least I wouldn't have to work so hard.
Right. Only when kids grow up, we'll have grandchildren. We're about to have dinner. Get Daddy and Katrina.
And where are you going?
I'll be right back. Just unpack the laundry while I still remember. From early morning till late at night, every day it's the same thing. Cleaning, cooking, laundry, shopping, repeat. Taking kids to and from school. But when do I get to leave? And this is despite the fact that I don't work. But I feel like a slave. Did God really create humans to be slaves?
Good morning, Maria. Your screening is complete. Hormonal, vitamin, and micronutrients levels are optimal. The health parameters are normal.
Cody, today I'll have medium roast coffee with hazelnut flavor.
Done.
Cody, I want to set the table for breakfast. Suggest options. This one's good. Katrina, what would you like for breakfast?
Pancakes.
With your favorite jam?
Yes. And I'll have baked rolls.
And I'll have my favorite salad. Alex, what will you have?
I'll have lobster.
For breakfast?
Well, why not?
Lobster.
Is that a lobster? Oh my god, that is so ugly.
No, I'd rather have steak. At least I'm used to it.
Going to the water park today.
Mom, are we going to water park today?
Yes, Dad will come home from work and at 3 o'clock to park.
You know what I like about the Creative Society?
What?
You don't have to sharpen your knives. They're always sharp.
Thanks, Mom. I love you. Thank you, Mommy. I love you.
Can you help clear the table?
Yes, of course.
It's empty.
Empty.
Girls, are you ready?
Yes, Mom. We'll be right there.
Good. Cody, let's read that book we started.
Chapter 12, The Architecture of Machu Picchu.
Cody, turn on the deep cleaning function.
Launching. Continue reading.
Yes, go ahead.
The amazing thing is that the whole city is built without any kind of bonding compound. All the structures are held together by their own weight.
Mom, we are leaving.
Have a nice day.
Cleaning is complete. At 1 o'clock, you are scheduled to get together with your friends.
Oh, I completely forgot. Cody, help me choose a look. No. Not this one. This one's cool. Cody, that Levy restaurant.
Fasten your seatbelt. The travel time is 7 minutes. To listen to some music?
Of course.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you, it's up to me to build a world we wanna be. The Creative Society. Take a look around, there's so many wars. Do you even know what we're fighting for? Take a stance, raise your voice. You need to make a choice now.
So now we finished developing this technology. It will be in every shower room. Girls, you will be scanned and cured of all diseases in a matter of 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, and it will be available to everyone. And that's not all. If you want to change your appearance, that's easy too. You can lose weight, or on the contrary, gain weight and sculpt your body, and even change your height.
Even change the height? How is that possible?
Girls, I look at you and I'm so happy. How beautiful you are. Finally, we became women and stopped being slaves.
Yes, the creative society cannot be compared with the past. It makes me shudder just recalling it. It's good that you found that website back then, and we were able to do our part in building such a beautiful world.
Yes, girls. How quickly everything has changed.
Maria, how are your megaliths?
We are going to Peru one of these days to see the complex.
Wow, how cool!
Yes, very. I'm so excited. Girls, I could talk to you for hours, but my family will come home in 15 minutes. We're going to the water park today. That was a scary black pipe back there.
No, it wasn't scary.
Which one did you like most?
I like the blue one best.
I like the blue one too.
Oh, look.
Oh. No, Katrina. Don't fish out the lemon. It tastes better with it. Bon appetit. So, starting tomorrow, I'm on vacation. Have you planned the next 2 months for us?
Well, we'll probably go fishing first.
Yeah, I'll never say no to fishing.
Right, and then we're going to South America, just like we've always wanted.
Yay!
And then we'll fly to New Zealand to visit our parents. And then we'll decide where to go next. Hawaii or Fiji.
Okie.
Dad, maybe we could sail on yacht from there.
Great idea. Cody, plan the route.
Working on it.
Life is always the result of our choice. This is how my day in the creative society ends. One more day of my life. Are you saying this is science fiction? This is the reality. This is the absolute reality of tomorrow. If we build the creative society today.
Saludos amigos. Sinceramente, este video me dan ganas de echarme a llorar, porque es una pena que todavía no tengamos una sociedad creativa. Dios, quiero este tipo de vida. Todo lo que han visto sobre la vida de un ama de casa consumista es cierto. Mi vida y la de mis amigas son exactamente así, incluso peor. También, añadiendo todo esto, toda la rutina es interminable. No tengo tiempo para nada. Ni siquiera puedo pasar un buen rato con mi marido o simplemente sentarme tranquilamente a leer un libro. El tiempo que tengo para mí es cuando estoy en el baño o la ducha. Y eso es todo. Tengo un montón de ideas de negocio y planes para mi vida, pero no tengo tiempo ni recursos para esto. Como se han dado cuenta, todo el tiempo lo ocupan las tareas de la casa. Todos los días trabajo como un caballo, sin días de descanso ni asueto. Toda la vida de una ama de casa es cocinar y limpiar. Y sigo pensando en qué he pasado mi vida y que no he conseguido nada. Aunque quiero mucho a mi marido y a mis hijas, estos pensamientos me vienen a menudo. Dentro de mí y simplemente me abrió los ojos a lo que podría ser mi vida y la vida de cada mujer en la sociedad creativa. Ni siquiera podría haberme imaginado algo así. La sociedad creativa libera mucho el tiempo para el autodesarrollo. La adquisición de nuevas habilidades y la realización de tus deseos. Lo más importante es que todas las tareas domésticas serán realizadas por robots. No hay que lavar, planchar ni cocinar. Los robots harán todas esas tareas. Incluso mis hijas quieren vivir en la sociedad creativa. Hace poco estaba recorriendo Instagram y de unos niños africanos con una pancarta de una sociedad creativa. Él quiere una sociedad creativa, la apoya e informa sobre ella. Y hay adultos que saben sobre la sociedad creativa, pero no dicen nada a nadie. Resulta que no quieren una sociedad creativa, no quieren liberar a sus mujeres de la esclavitud doméstica para que puedan ser libres y revelarse como verdaderos miembros de la sociedad. No quieren que nosotros y nuestros hijos tengamos un futuro. Entonces tengo una pregunta para esas personas. ¿Son imbéciles? Si aún no te has dado cuenta de que esta es tu felicidad. Perdón por llamar imbéciles a estos imbéciles, pero por culpa de estos cabrones, ahora tengo que llegar a casa a cocinar y limpiar sin parar después del foro. Y si ya fuera la sociedad creativa, todo estaría resuelto para mí con solo pulsar un botón o limitarse a 2 palabras. Ahora tengo que venir a trabajar duro durante horas y gastar mi propia vida personal, que ya es muy para nosotros los humanos. Tengo que limpiar el desorden, alimentar a los hambrientos perpetuos, lavar los platos, lavar la ropa sucia. Y yo vivo en un agujero de mierda por culpa de estos estúpidos que no entienden las cosas sencillas, que hoy podemos hacer de nuestro mundo un lugar mejor, más bello, y más seguro. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Por qué estos imbéciles creen que las mujeres han nacido para estar en la esclavitud doméstica? Sin embargo, sueñan con ser recibidos por una reina. No solo no tengo fuerzas físicas en este momento, sino que tampoco tengo fuerzas mentales. Porque tengo que vivir en constante estrés y preocupación. Porque tengo que preocuparme de mis hijas. ¿Volverán vivas e ilesas del colegio? ¿Habrá una guerra nuclear? De la incertidumbre de mañana. Y un montón de deberes que nunca terminan. ¿Qué me espera mañana? Limpieza y cocina. Y los mismos miedos. ¿Qué me espera? Por el hecho de que hay imbéciles que no entienden la perspectiva de la sociedad creativa, para ellos mismos y para todas las personas. Y en una sociedad todas las guerras o amenazas de la vida son imposibles. ¿Y cómo ayudar a los que no quieren construir una sociedad creativa? Amigos, ¿qué amigos son una escoria? Que son tan estúpidos que no pueden ver más allá de sus narices. Estoy cansada de tanta preocupación, de tanta inquietud. Solo quiero ser una mujer. No soy un tractor. Solo quiero disfrutar de la vida. Con mi marido, con mis hijas, desarrollarme y estar siempre. ¿No es eso una dicha? ¿No es un sueño? Este sueño puede hacerse realidad, pero para que se produzca todo este revuelo, lo único que tenemos que hacer las mujeres de todo el mundo es informar sobre la sociedad creativa a todas las personas de la Tierra. Al fin y al cabo, solo hay personas desinformadas que se interponen entre nosotras y nuestras hermosas vidas. Debemos recordar, si ahora tenemos a alguien a nuestro alrededor que no conoce la sociedad creativa, él o ella es la razón por la que ustedes y yo, queridas mujeres, permanecemos en la doméstica. Para salir de ella, solo hay que informar a todos, porque todos queremos ser felices y libres. Así que informa a todos los que puedas.
ပြောစေချင်ပါတယ်
en la tienda, en el médico, donde quiera que te
အဲ့တော့
comuniques.
စလူးမှာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် သပင်ပြင်တဲ့စလူးမှာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်စတိုးဆိုင်
Si
မှာ
no
ပဲ
puedes
ဖြစ်
hacer
ဖြစ်
nada, siéntate en tu casa,
ကောင်း
escribe
ခြင်း
un
ကို
cartel, apoyo la sociedad creativa y cuélgalo
အဲ့တော့
en tu ventana.
Creative Society ကို support လုပ်ပါတယ်ဆို
Que
တော့
la gente lo lea.
ဒါတော့ကတ်ထားတယ်မှာ
Utiliza todos los medios que puedas
အဲ့တော့
para
ဖြစ်
hacer
နိုင်သ
correr
မျှ
la
နီး
voz.
နဲ့လုပ်ပါ
Mujeres, les hago un llamamiento. Construyamos la
တို့သမီး
sociedad
များ
creativa.
ဓမ္မတောင်းဆိုပါတယ်
Por fin libres y felices. Y
နောက်ဆုံး
disfrutemos de la vida. Lo
လွတ်မြောက်
merecemos.
မှာပါ
This is a very timely topic, and indeed, only in the creative society will a woman feel fully as a woman, as a mother, and
အဲ့တော့မော်တော်တရားနေတော့၎င်း
finally enjoy life.
ဇနီးများနေတော့၎င်း
Happen as soon as possible. Now we are in the first stage
အဲ့တော့
of
ဒီ
building the creative
society ကိုတည်ဆောက်တဲ့အခါမှာပထမဆုံးအဆင့်ကိုရောက်ရှိနေပါပြီ
We are being asked
ကျမတို့က
what can
မေး
be
ခံရ
done
ပါတယ်
right
ဘာလုပ်နိုင်
now.
မှာလဲ
We have a simple answer
ဒီအောင်
to
ဖြေ
that
ပါမယ်
question. There is nothing simpler than
ဒီအဖြေ
a
အတွက်
small
စင်ယူမှ
action.
မရှိ
You
ပါဘူး
can start wearing a T-shirt with the Creative Society logo on it, a
အဲ့
baseball
တော့
cap, a
baseball
sweatshirt.
အထုံးမှာပဲ
Start
ဖြစ်ဖြစ်
wearing them
ဒါ
to
ကို
make people
အင်
aware
ကြီး
of
မှာ
the
ဒီ
Creative
ဒါကို
Society.
စိတ်ထ
All
ပ်
the
ပြီးဝတ်ဆင်
designs
ဖို့ပါ
are now available on the Creative Society website.
Happy Society
Tell me,
website မှာလည်း
what's
တွေ့
the
နိုင်ပါ
point of buying a branded T-shirt from a well-known company? And for your own money to wear
Pero,
their ads
သင်ငွေနဲ့ဝ
in
ယ်ထား
these
တဲ့
huge
အခါမှာ
letters.
ဒီကြော်ညာမျိုး
Wear a
T-shirt
T-shirt
ပဲ
of
ဖြ
the
စ်ဖြစ်
Creative Society because I want to
ဘာလို့လဲ
live
ဆို
in
ကျ
the
မက
Creative
Creative
Society.
Society
My
မှာနေခြင်းလို့ပါကျမကလေးလည်းရှိပါတယ်
to live in the Creative Society. I want
အဲ့တော့ဘာမှ
to
ရှိတဲ့
learn
လူတွေအ
about
ကုန်လုံး
the
ဒီလို
Creative
မျိုး
Society.
Creative
And now
Society
I would
မှာ
like to
နေစေချင်ပါတယ်
welcome Sheyla Bonnick, an incredibly talented, creative, beautiful,
အရေး
and
ကြီး
most
ဆုံးကတော့
importantly, a person of great heart.
ကြီးမြတ်
Many
သော
of
နှ
you
လုံး
know
သား
her
ရှိခြင်း
as
မှာ
the leading singer of the legendary music band
Ah.
Baniam.
ကန္န
Sheyla
ဝင်
is also
ပေါ်
a
နီယမ်တခြင်း
songwriter, performer,
ဖွင့်ပါမယ်
co-producer, fashion designer,
စာရေးသူ
author,
လည်းဖြစ်ပါ
among
တယ်
other
ဒီဇိုင်နာ
things.
လည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, lend me your ear. We're here to tell you it will be okay. We'll find a better way. There's no need to be afraid if we unite today. We just want to be happy.
Today's forum is unique. It's filled with both the awakening truth and the love of those who reach out to humanity through their actions and creativity. Our survival is in unity. We can do it, but only together. This beautiful song has not reached people. It's very inspiring and motivating not to stop, to keep informing people about the creative society. Have you ever thought that if human life is the main value of the creative society, then the top priority of the creative society would be to keep people healthy? Right now, we are 8 billion of patients in the consumerist format. On the one hand, there is a lot of money circulating in medicine. And on the other hand, people are getting sicker and sicker. Pandemics have taken millions of lives. Diseases that are unknown to doctors continue to appear. In this block of our forum, we will look at the situation in medicine through the eyes of a doctor and a patient of the consumer society. And also, we will learn about the incredible technologies of health improvement and life prolongation, which will be available for everyone in the creative society. Our guest today is Mr. Vladimir Razumenko. Vladimir Razumenko, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academician of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, founding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine, the Chief Neuro-Oncologist of Ukraine, neurosurgeon.
Я Разуменко Владимир Давидович. Я по профессии врач.
Physician to prepare medical science doctor prepare professor prepare Academy of Science Ukraine male medical science тамадя prepare
главный нейроонколог, то есть нейрохирург, который занимается онкологическими заболеваниями. Я практически каждый рабочий день провожу в операционной, делаю самые сложные операции головного мозга при опухолевом поражении головного мозга. Без развития медицины невозможно говорить о дальнейшем освещении вопроса о здоровье населения всего земного шара. При том, что сейчас на сегодняшний день около 7 миллиардов населения составляет. Но не все страны, к сожалению, имеют возможность получить адекватную медицинскую помощь. Это, вы знаете, отрасли в каждой стране. Медицина должна быть высокоэффективной. И применение различных медицинских мероприятий, оно должно быть не только направлено на лечение человека, они должны быть направлены на профилактику заболеваний. Тут возникает серьезный вопрос соответствия действительной нашей жизни, экологии, среды окружающей, с заболеваниями, которые происходят изнутри организма. На сегодняшний день, я уже говорю, технология позволяет справиться с целым рядом очень серьезных недугов, которые это касается всех органов, всех систем. Но это должно применяться везде и во всех странах. Если где-то что-то на сегодняшний день и что-то сегодня применяется с высокой эффективностью, то это нужно обмениваться опытом. Каждая страна должна собирать форумы, должны широко освещать. Вместе совместный ум позволит развивать направление, выбрано в определенном аспекте. Это важная проблема. Но важность проблемы в другом. Это экономическая составляющая медицины. К сожалению, на сегодняшний день экономика, и страдает она по разным факторам. И касается того, как экономически развитая страна использует ресурсы, которые получает за счет бизнеса, за счет того, как работают предприятия, за счет того, как человек использует накопленный баланс и накопленные средства для развития вкладывать в медицину. Это одно из главных, что вот если экономика высокоуровневая, то и лечебные мероприятия должны проводиться на высоком уровне. А что делать в тех странах, где экономически? А что делать в тех странах, где идут войны? Если идет несоответствие жизненным установленным и позициям с тем, что проводят те, кто управляют страной, и которым выгодно накопление ради своего существования каких-то средств обогащения и не думать о человечестве вообще. Это важная проблема. Зарабатывать, а должен получать соответствующую зарплату, соответствующие условия. Он не думал о бытии, чтобы он не думал, что семья у него не прокормлена, а думать только о том, чтобы оказать свое какое-то профессиональное качество в лечении тех или других заболеваний. Важным вопросом является профилактическая медицина. Действительно является настоящим врачом, который уделяет внимание профилактике заболеваний, который позволяет на ранних этапах предупредить развитие болезней. На сегодняшний день созидательное общество. Говорить о созидательном обществе это может только тогда, когда сопоставлять его согласованно с сознательным состоянием общества. Если общество сознательное, оно не является потребительским, если не является иждивенческой позицией, то созидательное общество действительно позволит изменить нашу планету, изменить взаимоотношения людей, изменить медицину, изменить здоровье населения. Я думаю, что надо все вместе взяться, объединиться в одно целое, составляющее в том, чтобы созидательный процесс в прогрессе, а не приостановился или не был, не регрессировал.
Professor, thank you for being honest about what's going on with medicine. The field of healthcare requires radical changes. Today we say with certainty that the medicine of the creative society will provide the most important thing, the protection of a person's health. We already have enough technology to cure all diseases. In the creative society, people will not fall ill at all, and our life expectancy will increase considerably. The video.
You will be surprised how many diseases can be cured even today, and what technologies exist. We're told about incurable chronic diseases and that there is no way out, either surgery or taking drugs for the rest of your life. We are milked by playing on our feelings of fear and hopelessness. But let's see how things work in reality. Genetic engineering technologies are already working. Gene therapy affects the human body at the DNA level. There are many successful results of this application when patients have information about these technologies in public access by Googling them or by visiting the offices of the development companies. For example, Tessera Therapeutics genetic engineering technologies can already rewrite DNA
အဲ့တော့ဒီ
fragments,
နေရာမှာ technology က
eliminating most
fragment
genetic
ခွဲပြီးကြည့်
diseases.
ပါတယ်
Tessera Therapeutics believes that rewriting genes will make it possible to treat genetic defects that are the basis of most modern diseases. Just imagine,
တွေးကြည့်ပါ
will be able to get rid of
diabetes
diabetes,
ခွဲပြဖို့လိုပါတယ် asthma
joint
diabetes သားတွေ
diseases,
ကို
allergies,
cancer
heart
သားတွေ
attacks,
ပြဖို့လိုပါတယ် heart
autoimmune
attack တွေ
diseases, and many others.
ခြားလည်းအများကြီးရှိပါသေးတယ်
Leukemia is often a fatal verdict for a
က
child,
လေးတွေအတွက်ကော
accompanied by long periods of suffering.
အကြာကြီး
And it is
က
a
လေးတွေ
terrible grief
ကာလရှည်ခံစားနေရတာ
is only because advanced technologies are not
ဘာလို့လဲ
used.
ဆိုတော့ဤပညာတွေပြေဝတော့မချလို့ပါ
The last chance for the patient with an aggressive form of leukemia was talent
အဲ့တော့
technology,
leukemia ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ကလေးတောင်မှ
which was used in London Hospital back in
Dana Silva.
2015. The girl's life was saved with the help of genome editing. The horrible word HIV is in itself a complete doom.
HIV
Matt Chappell from California, USA, has lived with HIV for most of his adult life. But after CFN therapy, affecting the damaged gene, he stopped needing antiretrovirals. This is not all.
ဒါလည်းမကသေးဘူး
Not only acquired, but also congenital pathologies can already
အဲ့
be
တော့
corrected.
pathology ကိစ္စမှာလည်းဖြူပြန်လို့ရပါတယ်
Today,
Yeah.
it is a terrible misfortune to give birth to
Pero-
a child with severe vision
Kali
loss caused by
kachamo.
retinal diseases. This inevitably leads to complete blindness.
အဲ့ဒါအဲ့တော့လုံးဝ
Up until gene
ကလေးတွေက
therapy
မျက်လုံး
There was
ကန်း
no
သွား
cure.
ခြင်းမှာကုသခြင်းမရှိ
in
ပါဘူးကု
2017,
သလို့မရပါဘူး
Spark Therapeutics registered a gene therapy injection drug.
drugs များထိုးခြင်း
Thanks to these technologies, 27 patients from the
US
US
က
have already regained their
patient
sight
29ယောက်ကသူတို့အမြင်မျက်လုံးကကွယ်
After
သွားပါတယ်
treatment, these children saw stars for
အဲ့
the
တော့ဒီ
first time.
treatment ကိုပထမဆုံးစယူတဲ့အချိန်မှာ
But this is just the
ဒါအစ
beginning.
ပဲရှိပါသေးတယ်
Another example
Now,
of
Uma,
what technologies we have today
ဒီနေ့ဒီပ
is
ညာ
nanorobots. Nanorobots, or
robot တွေပါ
are robots of the size comparable to a molecule,
Ah.
less than 100 nanometers,
molecular science ကိုသိငယ်
with
ပါ
a
သေး
function
တယ်
of movement, processing and transmission of information, and execution of the embedded program. Even if you have not yet heard about how nanotechnologies work in
အဲ့
healthcare,
တော့ technology ကို health
you
care မှာ
are
ဘယ်လို
already
သုံးပြု
actively
လဲ
using them in your smartphone. It is thanks to nanotechnology that your smartphone keeps
အဲ့
us
တော့
charged for
smartphone
many
ကနေ
hours.
ပြီးတော့တောင်း
4G,
နိုင်အများကြီးအသွင်ရတယ်
microprocessors, all these are
ဒါတွေ
nanotechnologies.
အားလုံးကနည်းပညာပါပဲ
The cost of making a nanorobot is only a few cents, and the time to assemble
sense နည်းနည်းပဲကြာပါတယ်
this will significantly reduce the cost
အဲ့
of
တော့ဒီကနေ
medical
ပြီးတော့
services.
သိပ္ပံဆိုင်ရာ
And due to the
ကိုယ်ကြီးမှာ
microscopic
အကုန်
size
ကြ
of
များစွာ
nanorobots,
ကျော်နေစေမှာပါ
A person will not experience any discomfort or pain during
အဲ့မှာ
treatment.
လည်းနာကျင်
You
မှု
just
သက်
drink
သာ
a
ပါ
glass
မယ်
of water. And nanobot doctors will perform treatment where it is
အဲ့တော့
necessary.
ဆရာဝန်တွေက treatment မတိုင်ခင်မှာပြောဖို့လိုပါတယ်
Nanobots can already destroy cancer cells without harming
အဲ့
the
တော့ခ
body.
န္ဓာကိုယ်မနာကျင်စေဘဲနဲ့
Deliver drugs to all tissues and
Pero-
organs.
drugs တွေကို
Remove blood clots,
organs တွေကိုထည့်ပါတယ်
heart attacks and strokes. Improve the quality of diagnosis
အဲ့
and
ဒီကနေ
detect
ပြီး
any
တော့
disease
ယော
at
ဂ
its
ရှာ
early
ဖွေနေမှာ
stages
ထောက်ကူဖြစ်ပါတယ်
or even predisposition to it. Destroy pathogens of any infectious
အဲ့တော့
diseases,
special disease တွေဖြစ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာ
An amazing technology
ကဲ
was
ကိုအောင်
discovered
ရ
by
ကောင်း
advanced
တဲ့ဒီပညာ
academician
ရှိပါတယ်
Peter Petrovich Gergiev and his colleagues. The method
ဒီလမ်း
allows
ကတော့
us to read information from healthy DNA using a laser
Laser
and record it
သုံးပြီး
in the form of a sound spectrum.
spectrum ကိုကြည့်လို့ရတဲ့
When the
ရှိ
sound
ပါတ
wave
ယ်
affects a diseased organ,
cancer ယောဂကိုလည်းကြည့်
the
နိုင်မှာ
damaged DNA code is restored
ပြန်ပြီး
and a patient
restore လုပ်
fully
နိုင်မှာ
recovers. How long do you think a person can
အဲ့
actually
တော့လူ
live?
တစ်ယောက်ကတကယ်တမ်းဘယ်လောက်ကြာကြာနေနိုင်မှာလဲ
Prolonging a person's life is already possible.
ဖြစ်နိုင်မှာ
Nowadays, our long livers look like this.
ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
Prolonging life is not only
Yeah,
an
but why
opportunity to
would
live
she
more than
tell
100
prolong
years
of
without
this, right?
diseases, but also to live precisely in the young body. The key to youth and longevity has already been found. Stanford University has developed technology for genetic age reprogramming.
genetic reprogram မှာတက္ကသိုလ်တစ်ခုလောက်ပါတယ်
for its use. Just imagine at 100 years old, you will be able to and be in the same physical shape as you were when you were 25. These are just some of the technologies that exist. They are not available to you today because today your life has no value for anyone but you. Any person in the customer's and loneliness. But everything will change in the creative society. All available to everyone. Even during the transition period to the creative society, artificial intelligence technologies will combine the knowledge of specialists from all over the world to help make diagnosis accurately of people's health. Such notions as medical error, misdiagnosis, complications from treatment, and side effects will disappear. Healthcare will quickly become exclusively preventative, whereas in the creative society, people will stop getting sick at all. Every home will have a revitalization capsule. When you enter it, you will be able to scan and repair your body in a matter of minutes. And also correct your body shape as you wish. At last, you'll be able to eat your favorite dishes and desserts without harming your health. A pleasant bonus in the creative society will be prolonging life beyond the species limit. Even at 125 or older, people will look and feel like they are 20 years old. You will be able to make all your dreams come true. Climb the Great Wall of China. Walk 50 kilometers across the South Island of New Zealand in one breath. Run with your grandchildren and dance salsa until dawn in your 60s or 90s. Today, healthcare is a business and health is an expensive commodity that many people cannot afford. It's time to make healthcare high quality and free for all. Eternal food and good health is your reality in the creative society. Share this information with everyone right now.
When one hears the benefits of a person in the creative society, I, for myself, want to say that I want to live in such a society. Creative society is the real dream for everyone. To create a creative society, we must unite on the idea of a better society. We are not united cultures or houses. Unity does not mean that we all now start wearing the same type of clothes, listening to the same music, or thinking the same way. No. We unite in our diversity, only the idea of a better society. A society where human life comes first, and where every human being is provided with the dignity of life from birth. A creative society is beneficial for every human being. And that's why I'm happy that the creative society is also supported by Bogdan Trojanek from Poland will tell us about his vision.
The creative society
Te deu de vorovač și bachsa stypen romęgę, peceło sveto, peceli luma te bachtawy Roma. Bądźcie zdrowi i szczęśliwi. Nazywam się Bogdan Trojanek, jestem Romem z Polski, członkiem rządowej komisji, który pracuje na rzecz integracji i miłości do bliźniego, do brata mojego, do brata i siostra, nie tylko Romów. Mili Państwo, jest mi wielkim zaszczytem jest mi dzisiaj wystąpić z Wami tutaj, dzisiaj, na tym forum międzynarodowym, gdzie mogę podzielić się moją miłością, moim ciepłem do moich braci Romów, ale nie tylko do moich braci Romów, ale do wszystkich ludzi dobrego serca. A wiem, że dzisiaj oglądają i uczestniczą ludzie dobrego serca, w której będzie miłość, tolerancja, przyroda. Świat jest piękny, tylko ludzie go psują. Ale dzięki nam wszystkim, wielkiemu wsparciu, wielkiej miłości, ten świat będzie piękniejszy. Co jest warte drzewo bez liści? Usycha. Więc jeżeli my będziemy się wszyscy razem trzymać i będziemy jednym słowem mówić, jednym głosem mówić, stop przemocy, stop niszczeniu świata i przyrody, świat będzie piękniejszy. Mieszkamy na całym świecie, Romowie. Mamy swoją wspaniałą tradycję, kulturę, zwyczaje, miłość swoją. Czujemy się świetnie w tym naszych państwach. Ale też apel do moich braci na całym świecie, żebyśmy potrafili się odnaleźć, żeby to była edukacja dla nas wszystkich. Szanowni Państwo, wielkim zaszczytem, że dzisiaj mogę powiedzieć taki prośbę moją, prośbę pobożnego człowieka. Do moich braci Romów i do Państwa, którzy słyszycie nas, którzy uczestniczycie w tym pięknym forum, to jest to, że my całym sercem łączymy się z Wami, jesteśmy. Dlaczego się łączymy? Bo w tym wszystkim widzimy. Twórcze społeczeństwo robi wspaniałą robotę, wspaniałą pracę wykonuje na rzecz miłości. Chciałem z całego serca poprosić Was wszystkich, moich braci, Peceluma, poprosić o to, żebyśmy od dzisiaj coś zmienili. My tego chcemy i pragniemy. Nie udawajmy, nie bądźmy obojętni na ludzi, na świat, na zwierzęta. Nie udawajmy, że nas to nie obchodzi. Bo wiem, że Ciebie i mnie to obchodzi. Bo to jest Twoja i moja przyszłość. To, co zawsze moja babcia mówiła mi o wielkiej miłości i tolerancji. I nagle poznaję twórcze społeczeństwo, które mówi o tej wolności i miłości, o wolnym świecie. To jest to, czego pragnie każdy człowiek. A my Cyganie szczególnie, bo my Cyganie wolnym narodem jesteśmy. Nigdy nas nikt nie zmuszał do niczego. Zbudujemy piękny świat. Na to, że się łączymy. Na całym świecie, na tym forum międzynarodowym i moi bracia Romowie na całym świecie. Proszę Was, ja jako brat Rom, żebyście Wy przyłączyli się razem, żebyśmy razem integrowali się. Byliśmy jak jedna siła, bo w jedności jest siła. Jak wszyscy będziemy razem, świat zmieni.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос, кто же все эти люди? А действительно, кто мы? Мы — это человечество. Созидательное общество — это и есть все человечество. Это не какое-то общество цветош. Это общество, где есть место всем. Когда я говорю «все», это означает «все». Мы находимся на всех континентах нашей планеты. Мы все волонтеры. И увлечения. Мы все в своем свободное время вносим свой посильный вклад в общее будущее человечества. Мы — это и байкеры, и бизнесмены, и учителя, и преступники, и генералы различных служб, и строители, и юристы, и политики, таксисты, ученые, и моряки, и студенты, представители всех религий и сект. И да, есть даже масоны. И они тоже делают много хорошего и трудятся на общее благо. Наши взгляды разделяют и алкоголики, и наркоманы. Разве они не хотят нормальной жизни? Назовите кого угодно. Он в любом случае тоже будет нашим. От бандеровцев, коммунистов, фашистов и мафии. Я вам больше скажу, что среди нас даже есть демократы. Знаете, почему мы настолько разделены? Потому что раньше общей идеи. У нас не было созидательного общества. Разграбил и поставил по своим нишам. Заставил разными путями добывать свой хлеб. Отвернул друг от друга в погоне за личным счастьем. Среди нас есть истинные герои и гении. Они уже долгие годы человечества. Уже отдали жизни ради спасения человечества. Потребительский формат не позволяет нам сегодня назвать их имен, потому что потребительский формат их неизбежно истребит. Да, мы герои, но мы же и изгои сегодняшнего дня. Взять тех же талибов. Они террористы. Почему им пришлось взять за оружие? Мы задавали себе этот вопрос. Мы не поддерживаем терроризм и не оправдываем их метода. Но прямо сейчас в Афганистане наши участники переводят этот форум для тех же талибов, которые взяли оружие по принуждению потребительского формата. Ведь они мечтали быть людьми, чтобы исполнились заветы пророка Мухаммада, мир ему и благословение Аллаха. Они мечтают о созидательном обществе. Шокирую вас еще раз. Среди нас есть даже мафия, якудза, триада, сицилийская, русская, мексиканская, американская. А знаете почему они наши? Потому что они люди. Но только в других условиях они могли бы быть настоящими людьми, а сейчас они жертвы. Как и все мы. Закон говорит, что они преступники, а мы говорим, что они жертвы. Жертвы в других условиях они были бы героями в потребительском формате. Они а в других условиях они рисковали бы, чтобы улучшить жизнь каждого человека, были бы героями. Это рисковые люди, у них рисковый характер. Они не боятся рисковать, жертвовать собой, свободой, жизнью. Ну, ради чего? Сегодня ради куска хлеба, а в других условиях, в созидательном обществе, они были бы исследователями. Самыми экстремальными опасными профессиями были бы для них. Их бы знал и гордился ими каждый человек на планете. Давайте, ведь многих на преступную стезю в ряды мафии, справедливости этого потребительского формата. Разве это не преступление? Весь этот потребительский формат. Стоит просто изменить условия, и миллиарды людей получат шанс на прекрасную жизнь, без унижения и притеснения, жизнь и равенство, и справедливость для всех. К чему стремятся сейчас? Кто-нибудь к ним душу? Никто. Никто, кроме нас. Сейчас они голодны обществом, но потребительский формат их сделал такими. Потребительский формат нас разделил, сделал нас но не людьми. Потребительский формат разделил нас как только можно. А мы хотим объединиться и стать единой цивилизацией. Когда человек живет в достатке, есть завтрашний день, и мир прекрасен, все лучшее. И в этом смысле созидательного общества не только физически спасти человечество, но и морально спасти. И нам не надо будет защищать педофилов, обрекая детей на издевательства. Не надо бороться за гендерную идентификацию. Сможем жить и наслаждаться жизнью, потому что жизнь дается один раз на этой планете. И дана жизнь человеку гораздо больше, чем ссориться, за чьи-то интересы. Чтобы кто-то украл, должны гибнуть десятки тысяч людей. Бред. За что воюют? За чужие амбиции. Когда весь мир принадлежит человечеству, каждый будет заботиться об общем благе. И не нужны будут квоты на экологию. Мы будем жить в симбиозе с планетой. Не как паразиты, а как симбиотики. От нас планете будет польза, а от планеты нам говорят, что сейчас надо человечество сократить, так как мы съедаем планету. Поверьте, в созидательном обществе никто никого не съест. Хватит и питания, и ресурсов, чтобы прокормить 50 миллиардов, и то мало будет людей. Потому что те цели, которые мы ставим перед человечеством, амбициозны и реальны, и достижимы. В отличие от целей, которые ставит потребительский формат. В потребительском формате главное – это потребление. Мы же хотим жить в прекрасном будущем, где мы едины, где мы одна цивилизация. Мы хотим спасти не только человечество, но и человека в каждом.
We are all people. We are all united by the fact that we want to live, but live decently, and happily, to live in creative society. Because in creative society, everyone will benefit. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to American politician, 2020 presidential candidate, ambassador, and International Human Rights Commissioner, Robby Wells.
International Human Rights Commissioner, Mr. Robby Right Wells.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in this landmark international forum. I'm grateful for the opportunity to reach out to people around the world, to you, dear friends. I agree with our distinguished speakers. Our climate and geopolitical situation are very urgent. Even in my home country, the United States, the economy is collapsing rapidly. Record inflation is eating away at our salaries and savings, and more people are left on the streets because they can no longer pay their rent. Think about it. There is an unprecedented increase in the United States right now. My heart bleeds to realize how many children will go to bed hungry tonight and how many more will go to bed hungry tomorrow, because the situation is only getting worse. And this is all in America. In America, children go to bed hungry. It's not somewhere in developing countries. It's already happening here in the United States. All this despite the fact that we are the most developed nation in all the world. And we no longer feel safe in our country. When sending children off to school, every one of us is afraid, and we pray. God forbid that nothing happens to them, and we hope that they come home alive. The polarization of society has reached its climax. We are divided. We're pitted against each other, and we are afraid of our neighbors. And all of this is happening at a time when we absolutely must be united, because the climate is wiping us Americans and our beautiful country off the face of the earth. These conditions in which we find ourselves leave us no choice. We can no longer stand by and hope this nightmare will go away on its own, like a bad dream. It will not go away. And we will face the inevitable end unless we act together. This is the first time humanity has found itself in such a critical situation. So we need a new action plan. The existing programs will not save us. Can I let you in on a secret? We politicians, we're sick and tired of proclaiming our endless new action plans while realizing they don't work. How much longer can we keep bad-mouthing each other while fighting for our office? We don't have time for these political games. We need a feasible working model that will unite our fragmented society and defeat the unable, and I mean the climate. Because no matter how much we are pitted against each other, we all have the same enemy, which is the climate. It is time for all of us, all of society, to grow up and stop being passive. The price of our inaction is human life, our lives. I'm an American. I grew up in America. I owe what I am today and what I have achieved to my country, to the people of this country, to my parents and my teachers. It is time to give back to my country, which is now in great need of a new creative format of politics. But first of all, I am a man, a resident of our shared planet Earth. We are all inhabitants of this planet, connected closer than the people of one nation. We are linked by an inevitable thread of humanity. It is this quality together with our determination and persistence that will help us to build a creative society the entire world over. All this in mind, I would like to announce that I am taking a couple of months to make a decision on whether we will run for president in 2024. Expect that decision by the 1st of next year. The cornerstone of my election, if I choose to run, will be the building of the creative society, because only the incorporation of the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution will guarantee a secure, stable, comfortable, and happy life for all people. Why the 8 pillars, you may ask? Well, I often travel around America and talk to voters. And believe me, everything they want is already spelled out in these 8 pillars because the people themselves formulated them. And I'm all for what society chooses. Look at this global crisis. It is evident to me that the creative society is the only chance to build a wonderful world for all. The world that each of us dream. No matter how great America is, we cannot overcome the climate alone. So, as was said above, to defeat this common enemy, we must put aside our differences, reach out to each other, and together choose the creative format of society. I will stand for the creative society to the end. And when I win, if I choose to run, the presidential election in 2024, and I know I will win, I will build a creative society, not just in the United States, but around the entire world. One more thing, and you can bank on these words right here. I will put Putin and Xi Jinping around the same table, and they will accept the creative society. And together, we will surely save our planet. May God bless each and every one of you around the world watching tonight, and may God continue to bless these United States.
Wow, this is a very honorable promise, and absolutely all people want to live in a creative society. We don't know about this format yet.
society အောက်မှာနေကြမှာ
Describe in detail how the creative society.
ဒါကိုရှင်းပြခဲ့ပါတယ်ပြောပြခဲ့ပါတယ်
Let's watch a video and hear from the
အဲ့
people
တော့ဒီဟာ
themselves.
ကိုကြည့်နေတဲ့ပရိသတ်ကသူတို့ရဲ့စံတမ်းနဲ့သူတို့ကြည့်တာပါ
ما فيه مرض ما فيه أي مرض.
My dream world where everybody's treated fairly, everybody's treated equally.
Ich glaube aber schon, dass so etwas wie das bedingungslose Grundeinkommen etwas sehr Intelligentes wäre.
Everyone has the right to water, safety, and education, and either supply food or the means to provide food for their families.
Мне кажется, что человек, раз он родился, ему уже должны предоставить благие условия, там, жилье, пропитание.
I feel like should have like basic necessities, so like food, water. Health aside, because without health, we can't do nothing.
No. Yeah, and just free healthcare as well.
Здорово было, чтобы каждый человек этой планеты рождался, у него было жилье.
If everybody could work with what they love, I think we could see a huge difference in society.
Свобода. Свободно передвигаться, чтобы не было этих границ, потому что я считаю, что Бог создал землю для всех и небо для всех, а люди начали его делить.
I think every person should be given a fair right.
A child should
should be able to have a loving home, I think, and maybe the government shall support families that don't have that much money on their child.
First of all, has to do with freedom of movement. Primary education should be free. It's a basic fundamental human right. Free health benefits still 5, because some parents
don't fight each other. I think it's important for people to have clean water and good food.
Určite v miery. Ideálne bez chorôb, aby sme dokázali vyliečiť čo najviac chorôb na celého spektra ochorenia.
So everyone should have employment, access to free education, access to free healthcare.
В обществе открытом, технологичном, в котором, наверное, работать надо 3-4 часа и заниматься только той работой, которая интересная. По факту сейчас уже технологий достаточно для того, чтобы люди в принципе не работали.
A world where collaboration is like the main intention and not like just competition.
A society that gives the tools for anybody to develop.
Société où chacun pourrait atteindre son potentiel.
Opportunity.
Yes.
A chance of a happy life.
A safe home, secure home, and equal rights.
Старість має бути достойна, пенсії мають бути достойні.
間違いなくそう思います。
Трябва да има достъп до информация, която не е коригирана от тези, които са на власт, т.е. свободната преса.
I suppose for human life to be a priority, you have to look after the environment. So resources have to be shared, invested in for everyone, not just the wealthy few.
The government should take care of everybody. And everybody should be living in peace.
Want to be friendly, to cooperate with each other, not kill each other.
There must be economic independence.
Cuidar de que se respeten las leyes y que se respete la vida humana.
The money that we are investing in the army, we have to invest it to education.
No hunger in the world.
世界是和平的，而我们就是世界的相处也是就是友好的。
Le monde pour moi c'est le monde sans guerre.
C'est
le monde alternatif, un monde sans nucléaire, sans bombe, sans mine.
I would like to live in a world free of crime, you know, where the government fulfills its promises.
Sostiene la società creativa.
Certo, sono un membro attivo, con voi in questa esperienza, quello che stiamo costruendo oggi.
Okay, I would definitely support creative society. Конечно, поддерживаю. Мне кажется, так мир станет намного лучше. Я не считаю, я уверена в этом.
Dat is wel belangrijk. Dus over de wereld heen, fantastisch initiatief. Ik zal zeker meedoen.
Я хочу, чтобы действительно вот это созидательное общество, общество добрых, открытых, светлых людей, чтобы оно было для будущих поколений. Ну и для нас хотелось бы.
Natürlich, denn eigentlich tue ich das jetzt schon. Im Herzen wissen wir doch eigentlich alle, was richtig ist. Wir haben die Verantwortung irgendwann an andere abgegeben, weil wir denken, dass sie uns retten können. Aber der Einzige, der einen selbst wirklich retten kann, sind auch nur wir selbst.
Конечно, хотел. Кто бы не хотел, мы все хотим жить в этом обществе.
We are supporting and we are dream about the like this society.
Да, обязательно, обязательно.
Вы поддерживаете созидательное общество?
Конечно. Конечно. Мне кажется, это поддерживают все здравомыслящие люди.
Certo, ci sarà un nuovo mondo e lo sostengo assolutamente. Non solo a parole, ma anche con i fatti, con la condotta.
Dla nas, jeśli mamy przetrwać w tym świecie, jaki stworzyliśmy.
Абсолютно, да. Искам всички хора да заживеем в най-скоро време в създателно общество, защото виждам, че то е нашият шанс наистина да живеем един щастлив и спокоен живот.
I would, obviously, and more importantly for a person like me of my age, I'd like my children and grandchildren to have a society like that. So that's why I would be very supportive. That's what we're supposed to have, an equal and creative society that spreads resources for all.
Конечно, поддерживаю. Я же мать.
Я
мать, я будущая бабушка буду. Конечно, я поддерживаю. А кто этого не поддерживает?
Если такой формат общества существует, то, естественно, любой нормальный человек будет его поддерживать и стремиться туда. Как бы он ни назывался, созидательное общество, доброе общество, счастливое общество, как угодно.
А lei sostiene la società creativa?
Molto,
moltissimo.
Мы тоже поддерживаем.
A creative form of society, we do support it.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yes, definitely I support the creative format of society.
I love creative society. Creative society is in me. I am creative society.
I definitely support that.
No, let's talk about
100%. For many reasons. But everybody will say, yeah, cool, we work less. No, it's not about working less, it's about achieving more.
Natürlich. Ist ja,
denke ich mal, was viele wollen
eigentlich, worauf alle streben eigentlich.
That would be the greatest society. If we all really become united, there would be no evil.
Now we're at the stage of informing about the creative society. We need to start talking openly and loudly to everyone that we want to live in a creative society. Now you can tell everyone about the creative society, and in this way we will form an electoral request to politicians. At the next election, we will vote only for politicians who support the creative society. And if there are no such people, then we will not support anyone. This is the only way we will change the format of society to the creative one, peacefully and quickly. There is nothing more valuable than human life. It cannot be returned or bought. Restore our right to life. And now, we want to present the song prepared for us by participants of the Creative Society from Africa. The song is called We Will Rise.
We Will Rise for the Chingo Togan Bama.
We will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, creating society. We will rise in power of unity. We will rise. Every day you wake, you want the news and ask yourself, why? It's one day the hatred and all the fight comes to an end. If one day the killing and bleed is over, if one day humanity's mind is sober, every time you wake up, you make the world we are living in. Nooks and guns await us as we are walking on the street. We are sent to kill each other in wars. No one even asks us. We will rise. What we want is a peaceful life. It is a billion of us. We want to live, not just survive. The power is within us. Loving one, shining brighter than the sun. Great
We would like to thank the very famous singer and very talented Dr. Felix Duque for his song, We Will Rise, as an expression of the African voice for the Creative Society technology. Technology, as we know, should always serve to improve our lives. But today, it's impossible to achieve this. Even though we live in a time of technological breakthroughs, we are limited by the consumer format. Only by joining together will we move to a level of technology that you could never even dream of. Free energy, life extension, smart and technological cities, nano robots, robotic assistants and various drones, artificial intelligence systems, and much, much more. There's simply not enough time to list all the technologies. So let's watch a video about the essential technologies available to everyone in the Creative Society.
Any sufficiently advanced technology available for magic. Author C. Clarke. What is your wildest dream? What will you get when it comes true? A big, beautiful house, a super modern, lots of traveling. Do you want to work less and spend more time with your family and friends? What do you personally dream of? What if dreams come true for every person on earth and the Creative Society will come? What will your life be like? Have you thought about it yet? A human being is the most valuable element in the Creative Society. Therefore, the first thing that will be developed and applied is technology that will free you from hard, grueling, and dangerous labor. It will be done by robots and artificial intelligence. Nowadays, in the consumerist format, the introduction of advanced technology will leave you without work, but in the Creative Society, it will be different to the universal basic income of $10,000 a month. You can earn extra money and work at a pace you feel comfortable. No more than 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And if you're an entrepreneur or businessman, schedule your time the way you want without worrying about anything, because both you and your employees have a universal basic income, and all the cutting-edge technologies and robotics are there for you. As of today, robots are already capable of taking on the most labor-intensive tasks in agriculture, metallurgy, mining, automotive, and other industries, and even in the neutralization of radioactive waste. If you don't want to work, then don't work. You can afford it. But how long will you be able to lie on the couch? A week? A year? You'll have lots of opportunities to do what you love and earn an income that you could only dream of before. You will be able to learn new professions and skills and educate yourself as much as you want. In education, there will be use of technologies that will make the learning process super interesting, easy, and interactive. Virtual reality glasses and holograms are already being used today. One of the most important areas that will be upgraded with the most advanced technology is the protection of human life and his safety. Thus, you will be safe and secure everywhere. You won't be afraid to come home late at night. You won't be afraid to let your child be alone outside. You will be able to go anywhere in the world and nothing bad will happen to you. Safe city systems have already created based on artificial intelligence. They can quickly respond to emergencies, protect citizens and visitors every day, investigate and even prevent crimes. Intelligence systems and road infrastructure are already capable of controlling traffic throughout the city and ensuring safety. They can traffic jams, send a signal to the car about a pedestrian who is about to jump out onto the road, and even intervene in case of a possible collision and activate the brakes. Imagine that you're going home in such a smart city, for example, in an autopilot air taxi. You chat via video call or watch your favorite movie. You walk into your beautiful big house, and you already have a hot dinner waiting for the whole family. Just an artificial intelligence have already washed, ironed, tied everything, and ordered food. Who has cooked the dinner then? Kitchens can already scan your refrigerator, find the right gadgets in your cupboard, and cook a meal of any world cuisine on its own. The updated version will be able to put dirty dishes in the dishwasher and put clean ones in the cupboards. And these innovations will become available to you already during the transition period of the consumerist format of society to the creative one. And in a few years in the creative society, there will be even more pleasant. There will appear replicators of food, clothing, and everything you need. Have you ever heard what a replicator is? It's a device which creates an item you need, from a hamburger to a t-shirt, or earrings from elementary particles. To do that, it uses the information about the object and a small amount of energy. A company from California has already created the technology of the future, a printer that makes drinks right from molecules. The cartridge boots to make thousands of natural drinks with almost no waste. And this is just the beginning. The breakthrough discovery of nanotube technology by Massachusetts and Yale graduates allows them to manipulate matter at the molecular level and already obtain gasoline and other fuels directly from the air.
This technology is everywhere. What does that future look like? What I'm picturing is something like the size of a mini fridge that essentially can take waste material products like fuels and building materials, or it can pull CO2 out of the air and turn it into fuels or building materials.
The use of replicators will not only make our lives easier, but will also greatly improve our health. We will stop eating artificial foods, as we do now, which contain a lot of harmful chemical additives and flavor enhancers. Food from a replicator will be real, very tasty, and healthy. It is made from elementary particles, the same as in natural products. Remember, the taste of really natural food. Of course, if you love to cook yourself, you'll cook your own pleasure, maybe even in tandem with the famous chef. Your smart house in the creative society is a house that not only takes care of chores and food, but also of you and your family. It will be able to monitor your health indicators. For example, acoustic tissue has already been developed. It can monitor your heart and breathing in real time without you noticing it. You can even talk through it, answer the phone, and communicate with other people. Smart health function will take tests and send the results to artificial intelligence and, in case of abnormalities, to your doctor. It will advise you on how to adjust your diet. It will tell you what kind of food is not good for you and warn you about the risks of certain diseases. Smart Mirror will track your health vitals while you're getting dressed. It will help your elderly parents stay in touch with the doctors. It will also take care of your skin. It will detect problems in time and even help to choose the right product for you. In the creative society, even for beauty, there will be used the most advanced technologies. You will be able to save time by getting your manicure in minutes and building your eyelashes by an ultra-fast robot, or try on clothes in a virtual dressing room. Sure, you like it already. What's next? Watch this. Thanks to the introduction of energy innovations, such as a fuel-free generator, autonomous, no more utility bills, not even for the heating. In the creative society, everything will be focused on the continuous improvement of goods and services. Imagine you won't have to repair your car or home appliances because they don't break. What will you do after a delicious lunch? Do you want to go to your favorite band's concert? Train will get you there in minutes because it can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Countries such as the USA, Canada, China, and South Korea are actively developing vacuum and magnetic train technology, and they are competing for leadership in this futuristic technology. Do you want to spend a vacation somewhere on uninhabited islands or meet up with a friend on the other side of the planet? Already today, NASA is developing a silent supersonic aircraft for commercial use. It will cut the duration of flights by at least in half. And this is just the beginning, because space technology and the creative society will serve people on Earth as well. You will get anywhere in the world, not only quickly, but absolutely for free. No visas, no bureaucracy. There will be complete freedom of movement for everyone. You will be welcome in every corner of the world. There will be one world. No wars, no enmity. We'll have nothing to fight about anymore. True human values will finally return to society. Cutting-edge technology will cleanse the planet of all garbage without harming the environment. Even today, innovations make it possible to completely recycle into raw materials for repeated further use in industry. You will be surprised to know what great prospects await us in the garbage will become the most valuable raw material because the introduction of replicator technology will help to completely break down garbage and unnecessary things into elementary particles, and then read everything we need from them without leaving home, from food and clothes to gadgets and so on. We will no longer have to destroy the planet and kill animals to survive. In the creative society, we will be able to breathe clean air again, drink crystal clear water, and enjoy the pristine beauty of the oceans and forests. Have you decided what you'll do in the creative society? Have you long been dreaming of spending more time with your family or changing your career? Or would you like to learn how to surf on the best beaches in the world after work, travel with friends? Or maybe you dream of seemingly simple things, for your parents to be protected and live long, for your children to be healthy, and that for you, yourself, old, and live more than 100 years. The creative society is better than you have something you couldn't even imagine. And it's a society focused on your needs. It's the implement of the best technologies, the world's best practices, all for you. Imagine your dream. It will become a reality in the creative society.
In order to get to the creative society, just a few simple actions are required. Explore the idea, embrace it, and pass it on. Look at the logo. If we make it so popular that when you go into any supermarket, cafe, hairdressers, gym, cab, turning on any channel, go into any social network, you will see the logo, that would mean the idea of creative spread. That is our first priority. Everyone knows about the idea as soon as possible. After that, we can move on to the second stage of building a creative society. It is simple and quick, without protests, rallies, and bloodshed. Let's look at just a few examples of how millions of people worldwide are already spreading the information about the creative society.
Важно, чтобы все 8 миллиардов человек узнали и поддержали проект «Созидательное общество». Как это можно сделать? С чего начать? Рассказать о Созидательном обществе своей семье, друзьям, соседям, коллегам по работе, в общем, всем, кого ты знаешь. Делись информацией о Созидательном обществе в соцсетях. Ты можешь писать комментарии под видео, записывать видеоблоги, писать посты и делиться ими в пабликах. Размещай баннеры на своих личных веб-сайтах и аккаунтах. Пусть соцсети взорвутся от информации о Созидательном обществе. И каждый пользователь сети разнесет эту весть по всему миру.
Trabajo con un grupo grande de voluntarios en los que tenemos una cuenta oficial de Sociedad Creativa.
Мне уже за 60, я бабушка. Я блогер. В своих постах я рассказываю о Созидательном обществе.
Ahojte priatelia, moje meno je Gabo Kocák a som šéf kuchárov. Informovanosť je prvou a to najťažšou fázou pri vytvorení tvorovej spoločnosti, takže ja sa snažím príležitosti, či už je to pri stretnutí s rôznymi ľuďmi, hostiami a tak ďalej, informovať o tvorivej spoločnosti, pretože každý jeden človek, s ktorým sa zhováram, chce žiť miery, lásky a dostatku.
Носи одежду с логотипом Созидательного общества. например, футболку или бейсболку.
Utilizamos chompas, camisetas, gorras, entregamos tarjetas con el logotipo y con la página web.
Ты всегда в тренде, если на твоей одежде лого созидательного общества.
Wer baut denn alles die kreative Gesellschaft auf? Созидательное общество.
Установи знак в своем дворе. Наклей наклейку с логотипом созидательного общества на свой автомобиль. Укрась логотипом свой велосипед.
Bueno, como ven, tengo acá estampado una polera con la sociedad creativa. Bueno, esa es una de las formas. También le puse un sticker al carro, dice Sociedad Creativa. Y aquí el QR, donde pueden escanear la gente y entrar a la página principal.
I support Creative Society and I inform people about Creative Society, as you can see on my car and even on the plate.
Greetings from the Netherlands. We are volunteers from Amsterdam excited to spread the knowledge about the Creative Society by placing a sticker on our bike.
Indeed, there is actually more bikes than people in the Netherlands. So you can imagine how important it is to put this message about the Creative Society, the 8th Foundation, and the way to get even more information with the QR code.
Оставляй информацию о созидательном обществе в кофейнях, кабинетах врачей, в местном продуктовом магазине, в парикмахерской, да где угодно, хоть на крыле самолета.
Wir sind heute in Berlin und wir drehen einen Film über die kreative Gesellschaft in einer italienischen Café. Und wir haben gerade über das Projekt in dieser Café dem Chef erzählt und er hat sich interessiert.
Hallo, also, das ist hier Creative Society. Machen Werbung für eine bessere Welt für uns alle.
Сегодня я нахожусь в отделении детской хирургии, и мы здесь находимся на лечении с сыном уже более 3 недель. Такое маленькое действие, как информирование людей, оно сможет изменить судьбы многих.
Не знаешь, где взять вопрос, уже решен. Просто зайди на сайт «Созидательное общество» в раздел «Макеты» и выбери тот, который нравится тебе. Так что давай делать все, что в наших силах, чтобы поскорее построить созидательное общество. Сочиняй стихи, песни, создавай короткометражки, мемы и даже шутки про созидательное общество. Например, на туалетной бумаге можно напечатать фразу: «Если не поддерживаешь созидательное общество, не трогай меня».
Созидательное общество. Если людей информирую, все будет хорошо.
И если ты являешься владельцем бизнеса, размести баннер о созидательном обществе на своем сайте или добавь логотип на свою продукцию. Покажи, что ты заботишься о всех людях.
Ну, так как я работаю в своем ателье, я информирую людей прямо на рабочем месте.
Один из самых быстрых методов донесения информации о созидательном обществе – это СМИ. Участвуй в ток-шоу, подкастах, новостях или любой другой программе и рассказывай в них о созидательном обществе и его выгодах.
Es lo más importante que puedo hacer en mi vida, es lo más importante que puedo aportar a toda la humanidad.
Inoltre siamo stati ospiti del radioprogramma Storytime del canale Radio Italia, dove abbiamo parlato della società creativa.
Также ты можешь разместить рекламу о созидательном обществе в статьях, газетах, журналах, в общественном транспорте и на рекламных щитах, на телевидении, как местном, так и мировом.
Отличная новость. Телеканал Сорока ТВ показывает сейчас интервью различных передач о проекте «Созидательное общество».
Чем больше будет созидательного контента, тем быстрее мы сможем построить созидательное общество.
Логотип проекта «Созидательное общество» должен быть везде и всюду, в каждом уголке планеты. Оно должно быть узнаваемо.
It's a platform where every person can read and speak about what challenges them as individuals, but also as a society. It's the voice of the people, and it's the people to make the change that we want. It's all together that we can change the world. It's you and me come together for the betterment. That's why I call upon everyone, friends, brothers, sisters, to come and be part of this great project for the betterment of our world.
Будь креативным и придумывай другие способы, как сообщить миру о созидательном обществе. Но не забывай о том, что все должно быть в рамках закона. Чем быстрее люди узнают о созидательном обществе, тем скорее мы будем в нем жить. Хочешь жить достойно? Расскажи всем о созидательном обществе.
World unite on one platform, on the Creative Society platform, and talk about the fact that we need to change it from the one that's consumer-oriented with money and power is number one to the one where we deserve to.
Mi bandera grande que cuando salgo con la moto utilizo las banderas y los banderines para poder demostrar que, bueno, que les llame la atención a la gente, que es sociedad creativa.
Марафон – это отличная возможность, чтобы город узнал про этот удивительный проект созидательного общества.
Creative society is the most peaceful and the most appropriate society format in the entire history of humankind. Only in the creative society can we cope with the climate threats and the crisis of the entire humanity. The investment in your future is an investment in the creative society. Every active volunteer of the creative society, those who are implementing the hardest and most difficult part, that of informing people, deserve to receive a Peace Prize from the Creative Society. Every participant of the Creative Society deserves to be recognized and remembered in the future by grateful descendants. In a transition to the Creative Society, anyone who devotes time and effort will be rewarded. Let's discuss bringing understanding to this. An award should be structured in such a way that it reflects the efforts of people who inform about the Creative Society. A volunteer peace prize can be broken down into 5 categories. First, those volunteers who currently inform a few people, those are the people who put stickers, "I support the Creative Society" on their cars, who talk to their colleagues, friends, and acquaintances everywhere, who just work with a few people. Those people will receive $1 million. Second, those people who inform dozens of people, those who could be cafe owners, bloggers, those who travel, explain, talk, who are not shy to talk in buses or somewhere else, and massively inform dozens of people, they get $2 million. Third, those who inform hundreds of people get $3 million. Fourth, those who have the opportunity to communicate with people and notify thousands of people get $4 million. And fifth, those who are able to inform millions of people, bloggers with multi-million followers, people who speak on huge platforms, who participate in conferences, singers who can create concerts watched by millions of people, they'll get $5 million. We must recognize that such incentives will only be given away in a creative society, not now. Awards are determined based on how much personal responsibility a person assumes when making information about the Creative Society available to others. A new history will begin with the names of the volunteers who contribute their hearts and souls to the Creative Society. Building a Creative Society is true heroism. It is saving the lives of billions. It is saving all of humanity. Therefore, we should not only thank such people financially, but we should also write their names in our history. After all, they really deserve to have their names immortalized. There'll be a monumental building raised in honor of those heroes. The building will have 6 levels. Each person's name, every volunteer who informs millions and thousands will be on the 1st floor. Furthermore, there'll be the same gradation from 1 to 5 million Peace Prize recipients. 2nd to 5th floor will be dedicated to the real philanthropists, those who supported the informational stage and made Creative Society possible. On the top of the building will be tributes and portraits of all politicians who were so courageous and the first to declare their support for the Creative Society. In addition to help us create voter demand for a Creative Society, these politicians will remain in the public memory for generations. A Creative Society logo will be installed on the top of the monument. The effort we are now investing into the building of the Creative Society is the greatest thing we can do. We are building the future, not only for ourselves, but for our children and the generations that will come after us. And we can only do this by uniting the whole world.
There are no perfect actions, steps, or movement. While waiting for the perfect moment, we are losing the most important, most valuable resource, time. On the subject of time, I have an example to show you. Tell me, what are the statistics on average life expectancy in your country? Let's say 80 years. Let's take 78 years, which is inactive life. So, 78 years. Look, this is our lifespan, 78 years. So the span of our life is roughly this long. You can take a piece of paper and draw a line for your 78 years. Look, some of us are 30, some are 40, some are 50, 60. I will cut off the time of my life that's already gone. There, it's gone. Look at that. We have very little left. Statistically, we spend a third of our life in sleep. Look, I'm cutting off another third of the rest of my life. Look. Next, how much time do we spend on household? Chores, cooking, laundry, cleaning. A woman spends at least 2 hours daily. And if we add it up for several years, when we cut off a few more years that we spend at the stove doing household chores. That's how much we have left. And if we subtract from that the time for work, often unloved, for the struggle to survive, too bad, but we have to cut off another slice. We only have a little bit left. And that's not even me taking away the time we waste on social media, on Instagram, envying, comparing, and procrastinating. Let's cut that off too. What we are left with. We have only 6 years and we don't act. When will we act? We have almost no time left. I didn't take into account the climate threat that's hanging all over all of us. It doesn't really matter how old you are now. That has leveled us all. We have 6 years old. We will sleep for 2 years and walk for 2 years. We are left with 2 years. Take time away from that for laundry, cooking, and you'll realize we don't have any time left at all to save our lives. And we are not talking about saving lives and continue living in the hellish conditions of the consumerist format again. We are talking about completely changing of our lives. The creative society is the future in which your life is society's most significant value. There you will forget, live in safety, stop selling yourself in slavery for money, and be provided for, and able to create, able to become a better version of yourself. All the advanced technologies will provide for and serve your life in a peaceful, beautiful society without wars and threats to life. So think about whether it's worth wasting time on any doubts and fears, or whether it's time to start acting right now. Ask yourself the question, what can I do that is useful? All fears must be put aside. You need to think of creative society for yourself and those you love. Take actions right now. Take action the best you can. There are many examples of what people all around the world are already doing today to build the creative society. But don't compare your beginning with someone else's middle. You have to be yourself. Be honest. Be open. Be a real person. Be someone who is pro-life, not pro-death. To be the one who is for creative society.
Друзья, нам очень пора начать действовать прямо сейчас. Знаете, все это время мы активно пытаемся достучаться до человечества, но сталкиваемся с огромным количеством инертных людей, И, честно сказать, я бы никогда не подумала, что это так тяжело — спасать человечество. Почему люди сегодня инертны? Да потому что они просто не знают, сколько времени осталось, и поэтому они никуда не торопятся. Поэтому так крайне важно донести до них информацию о прогрессии всех катастрофических климатических процессов и о реальном выходе из климатического коллапса, смене формата общества с потребительский на созидательный. Об этом должен узнать каждый человек на планете. Единственный путь. Иначе мы просто ничего не успеем предпринять. И поэтому сейчас мы обращаемся ко всем людям, кто хочет жить, кто хочет, чтобы жили их внуки и правнуки. Сами мы не можем остановить прогрессию климатических катаклизмов и достучаться до всех. Сами мы тоже не сможем. Нет смысла возлагать надежды на политиков, что они договорятся и что-то сделают. Нужно, чтобы сами люди начали об этом говорить. Нужно донесли эту информацию до всех СМИ, до каждого из 8 миллиардов живущих на Земле. Это единственная возможность, которую мы сейчас видим. У нас есть шанс оставить такую же мертвую планету, как Марс, но у нас есть шанс и сохранить планету. И вот прямо сейчас, когда мы с вами говорим, прямо сейчас на нашей планете по новым разломам, которые формируются из-за землетрясений, магма пробивает себе дорогу на поверхность. Этот процесс достаточно стремительный. Это факт, с которым мы живем уже более 10 лет. А с сегодняшнего дня с этим придется жить и вам. Потому что теперь и вы понимаете, что это действительно апокалиптическая бомба судного дня с часовым механизмом. И вы теперь тоже понимаете, что единственное решение для нас, как для цивилизации, это созидательное общество. И об этом должен узнать каждый человек. Здесь каждая секунда нашего бездействия уменьшает наши шансы на спасение. Поэтому сегодня выбор за каждым.
Время выбора — это очень важное время. Это время объединения, по крайней мере, большего числа людей. Тех, кто задает вектор будущему всего человечества на этой планете. Это важно. Вот это и есть перекрестие. И от решения каждого зависит, куда мы пойдем как человечество. Задача у нас непростая, друзья. Но надеяться нам не на кого. Если к нам придут добрые люди и смогут помочь, это замечательно. А нет, знаете, будем исходить из и наших с вами возможностей. Поверьте, масса людей на этой планете грамотные, умные, честные и порядочные люди. И вот на них нам и надо опираться. А все остальные приспособленцы, знаете, такие медузы бесхребетные, которые только могут шкодить, жалить, как обезьяна в зоопарке, кидаться экскрементами. Да что на них внимание обращать людях? Так что, друзья, впереди у нас много интересной работы. Нескучные дни, я так скажу. Много знакомств с хорошими людьми. Это уже прекрасно. Так что, друзья, давайте просто любить друг друга, любить и заботиться об этом мире, не перекладывать свою ответственность на кого-то. Давайте взрослеть. Спасибо.
Огромное спасибо, Игорь Михайлович.
Спасибо вам, друзья. Мир вам.
Dear friends, our forum has come to an end. I want to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished speakers and all the participants of this universal event of great importance. My heartfelt thanks to the volunteers of the Creative Society for the tremendous work each of you has done. It's only out of great humanness, love for people, and faith in our common cause that you act so selflessly and with such dedication. You are true heroes, and thanks to you, all of humankind still has a chance. Dear friends, this forum has lasted only 12 hours, but we lived a whole life. A life full of shocks and insights. And after all we've heard and seen, everyone will have to live with this information. But the main question of today's forum is, how long? 2036. I'm sure this date is still on your mind. And it may seem to many that it's the most important information in the whole forum. Because 2036 is the year of our end. However, it is not. It is the date of the destruction of our planet. But we, as humanity, will die much sooner. We simply won't live to see this date. So today, it is not that important. For us, it's much more important to have time to unite, to build the creative society. And as a result, to find a solution that will stop the destruction of our planet and save us from death. After all, presented studies and facts, it should be obvious to everyone. The creative society is our only way out. Whether we want to admit it or not, the creative society is a necessity. It is a lifeline to a sinking humankind. But it's up to us to take this last chance or not. It is a challenge to all of humankind. But how do we respond to it? Will we live out our last years with this information in our heads, which is impossible to forget? Or will we unite so that we can have thousands of years of prosperity ahead of us? The time for games is over, and it's high time for us to take our lives seriously. Today, the destiny of all humankind depends on the decision of each individual, whether to build the creative society or not. All of us will have to work hard in order to survive. The truth is, we won't be able to build the creative society without you. So please, think about these words very seriously. United in a common destiny. But what that destiny will be like depends on our choice. What's the point of the existence of humanity all these thousands of years if we just choose to die? Of humanity's existence is life, and we must choose life. And that means choosing the creative society. Let's give each other and all of humankind a chance. Let's save our common home all together in unity, no matter what. After all, our survival is indeed in unity.